Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Have you ever sublet your house or your apartment? More specifically, I should say, your home. If you have, I hope it's been a pleasant and satisfactory experience. Because you know as well as I do, all the horror tales you hear of people who are not so lucky, of damage, breakage, vandalism, and non-payment, or what is even worse, and to use the word advisedly, unspeakable, which is what happened to David and Jane Francis. But that, of course, is the burden of our tale.
Look at my floor. It's ruined.
Well, what the devil is it, Dr. Wharton?
I wouldn't invoke his name too carelessly, Mr. Francis. That is the Goetic circle of black evocations.
Goetic?
It means, Mrs. Francis, pertaining to witches.
Our mystery drama, The Church of Hell, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Roberta Maxwell and Paul Hecht. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
Buick has some good news for procrastinators. Even though you waited, you can still enjoy the comfort and luxury of a full-size Buick. Even better, your Buick dealer just might give you an irresistible deal on a 78 LeSabre right now. But do hurry, because a lot of other procrastinators have been waiting for this kind of news, too. Buick LeSabre. Yes, you can at your Buick dealers.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can.
The children grow up, college is paid for, they're about their own lives, and a whole new vista opens out. You travel, you shuck off responsibility. But habit is hard to shake, and your freedom has limits on it. For example, to afford that European jaunt, you rent your house. And after the excitement and devil-may-care of the holiday, some doubts may swirl in. Doubts that in this case are much more Jane Francis's than her husband's, David. Doubts that normally would be minor, but not in this case. Jane and David Francis were not so lucky with their country house tenant. Not that they knew that as they were returning to their little apartment in New York.
Home, sweet home.
Part way.
What does that mean?
Our pied-à-terre, New York. Not home.
Not home.
Like I said, part way. Not for real.
In the country?
What else? Your house, the house that David built.
Yeah, but that's rented.
I know. It paid for our trip to Spain.
And wasn't it worth it?
I hope so. Just the same, I wonder how everything goes up in the country.
Well, that figures. You want to call now before we have drinks.
Don't you think we should?
Well, suppose something is wrong, a pipe's burst or something. Why spoil tonight? I mean, couldn't we just let all the problems wait for tomorrow?
Why should there be any problem? Let me just make a call so it's off my mind.
What's your poison, martini or Manhattan?
I'm still Andalusian-oriented. Don't we have a nice sherry?
Your wish is my command.
Hello, Francis residence.
Who is this?
May I ask who's calling?
Yes, this is Mrs. Francis.
What is it?
Oh, forgive me, Mrs. Francis. This is Detective Lieutenant Harris Price.
Detective? David, you'd better get on the bedroom phone. What is it, Lieutenant? Robbery? A fire?
Well, no, it's a little more complicated. Mrs. Joanna Adams was renting your house.
That's right. David, are you on?
Yes, Jane.
My husband is on now, Lieutenant. Go ahead.
We've been trying to reach you for a couple of days.
We were in Europe. We just got back. What's happened?
Well, nothing really for you to be too alarmed about. Your neighbors had been calling us because there was some trouble about a cat.
Oh, Tommy. Oh, nothing's happened to Tommy. Oh, please. He's all right.
Well, the cat is all right now. He was a raging tiger when we let him out, but he was just hungry. Pretty near starved.
Poor baby.
Well, had he been fed? Has Mrs. Adams skipped or something?
Or something is more like it. I'm afraid I have to tell you that she's dead.
Dead?
How?
We don't know that for sure till after the autopsy.
Well, did someone break in or...
Well, there's no evidence of that. It could have been a heart attack, perhaps. After all, she wasn't young. But,
But what, Lieutenant?
I don't think that's something we can discuss on the phone. Would you have any plans to come up here?
Of course, we have to get Tommy.
Yes, we better drive straight up tonight.
Well, fine. I'll be waiting for you. And don't worry about Tommy. Ever since I fed him, we're buddies.
Thank you, Lieutenant. See you as soon as we can. What do you suppose happened to Mrs. Adams?
Well, search me. Heart attack, I guess, like the lieutenant said.
He sort of hedged. Why didn't the lieutenant say it right out if that's all it was?
Well, what am I, honey, a mind reader? Well, let's get on up to the country and find out. Well, here we are. Home sweet home.
With more than one light burning in the window.
Yeah, at least our detective friend is still here.
Everything looks pretty good. The leaves would be great.
Yeah, glad I painted the front last summer. Holding up pretty good.
I see she kept mulching the vegetable garden with the clean garbage.
Yeah, she was such a sturdy old lady. Hard to think of her gone.
Oh, that must be the lieutenant and Tommy.
Yeah.
Oh, some welcome.
Hey, a smart cat. Hey, he's glad to see you.
Well, obviously, you're Mr. and Mrs. Francis.
Ah, you're Lieutenant Price.
That's right. Well, that cat sure is glad to see you, ma'am.
Yes, he's not usually so demonstrative. Something must have scared him.
Well, you go without food and water long enough. It's enough to scare anyone.
How long?
Well, about 3 days, we figure. Your fellow there was howling up a storm. Shall we go inside?
Yeah, I'll get the bags later.
Is Mrs. Adams still here?
Oh, no, ma'am. She's been taken to the hospital. Hope you'll find everything in order. The boys tried to get everything back in place and clean after they dusted for prints.
In order? Why? I mean, had she changed things around or something?
Well, it wasn't that, Mrs. Francis. Well, this room looked like a cyclone had hit it. Books dumped all over the floor, chair turned over, and drapes and curtains all ripped down.
Is this where she died?
No, we found her in the upstairs bedroom.
You said it was a heart attack.
Well, no evidence of anything else so far.
Yes, but if this room was turned topsy-turvy, you're not suggesting she did it.
I don't think she'd have had the strength to do some of the things.
So then someone broke in.
Could be.
You said there was no evidence of that.
Oh, there wasn't. Well, I should say there isn't. Not that we've turned up so far. The windows were all shut, doors closed and locked. If anyone got in, he'd have had to have had a key.
We didn't leave any extra keys.
Well, Mrs. Adams had a set of keys in her handbag. Unless, of course, she had some made.
Well, why would she do that? Her husband's dead, and we understood she was all alone, no relatives.
Still, there must have been someone else here. Someone in the house. You've no idea who it might have been.
Not the slightest. Well, you don't mean someone might have killed her?
Well, as far as we know now, not in the strict sense of the word.
What does that mean?
Well, I'm not trying to be mysterious, Mrs. Francis. I'm really as much in the dark as you and your husband are. Except that I saw the old lady. I saw her face. And while I'm quite ready to accept the medical examiner's provisional diagnosis that she died of a heart attack, what I want to know is who or what caused it. Because I hate to tell you this, but in my opinion, that little old lady was literally frightened to death.
Jane?
Yes, David.
For heaven's sake, what are you doing? I mean, can't you just dump the dinner dishes in the dishwasher?
I did.
Well, then what are you stacking them away for? Can't that wait for tomorrow? I mean, I don't know about you, but I'm knocked out.
I'm not doing the dishes.
Well, why are you messing about in the kitchen cabinet?
I'm checking up on things.
Our first night home from Europe. Can't it wait?
I have a funny feeling it can't. All sorts of things are not, they're just not right, David.
Oh, come on, Jane.
Now, remember what the lieutenant said.
I think he's been reading the wrong kind of mystery stories.
I wouldn't sell Lieutenant Price short. Come here.
What?
The dishes.
Yeah?
The everyday dishes.
Yeah, the blue stuff?
It isn't the same.
What do you mean it isn't the same?
Just what I said. Every bit of it has been replaced. Same pattern, but it's all new.
That's crazy. How do you know?
Well, look. The vegetable dish was cracked.
Yeah?
3 cups had chips. You know, you glued the meat platter back together yourself the night after the bet's party.
Well, so okay. A couple of pieces are replaced.
No, it just isn't a couple. It's a whole new set. Why?
Well, you tell me.
Because all or most of the other must have gotten broken. How?
Well, things do break.
A whole service for 8.
Oh, I don't know.
Look at the cabinets.
Mm-hmm. Well, they look pretty good. Someone's been polishing them. Hey, they're all scarred.
And burned.
I thought she didn't smoke.
Those aren't cigarette burns. There's something else.
What?
I don't know. Like something hot. Red hot, just brushed by. The curtains and the drapes in the living room are sort of singed. And you want to know something else? Every mirror in this house has been replaced, except the one in the study.
And that's cracked.
More than that. Something so hot was against it that it melted the mercury backing. It's all sort of fuzz, like it had been in a fire.
Darling, what are you trying to suggest?
I don't quite know. Look, come here. Let me show you something else.
Yeah. Oh, where?
In my spice closet.
Uh-huh.
Look at these.
Those are not your regular spice jars, are they, dear?
No, thanks. I never saw jars like these, or what they have in them.
Hey, it looks like some kind of bugs.
It is. They're beetles. And they're alive. This looks like a lizard skin, and I hate to think what these two could be.
We'd better call the lieutenant.
I don't think this is up his alley. Anyway, we all deserve some sleep first. I'm just about gone. I can't take any more tonight.
Are you going to be able to sleep all right?
Once I get to sleep tonight, it would take all hell breaking loose to wake me up again.
I'm with you. What is it? It sounds like what you said.
What?
All hell breaking loose. It's some gale out of nowhere. Get this window closed. There. I'd better see what's going on downstairs.
No, David, no.
No what?
I don't want you going downstairs. Please, darling, it's not worth the risk.
What risk? It's just some crazy kind of storm.
With no rain, no thunder or lightning. This isn't a storm.
With all that wind, what else could it be?
I'm scared to think. Something terrible is loose in this house. Something incomprehensible beyond our imagination. The same thing that frightened poor old Mrs. Adam to death. Please, darling. Oh, just hold me close. And don't question whatever it is that's happening. For heaven's touch us. Whatever it is that's invaded our house means us no harm. That maybe if we just shut our eyes and ears, please, God, it will go away.
Not the most pleasant of homecomings, nor the easiest of circumstances for landlords to find themselves in. Unfortunate enough to find that the lease has been broken by an untimely death, but how much more so to find that apparently an unwanted tenant has taken possession. A tenant that may be difficult, if not impossible, to evict. I shall return shortly with Act 2. Thank heaven for mornings. To wake up, no matter how sleepless or dream-ridden the night. To watch the sun rise again. Life renew itself. To know that this new day, whatever else it offers, is a promise. A promise that there is hope always for better things. Not that either David or Jane Francis are that bright and bushy-tailed. It is only that in the bright light of day, their explanations of the night before sound as fanciful and overdramatic as they are afraid they will seem to Lieutenant Price.
David?
Yeah,
You awake?
I'm awake.
Was there really a storm last night? Or was that something I dreamed?
Well, there wasn't a storm as far as I can see. There was no rain or wind damage outside.
Then it wasn't a dream. Some terrible thing was raging in this house last night.
I don't know how terrible it was, but somebody really messed up the study, and good again. I'd sure like to get my hands on him.
Somebody broke in?
No, I don't think anyone broke in. I mean, I think somebody has a key. Now, don't worry. I called Lieutenant Price while I was downstairs. Just waiting for him to call back.
You think something else is in this house?
I think somebody could be hiding out. Some crazy guy.
And you went downstairs all alone with no protection.
I picked up the shotgun from the study. And Jane, we are staying locked in this bedroom until the police arrive.
I don't think ordinary locks are going to help us against whatever's loose in this house, David.
What are you trying to say?
You know, I don't think this is a real person. I think it's something from the other side of the grave.
You mean a ghost? I mean, that's ridiculous. What would any self-respecting ghost have against it? The voice of reason. That'll be the lieutenant.
Whatever you do, get the police here fast. Oh, and ask him about Mrs. Adam, what the autopsy showed.
All right, will do. Just take it easy, Jane. Hello. Yes, Lieutenant. Yeah, just what I reported. Same kind of mess as before. No, we didn't hear a thing until it all started. First thing was the wind. I said the wind. Well, it was blowing up a storm here, enough to rattle every window in the house. Now, don't worry. We have ourselves locked in the bedroom, and we'll stay there until you get here. Oh, by the way, did you get any results from the autopsy on Mrs. Adam? Yeah? Yeah. The inside of her mouth and her throat. What could have caused that? I see. But that wasn't the cause of death, huh? Uh-huh. Yeah, don't worry. We'll be waiting. Well, the police are on their way.
What was all that about Mrs. Adam and her mouth and her throat?
Well, she apparently suffered some first-degree burns there, also on her hands and on one side of her face.
From what?
They don't know. Backfire from the gas stove, maybe? Maybe she used too much fluid on the charcoal boiler. I don't know. Something flared up and singed her, but good.
Enough to kill her?
Oh, no. The medical examiner's first diagnosis was right there. She died of congestive heart failure.
But what caused it?
Well, that's something we don't know.
Maybe it's something we don't ever want to know.
Well, the boys and I have been over the house with a fine-tooth comb, Mr. and Mrs. Francis. And I can promise you that no forcible entry has been made into this house.
Well, that's crazy. I mean, look at the shambles this place is. Someone had to get in.
Doors and windows wouldn't keep it out.
Someone else has a key. That's what it is.
But why would someone want to vandalize our house?
Well, not because of us, because of Mrs. Adam.
Well, what do you know about this Mrs. Adam?
Not much. The agency brought her over, but...
She had very good references. I mean, a couple of banks, a minister from some church, a letter from another sublet she had in New York.
Mm-hmm. None from any place she'd worked?
Oh, I don't think this woman had ever worked. I mean...
what Jane means is that she was loaded. Her jewelry was worth a fortune.
And her clothes were very fashionable.
Hey, maybe that's what someone was after. Her jewels.
No, I doubt it. According to the insurance policy we found, none of it seems to be missing. What does seem to be missing with the lady is her background.
What do you mean?
Well, although the accounts are very substantial, the banks have only carried them for a little over a year. Before that, she seems to have come from Germany.
Well, that would be right. She had an accent.
But very cultivated.
Would you say that she was, very religious?
Well, I don't know. It's not the sort of thing you ask someone who's going to rent.
I noticed there were a lot of books in the bedroom she was using on religious things. Quite a few on theosophy, I remember. Oh, that's right. The letter from the minister. That's what he said he was.
Was his name Theodore Saxman?
The minister? Yes, something like that.
Mm-hmm. Theodore Saxman was German-born, and he was connected with the Theosophist movement, but no longer.
You mean he's not a minister?
Well, he got kicked out of the church.
Why?
We don't know that yet. The church doesn't want to talk about it, and we can't seem to find the ex-Reverend Saxman. But he'll be found. If the police don't turn him up, the insurance company will.
Why the insurance company?
Because he's named as benefactor in all her insurance. Something like $1.5 million in all. He was also named as sole heir in her will.
Well, if there's that much money floating around, I don't think anyone will have to look for him. He'll turn up to collect.
Unless her family want to fight the will.
Well, apparently she has no family. And her husband died about 5 years ago.
Well, then Saxman will turn up.
Well, I'm not so sure.
Why?
Well, policeman's hunch. I got a funny feeling he may be the ex-reverend in more ways than one. But if anyone has a key to this house, he's the logical one. I've got a lot of questions I'd like to ask him about the night Mrs. Adam died.
You mean you think he might have murdered her?
But she died of natural causes.
Well, congestive heart failure is a result, Mrs. Francis. A lot of things can cause it. I'd like to know what frightened that poor woman before she died.
You think it might have been something supernatural, too?
No, I didn't say that. I'm going to have a man on this house around the clock covering the front door. Do you and your husband plan to stay here?
For a few days till all this is settled, we hope.
Now, why do you ask?
Well, I'm just a cop, Mr. Francis. But I'm smart enough to know there's a lot I don't know. Not that I buy, something outside of natural things. Still, well, for example, do these tools belong to you?
No, I never saw the box before. You, Jane?
No. What's in it?
I'll see for yourself.
Well, a bunch of knives. What is it, a butcher's kit?
I don't know.
What's that funny-looking one with the little curved point?
No, careful, Mrs. Francis. They're all razor sharp.
But what are they?
That's what I want to ask a friend of mine, Dr. Henry Warden. He lives just a couple of blocks from here. Say, would you mind if he came here and had a look at these and this room?
No, I suppose not, but...
Well, what kind of a doctor is he?
You see, I had a strange case involving a medium here a couple of years ago, and I met this guy then. He's a real brain, I tell you. Even if he's... well, you'll see for yourselves. He's what you call a doctor of parapsychology.
What's that?
It means someone who's an expert on ghosts.
Well, I have examined the library of the deceased. Small, but quite a comprehensive compendium of reference on the mystical arts. Mr. Francis?
I would know, Dr. Wharton. It's not exactly my field.
Of course not. No, to be sure. Not everyone's cup of tea, of course. Still, ceremonial magic, the Book of the Dead, the Kabbalah, Cagliostro, fascinating reading for the inquiring mind.
Why would anyone be interested in books like that? What would Mrs. Adam want with them? Was it something to do with her religion?
In a sense, perhaps. In a sense.
Why did you want to look at the books first?
I had my reasons, Mr. Francis. It is surprising what knowledge of a person you can glean from his reading habits. And how books are treated can be a gold mine of information. May I see the room now where the psychic disturbances took place?
Of course. This way.
We don't know they were psychic disturbances, do they? I mean, it looks like pretty ordinary vandalism to me, but you can see for yourself.
Ah, yes. Quite typical. Mindless destruction, it might seem. Drapes torn and... Let me see. Yes, singed a little. Books destroyed, ripped, but rather carefully selected books. The Bible, the Book of Common Prayer. And teleportation. Classic.
Teleportation?
Oh, yes, Mr. Francis. The desk, for example. That is oak, is it not?
Yes, it is.
Enormously heavy. Normally, it would take 2 strong men at least to move it.
Well, it could have been dragged or pushed.
Hardly. The rug has not been disturbed. it was lifted.
Then there was more than one person?
I doubt it.
He would have had to have had superhuman strength.
Or abilities. Have you ever had a fire in the house? I mean, has the house ever been on fire?
No. Why?
The floor. You notice how the varnish is cracked and mottled?
There are the same marks on the rug. I thought it was from dirty footsteps.
That isn't dirt. They are scorched, Mrs. Francis. When you first came in the room, this strange particular odor must have been more evident, wasn't it?
There was a sort of burning smell.
Not quite like a scorched smell. More like ozone or sulfur, maybe.
Or brimstone, perhaps. There were some tools the lieutenant mentioned.
Oh, yes. They are right here.
Yes. A remarkable collection. Quite magnificent in its way.
Collection of what, Dr. Wharton?
The instruments required for the ceremonies of black magic.
Black magic?
Yes. Quite obviously, your Mrs. Johanna Adam was a practitioner of that dread and ancient art.
What?
If you don't believe me, help me pull aside the rug, and I think you will have incontrovertible proof.
Dear me, as Dr. Wharton might say, this is enough to start the goosebumps rising and the hackles on the neck. What evil, ancient, unspeakable discovery awaits poor, innocent David and Jane Francis as the rug is thrown back beneath their eyes? What secret obscenity does it conceal? I shall return shortly with Act 3.
Over the years, you've learned that sometimes procrastination pays. So you shop for snow shovels in July, lawnmowers in December, and your Buick Regal now. Because you know that this is the time of year when Buick dealers may be even more open than usual to conversations involving deals. An elegant, luxurious Regal? Yes, you can. Right now at your Buick dealers.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can.
3 people stand looking down at what the rolled back rug has revealed. What they are looking at is a strange and cabalistic circle burned into the floor. Placed on it at 90-degree intervals are crude sketches of a skull, a goat's horns, a bat, and a black cat. Inside the circle, intertwining with each other, are 4 smaller circles enclosed in a triangle. Tacked to the floor on the inside of the large circle are strips of cloth or some animal hide. And everywhere within the circle, painted in black and blood red, symbols, strange gibberish words, and long, complex alien names.
Look at my floor. It's ruined.
What the devil is it?
I wouldn't invoke his name too carelessly, Mr. Francis. That is the Goetic circle of black evocation.
Goetic?
It means pertaining to witchcraft.
So that's what Mrs. Adam was. A witch.
Not quite, Mrs. Francis, or at the very most, a very amateurish one, who conjured up, or at least saw conjured up, more than she bargained for.
What does all that circle thing mean?
In the Middle Ages, that material all around the inside of the large circle would have been the skin of the victim, fastened to the ground by 4 nails from the coffin of an executed criminal.
Oh, how disgusting.
Don't be too alarmed. I think you will find that this is only a simulation. As with the crude representations of what ought to be the skull of a patricide.
Patricide?
Someone who killed his father. The other 3 are the horns of a goat, a male bat drowned in blood, and a black cat who has been fed on human flesh.
Are you serious, Dr. Wharton?
About what I am reporting, absolutely. About whether I personally subscribe to this profane anti-religion, no. Most emphatically, no.
Then you believe, as I do, that it's all nonsense.
No, I'm afraid I don't.
You believe that there has been black magic practiced here, and that some kind of evil spirit has been set loose in this house?
Let me put it this way. I know that anyone involved in the hidden church of hell knows there has. Let me show you something. I found these sheets in the back of a volume entitled Science and Physical Phenomena and Apparitions. They were written by Mrs. Adam, apparently. The handwriting can be checked. And they are a sort of confession and last testament.
May we read them?
How's your knowledge of German, medieval Latin, and the litany of the grimoire?
Oh, well, I don't speak German or Latin.
What's the grimoire?
The Grand Grimoire is the last word on profane worship. The encyclopedia of black magic. The definitive handbook of sorcery.
Okay, so we can't read the mumbo-jumbo Mrs. Adam left, but would you read it to us?
Well, I won't read it. I'll tell you what it contains with one stipulation.
What's that?
Lieutenant Price must be present and hear it at the same time.
You mean you're telling me that Mrs. Adams confesses in that transcript to murdering her husband?
In Stuttgart, February 14th, 1975.
Did she stand trial?
No. The medical certificate was issued as death due to natural causes.
Well, what did she kill him for?
She wanted to give a large amount to the religious group, a church, if you will, that she intended to join. He didn't believe in it. She felt she had divine grace to do as she wished.
How awful. Did the church get the money?
Not yet. Nor would it ever have. She changed her allegiance along the way. You see, she hadn't counted on her conscience. And at least for her, her husband refused to rest easy in the grave.
He haunted her.
Exactly. So successfully and persistently that he drove her to flee to this country, hoping to find freedom from his curse. And here she met a man named Theodore Saxman.
Uh-huh, the ex-reverend. The boy we've been looking for. Does she give any clue where we might find him?
Oh, yes, indeed.
Well, then I want it right now. I want to haul that joker in.
Oh, I very much doubt that you can, Lieutenant, now.
What are you getting at, Dr. Warden?
I don't think you're going to find Theodore Saxman in this world.
Well, I sure don't expect to find him in the next one.
I wouldn't be too sure of that.
What?
Let me explain, please. You see, I'm in a rather, shall we say, delicate position. We are dealing with two worlds, one of which all of us accept, the other which I'm afraid only I do.
Doctor, you've got something up your sleeve. What is it?
Whatever it is, I assure you it is in your best interests, Mr. Francis.
It is?
I would assume you wish to go on living in this house of yours, that you'd like to be rid of this poltergeist that is invading it.
Oh, no, just hold on. What's a poltergeist?
Forgive me. A moment of levity. A poltergeist is a noisy and usually destructive ghost. I'm afraid what we have here is a much more malevolent one.
You mean it's the spirit of the excommunicated priest, whatever his name is?
I'm not sure that is the term of choice of his sect. Certainly, however, unfrocked and cast out of the church.
What is it that you want us to do, Dr. Warden?
Let me sum all this up first. A haunted and tortured Mrs. Adam fled to this country only to find out she could not leave the ghost of her husband behind her. In desperation, she returned to the church she had known, confiding in Theodore Saxman. He saw almost instant riches on the one hand, and a sponsor to give him the opportunity to continue his experiments in black magic. They could not be conducted in a New York apartment. They needed seclusion and secrecy. This house was perfect for their plans.
For what plans?
Saxman's assurance to Mrs. Adam that he could conjure up the soul of her husband and persuade it under threat of being dragged to the deepest pit in hell to leave her alone.
You're trying to say that's what happened right here in our study.
I'm not trying to say. I'm saying it happened according to Mrs. Adams' last testament. Only something went very much astray.
Well, what?
She was not certain. She surmised, as I do, that he stepped out of the protection of his inner circle, and that the soul he was trying to threaten, Mr. Adam, was released by the damned in exchange for the Reverend Saxman.
Released? Oh, where did he go?
Back to the peace of the grave, I should say.
So you're trying to tell us that this Saxman, even though he is dead, is still raging around looking for...
Well, what is he looking for, Dr. Horton?
At the moment, he is the most condemned of the condemned. A creature neither of hell nor heaven. An outcast spirit, doomed to wander eternity with neither hope of salvation or damnation, unless...
Unless what?
Unless he can find a human body to die in. He tried to invade Mrs. Adams, but he frightened her to death before he had the chance to possess her. It is you, or perhaps even more your husband, that are in danger now.
Oh, no.
You actually believe all this junk, Dr. Wharton?
What I believe is beside the point. What people who have invested this house passionately and totally believed has poisoned it. I think those beliefs must be exorcised before either of you will be safe again.
What did you have in mind, Dr. Wharton?
For the four of us, tonight, to occupy this magic circle. And after I have instructed all of you to raise this fiend from the darkness and consign him to eternal fires. I command and abjure thee, Theodore Saxman, to quit thine abode wherever it may be, swearing that I will give thee 1/4 of an hour alone. And if thou dost not come straightway hither and communicate with me in an audible and intelligible voice, dispatch me, Emperor Lucifer, or his messenger Astaroth, in a human form, without either noise or evil smell, failing which I shall smite thee all and thy whole race with the terrible blasting rod into the depths of the bottomless pit.
I'm scared, David.
It's crazy, but so am I.
Anyone as crazy as me. If my boys outside knew what I was doing...
Silence. Don't move. Stay in your circles.
Oh, I'm sorry, Doctor. I should never have allowed this.
I warned you, if you leave the circle, you're risking your life. I adjure thee, O Spirit, come hither and speak to me, else I will compel thee by the power of living God and by the Holy Spirit.
What is it?
Obey promptly or be eternally tormented by the power of the potent words in the grand clavicle of Solomon. Unless you hearken unto me. One chance you have to redeem thyself. Abjure thy false master Lucifer and surrender thyself to the mercy of the true divine spirit.
Cannot hear
pass through the grave that is the gateway to heaven. Hold fast, everyone. Hold fast. I can't let him escape. Let me go, Doctor. For God's sake, stay in the circle. It's going to the door. Done. Bill, he's trying to escape. Don't let him get away.
Mr. and Mrs. Francis all right?
They'll do. Shaken, of course.
Who isn't?
How is he?
He's dead. Officer Dunn's bullet took him right in the heart.
Just as well.
I suppose this is Theodore Saxman.
I think you'll find out it is.
Oh, how am I going to explain this at headquarters?
Is there any need? The real explanation is right to hand. The man was armed with a knife. He attacked a police officer.
And I'm convinced he was responsible for the old woman's death.
So am I. But I doubt you'd ever be able to prove it.
Dr. Warden, in the name of God, what really happened in there tonight?
Whatever did, I think it was in the name of God. And I think it is best forgotten.
Well, there it is. Which do you want to believe? That there was some hallucinatory drug in the heavy incense burning in that study? That Theodore Saxman did return to steal the jewels and lost his head and attacked the policeman? After all, he did have a key. Or, well, perhaps we'd better forget the other. If we find ourselves believing in goetic incantations, exorcism, the clavicles of the Grand Grimoire, and the power of black magic, who would sleep fast tonight? I'll be back shortly. It occurs to me that perhaps necromancy should not be dismissed so easily. It has a long history, and it does have its believers. After all, in 1 Samuel 28:7 and following, at King Saul's request, the witch of Endor did call up Samuel from the dead. Or shouldn't I mention it, because you might be listening to this in the late of night. Our cast included Roberta Maxwell, Paul Hecht, Lloyd Batista, and Roger DeKoven. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Social scientists have been arguing for years over the troublesome question as to which is the more important influence on a child, heredity or environment. Then the argument was further complicated by Sigmund Freud with the injection of the subconscious as the key factor in human behavior. I'm not here to offer any solution, but to tell you a tale of heredity and a wild love blighted by a strange and fearsome curse.
You say you love me, Marla.
With all my heart.
Well, then tell me why you won't come away with me.
Because in this life, I must walk alone.
What was that?
Perhaps a sign.
A sign? It sounded almost human, or like an animal.
I must go.
Not until you tell me.
Let me go. I beg of you. Let me go before you hear worse.
Our mystery drama, The CEZAR Curse, was especially adapted from the Robert Louis Stevenson classic For the Mystery Theater by Murray Burnett and stars Richard Kiley. It is sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser, and Sign-Off, the sinus medicines. I'll be back shortly with Act One. We all know that there is no such thing as a curse transmitted from one generation to the next, which calls down evil upon all the descendants of the cursed family. Science, of course, tells us that such diseases as diabetes, hemophilia, and madness can be handed down in a family, but science frowns upon anything of the extraordinary or bizarre. In this instance, I must respectfully take issue with the scientists, and as a case in point, bring you the story of George Capewell, whom we first meet at the age of 67 as he adds a codicil to his last will and testament.
Today, my family physician told me that death is no more than a week or two away. Therefore, I feel compelled to explain why I, George Capewell, will be the last of the Capewells. This was my choice. And this codicil to my will explain why I made it. For the sake of clarity, I must go back some 40 years to one summer when I fell seriously ill and almost died while vacationing in Spain.
Well, young man, you are looking almost alive again. And I don't mind saying it is a small miracle.
Sponsored by you, Dr. Valdez.
Well, let's give God a little credit, too. And now, to complete the cure, I insist that you have a few weeks of absolute rest and good fresh air.
Well, if you're talking about one of those sanatoriums, forget it.
The place I have in mind is as completely unlike a sanatorium as you can imagine. It is a residencia, the estate of a very old and proud family who have fallen upon hard times and are willing to take an American as a paying guest with one proviso.
Which is?
That you remain a stranger. You are not permitted the smallest intimacy.
And so it came about that I found myself in an ancient, dilapidated horse-drawn carriage, driven by a young man whose appearance excited both attraction and repulsion. Lithe and well-built, with large, brilliant yellow eyes, good aquiline features, he was also so extremely hairy that one instinctively drew back from him.
Do we have much farther to travel, Felipe?
Over 2 bridges and past the top of the mountain, senor.
Get on, move! There's no need to whip the horse. I'm in no hurry.
Sometimes he grows lazy. Besides, there is the bad place. We come to it shortly.
Bad place? On this road?
Oh, yes, senor. The first bridge. You can begin to hear it.
The bridge is under repair?
No, senor. The bridge is safe.
Well, then why is it a bad place?
Because it makes me afraid.
What is there to be afraid of?
The noise, senor. The noise. There. It is better now.
Such a noise won't hurt you, Felipe. It's just the sound of the water.
So my sister tells me, senor, but still I am afraid.
With that answer, I realized that there was a child's mind in that body. And from that time on, I regarded Felipe with indulgence and even a sort of liking as I listened to his innocent prattling until we drew up before a great, arched Moorish doorway secured by iron-studded gate.
We arrived, senor. We are home. You can descend from the carriage now, please. Through this gate, senor. Please. This is the courtyard, senor. It is very beautiful by day. And now, senor, if you please, up these stairs. Carefully.
Oh, thank you, Felipe. I don't suppose we could have more light.
Alas, senor, we have no electric. Only the candles. We are here, senor. Your room.
But how pleasant. How really pleasant. And a table laid for supper. That's very thoughtful.
Yes, senor. It is a fine room. A very fine room.
In daylight, what can I see from these windows?
The courtyard, senor. And some of the countryside. It is very fine. And the fireplace, too. The fire is good. It melts out the pleasure from your bones.
I suppose that's one way of putting it. Those animal skins on the wall, they come from...
I do not know. They have been here always. But look at the bed. See the fine sheets. How soft and smooth. Smooth.
You're careful with that candle. You'll set the place on fire. Here, let me have it.
So smooth. So smooth.
This looks like a fine wine you have here on the table.
It's from a nearby vineyard.
Will you join me in a glass?
Oh, no, not that. That is for you. I hate it.
Very well. But then, Felipe, I would like to make this first glass of wine in this residencia a toast to your hospitality and to your mother, the senora.
Gracias, senor.
Which reminds me, when shall I have the pleasure of conveying my respects and thanks to your mother?
Never. No, never. Good night, senor.
Even now, as I write this document, with the cold hand of death coming ever closer to me, I can still feel the warmth of that fire and see the portrait of the woman on the wall, illuminated by the flickering flames. For 10 days I gained in strength, saw no one but Felipe, and for 10 nights fell asleep with the face of that portrait looking down on me. The face of a magnificently beautiful woman, yet marred by a cruel, sullen, and sensual expression. I was struck by the strong resemblance to Felipe, and one morning as he served me my breakfast... That portrait on the wall...
An ancestor, senor. More coffee?
No, thank you. Who is that crossing the courtyard?
The padre.
He comes to hear your sister's confession?
Yes.
He's been doing that for some time, for many years?
Many years.
Well, then he would know who the woman in the portrait is. I could ask him.
You are not to ask questions. You are not. I have been told.
Well, who told you? Your mother, the senora?
You will be punished. You will see. You will be punished. And it will not be because of me or anything I have done. It will not be my fault.
And now my pen hesitates. Even today, 40 years later, I feel ashamed. I justified my action by telling myself that I was entitled to pierce the veil of mystery that surrounded this strange household. What I refused to admit was the spell the woman in the portrait had cast upon me. Day after day, the double knowledge of her wickedness and my weakness grew clearer. So, shamefully I confess, I set out to find Felipe, to continue questioning that childlike mind. I knew I would find him in the woods, but I didn't know I'd be horrified by my discovery. Felipe, let that squirrel go. Let it go, I said.
Yes, senor. I am sorry.
Sorry? What kind of person are you? A little while ago, you pretended to be upset because I didn't like your coffee, and now I find you torturing a poor, dumb animal. You're the one who deserves to be tortured. I'm going to tell your mother I don't want to see you again. You're not to serve me, you understand?
Please, senor, please. I go upon my knees to you. Forgive and bear with me, senor. I try so hard. Forgive me, please.
Only if you promise never to do anything like this again.
Oh, I promise, senor. I promise. Thank you, senor. I promise. I swear, senor.
Felipe! Felipe, come back. Come back here. I want to talk to you. But no amount of calling brought him back. I returned to the house, and as I walked slowly across the courtyard, I first saw my hostess. She was seated on an animal skin, leaning against a pillar, sunning herself. She was an elegant, sumptuous figure, and although she must have heard my footsteps, she seemed unconscious of my presence. Good day, Senora...
CEZAR.
May I join you?
If you wish.
You know who I am?
Yes.
I should have presented myself to you before, but your son told me you are unavailable.
He may sit here if you stay out of my sun.
You like the sun?
It warms me, and I like warmth.
I really wanted to talk to you about the woman in the portrait in my room.
Portrait?
Yes, the painting. Surely you know it. Felipe told me she was one of the family. She fascinates me. Who was she?
I think she was my mother.
You think? Well, don't you know who... I beg your pardon. You look so much like the woman in the portrait. Your mother, I think you said. I really would like to know something about her.
The sun is going behind the clouds. I am afraid the black wind is coming, and we shall all suffer from it. I must bid you adios.
And she was gone, silently, gracefully. She was right about the wind. It came from the malarial lowlands and over the Sierras, and stormed about the house with a hollow buzzing that was wearisome to the ear, depressing to the mind, and jangled the nerves. By the time Felipe brought my supper, I was in a state of nervous exhaustion. Felipe also was in a state of nerves, his yellow eyes burning in his face like two candles, his hand shaking so that the silver clattered against the plates. For heaven's sake, stop that noise.
Sorry, senor. It's the black wind. It pulls and pulls at you, telling you must do something. But you don't know what it is you must do.
Your mother? She seemed to be unhappy with the wind, too. You think she's ill?
Oh, senor. With this wind, who can be well?
And now I must write of that black wind and blacker night. I went to bed early. I couldn't sleep. Suddenly, a sound filled the house. I thought of Felipe and the squirrel. I ran to the door only to find that it was locked from the outside. It resisted all my efforts to open it. I sank to the floor, my hands pressed over my ears, trying to blot out those inhuman ravings. It was useless. The last thing I heard before losing consciousness was those ravings from hell.
There are those among us who feel that some mysteries are best left unsolved. Some secrets never should be told. Because George Capewell was not one who believed this, we can continue in a moment with Act Two. But I warn you, the discovery may well send a shuddering chill through your bones. Everyone within the range of my voice has experienced some evidence of love's blindness. The doting male sees his beloved as perfection, whereas the young girl may see his faults, but is certain that all that's needed to correct them is the gift of her love. George Capewell was destined to fall in love, profoundly, electrifyingly, overwhelmingly, for the first and last time in his life, only to find that this all-consuming passion was to lead him to the very brink of hell.
I must continue with this writing, so you will know why I leave this earth with no child to carry on the name of Capewell. Even though the writing brings back all the anguish and terror of those days more than 40 years ago. When I awoke on the floor the morning after the terrible night of the Black Wind, the sun was shining, and the cheerful Felipe appeared with my breakfast.
Good morning, senor. Is it not a beautiful day?
Yes, beautiful. And quiet. Well, that'll be enough coffee for the moment.
Yes, senor.
What were those dreadful cries I heard last night?
The wind, senor?
Now, you know that's not true. And I mean to have the truth. Was it some animal you were torturing?
No, senor. I swear it was not. I promised you, senor. And Felipe keeps his promise.
Give me your hand, Felipe.
Yes, senor.
This is the hand that tortured that poor squirrel.
But, senor, I swore to you...
No use to struggle, Felipe. I'm stronger than you are. And unless I'm mistaken, this is the hand that locked my door last night.
Senor, please let go of my hand.
I am a stranger, Felipe, but I'm also a guest. And I will not be locked in my room like a criminal. Now, you understand?
Yes, senor. Yes. Thank you. I understand.
Now, how is it I never see your sister? Does she have some reason for avoiding me?
My sister is a good girl. It is she that keeps me up, senor. Without her, I would be lost, senor.
Then no doubt she's reproved you for your sin of cruelty.
12 times. And when I told her what you had done in the woods, she was pleased. Yes, she was happy.
Then who or what was unhappy enough to make those sounds in the night?
I have told you, senor. The wind. The black wind.
Now, you know I'm stronger than you are, Felipe.
Please, senor, let me go.
And I will get the truth if I have to shake it or beat it out of you.
Please, senor.
Yes, who is it?
Father Ramon, may I enter?
Yes, come in.
I was passing in the courtyard. I thought I heard a cry.
It was I, Padre. I burned my hand with the coffee.
Ah, so, Felipe. Then I will be going.
No, Father. Don't go. I'd like to speak to you.
Yes, my son.
If the senor doesn't need me.
You can go, Felipe. I should introduce myself, Father. I'm...
George Capewell. The guest here at the Residencia.
Yes, Father. And, well, you see before you a very puzzled and disturbed man.
Is there some way I can help?
I hope so, Father. Do you know the woman in this portrait on the wall?
Ah, yes. That is the likeness of Marla CEZAR.
Well, I was hoping that you could tell me something about her.
She was the great-grandmother of the present daughter of the house, who is named after her. But why are you concerned with the painting?
Well, because of the beauty of the woman, because of the resemblance of the present Senora CEZAR to this woman, and... well, because, Father, the woman in the portrait has cast a dark shadow on my mind.
I know that you came here to regain your health after a severe illness. Perhaps there are still some traces of fever that linger.
No fever in the world could make me hear the cries I heard last night, Father. They sounded like the bestial screams of a soul in hell.
And you think they came from the portrait?
The whole atmosphere of this residencia is strange. I've never seen the daughter of the house, and
That is how it should be. Now, if you will forgive me, I should be with her now. I don't like to keep her waiting.
You're telling me to close my eyes and ears to everything that goes on and not interfere?
I am only reminding you that you are a guest. And you should remain a guest. Nothing more.
Sleep came to me early, and dreams filled the night. I tossed and turned as the dreams became more and more vivid. And then I remember waking to see that somehow the beautiful face had left its frame and was bending over me. Only the face was younger than in the portrait and softer, with great eyes that looked deep into mine. I tossed off the bedclothes and struck a match to light a candle. Where are you? Come back, please. I know you were here. Come back. I won't harm you. But there was only silence and the cruel eyes of the portrait looking down at me. I sat up the rest of the night, and it was the next day when I came face to face with Marla CEZAR as she stood in her doorway after saying farewell to Father Raymond. Once again, I looked into those marvelous eyes, and then she turned quickly and closed the door. I rapped sharply. Senorita, please open the door.
Senor, it is useless.
What is useless?
That we should talk.
But we must.
We cannot.
Cannot? What will stop us?
I will. I know that what you're thinking is impossible.
Then you know what I'm thinking.
Of course.
And you'll turn your back on me? On my love?
I have no choice.
Nonsense. Everyone has a choice.
Except me.
Why do you say that?
I know. Believe me. I know.
All right, tell me why.
Please, senor. It is not permitted to love me.
Who will not permit it?
I will not.
Well, then again, I ask you why.
If you really loved me, you would not ask me.
If you really loved me, you'd tell me.
I did not say I loved you.
But your eyes speak for themselves. You knew we loved from the moment our eyes first met.
Are you not ashamed?
Of my love for you? No, never.
Of breaking the rules under which you came to be a guest in this house. Of using your worldly wisdom to make me betray myself and my family. Are these not shameful, senor?
I only know that I love you and you love me. And between two people who love, there must be trust.
And between us, senor, I tell you there can be nothing but a closed door.
As I look at the pages I've already written, I feel now as I felt then, the urge to stop, to seek no more answers. In my heart, I knew that the beautiful creature I loved had a strange mother and a pitiful brother. My heart told me that she was a child of an afflicted house. But all that mattered was that I should make her mine. For 2 days I walked in the woods with her image ever before my eyes. But she didn't appear. Then, on the 3rd day, Marla, my beloved, you came to me.
Yes, I came to you and I shouldn't. And I hate myself for it. I hate myself for my weakness.
Love isn't a weakness.
For me, it is.
And it gives me strength. Strength to ask you to marry me and to come away with me as my wife.
You don't know what you're saying.
I'm saying marry me and come away from this place. Come to my country and my house and let me show you how much I love you and how much I can give to you.
I can't.
Marla, we were drawn together by the miracle of love. It would be a sin to ignore this miracle.
This is madness. Goodbye.
Marla, come back. I won't let you go.
You must.
Never.
Please, don't touch me.
Don't be afraid. Once my arms are around you and our lips have met, you'll see that I'm right. You'll know that we belong together.
Oh, no. No.
Marla, how sweetly the name sounds on my lips. You do love me. Admit it, darling.
You will go away. Today. You will leave the residencia. And you must never return.
Fatalists
believe that the threads of our lives are woven for us long before we embark on life's journey, and that it's useless to struggle against our destinies. But for centuries, the stuff of drama has been fashioned from a man's refusal to accept the inevitable, to fight on, no matter what the odds. George Capewell chose to fight, and we'll be back with the terrifying results of that decision in a few moments. To find love, only to lose it, is an age-old story. But usually the rejected lover knows in his heart why he's been rejected. George Capewell sensed that Marla CEZAR had refused to marry him out of a nameless but genuine fear, a fear which he himself felt hung heavily over the CEZAR household. George Capewell was convinced that if he only could discover the cause of this fear, he could dispel it, and he and Marla would live happily ever after.
As my life and this last will and testament draw near to a close, it becomes ever more difficult for me to find words adequate to describe the anguish and terror I felt more than 40 years ago in the remote and fear-ridden CEZAR Residencia. I remember crossing the courtyard on my way to my room, trying to dam the raging torrent of my thoughts and seeing the sensuous figure of Senora CEZAR dozing contentedly in a favorite spot in the sun. Senora. Senora, I'm sorry to disturb you, but I must talk with you.
Must? Why?
Your daughter has asked me to leave your house.
Why'd you come to me?
I want to know if you want me to go also.
You have done nothing to annoy me. What did you do to annoy her?
I fell in love with her and asked her to marry me.
Marla's a very pretty girl. Very pretty.
I know she loves me, and yet she asked me to leave. She has some reason for wanting me to go away, and, well, it occurred to me that maybe the reason concerns you.
I took care of Marla when she needed me. Now she's a grown woman. She can do as she pleases.
What was it that made those hellish sounds the other night?
Sounds? What sounds?
Well, surely you must remember it. It was the night of the black wind, and the cries and the screams of pain came from the throat of some animal or some human that was undergoing torment. They shook the house.
I heard nothing, but then I sleep very soundly.
She was lying, of course. I reached my room in a black rage and found a note in Marla's handwriting. I took it to the window to read. The words are seared into my brain. It read, "If you have any feeling for me, any love for Marla, go from here today. I beg of you, go." Almost insane with rage, I slammed my fist through the window. The pain and the blood flowing from my arm brought me partially to my senses. I tried to stem the flow of blood, but the cut was too deep. Through the shattered window, I saw the Senora. I ran down the stairs to the courtyard and approached her, holding out my arm. Senora, as you can see, I've cut myself rather badly. Could you help me stop the bleeding? Senora, what are you doing? Senora! For God's sake, stop it!
Get out of his arms! Get her hair! Pull for the love of God!
I lost consciousness and remember waking up in bed in my room with Marla kneeling by my bedside.
Oh, my love, my love. Dear, precious heart, I should have sent you away long ago, but I didn't have the strength.
Don't cry, Marla. Darling, and don't blame yourself.
I have done as you asked, sister. and brought the carriage in front. Will he be able to travel?
He must, Felipe. You know that.
No. You think that now I'd go away and leave you with...
My mother. Can you sit up?
Of course I can. Oh!
He cannot walk. I will have to carry him.
No. I can't leave you here. It's dangerous.
I have lived here all my life.
Now that there are no longer any secrets between us, you must come with me.
Felipe, he must have a doctor. Take him where there will be no questions asked, and he can be attended to.
Where am I? What place is this? Marla? Where's Marla?
Good sir. Easy, my son.
Father Ramon, what are you doing here?
Praying for you, my son.
Yes, but what is this place? How long have I been here?
July in the house of the Tegendama family. In the old days, they belonged to the CEZAR estate. They still feel loyalty to the CEZAR family. You have been here 3 days.
Yes, but who brought me here?
Philippi bore you, aided by one of the Tegendama sons.
And my wounds? Marla cared for them?
Only at first. Your cuts were too serious, so we sent for your doctor.
Cuts?
You put your hands through a glass window, did you not?
Sir, you know that I'm not asking this question out of idle curiosity. What of the CEZAR family? What are they?
Hey, an unfortunate example of a declining race. Once rich and mighty, they are now poor and neglected.
But not by you. You visit Marla often. I've seen you.
Yes. The senorita is well informed.
And her mother? You do not visit her?
No.
Is she insane?
I can only answer that according to my belief. She is not, or was not. Oh, when she was young, she was wild, but she was surely sane.
You know I love Marla.
I know.
Then you will help me see her?
No.
Why not?
Such a meeting will only bring pain to you both.
It could also bring happiness.
How could that come about?
I propose to marry her and take her away from here, from the evil influences that pollute the residencia. This strain, or whatever it is, may live only in the place where it was born. If Marla were to be removed from this place with a man who loved her devotedly, wouldn't there be a chance?
I do not know. But in a matter of this kind, I would trust the judgment of the senorita.
Will you take her a message?
Before I answer that, I must tell you what the people of these parts believe about Marla's father. Marla's father was a good friend of the head of the house you are in now, the Tegendama house. One day he and his friend delivered some packages to the residencia. The friend met Marla's mother, then a young woman, and immediately fell in love. All the villagers knew it and warned him, but he could talk and think of nothing but the woman.
The way I feel about Marla.
Yes, my son, but with a difference. In wintertime there are terrible storms upon the mountain, and the passes become dangerous. On this one night, Francisco Tegendama and his friend found themselves on the pass before the residencia. It was a wild night with snow and wind. And now I use the words of Francisco, who swears that Marla's mother came out upon the gallery with a lamp in her hand and called to them. Francisco says there was death that night on the mountains. But he felt there was worse inside the house.
And did they go in?
Francisco's friend did. But Francisco wouldn't. He says that he even went down on his knees in the snow and begged his friend not to enter. But to no avail.
Well, what happened?
Heaven knows. The man was never seen again.
Will you tell Marla I must see her?
I will, my son. I promise. But still, she may not come.
You both know me. Tell her that unless she comes to me, I will go to her. I will return to the Residencia.
It was wrong of you to send me that message with Father Ramon.
I wanted to see you to tell you that nothing matters. If you will not go away with me, I will stay here with you. I ask nothing. I love you.
Dearest, I know you love me, but listen. I wish with all my heart that I did not have to tell you these things. I prayed, oh, how I prayed that you would leave without seeing me or asking for me. But my prayers were not answered. I must teach you to see me for what I am, for what I may become.
Not you, Marla. I know your beauty not from your face, but from your soul.
Give me your hand. There. I place it against my heart. You feel the very beat of life. It only moves for you. It is yours.
But then why are you...
But it is mine. Think how affected you were by the portrait that hung in your bedroom. You remember that painting.
Yes, every line, every feature.
The woman who sat for it died years ago, and she did evil in her lifetime. Now recall the painting and look closely at me. And what do you see?
I see the beautiful girl I love.
But you also see that my eyes and my hair, the lines of my body, they're exactly the same as the portrait.
But the mouth is different. Your lovely mouth reveals only sweetness. The mouth in the portrait showed cruelty. Forget your family and be my wife.
You ask me to forget my family. Can't you see that no gesture I make, no tone in my voice, nor any glance from my eyes is wholly mine?
Yours and yours alone. It's you I love.
You think I can escape my heritage?
Of course.
And I tell you, my love, that the hands of the dead are in my bosom. They move me. They guide me.
Marla, I love you and not shadows from the past.
Shadows? Shadows bearing the weight of centuries. 800 years ago, my fathers ruled all of this province. They were wise, cunning, and cruel. Their flags led in war. The king called them cousin.
In what you tell me, there's nothing of which to be ashamed, nothing to fear.
There came the change. My ancestors began to go down. Their minds fell asleep. Their passions awoke in gusts. Beauty was still handed down, but no longer guided by humanity. The seed passed on. It was wrapped in flesh. The flesh covered the bones, but they were the bones and the flesh of brutes. And their mind was as the mind of flies.
Oh, you've lived too long with this. Too long in that house. Too long with the portraits and the books I saw in your study.
You also saw Felipe and my mother. So you have seen for yourself how the wheel has gone backward with my doomed race.
But you overlook one thing, me. My heritage, my blood, my ancestors. I feel to be strong enough to...
And if they don't? You ask me to hand down this cursed vessel of humanity, charge it with fresh life as with fresh poison. Never.
I ask you to love me.
I already do. And that's why we shall never meet again. Even now, the people in this village are beginning to speak of your love for me, and they will not have it. Every day that you linger here increases your peril.
I'm not afraid.
I have given my vow. My vow that my race shall walk the earth no more. I shall be the last. I must go.
Wait, Marla, please.
You heard. I must go. 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 I must go And you know I must go swiftly. Remember me as the woman who sent you away and yet would have longed to keep you forever. The girl who had no dearer hope than to forget you. And no greater fear than to be forgotten.
Marla. Come back.
Now I can lay down my pen. My tale is told, and it answers the question I evaded for so long. Why I never married. Whether what I've written here is believed or disbelieved is of no importance. What is important is that I proved one fear of my beloved Marla to be groundless. Her fear that she would be forgotten.
Like George Capewell, I ask for neither belief nor disbelief. The pages of history are filled with the names of people who were burned at the stake because a lot of other people believed they were witches. Therefore, I must add a fact which George Capewell omitted. A few months after he returned to his home in America, the newspapers reported the destruction by fire of an ancient residencia in Spain belonging to the CEZAR family. I'll be back shortly. It is widely believed that love conquers all. What puzzles me is why this belief is so universal when our literature abounds in stories proving the exact opposite. My fancy is that we want to believe in the conquering power of love and goodness to balance our beliefs in the bad dreams of demons and destruction that at times haunt us all. Our cast included Richard Kiley, Roberta Maxwell, Ann Petoniak, Bob Caliban, and Ian Martin. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Jones. Is that his real name?
That's what he told me. I think you said Jones.
Don't you know?
Oh, it's none of my business. He says his name is Jones. As far as I'm concerned, his name is Jones.
Well, tell you Jones to stop staring at me.
No, I don't think he's staring at you, Mr. Maitland. Look, what if he is? It don't mean nothing.
That's what you think. He's getting up.
Occasional beer is all he drinks.
He's coming over here.
Now, Mr. Maitland, come on.
He thinks he's going to start anything.
He wouldn't do that.
Well, how do you know? You don't even know him.
Excuse me.
Mr. Jones.
Get him away from me.
I was wondering if you'd care
Get
to
him away.
Have a drink.
No, Mr. Jones,
You
come on.
dirty little punk.
I just want to
tell me. I know what you want. I know all about you.
Please.
Disgusting.
Let go of me.
Mr. Maitland, come on. Come on, break it
I
up.
want to kill you.
Please.
You don't deserve to live.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Sign-Off, the sinus medicines, and Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
WOR Mystery Theater was also brought to you in part by ShopRite Supermarkets, where you get a lot more for a little less. The preceding program was furnished by CBS Radio.
And now, Mystery Theater.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Most people look upon their own everyday lives as being routine.
without much excitement. But that shouldn't stop anyone from having an active imagination. This is why we make our escape from the humdrum with stories of adventure, mystery, and murder. Another mental activity most people enjoy is fitting together the pieces of a puzzle. The stranger the shapes, the more challenging that puzzle becomes. Our present puzzle concerns a young man who is called upon to use all his wits in figuring out the whereabouts of a string of deadly pearls.
Now, it's absolutely essential, Keith, that you understand the importance of this assignment.
I believe I do, sir.
If those pearls aren't recovered, and recovered soon, it's an established fact that someone else will die.
I understand.
And no matter what happens, no one on that island must have any idea who you really are or what you're doing there.
Check.
You better be a good actor.
I think I can manage that. What do I have to lose?
You could lose your life.
Our mystery drama, The Deadly Pearls, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elizabeth Pennell and stars Paul Hecht and Kate Reed. Although the FBI and the Honolulu police were in on the case, because of certain peculiar circumstances, it was important that the criminal be apprehended by a private investigator. This hazardous assignment went to Keith Spencer, a young man who had proved his physical courage in wartime service. But other qualifications were required for the job, as explained when Keith had his final briefing in San Francisco with the head of the Gordon Investigating Service.
Afraid we've given you a rough time these past few days.
Oh, I didn't mind, sir. Only I am anxious to get going.
You do type, don't you?
Oh, sure.
Well, I'm afraid you'll have to prove it, so let's do two things at once. Take over this typewriter, and I'll dictate some paragraphs.
Okay, shoot.
I, Keith Spencer, am unmarried, with no living relatives, and no dependents. From this day forward, and until the completion of this assignment, I have assumed the identity of Robert Keith Ryder, and under no circumstances will I reveal my true identity.
Is that all?
Yeah, if you'll sign it.
Sure, got a pen?
Here. Oh, I suppose you should have signed a statement about your ability to play bridge.
What?
You did assure us that you play at least an average game of contract.
Well, sure, but I didn't realize it was all that important.
It could be crucial. Our three suspects are avid bridge players, when they can find a fourth.
Okay. Now, before I leave, let's go over the basic facts once more.
All right. The missing pearls were cultured. A single strand, about 24 inches long.
So they'd hang down about 12 inches if someone was wearing them. They don't sound very spectacular.
Yeah, but they are. Jonathan Kohlmeyer, who bought them, was a partner in a watch company which made radium dials. And somehow he managed to have the pearls treated with radium so they would glow in the dark.
When he first thought up this scheme, did he have an ulterior motive?
Who knows? It was what happened later that we care about.
And you don't think he started out as a murderer?
Well, that's beside the point. He became one. And when he found out how easy it was, he did it again, 3 times.
Now, clue me in. Who did he bump off first?
The first woman he gave the pearls to was said to be very frail. When she died in an accident, Kohlmeyer was in a state of shock. So no one accused him of complicity in her death.
Yeah, but apparently he did retrieve whatever presents he'd given her.
Oh, yeah. He was that type. Then he got married. He gave the pearls to his bride, who wore them constantly. She loved that string of pearls.
How long did she last?
Radium can be a slow death. But it caught up with her after a while, and when she was dying, the doctors suspected radium poisoning.
So why didn't they nail her husband right then?
It never occurred to anyone to suspect the pearls.
How could any smart murderer pull the same stunt again?
He fell in love with a young and brainless beauty. Must have really liked her because he didn't give her the pearls for a long time. Not till he retired and they moved to Hawaii.
What did she do to deserve such a present?
Started playing around with another man. That did it. Kohlmeyer gave her the pearls. She moved out, went off with the pearls and her new boyfriend to a scarcely inhabited island, a small one, well offshore from Oahu. And when she developed an unexplained malady, the boyfriend left her.
Big-hearted guy.
Well, after her death, there was an autopsy. And this time, no question. Radium poisoning.
Now, why didn't the police move in and confiscate the pearls?
There were no pearls to be found.
Now, isn't it possible that Kohlmeyer had been there and gotten them?
No way. Kohlmeyer committed suicide without returning to the island.
Without a confession about what he'd done?
Good Lord, no. He was a respected businessman.
Now, you think the pearls are still on the island?
We're sure of it. But more than that, Keith, we've narrowed down to 3 people who lived nearest the cottage where the last victim died.
So my job, then, is to make friends with these 3 people and find out quietly which one of them has the deadly pearls.
Well, you make it sound too easy. Each of these people is highly eccentric. The few people who come and go from that island are under constant surveillance.
Including me.
Naturally. The pearls were usually kept in a narrow box. It looked like an ordinary jeweler's box, but it was made of lead.
Protection against the radium, of course. Means it would be heavier than most boxes that size.
Well, that makes it seem more elegant. The box is covered with purple velvet and lined with satin.
How original.
I know. It won't look much different from any jewel box you've ever seen.
I can't help thinking how useful a Geiger counter would be.
That's totally out of the question. When you bring a Geiger near a suspected object, it starts ticking.
Sure, I know. No gadgets to make life easier.
Just your own ingenuity. And it better be damn good. Well, there's not much more I can say, except to wish you luck.
I did my homework, and the more I read about those 3 characters on the island, the more curious I was to meet them. The Honolulu police cleared me, and then I was completely on my own with a photograph of the cottage and a map that showed how to find it. I was given a putt-putt stocked with a supply of canned goods, stowed the typewriter and duffel bag, and at last I was off. It was a cloudless day, and I found the beaching cove on the island without any trouble. You couldn't see the cottage from the beach, but I knew how to follow directions. Lugging my big canvas bag, I headed up a steep and winding path. And there it was, a neat, modern cottage with an enormous deck from which there must be quite a spectacular view. But I had a spectacular view myself just then, because on that deck was a dazzling blonde, obviously sunbathing. She sprang to her feet in all her glory, and I would have been speechless, except I knew I couldn't be.
Who the hell are you?
This is the Kohlmeyer cottage, isn't it?
What business is that of yours?
I'm the new tenant.
This place is not for rent.
No, that's right, not anymore. I've signed the papers. It's mine, for at least a year.
Who are you?
Oh, I'm sorry. How rude of me not to introduce myself. I'm Robert Keith, a writer in search of a quiet place to hang a typewriter.
I don't believe you. The last thing we need around here is a writer.
Lady, I am planning to live here.
Not if I can help it.
Okay. I've answered your questions. How about answering one for me? Who are you?
None of your business. Since you claim the house is yours, let's see you open the door.
Just what I was about to do. I understand it takes 2 keys. And here they are. Both of them.
Where'd you get those keys?
Now, do you believe me?
Big deal. You opened the door. And now I know who you are. You're a policeman. They sent you here to spy on us. Well, I'm not going to stand for it. When the supply boat comes around tomorrow, I'll send a message back to my lawyer. No penny anti-flunky is going to be spying on me.
I assure you I'm not
Don't
going to
bother
be...
to unpack your things, Robert Keith, because tomorrow...
really, Miss...
Mrs. Walsh. Mrs. Barbara Walsh. And you'll find that I have protection against people like you.
The gorgeously suntanned Mrs. Walsh slipped her feet into sandals, picked up her beach towel from the deck, and started along the path which led from the north side of the cottage. You must understand that during our entire conversation, Barbara Walsh was completely in the buff. No bikini. Nothing. Except around her neck and dangling in long loops over her well-formed body. Not pearls, but necklaces made of those decorative native seeds strung together. Ropes and ropes of them.
Robert Keith may have thought he was prepared for anything, but this introduction to his new home was an unsettling experience he hadn't counted on. He has now had a most revealing look at one of the three suspects. We'll be there for his encounter with the others when we return shortly with Act Two. Robert Keith found the cottage very much to his liking. He had expected something rather dark and sinister, but one wall of the living room had a big picture window, and in the bedroom there was a slanting skylight directly over the bed. It was certainly no place to hide, and Keith realized that whatever he did could be watched at close range, if anyone cared about what he was doing. He spent the first evening getting settled, and after a late supper of canned goods, he turned in for the night. At about 3 o'clock in the morning, he was sleeping soundly when...
What the devil?
Hey, who's out there? Well, bless my soul.
Hey, would you mind pointing that gun in another direction?
Not until I find out what you're up to.
Now, look, I was sound asleep. I'm living here.
No one lives in this house. Put up your hands.
Now, put down your gun, would you, sir?
Sir, I'm a man of honor. Colonel George Madison's the name, Army retired. And no one sets foot on this island without reporting to me.
Yeah, well, I was sorry. I didn't know that, Colonel. And if you'll come in, I'll show you my credentials. What the hell's that? Is there someone else out there?
No. Wait a minute. I'll check you out later. Right now, I recommend you go back to bed. Oh. There's a wild boar under the deck, and I aim to get him.
When the sun came up, it was another cloudless day. And after breakfast, I decided to pay a visit. Not eager to encounter either the gun-happy colonel or the wild-eyed lady with no clothes, it seemed wise to seek a formal introduction to the third island resident. The path to her property was overgrown with luxuriant shrubbery, but it opened up into an area dotted with palm trees surrounding a small stone house. Squatting in the midst of a flower bed was a gnome of a woman wearing one of those loose garments the Hawaiians call muumuus.
I wondered when you were coming.
You were expecting me?
Of course. You're the writer who's moved into the death cottage.
Moved into the what?
Well, surely the rental agent told you that the 3 former tenants died there.
I think you're just trying to frighten me, but I don't scare easily.
You're very sure of yourself, aren't you, Mr. Keith?
Oh, you know my name. Well, since we're going to be neighbors, perhaps you'll tell me...
I'm Nora Babcock. And if you'll help me up, we'll go to my porch where the coffee's perking.
I assisted Miss Babcock to her feet. The aging body was stooped and slow-moving, and her hands were badly crippled, yet she used them capably to pour the coffee when we were seated at a wicker table on her porch.
Oh, yes, Mr. Keith. I've lived on this island for a long time. That house was just a shack when the poor man, a writer like yourself, was stabbed to death in a ghastly pool of blood. The cottage was rebuilt before an unfortunate woman was strangled there. And then it was fixed up with all that glass to let the sun in. But nothing could save the last dear lady who simply wasted away.
Well, here's hoping I'll have better luck.
That depends. When were you born, Mr. Keith?
You mean what year?
No. The date. The day. The hour.
Oh, I was born in August. 14th of August.
Oh.
You sound disappointed.
You certainly don't look like Leo. The lion. And I would have thought that a writer... but no matter. There may be other factors. You belong to the northern sign of the zodiac. The middle point of the magnet of the fire triplicity.
Is that a fact?
Oh, you'd better not laugh at me, Mr. Keith. I'll tell you right now that you and I are destined to be enemies. You belong with Sagittarius, Libra, or Aries.
Oh, come on, Miss Babcock. I'm really not so bad. Now tell me about your sign.
I'm Gemini, the positive people of the air triplicity.
You mean air and fire don't mix?
Dangerously, Mr. Keith, very dangerously. Your sign is governed by the sun, and your gems are carnelian and sardonyx.
Well, I wouldn't know a sardonyx if I stumbled over one.
My governing planet is Mercury. Emeralds, moonstones, and pearls are my sign. And I have a very special affinity for pearls.
Mrs. Walsh had obviously passed along word of my arrival, which was why the colonel had come trying to flush me out, and the reason Miss Babcock knew my name and occupation. So, that afternoon, I became a spy, hidden in the underbrush with binoculars trained on the three of them walking along the beach. I was darn sure they were planning some strategy to get me evicted. Then, Colonel Madison left the two ladies and headed up the trail toward my house. I went quickly to the typewriter and pretended to be busily at work.
Hello there, Mr. Keith. I hope I'm not disturbing you. Beautiful day, isn't it?
Yes, that it is. How are you, Colonel?
No, couldn't be better. Say, I'm sorry about last night. Wouldn't want you to think we're not hospitable around here. Do you mind if I sit down?
No, please do. I was beginning to feel like an outcast.
I gather you've met the ladies.
Yes, they didn't exactly give me a warm welcome.
Oh, pay no attention. Batty old Babcock won't be a problem. She's usually off in outer space, talking to the stars.
I gather she's hipped on astrology.
Oh, mad as a hatter, even though she does play a good game of bridge. You say you're also acquainted with Barbara Walsh?
If you mean, have I had a good look at her, you're darn right.
Stunning, isn't she?
You said it. Well, look, tell me, Colonel, what's a woman like that doing all by herself way out here?
Oh, but if this were a British colony, I'd say she's a remittance woman.
She's being paid to stay away?
Yeah, being paid very well. The big man in her life is a mafia type. They nabbed him. My guess is the family's afraid she'll talk unless she's kept well out of the way until he's released from jail.
What's he in for?
Oh, drug traffic, I think. I don't know. Dealing in stolen goods. Let's talk about you, Mr. Keith. You writer fellows interest me. What's your special subject?
I'm a novelist, science fiction sometimes, but mostly light stuff.
Know anything about pearls?
No, not much.
How'd you like to come over to the other side of the island and watch the pearl divers?
Pearl divers? Here?
Oh, well, it's not like Ceylon or the Sulu Sea, but they go through the motions here twice a week during the season. Occasionally they come up with a creditable pearl. Come along if you want to.
Well, I'd like that very much.
Fine. Oh, wear some stout walking shoes, and I'll pick you up in about an hour.
The colonel arrived in his old army uniform carrying a sturdy walking stick. We started off on a barely marked trail, and I marveled at the beauty of the place with its lush flowers and brightly colored birds.
Not that way, Mr. Keith. We take a sharp turn over here. Go up the hill.
Well, just a minute. This island must be more populated than I thought. I hear music.
Oh, that's just Barbara Walsh with her radio going. She has it on all day long. That or her stereo. Come along. Get ready for a steep climb.
The path went straight up, and I had to scramble to keep the colonel from getting too far ahead. But quite suddenly, all the lush greenery ended, and we came out on a rocky promontory overlooking the sea.
We made it.
That's quite a view.
Now, you see those small boats way out there?
Yeah?
Those are the oyster fishermen. The flat-bottomed boats are dragging nets.
Uh-huh.
And from those kayak-looking things, you may be able to see the young men diving.
Won't they come closer to shore?
No, not much closer. It's too treacherous for the tides are running as high as they are today. Go on. Out on that big rock so you can get a better look.
Is it steady?
Oh, like Gibraltar. Go on, Mr. Keith, out further. Don't be afraid. Watch your step, Mr. Keith.
Hey!
Oh, merciful heavens.
Help me, Colonel! Help me!
Hang on, Keith, hang on.
I'm trying to get a foothold.
Here. Grab my walking stick.
I grabbed the stick because I had to, even though I knew it was the same stick that had been pushed into the middle of my back just a moment before.
I'll say you're a brave man, Keith. I like the way you handled yourself back there on the rocks.
I wouldn't say I had much alternative.
It was all the fault of your shoes, Mr. Keith. That's what it was. I warned you to wear walking shoes. I say, Mr. Keith, why don't we stop by to see Barbara?
Right now?
Why not? We need a drink. And she has a good liquor supply.
Oh, I think I better get back and tend to these scratches. Just take a look at my clothes. I'm in no condition to go visiting.
Well, as you wish. I'll leave you then at the foot of this hill. And, yes, I've been meaning to ask you, Keith. Do you play bridge?
Well, I'm not the world's best, but yes, I play.
Oh, splendid.
I'm rather out of practice.
Well, heavens knows, so are we. Well, let's say my house, Friday evening. Come for supper, around 7.
Well, thank you.
Dear me, Mr. Keith, you did get scratched up. Your hands are still bleeding. Perhaps I should go with you.
I'll be all right.
Yes. Well, I'm off then to tell the ladies the good news.
Good news?
Well, yes. The good news that we found a new bridge partner. And I might as well warn you to bring a fat wallet. Our stakes are high.
After a shower and some soothing applications of witch hazel and ointments, I rested on the big bed under the skylight. The front door was wide open for the benefit of a magnificent sea breeze. Suddenly I was on the alert. Someone was on the steps leading to the deck. Then there were slow, heavy footfalls and the tap of a cane.
Mr. Keith? Mr. Keith? Are you all right?
Oh, why, hello, Miss Babcock. Yes, come in.
Oh, I heard you'd had an accident, and I thought you might not be able to fix your own supper. So I've brought you some nice oyster stew.
Oh, well, that's very thoughtful of you.
There. It's one of my specialties. Just warm it up.
Oh, thank you very much. Sit down. Won't you share the stew with me?
No. I've had my dinner. Let me see your injuries.
They're nothing but scratches. I was lucky.
Could be serious. And you are not lucky, Mr. Keith. I looked at the stars last night, and the heavens do not bode well for anyone born under the sign of Leo.
But you see me alive and well. I could have crashed all the way down those rocks and into the sea.
Look out for more danger ahead. That was simply the first warning.
Miss Babcock knew what she was talking about, and it had nothing to do with the stars. I heated the oyster stew, and it was delicious. In fact, the best I've ever tasted. But about an hour later, I began to feel drained of all energy. I thought it was just a reaction from a rather strenuous day and decided the best thing to do was go to bed and sleep it off. It was a tremendous effort to get undressed, but I managed to drag myself, partially clothed, onto the big bed. In a prone position, I felt as though I were being suffocated, and panic was setting in. I'd been poisoned, and no one was going to save my life this time unless I did it for myself. Literally, I crawled into the bathroom for the well-stocked medicine kit. Yes, I was prepared with antidotes for poison, but time was too short to figure out which one would be appropriate. By now, my hands and feet were growing numb, and breathing was getting more and more difficult. I mixed up a heavy pink liquid in a glass of water, and just before blacking out, I was very, very sick. When I came to, I was lying on the bathroom floor, weak
but grateful to find I was still alive. Very slowly, I got to my feet and staggered toward the bedroom, hoping at last to sleep off the effects of whatever had been in that poisonous stew. But my whole body sagged, and I knew I'd never make the bed, so I eased myself down on a narrow couch in the living room and fell instantly into a heavy slumber. Once again, it must have been about 3 o'clock in the morning when there was a sound which would have awakened the dead. The skylight in the bedroom, backed flat against the wall. I waited for minutes that seemed like an eternity. No movement. Absolute silence. So I crept into the next room, armed with a flashlight, and cupping the beam, examined the bed. It was a mass of shattered glass. In the darkness once more, I moved stealthily to the front door, opened it without a sound, and stared into total blackness. Slowly I raised the flashlight and then snapped it on full beam. Pointing straight down the path, facing directly toward me, stood the statuesque Mrs. Barbara Walsh, fully clothed in a long, dark kimono. And over her breasts hung a necklace of gems which burst into life like 4th of July sparklers.
I must warn you not to jump to conclusions. If you imagine that Mrs. Walsh was wearing the stolen pearls, think again. Diamonds are the jewels that glitter when exposed to light. A pearl is sometimes a gem of great value, but it is not a precious stone. And one can scarcely say that pearls sparkle, while radium, remember the dial on your watch or bedside clock? Radium glows in the dark. We'll be back shortly with Act 3. Mercifully for Robert Keith, the next 2 nights and 3 days were totally uneventful. He dozed in the sun, occasionally pecked at the typewriter, and did a great deal of thinking. Keith looked forward eagerly to the evening of bridge, and as he approached the colonel's house for the first time, he found a charming, sprawling building with a table set out of doors on what the Hawaiians call a lanai. He was glad he had purchased a colorful sports shirt in Honolulu, although it paled beside the one Colonel Madison was wearing over his white slacks. Even Miss Babcock looked festive in her flowered muumuu.
Hi.
Ah, welcome, my boy, welcome.
You're looking much better, Mr. Keith.
Quite recovered, thank you. This island air will cure anything.
Anything but my arthritis. Where's Barbara?
Oh, always late. I suspect she's getting herself decked out, ready for the kill.
Oh, you expressed things so aptly, Colonel. If it's like old times, Barbara will come prepared for murder at the bridge table. Oh, I'm speaking...
Hello, everybody.
Oh, Barbara. Well, you've outdone yourself. Hey, dazzling. Simply dazzling.
Oh, Colonel. And, Nora, dear.
I believe you've met Mr. Keith.
My lawyer has verified that he exists.
Well, I'm glad to hear that.
Mr. Keith, you may have the right to live on this island, but that doesn't mean that I have to love my neighbor.
No, Barbara.
However, since we have so little opportunity for social occasions, I propose we declare an armed truce.
But I'm not at war with you, Mrs. Walsh.
Speak for yourself. Peace for the evening.
Dinner began with oysters on the half shell. 6 enormous oysters for each of us.
And I shall be interested in your opinion of these, Keith. Delivered by my favorite fisherman, fresh from the beds this morning.
Colonel, look. My horoscope said this would be a lucky day.
Well, bless my soul.
Oh, Nora has nothing on me. I found one, too. But I suspect you, Colonel. Come on, confess.
All right, I confess. Party favors. There's a pearl in every oyster shell.
You rogue. I must say this is rather a good one. Nice sheen.
Oh, I love them. Every one. They feel so good.
I thought the surprise was just for the ladies, but I see you've included me. Very pretty, Colonel.
Well, let that be the beginning of your collection. I hope you won't mind if some of them are already pierced.
You mean a pearl like this one has been removed from a string?
Yes, that's right. Part of my hobby. I seldom find a string that meets my standards for matching, so I rematch them and mix them. But come, let's finish our dinner so we can get on to the battle.
Afraid I'll have to pass.
I say 3 no trump.
Well, 4 hearts.
5 no trump.
Barbara, do you have a ring on every finger?
Only on 8.
Oh, I wish I could wear them. But my poor crippled
Oh,
hands.
shut up, Nora. You're just trying to distract me. I have a contract to make.
It was a cutthroat game, no question about it. Only, strangely, we were quite evenly matched. We played 3 rubbers, so I had my chance with each one as a partner. By this time, we were on a first-name basis.
Well, that's it. And as usual, top honors go to the ladies. In points, let's see. Barbara's first, then Nora, followed by Bob, and as is proper for a gracious host, I'm last. It'll take a minute to figure out who owes what here.
I think the prize should go to Robert and me for that last small slam. I wouldn't have dreamed that a Leo and Gemini could work so well together. And tell me, Robert, never Bob. Isn't there some way you could find out the hour of your birth?
What rubbish.
Well, if it would please you, Miss Nora, I suppose I could write and ask my mother.
Well, you do that. It's very important.
Oh, Nora.
Speaking of my mother, you've all given me a very good idea. Look, I'd like to send her a present.
A present for your mother?
You'll think I'm sentimental, but many years ago, my dad gave her a string of pearls as an anniversary present, and, well, they were her greatest treasure. Dad's been dead a long time now, and she was heartbroken when the pearls were stolen from her New York apartment.
Oh, well, say no more. I'll fix you up. How much do you want to pay?
Oh, now, just a minute, Colonel. I'm afraid you deal in merchandise that's too rich for my blood. I'm talking about a simple string of cultured pearls.
Couple of $100?
Now you're on the right track.
Ridiculous.
Excuse me, everybody, but I'm very tired. Time to go home.
Well, I'll be happy to escort the ladies.
Don't bother with me. Perhaps you're not aware that I spend most of every night wandering around the island alone.
Oh, go with them, Barbara. Well, you'll have to help me with the dishes.
That does it.
Walking with Nora Babcock was a tortuous business, and I had a feeling she was in pain every step of the way. And we lost sight of Barbara, although she had an unsettling trick of appearing on the path, sometimes in front of us, sometimes behind. When we reached the door of Nora's house...
She's out there somewhere, and I don't want her to hear. If you'll come to my house tomorrow afternoon, I'd like to talk to you about those pearls for your mother.
Fine. What time?
Around 2:00.
Okay, be seeing you. Good night.
And now you may have the pleasure of seeing me home.
Oh, yeah, this is a pleasure and a surprise.
You want to know what I have against you, don't you?
I am curious.
Well, come to my house for a nightcap, and I'll tell you. What do you think of my pad?
Exotic luxury.
You writers have a way with words. But you don't fit the pattern.
And what pattern is that?
Novelists, I despise them.
Oh, come on. We're no different from anyone else.
My husband was. A woman hater who wrote about women and knew nothing about them. Oh, that man crucified me in his books. I know, you're different. I could tell from the way you talked about your mother. Come over here. Sit on the couch. That's better. Hold my hand. You know, it's been frightfully dull around here.
Pretty hands. But don't your fingers get tired under all those rocks?
Take the rings off. It'll make you feel any more comfortable.
The Let's see. Rubies, diamonds, sapphires. Suppose you'd never stoop to wearing something as simple as a pearl.
On the contrary, my most prized possession, I own a string of priceless pearls. Over there in that velvet box.
May I see them?
I don't put them on display for just anybody. If you're a good boy, I'll show them to you. Here, let me freshen your drink.
You have some fascinating things in this room. That Buddha, for instance.
It's carved from jade.
And, are these the pearls?
Put down that box.
Oh, you said you'd show them to me.
But it's locked, and I have to get the key. Oh, yes, Bob. I said I'd show you the pearls. If you're a good boy. And I will. Tomorrow morning. After you spent the night.
When I was having breakfast next morning in the sunshine on my deck, yes, I was alone. I had not spent the night with Barbara Walsh. In my line of work, it has to be business before pleasure. There was no need to accept a bribe. You see, when I picked up that purple velvet jewel box, it was light as a feather. But, as I was saying, while eating breakfast...
Well, good morning. You're a late riser.
Yeah, I went to a big party last night, Colonel. Come on, have a cup of coffee.
I brought you something. Don't pay any attention to the looks of the box. The velvet's worn. It's been around for a while. It's what's inside that counts. I'd be glad to sell you the pearls. Open the box.
Oh, they're beautiful. But these are not the ones we were talking about last night. I mean, this is a double strand. Obviously far more expensive.
I know. They can be sold for several $1,000s someday. But my price to you still stands.
Oh, no, Colonel. I just can't accept it.
My good man, I'm offering you the kind of bargain that comes once in a lifetime.
But it'll never do for my mother. Don't you have something else?
Yes, of course I do. I thought I owed you a favor.
Oh, you owe me nothing. Now, please, Colonel, if you'll let me go to your house, perhaps you could show me another string that would be...
I'll show you nothing right now. Good morning, sir.
The Colonel stomped off, and I knew I would have to change my approach if I wanted to look at his collection. Then I'd think about that later, because my next appointment was with Nora Babcock.
Come in, Robert. Didn't we have a good time last night?
You can be my bridge partner anytime.
That's very sweet. I meant to ask you, how did you like my oyster stew?
Oh, the taste was superb, but...
didn't it help you to go to sleep?
Look, I'll level with you, Miss B. You put something in that stew, didn't you?
Oh, the usual dash of chili sauce and plenty of rich cream.
No. I mean something bad.
I don't understand.
That stew made me deathly ill.
Why, I wanted you to sleep well after your accident, so I did put in a drop or two of my sedative. The kind that helps me. From one of those bottles. Perhaps it shouldn't have been combined with the seafood.
Yeah, perhaps. I thought you were trying to poison me.
How could you have such thoughts about a poor old lady?
I take them all back.
Mm-hmm. When is your mother's birthday?
It's in June. Like yours.
Oh, I knew it. My pearls were a present, and nothing would please me more than giving them to a Gemini.
Oh, that's very generous of you, but
Please, get the pearls for me, Robert. On that cabinet over there.
Okay.
You'll find the box is rather heavy.
You say these pearls were given to you?
Yes. Yes. By the dear lady who lived in your cottage. I took care of her, poor thing. And before she died, she gave me her dearest treasure. Open the box and tell me what you think.
I think they're perfect.
Oh, you don't know the best part. These pearls have a magical quality. Just wait until you see what happens to them at night.
Uh-huh.
Pick them up, examine them.
I like the way they look against the satin.
Oh, how I love them.
Nora, just when do you wear these pearls?
Oh, they're not for wearing. At least not for me. I like to fondle them. And before my hands got so bad, I used them the way the Greeks do. You know, worry beads. I've often taken them to bed with me.
Nora, these hands of yours...
Oh, it's not my hands. You see how hard it is for me to get around.
Yes, I know. Have you been to a doctor?
No use. I have my medicines, though they don't do much good.
I know a fine doctor in Honolulu. I think he can help you. Will you let me take you to him?
Oh, I couldn't let you do that, Robert. It's not in the stars. How many times have I told you? I've been warned never to trust a Leo.
Look, Nora, for reasons I won't trouble you with, and that, of course, I wouldn't want the Colonel or Barbara to know, I'm not the person I've pretended to be. Would it make any difference to you if I told you I was actually born on January the 2nd?
Why, all the difference in the world. I should have known. We were destined to be friends from the very beginning, Mr. Keith.
Yes. Just Keith. That's my real first name.
I'll go with you wherever you want me to go.
Case closed. Miss Babcock's destiny was not written in the stars, even though she went to her grave believing it was. The deadly pearls were taken out of circulation, and Nora Babcock was given the best of care in a hospital, where they did what they could to ease the pain during the short time she had left to live. It was thought best not to shatter her dream, so she never knew that Keith Spencer was an orphan, or that her treasured pearls had been anything but a comfort. I'll be back shortly. Keith Spencer found a good deal more on that island than the missing pearls. He stepped into the lives of 3 people whose philosophies did not agree with his, yet with each he had at least one point of mutual understanding. Our mystery was solved with the apprehension of a victim rather than a culprit. Our cast included Kate Reed, Paul Hecht, Grace Matthews, and Kurt Benson. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. My grandmother was a great one for precepts and proverbs. One of many I remember is, "He that doth what he will, doth not what he ought." That was Grandma's warning against willfulness. The amazing lengths to which perversity can lead you is the extraordinary mystery by Mr. A. Conan Doyle. About to begin.
Edwin, you see before you one of the finest young actors in America. Myself. And I'm getting rich.
Oh, really? You've been acting on the stage in New York?
Not exactly. You see, Edwin, I'm very good at disguises. So I act out a little part. I'm a young Englishman, a college student, what have you, to induce gentlemen of means to play cards with me. Card playing. That's where the money is.
Our mystery drama, The Cabinet of the Unsolved, is adapted from a story by Conan Doyle, especially for the Mystery Theater by G. Frederick Lewis, and stars Robert Dryden. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and True Value Hardware Stores. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Yes, will is the cause of woe. Perversity, pig-headedness, obstinacy, all these principles of evil can lead a young man down a path from which there is no turning or returning. We are all born into this world the same way, but the roads we choose are too often our undoing, to which Inspector John Hilliard of Scotland Yard can well testify.
There is a display cabinet at the yard marked Unsolved. In it are items of clothing, weapons, empty bottles of poison, a parasol, even a pocket Bible. Evidence still insufficient to bring the guilty of various crimes to justice. I had in my hand a letter just received, which at long last might be the key to solving the Manchester Express murder, a case which began in London's Euston Station at 4:30 one blustery March afternoon.
Are you taking a Manchester Express, sir?
Yes, we are. First-class coach, please. Are you the train guard?
I am. If you and your lady will follow me, I'll find your compartment.
Oh, one that is empty, if you please. My wife doesn't wish to be disturbed during the journey.
I will if I can. But the 5 o'clock in Manchester is generally crowded. Hey, here we are. Hey, let's try this compartment door, shall we? Oh. I'm sorry, sir. I'm looking for a vacant compartment for this lady and gentleman.
That was a smoking compartment. That man in there was smoking a cigar. The lady cannot abide smoking.
We'll give it another try. If we have to look sharp, the train's about to leave. Ah, this one is vacant, sir. May I hand you up your Gladstone bag?
No, never mind.
Well, in you go, madam. You'll have the entire compartment to yourselves. Now, you, sir. You sure you don't want a hand with that bag?
I said no. Now shut the door.
Mopey! The station is Mopey.
Hey, thank you, Em. The train's 5 minutes late.
We'll make it up before she pulls into Manchester.
I say there, do you know that one of your compartment doors is open? Right behind you there. One in first class.
Huh? Did someone just get off?
Not at all. This door was open when you rose rolling in. Here, let's have a look, huh?
That's strange. There was a man with a cigar in here, Houston.
Nobody in here now.
A short, red-faced man with a black beard smoking a big cigar. Oh, that's why I put the gentleman and lady in the next compartment.
Oh, let's ask them. Perhaps they know something.
Oh, my Lord. Will you look at this?
Is he dead?
There's a hole where the heart is. A bullet hole, I warn you.
Lying there. Such a young fellow. Did he get on at Euston?
Oh, not to my knowledge. I've never seen this unfortunate young man before. As I say, I know I put a gentleman and a lady in his compartment.
Are you quite sure, Jim? A lady?
Well, look up there over your head. What do you say?
Lady's parasol.
Well, you're taller than I am. Would you reach it down from the luggage rack? Oh, yes. That's the parasol she was carrying.
Huh. 3 missing persons and a corpse. Oh, I can't let the train go on to Manchester now.
Oh, you're right.
What you going to say, Jim?
Well, not to expect the express to be on time today. And right quick to get on to Scotland Yard.
That was how I got into the case. 3 hours later, I was in Maltby. I identified myself as from Scotland Yard and found Jim Sloan, the Manchester Express train guard. He took me to the scene of the crime.
Well, there's your body, Inspector, here. Just as the Maltby station master and I found it. We haven't touched a thing.
I'd say the bullet penetrated the heart at close range. Death must have been instantaneous. All right, let's have a go through the man's pockets. Oh, goodness. Look at this, Mr. Sloan. 2 gold watches in his waistcoat. Here's another watch in his ticket pocket.
Is there a ticket, Inspector?
I haven't run across it yet. Another watch in the breast pocket. Oh, that's not all. Look here. This leather strap round his left wrist. There's a watch there also. 6 watches.
Oh, I'd venture to say this man was a pickpocket.
That might explain it. On the other hand, no.
No?
These 2 watches are American make. So is this one. They all are. Rochester Watch Company. Mason Watches, Elmira, New York. Well, now we're finding a few interesting items. A small circular mirror. A silver box with matches. 1 brown leather cigar case. I'd say whatever led to the young gentleman's death, the motive was certainly not robbery.
And no railway ticket?
No ticket. And as far as I can see, back of his shirt, inside his jacket, no marking or labels whatsoever. The 2 you put in here, what luggage did they carry on at Euston Station?
In London? Well, let's see, the gentleman carried a large Gladstone, and he was quite definite about not letting me handle it. And the lady, all she had was that parasol there.
Yes, on the seat. Is that where you found it?
No. No, I'm sorry, we did move it. The station master took it down from the luggage rack at my request. I'm sorry about that. Will you be needing me any further, Inspector?
Oh, yes. But I'll have the yard notify the Northern Railway people that I want you to remain here in Maltby. There'll be an inquest, and we shall need your evidence.
Is Inspector Elliot here?
Yes, Coroner Willoughby. We're ready to give evidence at this inquest.
Thank you, Inspector. Will you lead off?
We of the yard have concluded that a crime has been committed. Assault and murder. We found no weapon in the compartment.
Yes. That disposes of any suicide theory.
Quite.
Inspector, we have a report here concerning the weapon used. From the bullet obtained in the deceased, it appears to be of small caliber, fired at fairly close range. Do you confirm this?
Absolutely.
Anything to add, Inspector?
At this point, only pure speculation.
Sir?
The question of how or why 3 passengers could leave a moving train, one of them getting on the train during the run between London and Maltby.
I plan to go into that, Inspector. You may step down, sir. Will the train guard, James Sloan, please step forward?
Yes, sir, Mr. Coroner. Present.
Regarding the inspector's speculation, do you have anything to add?
You mean you'd like me to repeat what I told you before the inquest began?
If you would be so kind.
Well, the Manchester Express does make one very brief stop before Maltby.
And where is that?
At Monmouth. To put on some mail.
And, Mr. Sloan, did you see anyone get on or off the train at Monmouth?
I didn't, but I was fairly occupied loading the mail.
Well, the express make no other stops before you reach Maltby?
No, sir. There's one spot where we slow up between Pettisford and Chelteney. We're making repairs there on the tracks. At that point, we lower our speed to 8-9 miles an hour.
Well, would you say, Mr. Sloan, that at that place it might be possible for a man or even for a particularly active woman to have left the train without serious injury?
Oh, I would say it was possible, yes, sir, Mr. Coroner. Of course, perhaps not unobserved, sir.
Well, who could have seen them?
Well, Pettisford is an hour out of London. We left Houston at 5. That will make it 6-ish. It's possible the railroad gang or plate layers might still have been working there.
Mr. Coroner, may I add something here?
Oh, certainly. You are the station master in Maltby, isn't it so?
Yes, sir. I spoke to the foreman of the railroad gang, but they saw nothing.
Oh, so it's the view of you gentlemen, I take it, that someone might have jumped off the train unseen or jumped on.
Coroner, that is our view as well. At 6 o'clock or so, it is fairly dark this time of year. There's probably an embankment.
Oh, yes, sir. Right along there, sir. A steep embankment.
Which could have served to screen anyone from sight. May I suggest, Coroner, that we recess this hearing until I've had the opportunity to actually walk the distance between... where did you say the two spots were, Sloan?
Pettisford and Chelney.
Oh, yes. It is also quite possible that along that route we may discover the murder weapon. How far have we come, Sloan?
Well, I'd say from down here, Inspector, checking the markers on the tracks up there, we walk a bit over 3 miles. Another mile or so, we'll be at Pettisford.
We've been walking quite the reverse of the direction the express took, right? Going due south.
Oh, yes, Inspector. Where we started walking at Tony is where the Manchester Express again picks up its normal speed. Now, in about 100 yards or so is where the train slows up for the track gang.
Ah, well, we haven't run across them.
Oh, well, no, it's Sunday, sir. Nobody works on Sunday.
So it is. You keeping your eyes open, Sloan?
Indeed I am, sir. If there's a gun lying somewhere along here, it won't escape me.
Wait a minute. What's this?
Oh, it's a pocket Bible, sir.
Well. What's it say inside? Printed by the Bible Society, London. To my beloved Mary on our wedding day. But the date is obscured, smudged. Under that, for Michael from Mary, August 10th, 1865. And then a third inscription, for Edwin from his loving father. No date. All first names. Oh, it's too bad.
Oh, why is that, sir?
This Bible might belong to anybody. No way of identifying to whom it belongs. Oh, well, let's keep on walking.
Well, Inspector, look there. Those marks on that big flat rock.
Sloan, I think you found something.
Is it,
I wouldn't take an oath on it, but those stains are not very old. Someone was badly hurt here. I'd say those marks are blood.
Nothing can be more frustrating to students of sleuthing than mysterious disappearances. Couple that with a corpse that rode a train without a ticket, and you've got reason for a lot of head scratching by Inspector John Hilliard. Does he come up with splinters or solutions? Wait and see when we return with Act 2. Remember the old saying, for want of a nail, the shoe is lost. For want of a shoe, the horse is lost. For want of a horse, the rider is lost. What does that tell us? Don't overlook the tiniest detail. It is that ability to probe and to question that has made Inspector Hilliard his reputation. And sometimes you add up 2 and 2, and 4 is not the answer.
Inspector Hilliard, are you prepared for the resumption of our inquest into murder discovered in a first-class compartment of the Manchester Express?
I am and I am not.
Aren't we being a little cryptic, Inspector?
Coroner Willoughby, we found no identification or manufacturer's labels on the garments worn by the deceased. No papers, some money, a strange small circular mirror, and 6 American pocket watches.
Well, have you any theory how the deceased came to be inside the train compartment and yet apparently not visible when the train guard let in the gentleman and the lady?
Yes, I have. He could have been concealed under the seat, which leads me to the second part of the theory. After the train left Euston Station in London, choosing to remain where he was, possibly the deceased overheard some secrets, which were of such a guilty nature that the man and woman dragged the victim from his hiding place and killed him.
You put the death then down to an accident of meeting?
Not the means. That was quite deliberate. But it is hardly likely the 3 could have met in that compartment by design, since Mr. Sloane, the train guard, was the one who opened the door of the compartment for them. The compartment he had intended them to occupy was taken by a gentleman smoking.
A gentleman who, at this point, is also missing.
Quite.
Inspector Iliad, I understand you've found a pocket Bible and traces of what may be blood on a stone during your examination of the train embankment.
Yes, we have. But so far as I can see at present, there's no connection with your coroner's inquiry here. The small Bible could have been dropped there by anyone, and even if the stains are identified as human, where would that lead us?
I agree. Insufficient evidence to be meaningful to the purposes of this inquest. Anything else?
I'm afraid not at this time.
In view of that, Inspector, we would have no reason to alter or amend the coroner's verdict of murder by a person or persons unknown.
Which brings us up to date. There, right before me, was the yard display cabinet representing crimes unsolved, filled with what the Maltby coroner had said was insufficient evidence to be meaningful. The parasol, the pocket Bible, the small mirror, the watches, the bullet taken from the deceased, but no gun, no fingerprints, no culprit. In short, no case. That is, until this morning, when I received this letter in my hand. Dear gentlemen of Scotland Yard, the last time I was in London, I was particularly fascinated by your display cabinet in the main hallway marked Cases Unsolved. I would imagine the case of the Manchester Express murder.
And whatever evidence you've collected is now in that cabinet. Perhaps after you've read this letter, you can mark that case solved. My people came from England, immigrating to the States in the 1850s, and settled in the town of Rochester, New York, where my father ran a dry goods store. We were only 2 sons, my younger brother, Timothy, and I. On one unfortunate day, out of the blue, my mother was stricken and died. My father, who loved her very much, went to pieces and suffered a stroke. Good morning, Father. How did you sleep?
What time is it? I overslept. In the store.
The doctor said the best thing for you to do is rest and take care of your heart.
My heart. She took it with her when she died. My beloved wife. Edwin, on the window seat is her little testament. The one she used to take to church. Bring it here.
I see it.
I want you to have it, Edwin. Dearest Mary would want you to have it. When we were first married, I gave it to her. Never be without it. Do you promise?
I promise.
Not that you need prayers as much as your brother. That Timothy, that boy. You think you can take care of him?
Of course I can, Father. Now, don't you worry about Timothy. And you remember, he's 10 years younger than I am. And even though he's a senior in high school, I can still take him across my knee if he gets out of line.
That's good. He's a wild boy.
It's really about my younger brother, Timothy, that I'm writing you, gentlemen of Scotland Yard. He barely got through high school by the skin of his teeth. And then suddenly, he left home and went to New York City. My father was never again able to get out of bed. He'd ask about Timothy, and I'd make up stories about what a good job he had in the big city and so on. And then, one night... Timothy! Oh, come on in.
Well, hello, Brother Edwin. I want you to meet my friend, Mac McGuire.
Well, come in, both of you.
Well, thank you. You see, Mac? I told you we'd be welcome. Well, how have you been, Edwin?
Aren't you going to ask after Father?
Of course I will. How is he, by the way?
Well, he's had 2 more heart shocks. I keep him in bed.
Oh, I know how it is. My father had a coronary and passed on when I was quite young.
Ours is still alive, but barely. No. He asks after you every day, Timothy. Of course, he has no idea what you're up to in New York City.
And do you?
Well, I have a pretty good idea.
You sound like I was doing something criminal. Mac and I play cards. That's all we do. We give card-playing lessons. You'd be surprised how much people will pay to learn that they have a lot to learn.
Oh, Timothy.
I want you to know, Edwin. May I call you Edwin?
By all means.
I try to take good care of Timothy here. Believe me, he's almost like a brother to me.
Tell Edwin some of my accomplishments, Mac. Brother Edwin, you see before you one of the finest young actors in America. Myself.
Really? Well, you've been acting on the stage in New York?
Not exactly.
Oh, he is very good at disguises, your brother is. He acts out little parts, pretends to be different people in order to induce gentlemen of means to join in a game of cards.
It's a lot more fun than being a storekeeper, Edwin.
Why did you come back to Rochester?
Oh, just to have a place to rest our weary bones until the heat's off.
Well, some of your card-playing clientele didn't feel they got their money's worth, huh?
Look, Brother Edwin, we didn't come here to be criticized. I don't like the tone of your voice.
Well, let me remind you, Brother Timothy. I'm still 10 years older than you are and a lot heavier. I can still give you one good thrashing. Now, you and Mr. McGuire are welcome to stay here for a time, but I warn you. Try any of your card sharping tricks in this town, and I'll hand you over to the police so fast it'll make your head swim. Brother or no brother? Father wanted to see Timothy, so we went up to his bedroom. I'll say this. It did a lot for him. Timothy was always the favorite. But he and Mac McGuire hadn't been in town a week when I got a call from the police. Timothy had been arrested for passing a forged check.
I said I was sorry, didn't I?
Being sorry isn't good enough, Timothy.
I needed the money. Mac and I had this pigeon all staked out. He was aching for a game, just begging to have his feathers plucked.
Needed a bankroll to cheat someone, and you didn't care how you got it. That's irresponsible, Timothy.
I know I'm unreliable and crazy.
And downright crooked. Now, I've squared it away with the police. The money's being returned. And you're leaving here first thing in the morning.
Where's Mac?
Your good friend? I saw him at the railroad station with his bag. He's smarter than you, Timothy. He's gone.
I promise. I won't do anything like this again.
Well, I hope so. But ever since we were kids together, you've left a trail of broken promises 10 miles long. Now, brother, you are going to do it my way.
What way is that?
I'm afraid just taking you as far as New York isn't far enough. I mean, have you any idea what this would do to Father if he ever found out that his son was almost jailed for passing a bum check?
And I wouldn't like him to find that out.
Well, I guarantee you he's not going to.
I'll straighten out, I promise.
Well, I'm not waiting for that. You're going to do as I say, or I'll take you down to headquarters right now, Tell them I've changed my mind and let them throw the book at you. The next morning, I got a nurse from the hospital to come in and take care of Father. Told my assistant I'd be gone for a few days and to keep the store running. And I brought Timothy down to New York. I had a friend there, an exporter of American watches who needed a representative in England. Now, the idea of going to London appealed to Timothy. He had no trouble in talking himself into the job and agreed to go to London with a full case of samples at 15% commission on all sales. I remained with Timothy in New York until the boat sailed.
Well, there goes the all-ashore signal. Edwin, thanks a lot for everything. I promise you I'm turning over a brand new leaf and become an honest man.
Well, I hope so. And I know Father will be pleased as anything when I tell him you've got yourself a good job.
Now, you take good care of him, will you, Edwin? And I'll do my part. I promise you I'll never again hold a deck of cards in my hand.
Now, don't make any promises you can't keep.
I can.
Wait, over there, by the lifeboats, isn't that... It's McGuire.
Who?
Oh, Mr. McGuire. Mr. McGuire, will you come over here?
Why, of all people, Timothy, what are you doing on this ship?
Well, I'm going to London.
Now, isn't that a coincidence? So am I.
Timothy, you lied. You had no intention of going straight, did you?
Are you going to London also, Edwin?
Now that you mention it, Mr. McGuire, that may not be such a bad idea. Yes, I'll go and find the purser to see if I can share a cabin with my dear brother.
Edwin, are you going to nursemaid me across the Atlantic all the way to London?
It's a toss-up between that, Timothy, or my informing the police that you're on board.
It takes a bit of doing to expose one's brother in the hope you can cure him, save him from himself. A brother is a friend given by nature, to quote the old saying. Let us hope Timothy will believe Edwin is his friend. Or is Timothy's willfulness and crooked bent uncurable? I dread to find out, but find out we shall when I return with Act 3. Oh, where are we? Oh, yes. Standing beside Inspector John Hilliard in front of a display in Scotland Yard of evidence relating to crimes unsolved. In his hand is a letter, perhaps the key to a mystery that has plagued the yard for years. 3 passengers disappeared from the Manchester Express one day, leaving only a corpse behind them and not enough clues for a solution. The word evidence derives from the Latin meaning to see more. Perhaps this letter the inspector is reading will enable him to see more.
Gentlemen of Scotland Yard, if I've gone into some detail, it is because I want you to understand the predicament I was in. The ship sailed, and I shared a cabin with my brother.
But as the days went on, I realized my hands were tied. Timothy had decided on the easy way, the wrong way to riches, and, well, he thought me a sanctimonious fool.
Are you going to follow me all over the world, St. Edwin? Watch over me as if I were a child? Oh, surely you must feel just a little bit idiotic.
I'll tell you what I feel. I feel ashamed. I thank the Lord Mother's not with us any longer, and that Father need never know what his favorite son turned out to be.
Now, if your lecture is over, I'd like to join some friends in the salon.
Oh, Timothy, listen, please. Look, here's Mother's little Bible, remember? The one she used to take to church.
Yes, I remember.
Oh, for her sake, give it up, this life of yours. You still can. Put your hand on Mother's Bible and this time promise.
Mac is waiting for me. I'd like to go now.
You have a good job in London. You're a good salesman.
I'm not cut out to be a salesman. Father was, you are, but not me.
Then why did you take this job?
Why not? The old fool paid my passage. I always wanted to travel the Atlantic on a steamship. Mac said we could clean up from Block Island to Southampton.
I couldn't give up. Somehow, I had to make Timothy see the error of his ways. In the ship's salon, I found him and that McGuire playing poker with two passengers. Two lambs about to be fleeced.
I knew that if I didn't warn them, I was no better than an accomplice. Gentlemen of Scotland Yard, as I walked over to the table, I kept saying to myself, this is the right thing to do. I'm not being a Judas betraying my brother. I'm saving him while there is still time.
Hello, Edwin. Gentlemen, may I interrupt this game for a moment?
No, you may not. Go away. We're playing and we do not wish to be disturbed. Your dear Timothy.
Please, Edwin, will you go away? Now, don't make a nuisance of yourself.
Timothy, will you get your brother out of here?
This gentleman is Mac McGuire. Have you been introduced? You see, Mr. McGuire is one of the most notorious card sharpers in the United States.
Prove it, you meddlesome idiot.
Oh, I'd be glad to.
I'll sue you for slander. Will somebody fetch a captain?
Mr. McGuire, if you will turn up your right sleeve to the shoulder, well, go on. Don't you wish to sue me for slander? Well, go on, Timothy. Don't stop dealing the cards on my account. Why, gentlemen, look what we have here. Indeed, what have I picked up from my brother's lap? Well, do you know what this round little mirror is, gentlemen?
Give that back to me.
Oh, certainly, Timothy, take it. Well, gentlemen, let me tell you how it works. One sits back a bit from the table, lays the mirror face up on the lap, and as you deal... why, you can see the face of every card you give your adversary. You see, one can learn a great deal about card sharping if one's brother is in the business.
I'm getting out of here. The game's over, gentlemen.
As I write this letter so many years later, I recall that Timothy was very quiet and reserved as we arrived in London. I installed him in a flat, and he seemed quite shaken by the scandal aboard ship. Or so I thought. He started the rounds of selling his American watches, and I was delighted he appeared to enjoy his work. It seemed to me he'd turned the corner, and I decided I could safely return to Rochester. I went along to the steamship line, purchased my ticket, and returned to the flat.
Well, who just walked in the door if it isn't Brother Edwin?
McGuire. What are you doing here?
He's helping me pack, can't you see?
Where are you going, Timothy, and why?
Well, it's rather a long story, dear brother, and we don't have the time to tell it.
A little problem has presented itself, so we thought this might be a good time to go up north and enjoy the country air.
Have you been up to your old tricks with McGuire again? I thought you promised me that you would...
We met purely by accident and just happened to get into a little game at the Railroad Hotel.
Stupid loudmouth, all that shouting just because one of them bent down to tie his shoelace and found an extra ace on the floor. Hurry up, Timothy. Trains wait for no man.
Tim's not leaving here. If he's broken the law, it's about time he paid for it. I'm locking this door.
Give me that key, Brother Edwin. Now, don't be silly.
Take your hands off me.
Give me that key.
When I came to, McGuire and Timothy were gone. I thought I'd heard Timothy say something about the Manchester Express. I pulled myself together and hailed a cab to Euston Station. The express had not yet left. I promised myself I'd go all the way to Manchester, find my brother, and do everything in my power to get him back on the straight and narrow. I found a compartment at the smoking inn, got inside, lit up a cigar, and waited for the train to leave.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. I was looking for an unoccupied compartment for this gentleman and lady.
There's a man smoking in there. No, that won't do. The lady cannot abide smoking. Find us another one.
It was McGuire, disguised. And standing behind him in a long cape was Timothy, made up to look like a woman. A wig and a black veil down his face. His disguise, complete with lady's parasol, didn't fool me for a moment. When we stopped at Monmouth to take on mail, I quickly changed compartments. There were no corridors between compartments like on American trains. The doors opened only to the platform. but nobody saw me.
I should have locked our compartment door. Didn't I tell you, Timothy? Brother Edwin would find his way in here. Well, how's your jaw?
Timothy, for heaven's sake, listen to me.
I've been listening to you all my life. Preach, preach, preach. That's all I've ever heard.
Oh, look at you. Wearing those ridiculous curls, a veil, pretending to be a woman.
I had to wear all this. How do you think I could get by the cops? It's good, isn't it?
Oh, Timothy, please come to your senses. Are you going to spend all your life cheating and running? Haven't you got more pride? What's happened to you?
Oh, do I have to sit here the whole way to Manchester listening to this Boy Scout brother of yours?
I'm not talking to you, McGuire.
Well, that suits me fine. Just don't cross me.
Oh, come on, Mac. You don't have to threaten anybody. He means well. It's just the way he is.
You don't see yourself at all, do you, Timothy?
The conductor's been around to punch tickets, so I'm taking this stuff off. I'll shove the wig and the veil and the cape into the Gladstone. Where'll I put the parasol?
Timothy, you can't go on like this for the rest of your life, stealing people's money and having to skip town.
I like this kind of life. There's excitement to it.
Oh, you're so stupid you don't even see that you're being used.
Why don't you go run a Sunday school, Brother Edwin? Don't listen to him, Timothy.
I'm not.
I can't breathe this stuff here with you two.
What are you doing?
Opening this window. Getting some fresh air. Give me that bag.
What are you doing?
There it goes. Out the window.
What did you throw the bag out for? It's got all my costumes in it, everything.
If nothing but disguises stands between you and jail, when we get to Manchester, to jail you'll go.
Listen, you, he's my partner. You're not going to bully him.
If prison's the only way to keep you out of Timothy's life, I'll make sure he gets there.
You see this, Brother Edwin?
Mac, don't do that. Put that gun away.
I'd like you to leave this compartment right now.
He can't get out now. The train's moving too fast.
Just jump out the window after the bag.
You know something, McGuire?
You're crazy.
I made a jump for McGuire's gun, and it went off, hitting Timothy right in the heart. He fell to the floor. We stood there, horrified. I knelt down and listened. He was dead. At that moment, the train started to slow down. Why? I don't know. McGuire saw his chance to escape, opened the compartment door and jumped. I jumped right after him. He wasn't going to get away from me. The two of us rolled down the embankment, and then I blacked out. When I came to, McGuire was mopping my head where it was cut with a handkerchief.
I couldn't leave you out here alone, Brother Edwin.
Oh, my head.
Just stop bleeding now.
Oh, I don't understand you. Or aren't you a dozen miles away?
Well, now, I couldn't run off with you lying here at the bottom of this embankment.
You shot Timothy.
You had a hand in it. The gun wouldn't have gone off if you hadn't jumped me.
Oh, good Lord, forgive me, so I did. My head's clearing now.
Well, you crashed right into that rock.
Oh, why are you still here, McGuire? You should have run away while I was unconscious.
Oh, I couldn't do that. I'm a gambler, not a murderer. You could have bled to death.
Oh, that would have made everything so simple for you.
You don't know me at all. The blood of the both of you on my hands in one day. I know you cared for Timothy, but so did I. Maybe by your standards, it was a funny way of showing it. But we didn't mean any harm. We only played men who had money to throw away.
I think of Timothy right now. Lying there in that compartment on that train. Alone. Dead, and that I should have... that I should be the cause of it.
It was my gun. We were both the cause of it.
I ask myself, shall I give myself up?
I'm ready to. This way, I don't think I'll ever get over his death. How else could I pay for it?
But if we do, everyone will know. It'll all come out about him. The news will certainly get back to America. Father will hear of it. It could finish him.
And if we each go our own way and not ever tell anyone, we'll be punished every day we see the sunshine.
Yes, and that may be the greater punishment. There you have it, gentlemen of Scotland Yard. I've come to the end of this letter. From being an avenger of crime, I had become a conspirator against justice. McGuire got out of the country. Went to Cairo, I think. And I returned to Rochester. And unless your methods have changed in the past 5 years, inspectors, whatever you found on my brother's body, maybe even the Gladstone bag of clothes if some tramp didn't make off with it, everything you found
is probably at this very moment in your display cabinet of crimes unsolved. My father passed away 6 months ago in peace, never knowing what both his sons had done. I have one favor to ask of you. If you have in your possession a pocket Bible, it was my mother's. May I have it back? It's of no use or evidence to anyone but me. Here is my address.
Inspector John Hilliard unlocked Scotland Yard's Cabinet of the Unsolved and withdrew a small pocket Bible. In its place, he pinned a letter he had been reading. Though the case of the Manchester Express murder was technically solved, it could never be called closed. I shall return shortly. And Cain rose up against his brother Abel and killed him. Then the Lord said to Cain, "Where is your brother?" And he answered, "I do not know. Am I my brother's keeper?" That is a question for all of us to answer in many ways. Are we our brother's keeper? I think we all are. Our cast included Robert Dryden, Bob Caliban, Lloyd Batista, and Ray Owens. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
And now, a preview of our next tale.
The man in that picture, he's your husband?
Yes.
Well, perhaps you'd be interested to see a picture of my husband, Mrs. Reynolds. I believe I have one here in my purse. Well, yes, here. Jack. Your husband? But it's not possible. I think I will take that drink after all. This isn't possible. It's a very interesting turn, isn't it? As one of the characters in our novels might say. I came here expecting to find a plagiarist, and instead, we've uncovered a bigamist. I can't believe it. It must be a question of mistaken identities. I think that the only question, Mrs. Reynolds, is, now that we know the truth, what are we going to do about it?
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome to a world where fears and suspense are the order. In cities and towns of North Africa, it's a common sight to see an old man sitting in the public square, surrounded by an admiring crowd who squat on their haunches as they listen to an age-old tale of courage, of romance, but above all, of mystery. Like that old man, the public teller of tales, I have a story for you. A story that takes place in our own country, which deals in matters that defy explanation. Matters which can be explained only from the tomb.
What are you doing, Hugh? What are you shooting at?
Don't ask questions. Just fire while I reload.
Fire? At what?
Straight ahead of you, where the grave is moving.
Hugh, what are we doing? What is it?
You saw it this time, didn't you? You saw the movement, the blurry outline of a shape.
I saw movement, but nothing else.
Well, where are your eyes, Bill? It was there. You just had a look and you'd have seen it. I think.
What the devil are you talking about, Hugh? Seen what?
You know. The thing. The damn thing.
Our mystery drama, The Damned Thing, was inspired by the celebrated American writer Ambrose Bierce. It was especially written for the Mystery Theater by Arnold Moss. It stars Robert Dryden and Joan Tompkins. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Sign-Off, the sinus medicines. I'll be back shortly with Act One. By the light of a kerosene lamp placed at one end of a rough wooden table, a tall, gaunt man is reading something written in a book. The man reads silently as his fingers trace the words. As the man lifts the book toward the light, the shadows cast by the ledger throw half of the small room into darkness, obscuring the faces of 7 men sitting against the log walls of the little cabin. On the other side sit 3 people, 2 women and a man, an elderly Indian, all equally silent, equally motionless. Next to them is an empty chair. By extending an arm, any one of them can touch the man who is lying on the table face upward, covered by a sheet, his arms at his side. The man, Hugh Morgan, is dead. The man with the book is the district coroner. They all seem to be waiting for someone to occupy the empty chair. Finally, the tall man closes the book.
There are 3 things to determine at this inquest. The identity of the deceased, the time of death, and finally the mode of the departure, the manner in which his life came to an end. There's no question of identity. These have been positively confirmed as the remains of Hugh Morgan, famous scientific book writer and, until 3 years ago, well-known professor at the State University. Upon resigning from the university, he came up here to our mountains with Mrs. Morgan to get away from city life, to get what he called closer to nature. He built this cabin pretty much with his own hands. Is that a fair statement, Ms. Morgan?
That's correct, Mr. Bentley.
The time of death has been determined by medical examination as between 36 and 48 hours ago. We are now waiting for Mr. William Harker, the young newspaper fellow from San Francisco, former student of Professor Morgan. His testimony, we are led to believe, may be of the greatest importance in this determination. Until such time as he arrives, we shall proceed with the investigation. I first call on the wife, the widow of the demised. Miss Morgan, if you please.
Yes?
Would you kindly repeat to these gentlemen what you've already told me about how your late husband met his death?
My husband loved these mountains. Second only to his work, his writing. He loved nothing more dearly than walking, hunting, fishing, in all seasons, all kinds of weather.
No, of course. Tell us, please, about the visits of young Mr. Harker.
Well, as you've already stated, Mr. Harker is a newspaper man, a former student, a protege of Professor Morgan's. He had visited with us for a few days 5 or 6 weeks ago.
You do not like Mr. Harker, do you, Miss Morgan?
No, I do not. I have my reasons.
Did anything unusual happen during Harker's first visit 5 or 6 weeks ago?
Nothing, except for the dog.
The dog?
The hunting dog, Sandy. Professor Morgan and Harker went hunting. Sandy was horribly mutilated by some other animal, and he died. I've never seen Harker so upset after all those things happened.
And Miss Harker's second visit?
3 days ago. There was something he said he wanted to talk to my husband about. Something that had happened on that first visit. It had to do with money. I was in the kitchen, and I distinctly remember hearing my husband say...
But, Bill, a debt is a debt. And $5,000 is a lot of money.
I know that, Hugh. And if I can nail this story down, write it so it makes sense, so people will believe it, I'll get that $5,000 as a bonus. And I'll return it to you.
Well, I hope so, Bill. It's been almost 4 years, and we need the money.
Trust me. Just help me get this story.
I don't know what you expect me to do.
All we have to do is go back to where Sandy got hurt.
It's one thing for a dog. Now, suppose, just suppose...
Stop worrying.
What makes you think you can write it so that the paper will take it?
With your help, I can do it.
Get your gun.
I've got it.
Is it loaded?
Of course.
All right, let's go.
And the two of them left the cabin, both with loaded guns.
What time of the day was it, Miss Morgan?
It wasn't day. It was night. Night before last. Clear, bitterly cold. It was a sharp night. I remember looking out the window after them. They had been gone no more than 5 minutes when I heard the strangest sound. It's hard to describe to you. And then almost immediately there was a scream. And then 2 shots, one right after the other.
And then, Miss Morgan?
A few minutes later, young Harker burst into the cabin looking as if he'd seen a ghost. He could hardly speak. When he was able to catch his breath, he said,
Mrs. Morgan, he was dead. Killed.
Who killed him, Mr. Harker?
I don't know. I was right there. And heaven help me, I don't know.
And it's your feeling, Miss Morgan, that...
My husband was a big man, sir. A strong man. He played football at college, wrestling team, too. The only thing he couldn't do was swim. But he was in perfect health. And Mr. Harker's a very slight young man. No match physically for my husband.
Which leads you to believe...
To do away with Hugh, Harker needed his gun.
In other words, you're convinced that the shots you heard...
Had to come from William Harker's hunting rifle. A double-barreled gun.
Harker's motive being...
To wipe out Hugh and his debt to him at the same time.
For the time being, I must ask these gentlemen of the jury to question what you're implying. You see, there is some doubt whether Mr. Harker or anybody else could possibly have shot your husband.
Well, why is that?
Because the condition of the body is such that at this time we cannot tell whether or not it contains so much as a single bullet wound. I call now on Miss Viola May Atwater. Miss Atwater?
Call me Viola May, like everyone else does.
Yes, of course. Now, it's been previously established, Miss Viola May, that you work here in the Morgan household?
Worked.
And your duties were?
Keeping the place clean, doing some of the cooking. Especially when Mrs. Morgan wasn't feeling just right. Oh, driving to town in the wagon for supplies and...
Mm-hmm. Professor Morgan was in love with you, wasn't he?
Well, wouldn't exactly call it love. But we did get along. Quite well.
I'd like for you to tell us all how well.
I'm going to have Hugh's child. That's how well.
Thank you, Viola May. Now, you do understand why we're all here, don't you?
Well, I think so.
This is not a trial. No one is being accused of anything. Yet. We're just trying to find out the truth. We just want to know what happened night before last.
I can tell you.
Please do.
Well, you know how it was between the professor and me. And for the longest time, he'd been telling me he was going to get rid of Mrs. Morgan. Some way. But now, she ain't such a fool. She didn't know what was going on. Well, night before last, I was in the kitchen doing the supper dishes. I couldn't help hearing every word they said.
How much longer do you think I'm going to put up with this?
No one's asking you to put up with anything.
A man your age, a man of your reputation, having a sordid affair with a stupid, ignorant girl. Where's your pride?
That stupid, ignorant girl is something you never had.
That is pretty obvious, dear.
I'm talking about things like compassion. In her own simple way, she has a warmth and a tenderness that you've never shown in all the years of our marriage.
She understands you, doesn't she? You poor misunderstood...
And there's something else, since you've started. Viola May is going to have my child.
I know.
I want that child to have my name. I want a divorce.
Simple as that.
Simple as that.
Before I'd let you throw yourself away on a girl like that, and before I'd let you toss me aside like some old worn-out shoe, I'd kill you first.
I'm sure you would.
Don't push me to where I'd have to prove it.
Excuse me, ma'am. The dishes are done. Kitchen's in order. Is there anything else you'd like me to do before I turn in for the night?
That'll be all. Thank you.
Well, then I'll just say good night.
Hugh, I'm going for a walk around the lake.
I'll go with you.
If you like. After we get back, you can pay a visit to your little friend.
And they both went out together.
Now, what time of the night would you say it was when they left?
Oh, 9:30 maybe. 10 at the latest.
What'd you do after they left?
Straighten things up a little more.
And then?
But they wasn't gone very long. Maybe 5 minutes. Not more. When I heard a most peculiar sound, like nothing I'd ever heard before. I can't exactly describe what it was like, and then almost on top of it, there was a scream that went right through me.
Go ahead, Viola May.
A minute or two later, Mrs. Morgan bust right into the cabin. She couldn't hardly talk. And finally she said,
Viola May, Mr. Morgan is dead. Drowned in the lake.
Mrs. Morgan told you herself that Professor Morgan couldn't swim. Now, I think you gentlemen can see for yourselves what happened. The first chance she got, she pushed him into the lake at the part where it's real deep. Now, he struggled for a piece, and in the darkness of the night, finally give up and drowned.
I see. As I've explained before, Viola May, this inquest has been called because there's reason to believe that Hugh Morgan met his end through some kind of foul play.
Like I said.
Not quite like you said. Chances of Professor Morgan's death coming about as a result of drowning are very slim. Medical examination of the body thus far shows that the lungs seemed to be perfectly normal. No water in them. Not a drop.
Absolute truth is a very strange thing. What seems real to one person is very often a lie to another. The fact, as one person sees it, becomes a fiction in the eye of his neighbor. What then is real? And at what point does imagination, for example, color reality? I'll return shortly with Act Two. In an isolated cabin high in a deserted area of the mountains of Northern California, a corpse lies cold and rigid on a rough hand-hewn table. The dead man, science writer Hugh Morgan, has come to an unexplained and unnatural end. The district coroner and his jury await the arrival of a man who may turn out to be the key witness in this death. Two other witnesses, the wife and the mistress of the dead man, have already testified. The coroner turns up the wick of the kerosene lamp, calls on a third witness, the elderly Indian who has been sitting in stony silence, listening.
Joe Crowfoot?
Yes, sir.
Joe, you earn your living as a guide to hunting parties, is that right?
Yes, sir. I know every stream, every trail, like the back of my hand.
Mm-hmm. Would you please repeat for the benefit of these gentlemen what you already told me? What happened night before last?
It was about 9:30. I'd put out the lamps and was just about to call it a day. Hunting party at 5 the next morning. I'd just gone out to the rear of my shack when I heard voices.
You said you loved me, Hugh. You said I was the only thing in this whole wide world that mattered to you.
That's true, Viola May.
Then what's all this talk you've given out to me about how the time ain't right for a divorce?
It would kill her. I may not love her, but at the same time, I wouldn't want to do anything to hurt her.
Ain't you the considerate one? You think nothing of hurting me.
Look out for that snake.
Oh.
Quick, get back on the path. Oh, that was close.
I couldn't see it.
Well, how could you? Here, let's sit down on this stump for a minute and, for heaven's sake, keep your voice down. Joe's asleep, and we don't want to wake him.
You got a responsibility, Hugh. I'm going to be mother to your child.
So you say.
Now, what's that mean?
What makes you so sure it's me?
Well, who else could... Now, what is in back of that filthy mind of yours?
I told you to keep your voice down.
I'll tell the whole world what a dirty old man you really are.
You little fool. Now, you pull yourself together.
Hugh Morgan, I hope you...
You pushed me, you deliberate. No. Oh, the rattlesnake, it's there. I can see it. But don't move. Lie here as quietly as... It's lifting its head, but... It bit me. Get help! You little idiot, I've been bitten. Wait, Joe Crowfoot, fast!
What makes you think Joe would help you? Wake him up yourself, lover boy. I got more important things to do.
Joe! Joe Crowfoot, help! I need help! Help me, somebody!
In no time at all. I had him in my shack. Did everything I knew to kill the poison the snake had shot into his body. But...
Yes, Joe?
I guess I was too late. Within a very short time, Professor Morgan was dead.
And it is your testimony that he was pushed by the young lady, Viola May, into the spot, the area where she knew there was a rattlesnake.
Yes, sir.
That's very interesting, Mr. Crowfoot.
Why do you say that?
The medical examination. As far as we can determine, Not a trace of the snake's poison is in the bloodstream. Not a trace.
Mr. Bentley, I got here as fast as I could.
You, young man, are...
I'm William Harker of the San Francisco Press. Forgive me if I've held things up.
Oh, delighted to see you, Mr. Harker.
I left the minute I got your call. This is not the easiest place to get to.
I want to finish this business tonight.
Well, I think you should know that when I left here early yesterday morning, it was not to evade your summons.
No?
No, it was to get the story to my paper. The story of Hugh Morgan's death.
Now, Mr. Harker, we've heard 3 different versions tonight of how Hugh Morgan met his death. And none of them has yet been substantiated by the facts of the medical examination of the body. Now, have we any reason to expect that the account you posted to your newspaper, Mr. Harker, will be anything like the story you will give here?
That's up to you, sir. I've made a carbon copy of what I wrote for my paper. You're welcome to see it. It's incredible. More incredible than pure fiction, but it is the truth. I'll swear to it.
All right, we'll resume the inquest. Mr. Harker, would you kindly be seated? Now, you knew the deceased, Hugh Morgan?
Yes.
How well?
He was my professor at the university. It taught me everything I knew about writing. More than that. He was the closest friend I had.
And you were with him when he died?
I was with him when he died.
How'd that happen? You being here, I mean.
Well, I came up 3 days ago to shoot and fish. Part of my purpose, however, was to follow up on the story of the dog, Sandy. You see, I had been here 5 weeks earlier.
On a purely friendly visit to your old teacher?
Well, on that occasion, we went out hunting, as we'd usually done on previous visits. It was still dark. The sun had not yet risen when we left the cabin.
Sandy! Sandy! Here, boy! Have you any idea where that silly dog went?
Well, he was here a minute ago, Hugh.
Funniest thing, he just disappeared. Oh, but he'll be back. In the meantime, we'll have to do without him. Well, now, let's see if we're as good as he is in raising some quail.
What's our best ground?
Beyond that ridge, I'd say. We'll have to go through the chaparral to get to it. It's pretty level ground, thickly covered with grain. Let's go, Bill. Hold it, Bill. Hold it. Be very quiet.
What is it?
Just listen.
What is that? I think we've startled a deer. Oh, I wish we'd bought a rifle instead of just such.
Shh, be very quiet.
What are you doing, Hugh? You're not going to fill up a deer with quail shot, are you? Is anything wrong? Hugh, have we jumped a grizzly?
Cock your gun, Bill.
Well, now what? Everything's so quiet. What is it?
Just keep your eyes open and your mouth shut. Keep low, very low, and watch.
And that's exactly what I did.
What happened next?
A minute or two went by. Suddenly, there was this weird sound that seemed to come from out of nowhere. It grew louder and louder. It got to the point where I had to put my hands over my ears to shut out the sound. It was so shattering. And then it stopped. As suddenly as it had started.
And what did you see, Mr. Harker?
Well, up until then, the bushes had been deathly still. Not a bit of movement of any kind. I turned to Professor Morgan and was about to speak when the field of wild oats we'd been watching began to move in the most curious way. It seemed as if the oats were being stirred up by a streak of wind, which, well, not only bent it, but pressed it down, crushed it, so that it didn't rise, as if some huge, invisible, what can I call it, presence was moving slowly along through the oats, stepping on it with giant feet. And this movement, foot by foot, was prolonging itself directly toward us.
what was your feeling, Mr. Hiker, as you were watching this strange occurrence?
Well, I must confess that I lay there in the chaparral, right beside Professor Morgan, watching this fantastic thing happen. And I was not afraid.
Was this equally true of your companion?
No, he was terrified. What are you doing, Hugh? What are you shooting at?
Don't ask questions. Just fire while I reload.
Fire? At what?
Straight ahead of you, where the grain is moving.
Well, if you say so. Hugh, what are we doing? What is it?
It's all over now. It's gone. Let's see what happens.
Yeah.
Oh, no. That poor Sandy. Just look at him. Ripped to pieces. As if he'd run into the blades of a threshing machine.
But what did it? I didn't see anything.
Well, you saw the movement, didn't you? And a sort of blurry outline of a shape?
I saw the movement. Nothing else.
Well, where are your eyes, Bill? It was there to see. You just had to look and you'd have seen it. I think.
What the devil are you talking about, Hugh? Seen what?
The thing. The damned thing.
Oh, what?
That's what I call it. The damned thing. First, it did away with my chickens, and then the pigs and the cattle. And now poor Sandy, slashed to pieces. And that's not the end. Only the good Lord knows what the damn thing will destroy next. Or who.
Is it possible that there is a grain of truth in the incredible story Harker has just told? And can Hugh Morgan's fear of a shapeless, sinister force, of a thing that seems to challenge all reason and logic, be justified? We'll find out when I return shortly with Act 3. From the blank darkness outside the cabin come the familiar noises of night in the wilderness, the long, nameless note of a distant coyote, and all that mysterious chorus of small sounds that seem always to have been but half heard when they suddenly cease. But none of the company present seems to be aware of anything other than the corpse on the table before them.
Please continue, Mr. Hart.
Well, that's about it. We buried the dog and went back to the cabin. And never said another word to each other about what had happened that morning.
You stayed on for a while?
No, sir. I returned to San Francisco the next day.
And then 5 or 6 weeks later, 3 days ago, you came back again. Why?
To fill in some of the blanks. There were too many unexplained things.
Tell us what happened night before last.
I think Hugh had a pretty good idea of why I had come back so soon after the episode with the dog. It was he himself who suggested that we go out to hunt whatever might be around.
I think our best chances are this way, over this ridge.
But Hugh, isn't that the same ridge where Sandy...
Of course it is, of course. Now, just see that your gun is loaded.
It's loaded.
Good. Keep your eyes and ears open. We've got a full moon and visibility is real good. Now, if anything... Be very quiet, Bill. Do you hear anything?
No. Nothing.
But just be careful. Be very careful. It comes up on you out of nowhere. It gives you no warning.
Right.
Let it have it, Bill, both barrels. And here's mine. I missed it, Bill. I missed it. Run. Run for your life.
You, I don't see anything. What's happened? I was thrown violently to the ground by the impact of something unseen in the haze. Something soft and heavy, hurled itself against me with great force. Before I could get back to my feet, I heard Morgan crying out in mortal agony. Mingling with his cries were hoarse, savage sounds, like from the throats of mad dogs fighting each other to the death, snarling and growling. This time I was terrified. I struggled to my feet. I looked for Professor Morgan, and may heaven in mercy spare me from another sight like that.
Now, easy, Mr. Harker.
Not 20 yards away, my friend was down on one knee, his head thrown back at a terrifying angle. His hat was gone. His long hair was in disorder. His whole body was convulsed with violent movements from one side to the other, backward and forward. His right arm...
Yes?
It was lifted, and it didn't seem to have a hand. At least I could see none. The other arm was completely invisible. Morgan seemed like a wrestler of some kind, determined and yet overcome, beaten by a force of superior weight, greater strength.
And all this time, all you saw was Morgan?
Yes.
Nothing else? Nobody else?
No, just him. And then, not always distinctly. And throughout the whole thing, such sounds of rage and fury as I have never heard in my life, from man or beast.
Now, what, if anything, did you do to help your friend?
Well, I ran toward him. I had a funny kind of feeling that he was suffering from a fit or from some kind of convulsion. I looked up, and by the light of the moon, I could see, as I had weeks before, the same mysterious movement of the wild oats, retreating, rolling itself back from the place where Hugh lay, toward the edge of the woods. When I got there, I looked down at my friend. He was lying on his back, absolutely still and quiet. He was dead.
Gentlemen, you've now heard 4 different accounts from 4 different witnesses. Now, finally, there is the version of death in some mysterious manner that Morgan was killed by an unknown force or creature of some kind, which Morgan called the damn thing.
Mr. Bentley, there are 2 things more I would like to bring to your attention.
Yes, Mr. Hart?
First, that book you placed under the table, I recognize it as Professor Morgan's diary. You seem greatly interested in it. In fact, you were reading it while I was testifying. May I see it? I'm sure it would throw a great deal of light on Morgan's death.
The book will cut no figure in this matter, Mr. Harker. All the entries in it were made before Hugh Morgan's death.
That's ridiculous.
Now, you said there's something else you'd like to bring to our attention before a verdict is rendered?
Well, there's one substantial bit of evidence which has not yet been revealed.
Yes, Mr. Harker?
The body of Morgan. I demand that you uncover the body right now so that we can all see whether or not I was telling the truth.
I will be happy to meet with your request, Mr. Harker.
Thank you, sir.
Gentlemen of the jury, the body of Hugh Morgan. Now, it may be difficult to see details in this light. I read from the medical report, gentlemen. The body of the demised is covered with broad maculations of bluish black caused by extravasated contusions. That's those big black and blue marks here, and here, and over here. The chest and sides appear to have been beaten with some heavy weapon such as a bludgeon. I call your attention these huge tears in the flesh, where the skin has been ripped into shreds and little strips.
Might we know why there's that silk handkerchief passing under the chin and knotted on top of the head?
You may indeed. I'll remove it, and I think you'll see why it's there. If it weren't there, the head would almost be separate, detached from the rest of the body. What was once the neck and throat have, as you can see, been chewed away. That satisfy you, Mr. Harker?
Thank you very much.
Now I will ask the jury to adjourn for its verdict.
We, the jury, do find that the remains of Professor Morgan come to their death at the hands of a mountain lion.
You can't mean that!
Just the same, there is some of us thinks that the remains was subject to a simple case of fits.
Come in. Oh, Mr. Harker. Can't say I'm surprised to see you. To what does my humble office owe the honor of your visit?
I can't accept the verdict your jury gave last night.
Unfortunately, there ain't much you can do about it.
I think there is, sir. I can establish the truth about Hugh Morgan's death.
And how exactly do you propose to do that, Mr. Harker?
Take a look at this.
What is it?
A reel of tape and a recording machine. Months ago, I asked Hugh to make a day-by-day recording of whatever he saw, whatever he experienced in connection with this phenomenon. Would you like to hear it, Mr. Coroner?
Yes. Yes, of course.
This might just possibly make you change your mind. Listen carefully.
And Sandy kept running in a kind of half circle, keeping his head turned always toward the center.
You recognize that as Professor Morgan's voice?
Yes,
He kept barking furiously. At last, he ran away into the brush as fast as he could go. At first, I thought maybe he'd gone mad. And then the thought occurred to me, can a dog see with his nose? Can a dog think with his nose? Do odors impress on the brain the image of the thing that gave off the odor?
The next entry is a few weeks later.
May 27th. It's been here again. I find evidence of its presence every day. In the morning, fresh giant footprints were there as before. I find it impossible to sleep. This is terrible and terrifying. If this is real, I shall go mad. And if it isn't real, then I'm mad already.
It's like I said.
June 3rd. I will not leave. I will not let it drive me away. This is my house, my land. June 5th. I can't stand it any longer. I've invited Harker to spend a couple of days here with me. He has a level head. I can tell from the way he acts whether or not he thinks I'm insane.
Turn it off. I've heard all I intend to hear.
Not yet, sir. We're coming to the most important part of the whole thing. Just listen.
June 10th. I have it. I'm sure I have it. I have the solution to this mystery. It came to me last night suddenly. And how simple it is, how terribly simple. There are sounds we cannot hear. At either end of the scale there are notes that imperfect instrument the human ear cannot grasp. They're either too high in pitch or too low. It's like those whistles that they make for dogs. The dogs can hear it, but the tones are too high for the human ear.
Mr. Harker, listen, please.
As it is with sounds, so it must be, so it is with colors. Things that are visible to the eye, things that are not visible, are all of them ruled by the same phenomena that govern sounds. At one end of the solar spectrum, there are infrared waves and ultraviolet waves at the other. none of them are visible to the human eye. The eye can only see a few octaves of this huge band of colors, the band between the infrared and the ultraviolet. Now I know that I am not mad. There are colors that we cannot see. And heaven help me, the damned thing is of such a color.
Well? Yes? That's what killed Morgan. I was there. I saw it happen.
Mr. Harker, you play this tape for anybody, and they'll swear that Professor Morgan was as crazy as a loon. Now, I don't think you'd want that, would you?
What are you going to do?
May I please have that real tape? Now, I love the truth as well as the next fella. The world needs the truth. But there are times when the world has an even greater need for what is not true. For the untruth that may offer something like consolation, compassion, or hope. And so, Mr. Harker, with your permission, I think destroying this tape is the best thing we could possibly do.
As the last foot of tape turned into ashes, the skies opened up and it began to rain. And the mutilated body of Hugh Morgan rested quietly where it was. They say, blessed is the bride the sun shines on, blessed is the corpse the rain falls on. Who knows? I'll be back in a moment. An interesting footnote on Ambrose Bierce, the American writer on whose story, The Damned Thing, our tale was based. In 1913, he left his work, disappeared into Mexico, and every trace of him was lost forever. Never heard from again. Is it just possible that he, like Hugh Morgan, met his end at the hands of some damned thing? Who knows? Our cast included Arnold Moss, Robert Dryden, Joan Tompkins, Evie Juster, and Bob Caliban. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Even tricks go wrong sometimes, don't they?
Yeah, they do.
Did anything like that ever happen to your husband?
Well, yeah, once. He couldn't open the lock on his handcuffs. See, he had a key hidden in the cuff of his trousers, but it slipped out of his hand and fell between the cracks of the floorboard. He wasn't hurt or anything. It was just a wicker basket escape on stage.
I see. But if anything like that happened now, I mean, at the bottom of a lake.
Well, that would be terrible. It'd be awful.
Yeah. It would be really tragic.
I don't want to think about any such thing. I just don't want to think about it.
No, of course not, Wanda. At least we won't think about it tonight.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome I'm E.G. Marshall. Pick up the newspaper every day and laugh, or perhaps more likely weep, at the gullibility of people. Whatever their motives, greed, faith in human nature, the urge to gamble, pride of ownership, Mr. Phineas T. Barnum was perfectly correct when he said, "There's one born every minute." And for every sucker, there is at least one con man who is ready to rid him or her of as much money as the traffic will bear.
I'm supposed to escort you home, Mrs. Loring.
Aren't you on duty here at the bank?
Well, yes, but under the circumstances, the bank wanted me to...
Just put the other 2 suitcases in the back seat, Mr. Wicks. I'll manage very nicely.
Yeah, but it's so much money. It's so dangerous to leave it unguarded.
Oh, it'll be guarded. I'll be putting it under the best care in the world.
Our mystery drama, The Burning Whirlwind, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Michael Tolan. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule. I'll be back shortly with Act One. It was probably the biggest day that the Eastern Branch of Channing Bank and Trust Company would ever have. The morning the money arrived by armored truck. $8 million in small bills, enough to fill 4 large suitcases. The money belonged to Mrs. Hartley Loring, the eccentric widow of the recently deceased but long-time very rich Hartley Loring, the financier and ex-governor. Yes, it was quite a day, and Mr. Prouty, the bank manager, would never forget how it had all begun 1 week before.
Prouty speaking. Who? Oh, Mrs. Hartley Loring. Yes, I was shown right in. Oh, dear, I knew I should have changed my razor blade this morning. Be right there.
It's Mrs. Hartley Loring.
I know. Well, my dear Mrs. Loring, this is a pleasure. Won't you come in?
Thank you.
That'll be all, Wicks.
Yes, sir, Mr. Prouty.
Won't you sit down, Mrs. Loring?
Thank you. I shan't be here long. Where is Mr. Stipple?
Oh, I'm afraid he's having a gallbladder.
How inconvenient. Not to have had one to begin with.
Oh, no, I meant an operation to remove his, yes. So I'm standing in for the vice president, as it were.
Well, I suppose you'll do. I want my money, Mr.
Prouty, ma'am, Prouty.
Oh, what's this enough? It's a funny name. Sounds like a fish.
Well, it's a very old name.
Still sounds like a fish. Also very old. Oh, no matter. About the money.
Yes. Now, which money would that be, Mrs. Loring? I mean, which of your accounts?
All of them.
All of them? But that would be millions of dollars. I mean, I haven't checked lately, but I'm sure it still must amount
about
to...
$8 million. I hope it still amounts to that at least. In small bills.
Yes. But just what do you intend to do with all that money?
That is my business.
Oh, of course. If about $8 million, where will you keep it?
Also my business. When may I have it?
Oh, dear me, you see that these things take arranging. Such a sum of money is, no matter how liquid a bank is, there are things to arrange.
Then arrange them, please. Now, today is Wednesday. Shall we say next Wednesday morning at 10 sharp? Please, have it then.
Well, yes. Well, how small would you want the bills to be?
Oh, nothing larger than 100. I want to make sure it's all quite negotiable.
$8,387.28.
Splendid. And now put the rest of it into the last suitcase, and I'll be on my way.
Yes. The 28 cents?
Oh, I'll put that in my pocketbook. I can use the quarter for the toll on the way home.
Oh, yes, ma'am. All right, Wicks, you can get the guards from the armored car to load those.
Yes, Mr. Prouty.
Well, just a minute. What armored car?
Why, the one to take all this money wherever you want it to go.
But I didn't order any armored car.
Oh, dear me, of course not. I mean, it's merely a service of the bank.
I don't need the bank any longer.
I do wish you wouldn't put it just that way.
What other way? It's accurate and to the point.
But how are you going to get all this money back to, wherever you intend to take it?
If you'll just have your bank guard, Mr. Wicks, is it?
Yes, Mrs. Loring. Wicks. Sidney P. Wicks.
Wicks will be quite enough. If you'll just bring the bags out to the parking lot, please. It's the big green Packard 8-cylinder limousine. The license number...
Oh, I don't think I'll need the plate number. I'm sure I can pick it out.
Very well. I'll be waiting for you.
Shall I do what she says, Mr. Prouty?
Oh, goodness gracious. Why wasn't Mr. Stipple here to handle this? I wish I'd had the gallbladder. Oh, no, what am I saying? I don't know what I'm saying. Yes, Wicks, yes. Get it out of here. The sight of so much negotiable cash makes me sick.
Yeah, I know what you mean, Mr. Prouty, especially since it doesn't belong to us.
Would you get it out of here?
Yes, sir.
Oh, yes. And Wicks?
Yes, Mr. Prouty?
Are you armed?
Why, yes, sir.
Well, you better ride with her and see that cash get safely to where it's going.
How do I get back?
Well, if you have to, take a cab. Thank heavens there's enough left in a checking account to cover that.
I'm supposed to escort you home, Mrs. Loring.
Aren't you on duty here at the bank?
Yes, but under the circumstances, Mr. Prouty wanted me to make sure that...
Just put the other 2 suitcases in the back seat, Mr. Wicks. I'll manage very nicely.
But it's so dangerous to leave all that money unguarded.
Oh, it'll be guarded, all right. Don't worry. I'll be putting it under the best care in the world.
Well, please, let me see you home just the same. It's Mr. Prouty's orders, and I wouldn't want to disobey them.
Very well, Mr. Wicks. If you insist. Climb in.
Well, wouldn't you like me to drive?
Not at all. I never feel safe with a man driving. Come on, get in. Men are much too excitable and so easily distracted. Hang on, here we go.
You always drive this fast?
You consider this fast?
Well, never mind me. How about the cops?
Oh, the police don't bother me. They know I've been driving for over 50 years. Never had an accident.
Somebody up there must like you, Mrs. Loring.
Of course he does. He takes care of me because I take care of him.
How was that again?
Oh, you wouldn't understand. Oh, I'm glad you came along after all, Mr. Wicks. I want to make a stop. And while I make a short visit, you can stay in the car and make sure people don't come gawking and putting fingerprints on it and...
The car? What about the money?
Oh, I'm not worried about the money. Nobody knows it's here but you. But my packet is something else again. You can't miss it.
Well, Wicks, you certainly took your own sweet time about getting back.
I couldn't help it, Mr. Prouty. She stopped somewhere on the way home and told me to wait in the car. She was gone like for an hour.
Oh, where?
I don't know. I was scared to leave all that dough lying around to go find out. She just went to some old house, climbed up the stoop, and disappeared in the door.
And she didn't take any of the money with her?
No, sir.
You got it home to her house, safe?
Yes, sir. That's where it is now.
Yeah. Did you carry it in yourself?
Yes, sir.
And where did you put it?
Well, I just left the suitcases in the hall like she told me.
Why, she didn't put the money away somewhere?
Not that I saw.
Oh, dear me, dear me. Is she alone in that house?
It looked like it.
Well, then you're the only witness that money got back to her house safely.
I guess so. That is one screwy old day.
Oh, why did this have to happen to me? Why couldn't Stipple have been here to handle it? I tell you, they've had me on the carpet downtown as if it was my fault that the bank had lost all her deposits. I've just been sick with worry. I'm sure they're going to hold it against me, and I was counting on promotion. I tell you, just thinking of it makes my blood race, and I feel faint.
Hey, what is it, sir?
I can't.
Holy Toledo.
Hey, somebody get a doctor fast. It's Mr. Prouty. I think he's had a heart attack.
Hey, Sid.
You calling me, ma'am?
Yeah, you. Are you Sid Wicks?
That's right, but I don't think
Sure you know me. What are you giving me? Candy kiss.
Candy kiss?
Mm-hmm.
Is this a rib or... Hey! Hey, not little Candy Kiss, a belly dancer from the Carnies.
Oh, in person, not a picture. There's a little more of me now than in them days. What are you going to do? A lot of years gone by. Hey, you're looking pretty good, Sid.
So are you, Candy. Don't badmouth yourself.
Oh, maybe there's a little life in the old bag yet. Hey, are you with the cops or something?
The cops? Nah.
Well, I seen you coming out of the precinct house, so
Oh, no. That was about one of my bosses at the bank. Dropped dead of a heart attack today.
No kidding. A robbery or something?
No, just, well, it seems like he had a history of heart trouble, and all of a sudden it just come over him. Death due to natural causes. That's the way they list it.
Here today, gone tomorrow. You never know, huh?
Oh, that's life. How come you thought I was a cop?
Well, you got a uniform on.
Oh, yeah, that. I forgot. I'm a security officer at the bank, see?
Oh, so that accounts for you wearing the uniform.
Yeah, that accounts for it. So, how does it go for you, Candy?
What am I going to tell you? Up, down, and more down. That's a long story. But I got a little grift going for me now, so maybe I shouldn't complain.
Still in the business, huh? What's your line?
You remember Madame Chanda with the Carney?
Oh, the fortune teller and the medium?
Yeah. Well, she died back here a few years ago.
Well, she would have been pretty old.
Oh, you ain't kidding. Anyways, the last few years she was, crippled with the arthritis and stuff. And anyway, she knew things were kind of tough with me, so I moved in with her, and she trained me. I took over her store when she died.
How about that?
Yeah.
So you're still in the old game, huh?
Oh, more or less. You sound like you miss it.
You said it. Best years of my life.
Oh, you were some spieler in your day.
Yeah, I could ballyhoo pretty good.
The best. I never thought you'd drop out.
Well, the breaks, kid.
Yeah. Hey, my place is just around the corner here. Do you want to come on back for a cuppa and a heart-to-heart?
Why not? Maybe you could read me a free fortune in the grounds.
I use instant. Enter the secret abode of Madame Chanda. Look deep in the crystal ball, and I will find your fame and fortune. Hey, you don't like my act? What are you looking so funny about?
You don't know what a coincidence this is. Hey, I got a hunch.
What kind of hunch?
Maybe you're going to bring me luck. Maybe both of us. Look, I brought you a client this morning. An elderly-type lady named Loring. Mrs. Hartley Loring?
Not me.
Now think. Tall, gray-haired, old-fashioned clothes, big hat. Like one of them old-time English queens.
Oh, Susie. You mean Susie.
I don't know her first name. I only know Mrs. Hartley Loring.
Well, I don't know from Mrs. Hartley Loring. I only know from Susie. What time this morning?
10:45. From then until after 11:30.
That was Susie.
What did she want?
Oh, who knows what Susie wants half the time. I think she's just lonely and wants someone to talk to. Look, she's a harmless nut.
You mean she comes here often?
Off and on, several times a month.
Well, what does she want?
Well, first time she came, she wanted a reading. And then she got into the spook stuff. Wanted to talk to her husband across the great beyond, ask his advice what to do with all her millions. So fine. What's the harm to make some poor lady happy? I let her talk to him.
And tell her what to do?
Well, sure. Like I say, it's all pipe dreams anyway. I mean, to hear her talk, they don't print anything under a C note. Till she hands out my fee. Then she has to scrabble through her purse for change. What the hell? If it makes her happy, let her play big shot. I don't think I'd mind being crazy if I felt as rich as she does.
Candy. I got a big fat surprise for you. She may be nuts, but she is as rich as she thinks she is.
Susie?
Mrs. Hartley Loring. Hey, Candy, baby, like I said.
Huh?
I got this hunch if we play our cards right, you and me are going to end up richer than you ever dreamed.
Well, what do we have here? A number of fascinating pieces in a complicated little jigsaw puzzle. How do they fit together? And if we could fit them together, would they reveal enough of the whole riddle to be able to know just what's going on? I have to admit, even with a head start on all of you, that I'm not quite sure. Suppose we all have a closer look when I return shortly with Act 2. I believe it was Winston Churchill who said something to the effect that Russia was a riddle wrapped in a mystery inside an enigma. Well, we seem to have the same sort of thing here. A rich and eccentric old lady who withdraws $8 million from the bank, a security guard who hasn't forgotten that he started life as a flim-flam artist in the carnivals, and an ex-belly dancer turned spiritualist and fortune-teller. 3 wildly diverse people suddenly locked together by coincidence. Or fate. For what purpose?
You gotta be stringing me, Sid.
It's straight goods, Candy.
$8 million in small bills?
That's right.
There ain't that much money in the world.
There is. I saw it.
And she has it in her house now?
I hope nobody else has got to it yet.
Where?
Well, that's what maybe you could find out.
What for?
I don't think I have to tell you.
No, I can't take Susie's money like that.
We don't have to take it all. Like maybe half, or say $3 million apiece. That would leave her, too.
Oh, come on. What are you talking about? What do you think I am?
A miserable 2-bit grifter who got trapped behind the 8 ball and never had a chance in life for the big score. Just like me.
Oh, you had kind of heavy going, huh, Sid?
Yeah.
But you got a good, steady job now.
Bank guard? Peanuts. Just keeps me afloat. A lousy rented room and food at some greasy spoon. Good job.
What happened to you, Sid? I always thought you were headed for the big time.
What big time? There ain't any carnivals left since television. Who needs a broken-down spieler? And as a flim-flam or a con man, I was always small time.
Hey, you want another cup of coffee?
Yeah, sure. That was good.
You know, I got lazy being by myself. Instant coffee all the time, you know. I'll heat it up. You know, when there were others around, I always made it right from the bean. Grind fresh and all. I was proud of my coffee. Yeah, you get lazy being alone.
Don't I know? I mean, I've been that way all my life. And so's the old lady.
Who?
Her, Mrs. Loring, you know, Susie.
So she's what?
Alone. She hasn't got anybody. You're the one that said it.
Oh, yeah.
You see what I mean is, all that money, she's old enough to kick off any day. Where do you want it to go? The state, federal taxes, some charity?
Well, maybe she's got relatives somewhere.
If she has, does she need you to have just someone to talk to, like she said? If she has, where are they? They don't keep her company. Do they deserve any cut?
Oh, yeah, I dig you, but... Well, we wouldn't take it all, huh?
No, like I said, leave her a cool couple of million. Her age, how's she going to need more?
Yeah, of course, there's no guarantee she'll be back to see me.
But if she don't come, I'll find a way to get her here.
Yeah, and just what is it I'm supposed to do?
Look, Candy.
Yeah?
She says to me, the money will be guarded. I'll be putting it under the best care in the world.
Oh, what does that mean?
That's what I want to find out.
But if it's like a vault or something, how could you get at it?
If it is, you got to find some way to con her into getting it out of there. And keep her busy while I heist it. We got a deal?
Well, maybe I'll think about it. Oops, there I go, letting the coffee boil over.
No, here, I'll get it. Now, you sit still.
Kind of nice. I ain't used to be waited on.
Want me to pour?
Hey, would you?
Sure.
This is real cozy.
All the comforts of home?
Yeah.
Cream? Sugar?
How do you take it?
Regular.
Make mine regular, too. Sid.
Yeah?
Did you mean what you said about me?
What was that?
Oh, you know, I shouldn't badmouth myself. I looked pretty good.
You look a lot better than that to me, kid.
Gee, I think I'm dreaming. This can't be happening after all these years. You want to know something, Sid?
Yeah, tell me, Candy.
I think we are going to be able to work out a deal after all.
Who is it? It's Susie, Madam Tanda.
Susie! Just one moment, little one, and I will bring you the present. Oh, forgive me. I was in deep meditation.
Oh, I'm sorry, Madam. You must forgive me, but this is really urgent.
Urgent? What can be so urgent? I have not seen you for almost a week.
Yes. Matters of great import, you see. Decisions to be made, and then, of course, my time is not quite my own.
It is not? Why?
Oh, I am under the command of someone greater than I. Greater than all of us. Can I have a sitting right away?
A sitting? For what purpose?
I've got to reach Toto.
Toto?
Is my husband. Hartley, Mr. Loring. In the hereafter, I need some advice from him.
Oh, Susie, I am not sure that today...
But it's urgent. It's quite urgent. You've never refused me before. You know you put me in touch with him.
The medium knows nothing, Susie. She is an instrument only through which you may find communication with the other side.
Well, you've served as that before, even though I do wish...
What do you wish, my child?
I wish I could talk to my husband directly, instead of going through that tedious little twerp Merkin.
Merkin?
It's the leprechaun voice that is my contact with the supernatural and my beloved Toto. If only I could speak to Hartley directly.
Is it that important?
Well, it concerns a great deal of money. And Toto was always better about money than I am. Of course, he knew so much more because he made it.
A God-given talent.
And therefore, render unto Caesar those things which are Caesar's.
Huh? I do not follow you.
I want to give it all away. Back to where it came from. And I want Hartley to tell me how, and if I am doing the right thing.
Yes. Well, we must make every effort to reach him. But some things cannot be done immediately. I need time for preparation, for deep meditation, for preparing to gird myself for this projection beyond the stars.
All right. How long?
How long? Oh, let me see. Today is Tuesday. Let's say Saturday. That is a good day for the planets to conjoin in the house of your rising star.
It is? It seems so far away.
We must all learn the virtue of patience.
Why?
Because only through patience can those of us who deserve achieve what we desire.
Hello?
Sid?
Candy?
Yeah, she was here.
Susie?
Susie.
And?
She's coming back again on Saturday.
You mean you didn't find out today?
No.
Well, why not?
Oh, it's too tough to explain on the phone. Couldn't you come by tonight?
Yeah, well, sure. If I had my way, it'd be every night.
Glad to hear that, Sid. It's just the way I'd like it.
Marriage?
Why not?
Well, at this day and age, who needs it?
Maybe we do.
You don't trust me?
Who said that? No, I just figure if we're going to break any laws, look at how good it is we couldn't be forced to testify against each other.
Who said we're going to have to testify?
Oh, just looking on the safe side, in case. But it ain't only that.
Well, what? What?
I don't know, it's just to have things nice. Old-fashioned. You know, I mean like a ring and all for me, and maybe a church wedding. After all, it's only fair. With the dowry I'm bringing and all.
The what?
The hope chest, like. How many girls you gonna find can maybe put your hand on $5 or $6 million?
But we could just split down the middle.
I don't want to split. Do you?
Well, I
you
just...
listen good, Sitwicks. Once I ate my heart out over you, and you walked away from me. I'm gone again, okay, but this time, I'm not letting you off the hook.
Okay. We'll get the license and all by Saturday. And now for the jackpot question. How do you get her to tell you where the dough is stashed?
Oh, she won't tell me. I'm in a trance. I don't know what's going on. I'm a medium.
Oh, yeah. We can't have her sicken the cops on you when the money disappears.
Oh, don't worry. She won't. The way I'm going to set it up, she'll know where the money went, and it'll be A-OK with her. Now, here's the way the gaff is going to work.
What time is it?
Oh, now, don't get in an uproar. She'll be here any minute. You all set?
I'm as set as I'll ever be. It's a good thing her husband was a governor. I remember his voice pretty good. And I may not be able to promise you a clean government, but by the Lord, Harry, I promise you the dirty linen will be washed in public. How do I sound, Candy? Like him?
I wouldn't know. I never listen to them politicians. Oh, what's the diff? There'll be so much filter on the sound system. You could talk in like Billy Graham and come out sounding like Rocky Graziano.
Oh, wait a minute. That's not good enough.
Oh, sure it is, honey. Don't you know anyone comes looking for a voice from the beyond? They make it sound the way they want. They want to believe. That's the only way any con game works. Now, you better get in the closet. She'll be here any minute.
Okay. You sure this is going to work?
Oh, one thing I learned from Madame Chanda. Big time, small time. A sucker is still a sucker. If you got as much faith as they have, it's a lead pipe cinch.
Well, there it is. The trap is set, all ready to be sprung. And the innocent victim is about to put her foot in it. Strange feeling, isn't it? That these are such amiable crooks, one is almost tempted to be on their side. Are we to be lulled into thinking, even for a moment, that crime should pay? I'll return shortly with Act 3. The moment of truth has arrived. The curtains have been drawn, enclosing Madame Chanda's small studio. The lights dimmed. The madam herself has gone into a trance. Strange flickerings of light flutter in the gloom. There are breaths of air, murmurings of alien voices. The music of the spheres hangs trembling in the air.
A grieving woman sits waiting for the sound of a well-loved voice. She is torn apart by decisions beyond her power to make by herself. Through the agony of my body, her message flows out to you, her husband. Will you not put aside the shroud and call back to her, listen to her prayer, and send her an answer?
Who calls me? Who calls?
Toto, is that you?
Look in the crystal hemisphere. Can't you see me?
I can't. It's all smoky.
Then hear my voice. My voice. Can't you hear it?
Yes, but it's very hoarse.
Why did you call me?
It's about the money, dear.
What about it?
I took it out of the bank because of Mr. Nichols.
Who?
Mr. Nichols. You know, he writes that wonderful investing letter you always subscribe to. The one who thinks all the banks are going to fail.
I remember. Where is the money now?
At the house.
You thought it safer there?
Oh, yes. So there would be enough left to give away.
To give away?
Oh, Toto, stop repeating everything I say. You know I have to. Only I'm not clever enough to know who's most deserving. So I'm just leaving that up to the Supreme.
To the Supreme.
Now, there you go again. To someone greater than all of us is all I mean. He'd know much better than we what to do with it, don't you think?
I suppose. But how's he going to get it?
Oh, he wouldn't have any trouble, I shouldn't think. Except maybe with the bank. I didn't want red tape. Was I right?
Of course. You're always right. But where is where is he going to get it from?
Well, I wanted only one place. But there was only room in the big trash can for $5 million, and the other 3 I stuffed in the wood box. It's so bulky, really. But I wanted it in small bills because nobody likes to bother with big ones, really.
I'm in complete agreement. But in the trash can?
Oh, I didn't leave it with the rest of the garbage. I'm not that silly. I have it all ready just inside the garage door. So he can come and collect it whenever he's ready. Toto, do you think I'm doing the right thing?
Susie, my dear, I couldn't have arranged it better myself.
Oh, I'm so glad you're pleased. Now, I shouldn't disturb you anymore. I know this is a bad time for you. It's usually when you were taking a snooze.
Yes. Well,
You mustn't be embarrassed. I just wish I could join you.
Ah, sweet. But there's no hurry.
Oh, I don't know. It hasn't been a bit the same since you've been gone.
In good time. Not yet. Not yet.
I'll live out whatever's allotted. But I'll tell you the truth, dear. I'll be quite ready whenever it comes.
Hey, come on, Candy. What's the matter with you?
Oh, I don't know. Just leave me alone.
We're sitting on top of the world. Everything's falling into our hands. How come you turn on the waterworks?
Oh, she was just so kind of sweet about him. I hate to be a part of conning her.
Oh, women, how can you figure them? Look, we made her happy, don't you see?
Yeah, but it was a lie.
All right. Forget Mrs. Loring. Look at us. Everything's coming up roses for us.
How?
I'm going to go out, hire a rental truck, and stick a sign I paint on it saying, like, Ace Garbage Disposal. Then, just as sweet as you please, I drive up and pick up that trash barrel from the garage.
But she's not going to let you take it.
She's not going to be there to stop me.
How come?
Because I've done a little checking up on her.
Hmm?
Every Sunday morning, she goes to early church service. The janitor lives in my boarding house, and I checked it out with him. She hasn't missed a service since her husband died.
All right, but when she gets back and finds the money missing...
That's the beauty part. She'll figure it just went up to heaven like Elijah's fiery chariot.
I don't know. Look, suppose she blames me.
How could she? The power of positive thought, baby. You got us snowed into believing you don't know anything that's happened when you're in a trance. And anyway, you and me, we won't be here no more, Candy. We'll be long gone.
Gone where?
With 60 times 100 G's, the world, Cupcake, the world.
But I don't have no passport.
Who does? So we'll do the States until we pick them up. Who's going to be looking for us? We got it made.
I don't see why you had to drag me along.
I got to have a lookout. Besides, I may need help loading the garbage can with all the money.
Yeah, is my hair all tucked into the cap?
Yeah.
I don't see why I had to wear this loose old shirt of yours.
Candy, sugar, without it, you couldn't pass for a man. No way.
I must look terrible.
I wouldn't worry. Nobody's going to see you. I hope. Hold it.
Shh. What is it?
She's starting the car. She'll be coming out of the driveway any minute right past us.
She'll see us.
Not with the sun on our windshield. But just in case, we'll duck when she passes. Watch it, duck. Well, there she goes. And here we go. This is it, Candy, baby. We're about to strike it rich. Come on.
Suppose someone sees us.
You know the house can't be seen from the road? Let's go.
The garage door is open.
Yeah. And look, there's a big trash can there. I'm so excited, my palms are sweating. Can you imagine, Candy, that... What is it?
I tripped on something. It's a Bible.
A what?
A Bible. Oh, Susie, she must have dropped it getting into the car. See, suppose she comes back. Come on, let's get out of here.
Not without the
Oh,
dough.
never mind the dough. We can get that.
Holy cow. It's here. The money's here, just like she said it was. Come here, Candy.
I don't want to, Sid. I just want to run before something...
Now, without the $5 million? Give me a hand.
It's her. She came back.
Get back in the shadows. Maybe she won't see us.
She's coming in.
She just came back for the Bible. Let her find it, and then What?
I still got it in my hand.
Well, then throw it out before... No, hold it. It's too late.
Oh, now, where on earth did I drop my Bible? Must have left it in the house. I'll just put the light on, so...
What did you do?
I had to stop her before she recognized us.
What did you hit her with?
I don't know. The first thing that came to hand is this spade.
Oh, Sid. Her neck's at such a funny angle.
I never meant... I only wanted to... Oh, yeah. Yeah, she's dead.
Oh, let's get out of here.
No, wait, not without what we came for.
What did you bring the money back here for?
Close the door.
All right. But, Sid, we gotta run.
Not now.
Now, more than ever.
Don't you see? That's the way we'll get caught. Sooner or later, they're going to find her body.
But they won't know the money's missing.
They'll find out through the bank.
Then you'll get involved.
No.
Hmm?
No, I've been thinking. It's a lucky thing old Prouty had his heart attack. Nobody knows I knew anything about the money. And anyways, I'm going to have an alibi.
How?
Well, we got married this morning, just like you asked me, didn't we?
But that was before we went to Susie's house.
That's right. So before we left, I set her watch back an hour to right about that time. When I hit her, it got broken.
We won't get away with it.
Sure we can. We got to lay low. Just go on like always. I'll keep working at the bank, and you keep on here reading the future.
Well, it won't be much of one. What about the money? Can't we use it to...
No, we can't take a chance.
But what are you going to do with it?
Hide it. Bide our time.
Hide it? Where?
Take up the floorboards. Dump it in there. Get rid of the trash can and turn in the truck. And then we take it easy.
Oh, I'll never be able to take anything easy again.
Come on. Hey, what's that you got in your hand?
Huh? Oh, a Bible. Maybe I'd better start reading it.
You just concentrate on reading the crystal ball.
Oh, God, forgive me. God, forgive us.
Candy.
Who's that?
Susie calling you. Come, look in the crystal ball.
Oh, no. Forgive us. Forgive us. I'm so sorry.
So am I, Candy. That money was meant for the Lord. It is His, not yours.
Yeah, but don't you see this? There's no way to return it now without us getting involved.
Are you so sure? Look in the Bible.
The Bible?
My Bible. Where I have been reading. The passage I have marked. See it?
Yeah, I guess, like, right here.
2 Kings chapter 2, verse 11. You see it?
Yeah.
What does it say?
And behold, there appeared a chariot of fire, and Elijah went up by a whirlwind into heaven. I don't get it.
Remember what Mr. Wicks said, prophesying in his ignorance.
What?
That when I got back and found the money missing, I would figure it just went up to heaven like Elijah's chariot.
Yeah, he did say that.
There's your answer, Candy, and there's the fireplace. If you want to seek forgiveness, set the money afire. Burn it, Candy. Burn it.
Let me through. Hey, watch
Watch out. Let me through.
All right, buddy. This is as far as you go. You can't get through.
Well, that's my building.
Don't matter. You can't get through the fire line.
What happened?
Some dame burning paper or trash in the fireplace. Set the chimney on fire. Whole building's going up like a torch.
Paper? My wife, Candy. Get out of my way.
Hey, watch it. You can't go in there.
I got to. I got to get to this.
There's no one left in the building. They already brought the woman out.
Officer, why didn't you tell him his wife was dead already?
Who had the chance? Crazy guy. He'll be going to a crisp.
Above the burning building, lifted in the updrafts of air sucked by the heat, the scraps of blackened paper fall upwards like black snowflakes, swirling and eddying as they climb towards heaven. Mrs. Hartley Loring's money is ascending, like Elijah, to its last resting place. And Candy and Sid have paid the ultimate price for their greed. I'll be back shortly. Suspension of disbelief. So often in telling our tales, we ask for it, and you're kind enough to grant it. I mean, can you honestly believe that a woman would withdraw $8 million from a bank and keep 5 of it in a trash can? Fortunately, we don't have to ask you. If you read the papers, you must have read the news story on which this tale was founded. Our cast included Michael Tolan, Mary Jane Higby, Bryna Rayburn, and Ian Martin. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
In the night report for Thursday, May 8th, stay tuned for the CBS Radio Mystery Theater.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Everything has become more, I suppose we could say, vulgar these days, especially warfare. Today we fight with such complex scientific weaponry, whereas not too long ago, arms had a personality of their very own. They were beautifully made, skillfully decorated, and were designed to be used by gentlemen. But it's all part of the price we pay for progress.
Doc, I refuse to believe that Alexandra killed him. But she admits she did it, Sheriff. I don't care what she says or what anybody else says. People cannot act against their basic nature. Oh, is that a fact? For Alexandra, even to reach for a gun is completely alien to the way she's made.
You're a great believer in basic nature, Sheriff.
Absolutely.
Tell me, and don't answer too fast. How do you really know what your basic nature is?
Our mystery drama, The 44, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars John Beal. It is sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Much has been written concerning the flowering of New England. By this, of course, is meant the intellectual, spiritual, and literary heritage of that section of our country, which is justly hailed as the cradle of our culture. But New England was also the birthplace of our factories and forges, Indeed, at one time, she was the gunsmith to our nation. Back in 1851, in his Hartford armory, a gunsmith named Samuel Colt started to manufacture a very popular revolver. It came in caliber 36 for the Navy and caliber 44 for the Army. And one of these has survived to become the centerpiece of our story.
Sheriff Scobie speaking.
Sheriff?
Yes?
This is Alexandra Edison.
Oh. Yes, Alexandra?
I dislike to disturb you at home, especially on the Sabbath.
Oh, that's all right.
I did call your office, but there was no answer.
I don't mind, Alexandra. Now, how can I help you?
Help me. I'm afraid no one can help me now.
What are you saying?
Yes, because you see, I broke the commandment, thou shalt not kill.
Alexandra?
I have killed. I have taken a life, a human life.
Is this you, Alexandra Edison?
I have shot and killed Mr. Martin K. Beasley.
Alexandra, don't do anything. Don't touch anything. I'll be right there.
He's dead.
Yes. Yes, I told you.
Well, officially, I suppose the coroner has to make that determination, but this man is obviously deceased. And you shot him, you say?
I'm sorry, Sheriff.
You, Alexandra? You killed him? A woman like you? Why, never in a million years. I mean...
How little we really know about ourselves. What a mysterious and terrible creature is man.
What did you kill him with?
Well, I dropped the gun on the floor.
The gun? That gun?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's an antique. A Civil War pistol. I wouldn't think it could even fire.
I killed him with that pistol.
Yeah. Well, I'll have to call the coroner. Now, this man, this dead fella, this Martin K. Beasley, the name's familiar. Is he the one who's been trying to get you to sell the estate?
Yes. Yes, he was a cousin of mine.
And you shot him? Well, I'm really very much embarrassed by what I have to do. I have to place you under arrest.
I understand.
But I just can't see myself taking you off to jail. Now, this isn't the regular way to do it, but if you'll give me your promise not to... I was about to say, not to try to escape.
Well, I suppose that's just what it amounts to, Sheriff.
Well, just promise me not to leave the estate.
Well, where would I go?
Even so, for the record.
Well, if the promise is important, it is freely given.
Now, why did you shoot him?
Why? Oh...
Look, I know this isn't very easy for you, and I'm sure you're very upset. It's obvious why you shot him. Self-defense. So, there won't be a problem.
Oh, but
And the coroner's jury will dismiss the whole thing.
But Sheriff...
Now, Alexandra, you're not to worry. And believe me, everything's going to be all right. Sheriff Scobie? Yes, sir? My name is Hawkins, Everett Hawkins. Glad to meet you, Mr. Hawkins. Well, I don't think you will be when I tell you who I am and why I'm here. Proceed, Mr. Hawkins. To begin with, I'm a member of the law firm of Hawkins and Beasley. The late Martin K. Beasley was my partner. Yes, sir. I've come here to see that justice is done. Well, sir, nobody should object to justice. The thing is crystal clear. That madwoman shot him. I beg your pardon, sir? Come, Sheriff, it's a matter of record. That Miss Alexandra Edison is not sane. And where is this particular record kept? Oh, I see. I see what's going on here. A little conspiracy. All the hometown folks closing ranks around poor Alexandra Edison to protect her from the rapacious city slickers.
Can you document that charge, Mr. Hawkins?
The woman has confessed to murder. Why isn't she in custody?
Why put her in jail? She's not going anywhere. Why subject her to needless embarrassment?
That woman belongs in jail, and I demand that she be placed there at once.
You demand?
Believe me, no one wants to do Miss Edison any harm. Poor woman, poor, frustrated, unbalanced woman. Why hold her responsible for an act over which she had no control?
Where are you headed, Mr. Hawkins?
I shall suggest to the prosecutor that the state accept a plea of not guilty by reason of insanity. They'll put her in a sanitarium. She'll receive the best psychiatric care.
And naturally, if she's declared incompetent, she won't be able to manage her affairs, huh?
Naturally. She only had one relation, Mr. Beasley. Now that he's dead, his wife, Mrs. Beasley, is the heiress, and she should be appointed executrix of the estate. Poor Mrs. Beasley, she's in a state of shock.
I'm sure she'll recover.
You're a very cynical person, Sheriff. She's here in town. She came down last week with her husband to see if she could help him talk sense to poor Alexandra Edison.
I'm sorry, Alexandra. I didn't want to put you in here.
It's no disgrace to be in prison. I think of Thoreau and so many other good people.
Alex, I want to talk to you about this Beasley fella. I understand he'd been after you to sell your land.
And I refused. He threatened me.
With bodily harm?
Worse. He said he would have me committed to an insane asylum.
And that's why you shot him?
Well, I didn't mean to shoot him. I ordered him out of my house. He laughed at me, and it is my fault. I lost my temper, something I never did before. I saw that old pistol lying on the mantel, and I picked it up, and I said, "Get out," and he laughed again, and suddenly the gun went off.
Just like that?
One moment, I was standing there, pointing the pistol at him, and then it suddenly became alive. An angry thing in my hand. There was an explosion, a flash of fire, and black smoke.
Then it was an accident.
Oh, yes. Yes.
But the fact is, you did pick up that pistol.
Yes. Yes, I suppose it could be considered an irrational act.
Look, don't you be the one to say that.
But the very fact that one reaches for a firearm indicates a certain lack of balance.
Please, Alexandra, it's going to be tough enough. Just insist that you fired in self-defense. I'm sorry to be bothering you at a time like this, Mrs. Beasley.
It's all right, Sheriff.
You came down here with your husband last week?
Yes.
I understand to help him persuade Miss Edison to do something with the land, the estate.
Poor woman. Poor unfortunate woman. I bear her no malice whatever. I'm sure she isn't responsible.
May I ask why your late husband wanted her to develop the place?
You see, Martin was a member of a prestigious law firm, but we weren't rich. Of course, we would inherit the Edison estate one day, but we might have to wait all our lives. Oh, please, don't make Martin out a villain.
No.
And this land conservation, it was just a conceit on her part. Martin felt she could have let him have some of the property while he'd be young enough to enjoy it. What would be the harm?
She claims he threatened to have her declared incompetent.
Well, the fact of the matter, she is incompetent.
Mrs. Beasley, I've known the woman all my life, and I wouldn't say...
She's incompetent to manage her estate.
You've met Miss Edison, haven't you?
Yes, a week ago, when we came to town. I was with Martin, and we called on her. It was a very frustrating interview, and so when Martin went back again on Sunday, I told him he could go by himself. I wasn't having any more of Miss Edison. Oh, if I'd only known.
Yes. Well, I'm sorry to have troubled you.
Oh, are they going to hold the inquest?
Yes, just as soon as the ballistics laboratory verifies the murder weapon.
Oh, why does it have to be verified? Everyone knows how he was murdered and with what. Why do we have this red tape?
I can appreciate how you feel, Mrs. Beasley, but that's what the law is all about. Red tape. It's what holds our society together.
Hello, Sheriff.
Hi, Doc. What's up?
Well, I'm tying up all my loose ends. Got my autopsy report here. Ready for the inquest tomorrow.
He was shot to death, wasn't he?
What kind of a question is that? Took out the slug. Big one. 44. Well, I assume it's a 44. That's the caliber of the gun she used. Look, did they send it here? They must have. They didn't send it to me.
Send what?
The ballistics report from the State Police Laboratory.
No, I didn't get it.
Well, it's a formality, but we need it. Check it for me, will you?
Yeah. I guess she's in for it.
It looks that way.
Unless we can prove it was self-defense or an accident.
Well, that's going to be tough.
Why?
Well, you've got this out-of-town lawyer, this Hawkins, raising a rumpus. He's got old Lester, the state's attorney, running scared, I'll tell you. And I'll tell you another thing. He's out to get that insanity verdict.
Well, that's going to be very hard to do in this town.
You really think so? Poor Alexandra. She's kind of, well, offbeat.
Well, that's not the same as being insane.
Well, it depends on how you emphasize it. There are folks here who think that growth and development would be a good idea. Bring in business, raise land values. The only way to do that is to get rid of Alexandra.
Yeah? Well, I guess those people would think there's something radically wrong with me, too.
Why?
Because I don't think she did it.
Well, she admits she did it.
Well, I don't care. People cannot act against their basic nature. For Alex even to reach for a gun is absolutely alien to the way she's made.
So why does she insist she did it?
I don't know.
When if she didn't kill him, who did?
I don't know that either.
Our basic nature. Can we act against it? More to the point, do we have a basic nature, or do we only think we do? How do you account for those people who lead quiet, orderly lives year in, year out, and then suddenly explode into violence and anarchy? For more than half of his working life, a Mr. Paul Gauguin was a respectable, very bourgeois banker. Suddenly, he chucked it all and ran off to the South Seas to paint. What was his basic nature? I'll continue with Act 2 shortly. We seem to be involved with a story that deals with insanity, or let us say, alleged insanity. It is an altogether fitting theme for our series, since insanity is basically one of the great mysteries of mankind. In the first place, what is it? In the second place, who says so? Like everything else, therefore, insanity is relative, and that's where all the problems lie.
You say you're convinced Alexandra Edison did not kill this Beasley fella, Sheriff?
Yes, Doc.
Even though she confesses she did it?
I don't care what she says.
Test 1, 2.
Test
1, 2, 3.
I'm going to ask you a question. Do you say this because you're in love with Alex?
What kind of a question is that?
Legitimate question.
Why do you suggest that I'm in love with her?
Well, I notice you haven't denied it. You both grew up together in this town?
Together? Listen, we may have shared the air and the water, but together...
Hey, you still don't deny it.
Oh, she was the golden-haired little princess who lived up on the hill in the mansion with the rich folks. Me, my old man was a town drunk.
Well, let's just say he was a fellow with a problem.
Thank you, Doc. Well, I was going to go away, get to college somehow, make something of myself, and come back as a somebody, and then... But she got sick, and I just couldn't leave. So I stayed and did the best I could.
Mm-hmm. Did you ever talk to her about it?
No.
Well, for all you know, then, she may have been secretly in love with you all these years, too.
She never really got over that illness either. It made her kind of withdrawn, you know? But nobody can say she's crazy. Nobody. Come in.
Are you Sheriff Scobie?
That's me. What can I do for you?
I'm Sergeant Terry of the State Police.
Oh, won't you sit down, Sergeant?
With the crime laboratory. Work in ballistics.
Oh, the coroner's waiting for the report. Did you bring it here personally?
Sheriff, I don't have a report. That is, not yet.
You don't have it? Oh, how's that possible? What are you doing here, then?
You could be in a jam, Sheriff.
What kind of jam?
I don't know. I just wanted you to be aware of it unofficially, off the record. Sheriff, you sent me the wrong gun.
What?
Here, take a look at it.
Well, sure. It's the gun that she used.
This is not the gun she used. This is not the weapon that fired the fatal shot.
But this is the gun that was on the floor next to the body.
That may very well be, but I can tell you, and I am prepared to testify under oath, that this gun has not been fired in, well, could be 50, 60 years. More, maybe.
I can't believe that.
Now, look, Sheriff. Look closely. See how rusty it is? And furthermore, it's a single action, which means you have to pull back the hammer with your thumb.
I know what a single-action revolver is.
According to the markings, this piece was manufactured in Hartford, Connecticut in 1859.
I can only tell you that this was the gun that was fired.
This gun, in its present state, could not be fired.
It's the gun she said she used.
Well, then she isn't telling the truth.
But there wasn't any other gun.
Sheriff, for whatever reason, you didn't send us the murder weapon. And I'm going to have to say so publicly. I just thought you should be the first to know.
Hi, Sheriff.
Hello, Martha.
Oh, you don't look so hot. You want the luncheon special?
Yeah, I guess so. What is it today?
Yankee pot roast, your favorite.
Oh, why not? The condemned man ate a hearty meal.
What's that supposed to mean?
Oh, nothing. I just have to do a little thinking.
I've been doing a little thinking myself lately. Oh, it's a shame.
What is?
Well, you know this fella Hawkins? Staying here at the hotel. So's this Mrs. Beasley, widow of this fella Alexandra Edison had to shoot.
Tell me, Martha, do you think there's something doing between Hawkins and Mrs. Beasley?
No, I don't think so. He's kind of lining people up against Alexandra, you know, in a subtle way. He's talking about the fantastic growth and all it'll accrue to the town if the estate was taken out of Alex's hands.
Sounds like a pretty crude approach to me.
Oh, it is. But it sinks in, and it churns around inside people's minds, whether they like it or not. Oh, it makes me mad.
Is Mrs. Beasley helping him out?
She keeps to herself pretty much.
Well, she's had a shock.
I don't think it was too much of a shock. They didn't get along, this Mr. and Mrs. Beasley. I could hear them in the room.
You mean they'd fight?
Oh, nothing physical, if you know what I mean. But she kept saying, I could kill you.
I could kill you?
Well, it might have been her way of speaking. But everything was, I could kill you. I could kill you for being stupid. I could kill you for being a coward. I could kill you for not standing up for your rights.
I could kill you. That's interesting.
Uh-oh. Oh, here's somebody coming who's loaded for bear, looks like. Well, I'll order you your pot roast.
Sheriff, I demand an explanation of the incredible situation which has just been brought to light by the state police. You sent them the wrong weapon.
Why would I do that?
Well, I've been listening to the town gossip. People say you're in love with her.
Are you making an accusation of wrongdoing on my part?
I'm making a statement, Sheriff. There seems to be a considerable amount of irregularity going on around here, and I'm going to get to the bottom of it. And I'm warning you, your hands had better be clean.
Doc, I don't understand it.
I don't know how we can sort this thing out. You sure that was the gun near the body?
Now, don't you start, Doc. It was the gun, the only gun.
Well, I've got to hold an inquest. Alexandra's going to say that she killed Beasley with that pistol. A pistol that was laying on the floor. Lab is going to say that the pistol couldn't be fired. What kind of verdict can we come up with? You have to have the weapon.
I know.
Could she be pulling a fast one on us? Could she have killed him with another gun and then dropped this one near the body?
In that case, what did she do with the gun she used?
Well, got rid of it. Hid it. Destroyed it somehow.
Oh, well, that's not easy. And she didn't have much time. We know Beasley left the hotel at 2:30 Sunday afternoon to go see Alexandra. It takes at least 15 minutes to get there. So it's now 2:45.
Huh?
At 3 o'clock, Alexandra calls me to say she's killed him. I'm there by 10 after 3. So in 25 minutes, she has to kill Beasley and get rid of the gun, assuming your theory is correct.
25 minutes can be a long time.
If the gun is hidden, we can find it.
I suppose she destroyed it.
You're not talking about a piece of paper that can be shredded or burned. It's a fair-sized piece of heavy steel.
Well, there's got to be an explanation. I have to have something for the inquest.
Alexander, do you want to help me out of an awkward situation?
Certainly.
I have this problem. And it's really because of you.
Me?
You phoned me Sunday afternoon, told me you'd killed a fella. I arrive here and I see this Beasley lying dead on the floor.
Yes.
I ask, why did you kill him? You answer, self-defense.
Well, it's true.
I ask, what did you kill him with? You answer, the gun lying there next to the body.
Yes. I dropped it. No. I threw it to the ground immediately, like some unclean, defiled thing.
Well, then, here's my problem. Alexandra, you didn't fire that gun.
Oh, but
Nobody has fired that gun in years. It's doubtful if it can even be fired at all. Who killed Beasley?
I did.
Where is the gun you used?
Well, you took it from me the other day.
That's not the gun. Please, Alex, tell me. I'll have to search the house, the grounds. Why don't you save me the trouble? Is it possible someone else killed him?
Well, how could someone else have killed him?
You tell me. All right. This could be a fantastic explanation, but it's no more far-fetched than the gun. Suppose someone else had a motive, and that someone else followed him here. He or she could have watched the two of you through the French doors on the patio. He or she could have seen you become angry, reach for the antique revolver, pointed at Beasley, and at that moment could have fired at Beasley, who then fell down dead. In the excitement, you actually might have thought that you fired the shot.
Who would believe that?
Think. Please, think, Alex. It's an old gun. It's heavy. It fires a very explosive charge. You would have felt it. You would have felt a shock in your hand and a tingling in your arm. Do you remember that kind of reaction?
Please, don't ask me any more questions.
But I have to.
Please, Harry.
I'm sorry, but it's my job to... Harry. You haven't called me Harry since we were in high school.
Oh.
I used to feel so great that you even noticed me. Who was I?
Well, you were a very nice young man.
Well, I'm still nice. Alexandra, you can trust me. I know you didn't kill Beasley.
But I did.
No, not with that gun, that antiquated 44. Someone else did. And you know who it is. Trust me, Alex. You know you can trust me. You want to trust me. That's why you called me Harry.
Please, don't ask me.
I have to ask you.
Well, all right. I'll tell you who killed Martin Beasley. It was my Aunt Emma.
Your Aunt Emma?
Yes, my great Aunt Emma. Emma Edison.
Emma Edison? The one whose picture's up there on the wall?
Yes.
Emma Edison. Well, she's been dead. She died before we were even born. You don't mean her.
Yes, I do. She killed Martin Beasley.
But that's impossible.
Oh, Harry, you promised me I could trust you, and now you refuse to believe me.
I'm sorry, Alex. Just go ahead and tell me. How did your dead Aunt Emma kill Martin Beasley?
She's going to tell us, but not until the third act, which is always a classic place for such revelations. And now we have a new character to contend with, Great Aunt Emma. If, as her grandniece contends, she was able to commit a murder after she was dead, what must this formidable woman have been like while she was still alive? I shall return with the answer shortly. Dead men, they say, tell no tales. But of course, that may depend on your point of view. Dead men and dead women can be endowed with all sorts of powers, if only we were equipped to recognize them. We're about to make the acquaintance of a dead lady named Emma Edison.
How could your great Aunt Emma have killed Martin Beasley?
Well, it's so hard to explain.
Please, Alex, try.
Well, it hasn't been easy for me these past years.
I know.
No, I don't think anyone knows. It all has to do somehow with money. I don't know anything about money. Money was always a piece of paper. The mail would bring me a piece of paper that said now I had twice as much money as I did before. And then another piece of paper would come to inform me that now I had 3 times as much money. Pieces of paper. That's all they ever were to me. Is it clear to you what I'm saying, Harry?
Yes, it's clear, Alex. Your great Aunt Emma?
Martin Beasley would come to see me, and he would insist that I turn it all over to the developers, that we increase the value of the land. He kept saying he would protect his interests, and even mine. He tried to convince me that I would soon lose everything.
And he threatened you?
He told me they could have me declared incompetent. I was terrified. One day, I looked at the portrait of Great Aunt Emma above the mantel, and I said to it, You are so different. You would know what to do. And the most fantastic thing happened. There was a voice.
You bet your sweet life I'd know what to do, little girlie.
I couldn't believe it. I stared, and I just gaped at her, and I said, Who are you?
Who do I look like?
Well, you look like the great lady in the portrait. You can't be talking to me.
Why not?
Well, this is my imagination.
Well, your great Uncle Billy. He come out of the Union Army with a rebel bullet in his leg, the ragged clothes on his back, and an old cap and ball 44 revolver on his hip. He drifted north of the Rio, and he saw this land we're standing on now, and he took it.
Took it?
Yes, honey, took it. With the Colt 44, and it's our land. It's Edison land. Don't you ever forget it.
But they want to take it from me.
Who? That Beasley varmint?
I'm afraid.
An Edison woman afraid? Huh. Look what's on the mantelpiece.
I don't see anything.
You think it's an antique. You think it's just a forgotten family heirloom. Well, it's Wild Billy's cap and ball 44. Now, the next time that Beasley varmint dares to set foot in here, you pick up the 44.
Oh, no.
And you say, I have the right to protect myself against intruders.
Well, how could I say that?
If he refuses to leave, shoot him down.
But you just can't shoot people down. Do you believe what I'm telling you, Harry? Cousin Beasley came back. It was more than a week ago, and his wife was with him, and I noticed that she looked at the gun.
Yes?
That's all. Cousin Beasley was telling me to do what he wanted. And she just kept looking at the gun. She asked me what caliber gun it was, and I said it was a .44.
And what did she say?
Nothing.
And what happened?
Nothing. He said he would give me till Sunday to think things over.
And he came back on Sunday?
Yes. At about 2:45, he was angry, abusive, and threatening. I was very frightened. And then I became aware of Aunt Emma standing beside me.
You became aware of Aunt Emma standing beside you? Was Mr. Beasley also aware of her?
No, because he just kept shouting at me. And Aunt Emma kept saying to me,
"Order him out."
And I kept saying, "I'm frightened."
"Pick up the .44. Go ahead."
And I did. I said, "Get out."
"Shoot him. Shoot him."
And I kept saying, "I can't. And she...
Yes?
She took the pistol out of my hands, pointed it at Cousin Beasley, and she fired. I closed my eyes. I may have blacked out for a moment. When I opened my eyes, Emma was gone, and my Cousin Beasley was lying on the floor. He was dead. The pistol was lying there next to him.
I see.
Do you really see, Harry?
Yes. But why did you insist, then, that you killed him?
Because if I had told anyone else what really happened, they would have said I was crazy. They would take my land away.
Please, don't tell that story to anyone else.
But it's true.
That might make it even worse. Hello, Martha. Oh, you look like a person with a problem.
Oh, Sheriff, I can't get enough help to clean the rooms properly.
I see Mrs. Beasley's in the dining room, along with Mr. Hawkins.
They just sat down to eat.
Which means they'll be here at least an hour.
More likely 20 minutes. They're not folks who know how to relax over food.
Even 20 minutes should be enough.
For what?
For me to search her room.
Oh.
Any objections?
Oh, no. No, none at all. What are you looking for?
A gun.
A gun?
Yeah.
Are you saying she killed her own husband?
Well, according to what you told me, she'd have liked to have killed him.
Yeah, but twixt the wish and the deed, there's...
There's a gun. Go through those drawers, and I'll look through the closets.
There's not a sign of a gun of any kind.
I guess it isn't here.
Hey, well, what are you looking in the wastebasket for?
Well, you never know.
Oh, she certainly wouldn't have thrown a gun into the wastebasket, would she?
No. But she did throw something else in here.
What is it?
You complain about how it's hard to get your maids to do a thorough job.
Well, I certainly do.
Miss Beasley? Mr. Hawkins? Mind if I join you?
Oh, sit down, Sheriff. I think it's time we arrived at an understanding.
I agree.
What is holding things up here? What are you people trying to pull? When is that coroner going to hold his inquest?
I believe he can hold it this afternoon.
Well, why doesn't he?
He's hoping something might turn up.
Something like what?
Something definite. Otherwise, he'll have to have a verdict to the effect that Mr. Beasley's death was caused by a person or persons unknown.
But Mr. Beasley was killed by Miss Edison.
Who says so?
She says so.
Well, she may have been nervous, overwrought.
But everybody knows she killed him with that antique pistol.
If you contend that she killed him with that .44, then we have the testimony of expert witness Sergeant Terry of the State Police that the gun in question could not have been fired.
Well, it doesn't matter. I don't care if she killed him or not. Her conduct is sufficient evidence that she is not competent.
Which is really what you're after. You want Mrs. Beasley here to succeed to control of the estate.
And I don't think there's too much you can do about it.
If you're willing to grant that Miss Edison did not kill Mr. Beasley, then we open up a fascinating line of inquiry. Who did? And how?
Well, that's not my problem.
It does become your problem if the killer is Mrs. Beasley.
What are you trying to imply?
Don't say a word.
Oh, it's good lawyer's instinct. Shut her up.
How dare you make this abominable accusation?
It's a speculation. Let us suppose that Mrs. Beasley follows her husband to the Edison house on Sunday, watches the activity through the patio doors.
Sheriff, I'll have you know.
And she sees a frightened, angry Alexandra threaten Beasley with that antique revolver. Mrs. Beasley here has another .44, which she fires through the open door.
Of all the ridiculous...
Poor, terrified Miss Edison actually believes she herself is the killer.
You couldn't prove a word of this. All you have is speculation.
Oh, I never said it was anything else.
Then we don't have to listen to it. You don't have a shred of evidence.
Well, I do have a shred of something. It's a piece of paper. A receipt from a hardware store in Calvin's Corners, which is some 20 miles from here. A receipt for the purchase of 1 box of .44 caliber cartridges. Why did you buy a box of .44 caliber cartridges, Mrs. Beasley?
Jeanette, don't say a word.
Oh, what's the use? They can prove I bought the shells.
And why?
I wanted to kill him.
Jeanette.
But I didn't. I had this absolutely rattle-brained, crazy idea. When I was at her house with him, I saw the gun. I figured if I could get a shell for it and kill him with it, it could be pinned on her.
As your attorney, Jeanette, I warn you.
But I didn't do it. I bought the bullets. I sneaked back there one day. I saw her out walking. I got into the house, and I couldn't even load that stupid thing.
It was an old-style gun. It couldn't take a modern-type cartridge.
Whatever the reason, I hated him. He was such a jellyfish.
It could also be assumed that the reason you bought the shells was because you had a .44 caliber revolver of your own. And after you used it, you disposed of it somewhere.
No, that isn't true.
Sheriff, you couldn't prove that.
I notice you no longer have that fine edge of certainty in your voice, Mr. Hawkins.
Well, what are you going to do?
I can't withhold evidence, but I won't push. If both of you agree not to bother Miss Edison anymore.
But all you're doing is making the thing more complicated than ever.
I'm sorry, Doc.
If Alexandra killed him, how could she have fired the gun? If Mrs. Beasley killed him, where's the gun she used? And there still may be one more possibility. There could be someone who ain't telling all he knows.
Who?
You.
Me? What more could I possibly know?
You're head over heels in love with her, and maybe now there's a chance for you. So you decided to save her.
How could I do that?
There was another gun, a gun that worked. She killed him with it. You were first on the scene, so you put that gun in your pocket, and you threw that old antique pistol on the floor.
You can't believe that, Doc.
Oh, I could. But I could never prove it. I got maybe half a ton of suspicions, but I don't have one single ounce of proof. Nor am I likely to find any.
So, as coroner, what's going to happen, Doc?
You're probably going to get married to Alexandra Edison.
I mean, what's going to happen as far as the murder of Martin K. Beasley is concerned?
I don't know. Maybe nothing will ever happen. After all, not every murder that's committed gets solved, does it?
No, it certainly doesn't. And if you like everything nicely rounded off and tied up in a neat little package, we cannot deliver it this time. But that's how life works out most often, doesn't it? As the poet said, the road to resolution is paved with doubt, and the more you question, the less you find out. Our problem is we may have found out too much. We shall discuss this further shortly. It has been said that nothing changes more constantly than the past. For the past that influences our lives may not consist of what actually happened, but of what we believe did happen. The very split second an act is committed, it belongs to the past. And it begins to be molded and refined and, most likely, rewritten. Who killed Martin K. Beasley? It depends on your point of view. And your point of view is the infinite number of ideas, fears, desires, and whatnot that are constantly churning around in your psyche. And in mine? Our cast included John Beal, Court Benson, Carol Teitel, and Bryna Rayburn. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. Mystery Theater presents Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. In the listing of the 7 deadly sins, the third one is usually envy. But envy has a sister, jealousy, so very like her twin, and yet, in many ways, so different. For jealousy is a very special sickness that lies between a man and a woman, and which, since time immemorial, has caused the death of love.
No, Diane, you've got to lead them, like this.
You missed too.
Yeah, well, that's because you've got me all shook up, Diane.
Great. That makes it a good day for the ducks. I didn't want to hit one anyway. Oh, now can we get out of this cold, damp blind, or whatever you call it, and go pretend we're civilized human beings?
Well, if I take you back there, will you act like one?
Oh, what does that mean?
Diane, will you let me make an honest woman of you?
Our mystery drama, The Eighth Deadly Sin, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Patricia Elliott and Larry Haynes. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule. I'll be back shortly with Act One. This is a love story, pure and simple. Or, come to think of it, not all that pure, and certainly not simple. It concerns 2 complicated and fascinating people. 2 people well enough known in their public lives to be, if not celebrities, at least household names. But 2 people whose private lives they have maintained peculiarly as their own. The first can speak for himself. The other will have no trouble in establishing herself as time and our story develop.
The name is Gary Winter. By profession a writer, by persuasion a wanderer, both of which I work at hard, or did some million years ago. Let me be exact. Some 3 months, 3 weeks, 3 days, and 17 hours ago, I heard the whispering rustle of a taffeta skirt behind me, turned my head, and lost myself forever. On a woman. One woman. a certain woman to the world. But to me, my woman.
What makes your eyes so big, Mr. Wolf?
You? I plan to gobble you up.
You might have trouble digesting me.
Yeah, but what a way to die.
But why do you have to die?
For love?
That isn't only outdated. You have an urge to say something profound?
Yeah. Why don't you and I get out of here?
My name is Diane Summers. I suppose I'm hardly the most popular woman in America, either with women or with men. Oh, I'm still a successful movie star, but that may be the result of the hate-love syndrome. Men distrust me because they think I want to emasculate them. Women, because I don't conform. I'm too outspoken, and I haven't ever married. The press has built me in the image of women's lib. I don't mind that. I'm all for anything that liberates anyone, including women. But that is a philosophy, not a cause. I don't like straitjackets anywhere. I am a nonconformist. But I'm still a woman looking for a man that I haven't yet found. Or have I? Where are we headed for?
Now, there is a monumental question I was just asking myself.
I would have never thought of you as indecisive.
Oh, I'm not, normally, but, you kind of scare the lymph out of me.
The what?
The lymph. One of the body's 3 most important fluids.
Blood being the first.
Right.
But I don't scare that out of you.
No, lady. You just make that boil.
I make a lot of people's blood boil. Mostly for one reason.
Well, just one reason for me. Excuse me. This is where we turn.
Turn what?
Into my garage. Maybe into a new world for us both. Where we are. Not alone anymore.
That's the way it began. Gary and me. When we met, I knew who I was. Or thought I did. I know Gary was sure. He knew who he was. As I had from the first time he spoke to me. The top byline in world coverage. Wherever the action was, that's where you'd find Gary Winter. And the man could write like a dream. There was no question we were made for each other. Or to destroy each other. The only question was, which was it going to be?
No, Diane. You've got to lead them like this.
You missed too.
Yeah. Now, that's because you have me all shook.
Great. That makes it a good day for the ducks. I didn't want to hit one anyway. Oh, can we get out of this cold, damp blind, or whatever you call it, and go pretend we're civilized human beings?
Well, if I take you back there, will you act like one?
Why?
Isn't it time we were married?
Not really. Who says? You? You want to be married.
No, I didn't say that.
You didn't have to.
Diane, I'm going away on this African story. And Lord knows when I'll be back, or if.
You'll be back, lover. You are indestructible.
Oh, no. No, I'm not indestructible. Nobody is when the bullet with your name on it finds you. No, I'd like to buy a little piece of immortality.
We haven't much time left for that,
I mean you, darling. That's all I need. Something to leave whatever is left over of me.
I must say, this is the most lugubrious proposal I've ever listened to.
Well, it would be if I really thought for a moment I wouldn't turn up again. Hey, listen. Would you like to go with me?
Oh, sure. And break all the contracts I've already signed.
Well, why do you have to be famous?
Would you love me if I was obscure and ugly?
No, that is not the point. It took me long enough to find you. I don't want to go a continent away not knowing whether or not by the time I get back I may have lost you again.
Now we're down to basics.
Well, why not us, like anyone else?
Maybe because I'm scared. I don't know if I'm ready. I'd ask an awful lot, Gary.
I have an awful lot to give.
But it doesn't make much sense for us right now. Maybe after you've finished covering your African story and I complete my picture in Italy, we've only known each other a month. Give us time before we make a commitment.
I've already made mine.
I'm not ready yet.
If you'll ever be. Okay? If that's the way you want it.
So, Gary went to Africa and I went to Rome. It wasn't exactly a goodbye. Just slow death. There were some letters at first, and then they petered out. Like our affair. Perhaps just as well. So I finished the picture and accepted a 2-week engagement at the Café Louvois in Monte Carlo, where I could sing sad songs and have a love affair safely with every man. Well, I tried to wipe Gary Winter from my mind.
The African thing was more than I bargained for. I got trapped behind the lines, and it was 2 months till I got back to civilization. From Dar es Salaam, I called Rome, but Diane was gone. I hopped a jet there anyway. By the time I got to Rome, the hottest human interest story in years had broken. And the first thing I had to do was go interview the man who caused it. So I catapulted from Rome to Monte Carlo and to Diane. From the window as I ride, I can see the shimmering beauty of the Mediterranean. And above my head, the sun is swimming in the bright noonday gold. The color of the sea is a woman's eyes, and the sun is the burnished gold of her hair. One woman, and the churning rush of the wheels makes a song of her name in my blood. Diane Summers, Diane Summers, Diane Summers. And tonight I'm sitting at the bar at the Casino Louvois in Monte Carlo, listening to Diane sing. Suddenly I can't bear to share her with the entranced crowd. I leave my drink untouched and thread my way through the tables and backstage.
Gary.
Diane. Surprised?
Well, shouldn't I be? You left me a half a world away.
You didn't even leave me that. You carry my whole world with you.
Still?
Yes. Diane, why did you run away from here?
I didn't run away. I finished the picture. You were in the heart of deepest Africa. I had an offer to sing at the casino. A fabulous offer, I might add. Why not? I like it better than Las Vegas. And you did stop writing.
Well, the mail service in the African bush is lousy.
Oh, my darling. Gary, aren't you going to kiss me?
I don't know.
What's wrong?
Nothing. Everything. No, for 24 hours. Ever since I heard your name again and found out where you were, I've waited for this very moment. A schoolboy at his first exam, an explosion about to happen. And now it's here.
Yes, Gary. It's here. It's real. It's happened. Oh, Gary, how long can you keep a girl waiting?
This long.
I think perhaps I want to sit down.
Me too. You know, as soon as I got back to civilization, I called you in Rome. No answer from your apartment. I tried to reach the producer, the set. Nothing.
Well, the movie was all locked up and in the can. You know how everyone disappears once it's over?
Yes, I know. I called my paper in the States. They said they'd track you down. But first, there was this assignment they wanted me to cover as long as I was in Italy. And once I talked to the guy, I didn't have to find you anymore. He told me where you were. Diane, were you trying to hide from me?
Hardly. With my name in lights 3 feet high in front of the casino.
Well, why didn't you leave word for me?
I just didn't think of it.
I see. Why did you stop writing?
Because I thought you had.
You sure?
What else?
Another man. Or men.
Oh, now that's child.
Well, I'd still like the answer.
Why do you always have to question everything?
Because I'm a writer, maybe. Why do you hate answers?
Maybe because I'm a woman.
Or because you have a guilty conscience?
Guilty? Guilty of what?
Because there was another man, at least one.
Where did you get that information?
Now, why should I hide anything from you? In jail, beloved.
Jail?
Yes, in a way, you put me there. In search of a man who today is front-page news all over Italy. A man named Francesco Coretti.
Francesco?
Yes. Now, come on, Diane. Don't act surprised. You know him better than I do.
Perhaps.
Diane, tell me, what happened here in Monte Carlo between...
Oh, Gary, really? Do you always have to probe? I don't feel like talking about Coretti tonight. I'm tired. Can't it wait for tomorrow?
Yeah, I guess. Like almost everything else about us, it always has to wait for tomorrow.
So there it was again. In the brightest moment of reunion, the flaw revealed, the wound open. The thing that stands between Gary and me always. Trust, belief, whatever you want to call it. The basis of any commitment, because every woman's instinct told me that what had passed between Francesco Coretti and me, he could never understand.
So, after all, in this simple love story, it appears that there is mystery. And why not? For after all, what mysteries are deeper and more complex than those that lie buried in the human heart? I shall return shortly with Act 2. Francesco Coretti, on the front pages of every newspaper in Italy. If I told you that he is the idol of every flower girl, teenager, middle-aged matron, to say nothing of a large cross-section of the male population, what would you guess? An Italian Elton John? And a Tuscan John Denver? None of these. What makes him a national headline? We'll have to go back to our story for that, and Diane Summers.
It is morning now, and Gary and I ride sun-drenched in a fiacre, while a sleepy driver and a resigned horse draws us up along the heights above the Mediterranean.
It's a beguiling view.
Yes.
And you are a beguiling woman.
Am I?
Oh, no false modesty, please. You know what you are. I'm the one who doesn't quite know.
Can't you take anything at face value, Gary?
I don't know. I'd like to know more about Francesco Coretti and you.
Didn't he tell you?
Some. I'd like to know the rest.
Must you know a woman's every secret, Gary?
Yours.
Would you? Really? My sordid affair with Francesco? Very well. Here's a young man, a nobody, really a nothing, who is a diamond courier. He's on his way to Rome with a pouch full of diamonds in his pocket, worth 3 million francs. He also has an idea, or an obsession, or call it what you will, in his head, that he has a system to break the roulette wheel. So, he stops in Monte Carlo. But the system backfires, and he gambles it all away. Right?
Right.
Wrong. Wrong, Gary. Foolish. But under the circumstances, a little magnificent.
What do you mean, magnificent?
Well, why am I telling this story? You're the one who went after it.
I liked his story. Liked it so much, I went to find out more. I talked to Francesco for an hour. He didn't know when he gave himself up that the money had been returned.
There is nothing to tell, Signor. I am a thief. I stole. I wish to be punished.
Okay, but why? Why did you steal?
Why do men do many strange things? For the last 5 years, I have traveled for the firm I work for to Monte Carlo to buy diamonds.
Diamonds in Monte Carlo?
You must understand the fever of the wheel, Signor. Rings, necklaces, bracelets are pawned for a fraction of their value to try to make up for lost money. I buy them for a slightly larger fraction, only to bring them back to Rome. I should know the fever of the wheel too well, but like everyone else, I watch and I think I have a system. All those years I have wanted to try it. This time, before I used the money to buy the diamonds, I could not resist.
And you used your firm's money to gamble?
At first, it was only what I could pay back from my savings. If I lost, too bad. And then the fever was on me, and I used for the first time what was not mine. I would pay it back with my winnings. But the wheel refused to smile, so the next night, the second night, I came back to the wheel, and it took all the money till I was penniless.
Oh, my. Why did you do such a stupid thing?
I had my reasons, but it no longer matters. The first only was important.
But you'd resisted all these years. Why this time?
I will not say.
Don't you realize what a story you are? The whole country is buzzing. Walk out in the street and 1,000 dark-eyed beauties would marry you tomorrow. You are one with the heroes who become immortal lovers. Of course, there's the answer. A woman. There has to be a woman. That's what you meant by the first, huh? No, of course, a woman. Now, why didn't I see that from the beginning? Now, tell me, what was she like?
Oh, she...
Come on now, just between us, Francesco. You want to talk about her? What was she like, huh?
Oh, Signor, how could I say? Have you been in the north of Italy, where our women are blonde and their skin shines as if it had been washed in the sun? You take all of those women, distill one who is the essence, and they would be drab compared... I can remember her scent, sharp and yet sweet as the lemon trees which cling to the hills where I come from. I remember it faint and not to be forgotten. This was such a woman.
Yeah, I can understand. There's such a woman in my life.
What is her name?
It doesn't matter. Diane, as it happens. But what I...
Diane?
Yeah.
The Signorina Diane Summers, no?
You know... You know Diane? You know where she is?
I knew her. And when I did, it was at the Casino du Roi in Monte Carlo.
How did you know her?
Because she was singing there. It was there I went to listen and to gamble for her love. Oh, Signor, do you mind that?
Yeah, you're darn right I do, but that doesn't matter for the moment. Is that where she is? Is she still there?
I think so.
Do you know what, man? I love you.
Because through me you have found the Signorina.
Oh, what else?
So now you can leave.
No, not yet, Buster. Now we've opened the gates. Let's see what comes out. Come on now, tell me about Diane.
Perhaps so now I can. Now we are simpatico. I am a small man, Signor. Oh, not in stature, perhaps, but in life. I came to Monte Carlo with the money to buy the diamonds. That one night I went to the Casino du Roi, a little fling, you understand? Mm-hmm. And there was Diane. The club was crowded as she sang, but for me, she sang to me, alone, see? After that, I sent her flowers, notes, telephoned, and all were unanswered. I was... How can I say it? How can I make anyone understand it? Everything was lost for love of her.
All right, you don't have to lay it out for me.
So when I could not seem to win her, all the time the wheel was spinning, saying, win with me, as you know you can. Win with me, and you can have anything you want. Even her, Francesco. Even her. I should have been concentrating on the game, but somehow I was more conscious that far off she was talking to the owner of the casino, Bragiotto. And I felt that she was talking only of me.
It's an intense pleasure to have you here at the gaming room, Signorina.
I'm happy to please you, Signor Bragiotto. Always.
I wish that were as sincere as it sounds.
But it is. After all, you are my employer.
Which gives me special privilege.
Of course.
No. You're making fun of me. All right, I deserve it. I am clumsy with words. I could wish that our relationship were more, intimate.
You mean you would like it if we were friends?
Yeah. And on that basis...
Good. Then as one friend to another, I am interested in the young man who has been losing so heavily these past few days. The one at the center table.
Ah, yeah. His name is Coretti, I believe. Non importante.
Rich?
Yes, money.
And, of course, that is all you care about him.
What would you, Signorina? It's my business.
The money. Is it his own?
That, Signorina, is his business.
What else did I expect you to say? He seems to have lost again. He's leaving the table.
Yes, well, the bell can excuse me, but perhaps I'd better...
Let me take over for you and make the gesture of friendship, Signor Bragiotto. They say that misery loves company.
You? You always win.
At the table, perhaps, at games of chance. I think what I need is a breath of fresh air. Excuse me? Signor.
Huh? What?
It's a long way down to the railway tracks, Signor Coretti.
You know me? But, Signorina Summers...
You know me?
No, you. Mia Carissima, no, you.
Then call me Diane.
Diane.
And your name?
Francesco.
Francesco. The mist is very heavy tonight. So heavy one would think you could not see. Ah, yes. There they are. The railroad tracks. Far down. Are you in such a hurry to catch a train, Francesco?
I was in a hurry to escape.
From yourself?
Yes, if you wish it from myself.
That's not the way.
The only way. When life, honor, hope, everything is gone.
I don't think so. A man can always hope.
For what?
Fulfillment, excitement in living, the desire to go on, a future with a woman.
A woman? Do you mean can I? You?
Why not? If you wish it, it could be me.
But Diane...
Francesco.
Oh.
All right now, Francesco. Suppose we sit down together, you and me, and watch the mist drift by, and you can tell me how you lost the money and just how your life fell apart. And then together, perhaps we can dream a dream to put it all together again.
And suddenly, I had to pour out my whole sad story, and she listened and smiled softly and washed away my tears as tenderly as only my mother did a long time ago. And I thought how near I had been to death, and how close I was to heaven that moment. And I remembered, as I shall remember all my life, that one kiss. So I listened, and I came back to Rome, and I gave myself up. Today, I am a very important personality, because I insist on being polished. No, I am not worth that. But she... Santissima.
Signor Coretti, I don't know what to say. You think, she's really in love with you?
Signor Winter, that is a miracle in which no man would dare to believe.
Diane, was it you who returned the money for him?
Of course, my beloved inquiring reporter. I was the culprit. I returned the money.
But why?
Why? Oh, perhaps a little for love.
Love? Oh, come on, Diane. Diane, you can't be telling me that you could love this nobody, this idiotic male Elsie Dinsmore.
A nobody, yes. Idiotic, of course. But oh, what a romantic gesture he made. What woman could resist him? Maybe it was just a maternal instinct.
Tell me, just how did you bring off this really impossible trick?
Trick?
Yeah. How did you create 3 million francs out of midair and return the money that was stolen?
Ah, that was easy. Remember Gino?
Who?
A man, darling. They do have their uses every now and then.
No, we are not going to meet all the men in Diane's life. There are limits of time and space. But we are heading for the answer to some questions. And perhaps some answers that Gary would prefer not to have. If you'll rejoin me shortly for Act 3. On that headland, magical in the late morning sunlight, warm in the fiacre under a blanket, Diane and Gary should be lovers remet and be lost in each other. But instead, there are things still unexplained that lie between them like a sword. First one man, Francesco, and now another, the manager of the casino, Gino Braghetti. With a sigh, Diane must explain him, too. And he will not be so easy.
How does Gino get into this picture?
He runs the casino.
So?
So that's where Francesco lost the money. Gino was the only one who could pay it back.
Oh, sure. Great. All you did was ask him to.
Well, not exactly. You see, after Francesco left me on the balcony, I sat for a long time watching the mist eddy in the lights of the casino. I thought of what Francesco had done and how wrong it was. And I thought of what I had sent him off to do and how right it was. Or was it? What I really thought to myself on that balcony was how dangerous it is for any of us to play God at any time. And I tried to think of what I could do to correct a silly mistake by an otherwise fine young man. I went back into the gaming room to find Gino.
Ah, Signorina Dion. Was concerned over you. It's a bad night to be out on the balcony. The young man, Coretti?
If I had not gone out on the balcony when I did, well, the money he lost was not his to lose.
It's like war, too bad.
Did you know?
He had a certain air. No, of course not. Suspect?
Have you no pity?
Where gambling is concerned, only percentages, Signorina.
I see. I wonder, Signor, can you conceive of a gamble in which the odds are even?
Yeah, possibly. But even then, it would be defeated by the unknown factor.
Which is?
The human one.
For example?
Well, in a game with you, Signorina, I might be afraid to accept even odds, remembering the human factor. I find you so persuasive, I'm afraid you might tempt fate in the same way.
Meaning you wouldn't risk a game with me?
Oh, of course, it depends on the stakes.
How about, for all the money young Coretti lost, one game, win all, lose all?
I think by all odds, this must be a private game. Will the Signorina be kind enough to follow me? This is a small private room for games of no limit. Will you enter?
Thank you. It's singularly well appointed for its purpose. Parlor, bath, bedroom, and bar.
As may I serve you some wine or drink?
Not yet, if ever. Let's consummate our wager first.
Oh, by all means. As you see, the apartment has other basic functions. A green baize table, bright lights. What's your preference, Signorina, for our wager? Chemin de fer, piquet, Pantheon?
As long as I'm American, I'll ride with the dice.
Not the best odds. Or the worst. 21 would favor you more.
I'll stick with the dice.
As you prefer. And while we're speaking of odds, Diana. Oh, I beg your pardon.
Think nothing of it. What's a name between friends?
I will hope that's a prophetic statement. We were discussing an even game, but I'll try to better those odds for you. The dice are yours.
You're most gracious, Senor.
Your odds improve, dear.
5 and a 3.
Beyond question. 8 is your point. Allow me?
No. I handle my own dice. Take your hand off mine.
There's one question first. If I lose, I can pay. Can you?
I think you can trust me, Senor. I always pay my debts.
I wanted to make sure that we understood each other perfectly. My profound apologies, Benissima. The dice are yours. Buona fortuna.
There it was. The whole story neatly packaged and delivered. A man saved first from death and then from dishonor. In a daring gamble by the incredible woman who nestled by my side in a hired carriage as we drove back down the hill to her apartment. But all the way through the slanting afternoon sunlight, something nagged at my mind, incomplete, unanswered. And suddenly I had it. The question, which seemed to scream for an answer.
Home, Gary.
Yeah, home.
What's the matter, darling?
I've been thinking.
Oh, such a dangerous occupation.
Yes, isn't it? I've been thinking about 3 million francs.
That's what I like about you. Your thoughts are never small.
Yeah, this one is small and very mean, but it's there, and I've got to know.
Maybe you'd better let it go.
No, I can't.
That's what I was afraid of. So?
3 million francs. That sounds like a figure in the national budget.
It's a lot of money, so?
So, if you had lost your game of chance with friend Gino Bragiotti, could you have afforded to pay?
I'd hoped you wouldn't think that question was necessary.
Oh, but I do.
Then I'll answer it the way I answered Gino. I always pay my debt.
Oh, come on, that's not an answer. It's an evasion.
What do you want of me, Gary? What are you trying to prove?
I want you to level with me.
Let go of my arm, Gary. You're hurting me. Thank you. All right. I'll level with you. The debt has been paid, the money returned. The chapter should be closed, but you're not satisfied with the ending. You feel that there's another gimmick, a twist within the twist to make it a story to satisfy you as a writer. That's the whole point, isn't it, Gary? The question in your mind isn't really if I had lost. What you really want to know is did. Isn't that your question, Gary? Did I win or did I lose?
Yes, that was the question. I look at Diane, tall and slim and clean. I look in her eyes, and they're sad, infinitely sad. I've hurt her. I've cut right through the shining armor she wears on her soul and plunged a knife right into her heart. But it's too late to draw back. I have to have the right answer. The other I could not take. All right, then. Which? Lose or win?
How dare you? How dare you, Gary?
Diane.
Don't touch me. I want you to go.
Go?
Yes, just leave and don't turn. Don't ever look back.
Why? Because I asked a question, one lousy question?
No, Gary, not that.
Then what?
Because I love you. And I suppose will always love you because you love me, but will never trust me. It is as simple as that.
Simple?
Yes. There's nothing complicated about faith. You either have it or you haven't. You haven't. And there is one thing about me that will never change. Whatever I am, you must take on trust. That's why we're no good for each other. So there's the real answer to your question, Gary. It should never have been asked. Goodbye.
Where does an animal run when it's hurt? I had to drown the pieces of a dream. In the bottom of every glass, Diane's eyes hurt and accusing. In the mirrors behind the bartenders, 1,000 memories. In the smoke that fogged each bar, A picture of Diane. I stood up so suddenly that the bar stool went crashing to the floor. I didn't notice it, or the startled people, or the grim-faced bartender bearing down on me. Because suddenly I had faith again, because I knew. In the cab to the casino, it was all clear. Sure, I knew how Diane threw money around, was always broke, but there were always her jewels. I mean, who thinks of a woman wearing tens of thousands of dollars worth of jewelry? But Diane did. What you looked at wasn't fake. Like everything else about her, it was real. But she wasn't at the casino. I ran through the streets to her apartment, my newfound faith bright and shining, a gift to bring her. The rooms were deserted. Even her perfume was beginning to fade. Just one thing was there, a note on the rug inside the door. I thought it was for me, and so I opened it. Bellissima Diane. Last night, I gambled and lost. The stakes were high, but on my side meant little. It was only money. May I hope that you are not gone forever. If you return, I can only hope that our game is not ended. Signed, Gino. So here I am alone in Monte Carlo, with no one to blame but myself. What is there left but to go join Gino? Losers, weepers.
Rien va plus. You're out of credit, senor.
Yeah, that makes two of us. I ought to belt you one.
Because you're a loser?
No, not at the tables, with Diane.
Oh? We are comrades in misfortune.
Now, what the devil does that mean?
Now, don't get violent again. I only meant that we both, well, what should I say, have loved and lost.
You mean that?
Why would I lie? What would I gain? So, senor, you see, the house doesn't always win.
So now I'm on the terrace, looking down through the mist at the twisted ribbons of the railroad below. And perhaps I feel very much as Francesco did in his moment of truth. What I feel is very, very humble.
Were you thinking of jumping, Gary?
What? Diane.
I had to come back. Were you?
Thinking of jumping?
Yes.
No. No, not for a moment. I was wondering how I could find my way back to you.
That's what I thought. Until suddenly I was here.
Do you mean you want to take a chance on us?
I'm here.
Yeah, but I'm possessive, difficult, and obviously stuffed to the eyes with male hormones.
I'm quick to resent, independent, and quite frequently insufferable, but I love you. And I'm a gambler.
What are you gambling on this time?
Nothing. Not a thing. I'm just betting that you and I don't have to gamble on anything for the rest of our lives, except each other.
Diane. You just won the parlay of all time.
There are many ways this story could have ended. Why should Diane come back to a man who didn't trust her? Is it sensible to suppose that a man as jealous as Gary would suddenly open his mind? That's for all of you to answer. I only hold the mirror up. What you see or hear in that reflection, I can only hope is what I thought you would. I shall return shortly. The story of jealousy is as old as time. From Lilith, Adam's fabled first wife, who, for jealousy of Eve, became the serpent who passed the fatal knowledge that drove them out of Eden, through Othello, who killed his love Desdemona for jealousy, down to today, where someone in every morning paper is a story of jealousy and the destruction it causes. Almost every story of jealousy ends tragically. I thought, for once, we should have one with a happy ending. Our cast included Patricia Elliott, Larry Haynes, and Ian Martin. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by X-Lac. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. There are those who tell us not to look a gift horse in the mouth. Accept and be happy to receive. Don't question the gift or the giver. Good advice at times, unless, of course, you're not sure you want to receive in the first place. If the gift horse is the kind who may kick down your stable, you might do well to think twice before accepting.
I have your briefcase, Mr. Sloan. You left it in my taxi yesterday, remember? I thought you might appreciate...
Briefcase? I didn't lose any briefcase. I don't know what you're talking about.
But I know this is your briefcase. You were carrying it along with your squash racket, and you left it in the back seat of my cab.
Look, you got the wrong man, mister.
Our mystery drama, The Briefcase Blunder, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Karen Thorson and stars Paul Hecht and Ann Williams. It is sponsored in part by X-Lax and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly. Taxicabs can be lonely places, solitude on wheels, a curious throne with the world on the other side of your windows and strangers staring down the back of your neck. Conversations are half-hearted at best, with eye contact, that most human of exchanges, relegated to chance glances in a smudged rearview mirror, and with money passed gingerly between driver and passenger, the only true constant. A potentially dangerous constant, at least so it was for Harry Owens. He drove a taxi and tried to encourage big tippers, until one day when the tip turned out to be more than he'd bargained for.
Driver, this'll be fine. I'll get out at the light.
Okay, as you like, sir. That's $2.95.
$2.95? Let's see. Can you change it 10?
Yeah, sure.
Just give me $6.50.
Okay. It's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, there you go. Yeah. Thanks to you, too, buddy. For some people. Hey, mister. Mister, your briefcase. You've left your... Hey, mister! Where the devil did that guy go? Gee, everybody's in such a hurry. Let's see. No address tag. Maybe inside. Holy Maloney. Whew, solid greenbacks. There's no address in here. Gee, talk about striking a jackpot. Ooh-wee, I gotta call Molly. Hey, Molly, guess what? No, nothing's wrong. Everything's all right. Hey, you know that vacation you wanted? Okay, well, pack your bags, Molly. We're off. I am serious. We're rich, Molly. I mean rich. Yeah, neat little packets of $10 bills, Rich. Look, don't ask anymore. I'm on my way home. You'll understand when I get there. Bye, baby. Oh, boy. Paris, Here we come. Molly? Molly, I'm home.
Harry? Now, what is this?
Hey, just look here, Molly. Look at this.
Harry?
Yeah, that's a trip to Paris and a new taxi cab of my own. I'll start my own fleet.
I don't understand.
There's not much to understand. I found it on the back seat of the cab. No address, no nothing. We are meant to have this, Molly.
Meant to have it?
Yep.
Oh, but Harry, people don't just go around leaving briefcases full of money. There must be more to it than that.
What more do you want? I had a passenger. He got out in a rush. He left a briefcase behind. I called after him. He was lost in the crowd.
Now, Harry, that's not like you. You've tracked people down and returned things before. What was the man's destination?
He didn't have one. Now, what I mean is, he just got out at the light. He'd asked to go to 400 Park, but he got out near Grand Central Station, and I picked him up down on 19th Street. Nowhere specific. So how do I trace him? He didn't talk much. He didn't even say thank you. He just ran off into the crowd with his squash racket and left us the briefcase.
Squash racket?
Yeah, I guess with that in his hand, he didn't miss carrying the briefcase. You know, when
No, wait a minute. Now, if he had a squash racket, he must have been playing squash. Well, let's look in the yellow pages. Maybe there's a squash court down on 19th
Molly.
Street. Now, here we go. Right, a squash. Where down?
Molly.
Squash court. Look, Harry, a tennis and squash club right on 19th Street.
Yeah.
You must try and find him.
Molly.
Well, I'm surprised at you, Harry. You've never done a dishonest thing in your life. This money isn't ours, and you know it. Now, if you return it, there's probably a reward. From the looks of it, there's enough there for a crowd.
Yeah, that's just what I mean. It's a fortune landed right in our laps, all our dreams. Just count it, Molly. Think of all...
Well, I wouldn't touch the stuff. It's not ours to count. Now, I don't want to hear another word until you've done everything in your power to give that man back his money.
Yeah,
Now, go to the squash club on your lunch break tomorrow. Oh, do it, Harry. You'll feel a lot better inside when you've done it. You know you will.
I'm sorry, sir, but that's against club regulations. We do have someone who might fit that description, but I'm not allowed to give out members' names. You'd have to leave the briefcase with me, and I'll find out if anyone claims it myself.
Hey, look, you can't have that many members with heavy eyebrows and a mole on the left cheek. Come on, let me see the guy. I'll know right away if it's him. I know faces. All I do every day is look at strange faces. I'll put this briefcase in the hands of its owner and nowhere else.
But this is highly irregular. You can't just... Oh, all right, I suppose this is an exceptional situation, and you have come all this way.
Right.
Yeah, come along with me. We'll go into the squash courts. The gentleman you describe happens to be here right now. You can take a look and see if he's the right one. Third court, down on your left. Those two men over there.
Yeah, that's the man. That's him.
I thought it might be. Well, wait while they finish this volley. There. Mr. Sloan. Excuse me, sir. There's someone to see you about something you left in the taxi
What is
cab.
it, Amos? I can't hear you.
I have your briefcase, Mr. Sloan. You left it in my taxi cab yesterday, remember? I thought you might appreciate...
Briefcase? I don't know. I didn't lose any briefcase. I don't know what you're talking about.
But this is your briefcase. You were carrying it along with your squash racket. You left it in the back seat of my cab.
Look, if you found a briefcase, then turn it into your cab company. They have a lost and found. You got the wrong man, mister. Come on, Frank. Let's finish the game.
Well, I've done what I can for you. There's no one else here who could fit your description.
But that was my passenger. I'd know him anywhere. Molly, it's ours.
What's ours? What are you doing home at this hour again? Oh, no, Harry, you've still got that...
I got it because the man wouldn't take it. I found him. Sloan, his name is, right at the squash club. And when I tried to give him the briefcase, he refused to take it.
Refused it? But why? Well, you must have had the wrong man.
No, Molly, I know it was him. You know I never forget a face. And he knew who I was. I could see it in his eyes. He was livid. As if somehow I'd insulted him, trying to return it. He practically had me thrown out of the club.
But it just doesn't make sense.
Never mind what makes sense, Molly. He didn't want it. And now it is ours, conscience-free and clear.
Well, if he didn't want it, then he must have a reason. Oh, Harry, I don't like this. Why would anyone carry around that much cash in a briefcase anyway? No, it has to be something illegal.
Illegal or not, there's no way we'll ever find out.
Well, I want you to go to the police.
What? The police? They won't know any more than we do. They couldn't possibly solve this, especially when the owner himself denies that it's his. Now, why should they have the money? We found it, and we need it more than they do.
Well, what if the bills are marked?
Marked? You mean that...
Well, now, listen. These bills may be no good at all. It may be a plant. Oh, Harry, I think we should go to the police. But if you don't, I will.
I want to see the commanding officer, please. It's a matter of utmost importance. I won't see anyone else.
Lieutenant Bender's a busy man. He hasn't
I
any time.
assure you he'll have time for me now. Here, look at this.
What the... Where'd all that money come?
Well, if you'll get me to Lieutenant Bender, I'll tell him and no one else.
Lieutenant Bender will see you now. I'll be down the hall if you need anything, Lieutenant.
Well, now, sir. What seems to be all the urgency? Say, haven't I seen you...
You're Frank, the other guy on the squash court.
Frank Bender, that's right. I'm the lieutenant in charge here. So you're the cab driver who broke in on our game. What are you doing here?
Well, I'm returning the briefcase. I mean, someone left it in the back of my cab. I don't know what to do with it. The thing is, well, here, look, it's full of money. Look.
Well, indeed it is. A real bundle, it looks like. Well, maybe you'd better begin your story all over again, from the beginning.
I told you, Lieutenant, someone left this in the back of my cab.
But what were you doing at the tennis and squash club?
Trying to return it. You see, I picked up this passenger there. I thought maybe it was his briefcase. But I must have been mistaken. It wasn't his. You saw for yourself.
So I did. Although I had my mind more on the squash game than on any lost briefcase. Sloan didn't seem to give it any importance.
Well, I obviously had the wrong man. Anyway, all of this money, I thought I'd better turn it over to someone responsible. I never expected to find you here.
Nor I you.
Yeah, but now that you have the briefcase, Lieutenant, can I go, please? I just wanted to turn it in. The police seem better than the cab company with so much money and all, but I have to get back to my job.
Hold on a minute. Wait a minute. We don't even know your name.
Harry, Lieutenant Harry Owens. The officer outside has all the information. I really have to go. I'll be in trouble with my boss.
All right. We'll be in touch with you if we have any more questions.
Questions? I told you all I know. Everything.
Well, then there shouldn't be any problem, should there, Harry?
No, sir. Well, thank you. Goodbye.
That you, Harry?
I am all. Well, here we are, back in the poorhouse.
You turned it in then?
Yeah, I turned it in. It's funny, by the time I handed it over, I was almost glad to get rid of it.
Oh, you did the right thing.
You know, Molly, I haven't told you the half of it. The strangest thing happened. I asked to see the commanding officer, you know, the way we'd agreed, and he was the same man I saw on the squash court.
I don't understand.
My passenger's squash partner. I recognized him as soon as I was brought into his office, and I knew his name, Frank. Sloan called him Frank as I left, and sure enough, Lieutenant Frank Bender, sitting right there in front of me, head of the whole precinct.
Sloan's squash partner? How strange. Did he recognize you?
Well, he remembered me right after I called him Frank. But he was more interested in the money than in having seen me before. And I told him that Sloan must have been the wrong man.
Was he, Harry?
No, he was my passenger. It was his briefcase. I always check the back seat after each passenger. And I always remember a face.
This is all very strange. A man who loses a briefcase full of money and then denies it's his. And his squash partner who turns out to be a police lieutenant.
Head of the precinct. Yeah, well, anyway, it's no longer our problem. I'm glad to have it out of the way. It was never... Who could that be?
Well, I'll go see. Can I help you?
No, lady. But your husband can. A little matter about a briefcase.
Who are you?
Hello, Harry. It's about the briefcase.
Who are you?
Just call me Joe. My boss sent me for his belongings. I think you found something of his.
Oh, yeah, I found a briefcase, sure. How did you find me?
My boss traced you through the cab company. He makes a habit of memorizing cabbies' numbers. You know, the little card up on the dash, it comes in handy sometimes. So,
Where's the case?
I don't have it.
You don't have it?
No, I turned it over to the police.
Police? When'd you do that?
This afternoon.
And what did you tell them?
The truth. I found it in my cab. I didn't know how to return it.
And they said?
Nothing. What could they say? They were as puzzled as I am. But if your boss lost it, all he has to do is go to the 17th precinct. They have it there. Unless there's some problem.
No. There's no problem. We'll pick it up tonight. Thanks for nothing.
Well,
I knew I hadn't heard the last of it. When I left that police station, something told me it just wasn't going to be all that easy.
Harry, if that man's boss really owns that briefcase, then who is Sloan? And why was Sloan with Police Lieutenant Bender?
Molly, I don't know. I just hope we never see or hear from any of them again.
Would you have turned in the briefcase? Thanks to Molly's insistence, Harry did. And he'd be happy never to hear that briefcase again. But it's not always that simple. Past events can transform your life even long after you think they're over. I'll return shortly with Act 2. A simple taxi ride can turn into a nightmare. Most of us identify with the passenger, but in this instance, we're concentrating on the driver, Harry Owens, whose tip one day was more than he bargained for. Most people would be delighted to come across a briefcase full of money. Harry was, but his delight didn't last. He did his best to return it, but the briefcase, along with its various owners, seemed determined to haunt him. As we rejoin him and his wife, Molly, the phone is ringing.
Okay, I'll get it. Hello. Yeah, this is he. Yeah, I'll hold on. Molly, Lieutenant Bender. Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Fine, sir. Thank you. No, I told you all I knew down at the station house. Yeah, I understand, sir, but I'm afraid I can't help you. The whole thing's a complete mystery to me. Yes, sir. Yes, of course I will. 555-8940, your direct line. I will. Okay, goodbye, sir.
What was that all about?
The briefcase? What else? He thinks I know more than I'm telling him.
But you do, Harry. You didn't tell him about that awful man.
Yeah. The less I tell him, the better. I don't want to be involved.
But you should have told Bender about him. You're just as convinced he's a criminal as I am.
So he's a criminal. All the more reason not to be mixed up in it. Let well enough alone, Molly.
Why, Harry Owens, I never thought I'd live to see the day when I'd call you a coward.
I'm not a coward. There's no sense in sticking our neck out when we have no real information. I mean, what could I tell Lieutenant Bender? A stranger named Joe?
Now, you could describe him. You could go through their, what do they call those things? Mug sheets. Maybe you could identify him. And Sloan, too. Well, they don't know how good you are with faces. You can help them, Harry. They need you. Besides, if it's sticking your neck out that worries you, don't bother worrying. We're already involved. They know who we are, where we live. No telling what they may decide to do next. I mean it, Harry. We'd be better off with the police on our side.
What's for dinner, Molly?
What's for... Aren't you going to call the lieutenant? He gave...
I am not going to call the lieutenant. I'm sorry, Mom. Too much has happened to me in the last 48 hours. All I talk about is the briefcase. The briefcase. To you, to Sloan, to Lieutenant Bender, to Joe. I'm sorry, Ma. You got to give me a break.
Oh, Harry, I'm sorry. Of course I'll give you a break. And a hot meal probably wouldn't hurt either. I bet you didn't even have lunch, what with going down to the precinct and all. You are right. We've discussed this enough. Is that you, Harry? How was your day?
Okay, I guess. I went to see Lieutenant Bender.
You did? Oh, I'm so relieved. I knew you'd come round.
Well, I couldn't help thinking about it, driving around in the cab, and I figured...
Well, you figured right.
Well, I went through some mug sheets, and I did recognize Joe. A picture taken last year when he was arrested on some minor assault charge. He's some kind of errand boy for the tough guys. He does a lot of their dirty work.
He's done time, but never longer than a couple of months.
Oh, Harry.
Anyway, Bender was real pleased. He said he's given us police protection for the next week or so. Lookout across the street and a tail on my cab. It's real cops and robbers stuff, Molly. They even gave me a direct line to the station house, monitoring my cab radio. Looks like we're really onto something.
It sounds like you've joined a new club.
Well, I always liked detective work ever since I was a kid. You know how I make a habit of studying faces? It's all the same game.
And Sloan? Did you find out about him?
No, not really. I told him he was, without doubt, my passenger and somehow involved with the briefcase. But Bender said I should leave that part to him. Apparently, he suspects Sloan of something, but he won't tell me what.
Harry, you will be careful.
Of course I will. All I'm to do is keep on the lookout for anything new. And keep in touch with Bender every hour or so. He'll be meeting with Sloan tomorrow morning. I think he has some kind of a plan.
Good game, Sloan. You were ahead of me all the way. Say, you know who walked in the other day?
No.
That funny little guy, the taxi driver who came in here one day looking for you? Finally turned in that briefcase. Not to his cab company, but to the police. And of all people, right to me.
Hey, you're kidding.
I'm not kidding. And what's more, you'll never guess what was inside the briefcase. Money. $10 bills, all in neat little stacks. $40,000.
40,000? Well, that's impossible. Like I say, you're kidding.
40,000 smackers. I'll bet you wish you'd hung on to that briefcase.
Huh? Oh, well, if I'd only known, sure. So, what'd you do with it, Frank? Have you tracked down the owner?
No, not a chance. Not a clue. Just a taxi driver who seemed to want to get rid of it as fast as he could. He seems, scared of something. But until he coughs up whatever it is, we've got nothing to go on.
Hello, Joe. Look, it's Sloan here. They're on to that taxi driver. And the little crook, he lifted 10 grand of the bread for himself before he turned it in. Yeah, but it's perfect now. We have a handle on him. We can scare him into being quiet for sure. No. He doesn't really know anything. But I want to make sure he doesn't get curious. He's stirred up enough dust as it is. Yeah, that's it. A little meeting down at the garage. You know what to do. Just hold it, Harry. What? You're not quite through for tonight. You remember me, Harry. My boss lost his briefcase, remember? Well, this little meeting is to help you forget. Just don't go sticking your nose into business that don't concern you. Forget the briefcase. Forget you ever saw me. The police would just love to know about that little 10,000 you slipped out of the case.
What 10,000?
Now, Harry, let's not argue over such an obvious detail. We could tip off the police about your share of the take. Or we could forget where it came from. If you can, and if you can't, well, I'll just have to come back and help you clear your memory permanently.
8716. Urgent, 8716.
Harry, you all right?
Yeah, I'm okay, Lieutenant. I'm okay.
I heard the whole thing, Harry. Joe's voice came over the monitor loud and clear. My men are on his tail now.
Lieutenant, you gotta listen to me. That 10,000 he mentioned, I never...
Harry, you didn't take any 10,000. We know that. I'll explain to you. It's enough. We knew this was coming. We were pretty sure it'd be no more than a warning. We've seen Joe in action before. We've just never been able to nail him. Until now, that is, thanks to you.
Yeah, but Lieutenant...
Harry, the best thing you can do now is go home and rest. Everything is under control. I'll fill you in on the details tomorrow. Pick me up at 2nd and 47th. Are you sure you're okay, Harry?
I'm fine, Lieutenant. I'll go home now.
And Harry?
Yes, Lieutenant.
Thanks.
Oh, that's okay, Lieutenant. Good night.
I'm
Molly.
sorry, honey. I know it hurts. We'll have this bandaged up in a minute. Can you tell me once and for all just what happened? I can't make head nor tail of your story.
Well, I can't tell you any more than I already told you. Joe was waiting for me in the garage. He told me to keep out of his business and forget all I know, or he'd tell the police I took $10,000 out of the briefcase before turning it in.
But how?
How would I know how? All I know is he thinks I have $10,000. $10,000 I never took.
But Lieutenant Bender is sure you don't have.
Right.
And how does he know?
I don't know. He trusts me.
Oh, I don't like this. Someone's setting you up.
Molly, I'm meeting with the lieutenant tomorrow. He's going to explain everything. He told me he would.
You really trust the lieutenant?
Trust? Of course I trust him. What do you think?
Well, I'm not so sure I trust him myself.
Molly.
Now, what if all he wants is a share of that money for himself?
But he doesn't want it.
Now, look, I don't know how he got to Joe, but he sure knew Joe was coming. And he heard all that Joe said over your radio, thanks to his monitor. Oh, he was on the squash courts with Sloan. You can't forget that. It's all a little too pat. Well, how much money was in that briefcase?
I don't know, $50,000, I think.
So if Bender wants to keep 10 for himself, he simply declares that the briefcase held only $40,000 when you turned it in.
Molly, you can't think...
Well, I not only can think, I do. I don't know where all that cash came from in the first place, but they got their hooks into it and into you. I'm quite sure of that.
Now, stop it, Molly. I'm not going to think this way. I do trust Bender. I've been dealing with him. I know him. You don't. I know it all sounds confusing tonight, but I'm sure he'll straighten it all out tomorrow.
Harry, I want to thank you again for last night. I'm sorry you got roughed up.
No harm done, Lieutenant. Nothing permanent.
You'll be glad to know we tailed Joe right back to his new headquarters.
Oh, yeah?
Our narcotics ring, holed up in the Bronx. We've had our eyes on it for some time. I guess you're wondering how we knew Joe would be at the garage and what that business about the $10,000 was.
Yeah, it was.
You remember Sloan?
Sure, of course.
Well, I gambled on your talent for remembering faces and decided to find out if Sloan was indeed mixed up in all this. Now I know that he is.
How's that?
Well, when I met Sloan that next day for a squash game, I mentioned you'd turned in the briefcase. Sort of a small world. What a coincidence tale, you know. I told them that the briefcase contained $40,000 in cash.
$40,000?
That's just what Sloan said. Oh, it was obvious that struck a nerve. He knew there was $50,000 in there just as well as I did.
$50,000, but you...
Why the surprise, Harry? That's what you turned into me, isn't it?
Yeah, but I just thought...
You thought I might believe that you took it.
Well, I did think someone might be setting me up for a frame.
Not a chance. You gave us $50,000, we still have $50,000. You see, the minute Sloan heard $40,000, he figured you took 10 for yourself. And he figured he could blackmail you into silence with a threat from his flunky.
I see. Joe.
Joe has to be working under his orders because no one but Sloan could have told him about you and the missing $10,000.
The $10,000 I never took.
The $10,000 nobody took. But unfortunately, none of that will ever stand up in court. In order to tie Sloan in with Joe...
And the narcotics ring.
Oh, you catch on quick. Now, in order to tie them all in together, we have to set a new trap.
You say we?
I mean we. With your help, Harry. That is, of course, if you're still willing to help.
Lieutenant, I'd be proud to help you.
Whose judgment would you trust? Harry almost always follows Molly's advice, but this time it looks as if they might not agree. Harry seems to have put his faith in Lieutenant Bender, while Molly is afraid that her husband is about to be framed. Molly is a shrewd little woman, but imaginations have been known to work overtime. Too much imagination, or perhaps not enough? For the solution to this mystery, you will have to wait for Act 3. It's strange enough when you find a briefcase full of money, but even stranger when you find that nobody wants it. At first, Harry thought he'd like to keep it, but then Molly persuaded him otherwise. Then Harry thought Sloan would be glad to have it, but Sloan promptly denied it was his. And finally, it seemed as if Lieutenant Bender might try to snag at least part of it. But now, even that looks unlikely. Whose briefcase was it? And who would inherit the contents?
Lieutenant, I'm proud to help you. I have my moments of weakness.
We all have them, Harry.
But if you'll bear with me, I'll go along with you on whatever scheme you cook up.
All right, then. Now, here's the plan.
That's just what the doctor ordered, huh, Frank? A good massage after a good game.
Oh, it gets all the kinks out, that's for sure. I don't know what I'd do without these squash games to break the routine. I always come out of the shower feeling like a new man.
Yeah, ready to tackle the day all over again.
Well, almost. Days like today, I wouldn't want to repeat. We still have 2 homicides, 1 suspected arson, 7 unsolved petty thieveries, and not to mention that crazy briefcase full of cash. It's still sitting around unclaimed.
Oh, yeah. The taxi driver's big find, huh?
That's the one. No one else seems about to step forward and claim it. Strangest thing. No cash robberies, no missing property, no clues at all. I'm afraid it'll have to go down on the books as unsolvable.
No leads left to follow, huh?
No leads, no time, and no manpower either. Oh, well. Hey, how are you doing on that narcotics case?
The same run around, one false lead after another.
What happened to that big shipment you got wind of?
Just disappeared into thin air. Oh, the drugs got into the country, all right. We've seen signs of them on the street. But my tip-off turned out to be some penny ante side order, no more than a couple of ounces. Hardly worth busting.
They fed you just enough to keep you busy while they snuck in the big stuff.
Yeah, looks that way. And I don't want to turn in the little guys when it looks as if I have a chance of bagging a big one, you know? So I keep treading water,
Excuse
hoping
me, Mr. Sloan, there's a call. You can take it on the house phone on the wall there.
Okay, thanks, Amos. I'll pick it up in a second.
Yes, sir. Sorry to bother you, sir.
They don't even let you alone in the showers. Talk about station house addicts. Count yourself lucky. In my beat, they follow me wherever I go. Hello? Sloan here. Who? Oh, yeah, I remember. So what do you want? Something I ought to... Well, come on, make it snappy. I haven't got all the time in the world. What? You what? Well, look, I can't talk to you over the phone. Yeah, 10th and Broadway in front of Grace Church. Okay, in 15 minutes. Yeah, it never stops.
New lead?
Oh, you never know, but you always have to jump just in case.
Well, maybe this one's the big one.
This one? Yeah, it could be a big one. Look, Frank, I'm sorry to leave you in a rush. This guy sounded impatient. Oh, thanks for the game.
My pleasure, Sloan. My pleasure.
Make like a passenger. Get in the back.
Okay, now what's this all about, Owens?
Yeah, a little different than the squash courts, eh, Mr. Sloan? Maybe I look a little more familiar to you in my taxi cab, is that it?
So I remember you now, big deal. Now, what is this story you were giving me over the phone? You say you saw me.
Right, Mr. Sloan, I saw you all right. And I saw more than you. I saw you with Joe.
Joe? Joe who? Well, I don't know what you're talking about.
Come on, Sloan. We're past that kind of pretending. Try a little harder. I know a lot more than you thought I knew. You see, I followed Joe when he left my place. Tailed him, I think you'd call it, and I continued to follow him over the next couple of days. I don't like strangers busting into my house.
Oh, I still don't see why they should matter to me.
I have to spell it out for you, do I? All right, then, Sloan. I find a briefcase full of money, which I tried to return to you. You deny that it's yours. You even look insulted, as a matter of fact. And then you send your friend Joe to pick up the briefcase, for of course it is yours, at my house. Only to find that I have followed your suggestion and turned it over to the authorities.
I said to the cab company.
Yeah, I figured your property would probably be safer with the police. Now, I've done a lot for you, Mr. Sloan. You don't seem to realize that. In fact, that's why I come to you now. I thought you might be a little more appreciative.
Appreciative? You already got 10 grand for yourself.
Ah, now we begin to speak the same language.
I still don't know what you expect to get out of me.
Well, another 10 grand, for instance?
Another 10 grand?
I figure there has to be more where that first caseload came from. Silence is expensive these days, Mr. Sloan.
And you think I'm dumb enough to give in to your blackmail? Once you have 20 grand, what's to stop you from asking for 30?
20 grand will buy me my own taxi cab. I want no more than that. You're just going to have to trust me, Mr. Sloan, and I don't think you really have any choice.
Oh, I don't know. We can let the police know that you lifted...
What, that the 10 grand that disappeared somewhere between you and the police? Or what if I did take it? The police couldn't prove anything even if you did tip them off. Unless, of course, you're prepared to go in and testify that 10 grand is missing from your briefcase. Now, somehow I get the idea you wouldn't want to do that.
Well. You're a lot smarter than we gave you credit for, Harry. Yeah, a lot smarter. It looks like we may just have to do business together after all. You realize, of course, I don't carry that kind of cash with me, so I'll have to...
Oh, you'll have plenty of time to get the 10 grand, Mr. Sloan. We'll see each other tonight, for example.
Tonight? No, that's...
Tonight, Mr. Sloan. 4 hours from now, same place, 10th and Broadway, all right? And just make sure you come on your own and make it a personal delivery.
All right, wherever you want. I'll be there at 8:30 tonight.
Alone?
Alone.
Hello, Molly? Oh, hi. I called to tell you not to wait dinner. I have a meeting with Bender. No, I did see him this morning. I just have to see him again. Yeah, he explained the whole thing to me. There is no missing 10 grand or anything. I'll tell you about it when... What? No, nothing dangerous, Mal. Just a little more detective work. Anyway, I got to run now. I'll be late. Oh, and Mal, I love you. Bye. Oh, welcome back, Mr. Sloan. Looks like you got yourself a new briefcase.
You mean I got you a new briefcase? But that's not all I got for you, Harry. How does this strike you?
Is that a gun?
Right on the back of your neck.
Yep.
Now, keep driving. No buts, Harry. Just drive. Now, you once told me to make like a passenger. So it's your turn to make like a driver. Head west.
Where?
21st and the River, driver. And step on it. Okay. Make a left here, Holmes.
Hey, that's a dead end.
Make a left. There's a friend of yours here who's been waiting to see you. All right, now pull up here. Well, Harry Owens, we meet again.
Hit the deck, Harry. Sloan, stay where you are. We've got you covered.
It's a frame. Run, you!
Another step and you're both dead, Sloan.
Bender, it is you. I might have known.
Stay where you are, Sloan. I'm coming in to get you.
Stay where I am, not in your life, Bender. You're going to have to kill me, Frank. Oh.
Okay, boys. Better call us an ambulance.
Okay, Frank. You knew all along, didn't you?
All along? No, not until Harry turned up with that briefcase. Then things began to fall into place.
Oh, because of one lousy taxi driver.
Lieutenant Bender. Bender, you okay?
Well, here's our hero now. Sergeant Sloan was just speaking of you, Harry.
Sergeant?
Yeah, Sloan here's a member of our police force, Harry. Or at least he was until right now. As a matter of fact, he's been in charge of investigating a heavy narcotic...
Investigating?
Looks to me like he was trying to do a little of both. Drugs are big business after all, and dealers just love to find cops who won't blow their cover.
Then, that money in the briefcase was a payoff?
That's right, Harry. Just as you told Sloan this afternoon, silence is expensive these days.
Oh, there was a crooked cop after all.
What's that, Harry?
That's just something my wife has said to me. She's been trying to second-guess this case all along. You should meet her. She's quite a detective herself.
I'd like to. As a matter of fact, Harry, I was wondering if I couldn't stop by your house a little later. I have a few things I'd like to talk over.
Why, sure, Lieutenant. We'd be proud to have you.
Oh, no, Lieutenant. I knew perfectly well that tonight had to be something crucial. Harry sounded too strange on the phone for just a casual meeting, and, well, he just doesn't tell me he loves me all that often. So I knew something was up. To see him walk in that door.
Well, Harry was right. You would make a good detective, Mrs. Owens. And that brings me to what I wanted to talk to you about tonight, Harry. Beyond thanking you for all of your help in this case, I wondered if you'd consider helping us on a permanent basis as an undercover policeman.
An undercover?
You could keep on driving a taxi. In fact, we'd want you to do that. What I mean is, you drive around as usual, but keep your eye open for trouble. And we stay in touch by radio.
That sounds pretty exciting, Lieutenant, but I'm not so sure that the cab company...
Oh,
will
we'll take care of that. We'd probably have to buy you your own cab. But you see, Harry, now that we have all that cash from the briefcase, we can use it to beef up the force. After all, without you, we wouldn't have had anything. Not the briefcase, or Sloan, or even Joe. Not to mention the drug busts we'll probably swing in the next couple of weeks.
Oh, Harry, I told you something else would come along.
What's that, Molly?
Yeah, she's talking about my having my own cab. You see, it's something I wanted for a long time, and, well, when I found the briefcase,
You couldn't help thinking that all that cash could turn into a cab of your own.
Yeah, I'm afraid so.
Well, of course you thought that. Anyone would. But what counts is the bottom line, Harry. And you opted for honesty. And that's why you'd make a good cop.
And why Sloan was a bad one.
That's right, Molly. Well, Harry, what do you say?
You just hired yourself a taxi, Lieutenant. I'm your man.
So the briefcase was Sloan's, and he denied owning it only because Lieutenant Bender was with him. But later, when he tried to retrieve it, it was too late. Too late to retrieve his money, and too late to stop the chain of events that would lead to his arrest. Greed was his downfall, as it might have been for Harry, had he kept the briefcase instead of turning it in. I shall return shortly. The chance forgetfulness of a crooked cop, the sharp memory of a lonely taxi driver, all unexpected ingredients without which our mystery never would have existed, without which Lieutenant Bender never would have cracked his narcotics case. But then police work is like that. One mystery after another, each dependent on a fair mix of sharp wit and circumstance. Mystery solving is satisfying, isn't it? Harry Owens finds it so. And he drives now with purpose, and each conversation holds the possibility of some hidden meaning. Our cast included Paul Hecht, Ann Williams, Ian Martin, and Jackson Beck. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Don't worry about her.
Yeah?
She doesn't mean it.
You don't know Gussie.
I know her better than you do.
What are you talking about?
You see, I know everybody better than you do. I even know you better than you do, Bones.
How you know my name is Bones?
I told you. I know you.
What's your name?
Apple.
Apple what?
Just Apple.
Where'd you get that name?
It's symbolic.
Of what?
The Garden of Eden.
You look like a hustler to me.
I am. I am the king of the hustlers.
Yeah, is that a fact?
Yeah, an accepted fact throughout the world.
Accepted by who?
Everybody. Even you.
Me?
Do you accept the fact that the devil is the king of the hustlers?
Yeah, well,
I happen to be the devil.
The what?
The devil. Mephistopheles, Satan.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by X-Lax and True Value Hardware Stores. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Most of us move through familiar surroundings each day. Our lives involve a certain amount of routine. We see the same faces and hear the same voices. But there are lines of work that require daily confrontations with the new and the unknown. Such a job is journalism. It is said that a reporter never covers the same story twice. There are some stories he might wish he never covered once.
I think you're just imagining things, Mr. Leach.
If that's so, then why am I in jail?
How should I know?
I was only doing my job.
I'm sorry,
Darrell, no one knows I'm here. You're the only one who can help me.
I'm sorry, Mr. Leach, but I've got my job, too.
Our mystery drama, The Grandee of TERRA, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Percy Granger and stars Paul Hecht. It is sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores. I'll be back shortly with Act One. In journalism, truth is held up as a standard. But truth is a slippery word. Presumably, all reporters try to be truthful in everything they write. But the word itself is often taken for granted, unless the story is unusually controversial. Covering a social tea or a local fundraising drive, for example, reporters are likely to think of themselves striving more for accuracy than truth. What is the difference? We could say accuracy means getting the facts straight, but truth means getting the facts. We are in the newsroom of a paper in a large Texas city.
Rich. Hey, Richie. Come here.
Yes, Mr. Hankey.
Shut the door behind you.
Yes, sir.
Bridget tells me you're onto a hot story.
Well, sir,
And you want permission to go to Ryland, Texas to cover it?
Yes, sir.
Now, first of all, where is Ryland?
Well, it's in the western part of the state, about 5 miles from the Mexican border.
Uh-huh. What is it, another smuggling story?
No. The mayor of Ryland, a man named Elisha Stevens, just died.
He was assassinated?
No. He seems to have died of natural causes.
Well, so what's the angle?
Well, apparently he cut quite a figure. He ruled the community virtually unchallenged for over 40 years.
Oh, now I get it. We're talking about graft here, political corruption.
No, we're talking about a man who knew everyone in town by his first name.
He knew everyone in town by his first name. Richie, so far you're not making me want to rush out and buy a newspaper.
Oh, look, I'm tired of covering nothing but murder trials and rising taxes. I want to do a feature article on this man. I think it's time we paid tribute to an honest politician. The last of a vanishing breed, the local folk hero, an elder statesman in small-town America.
Elder statesman, small-town USA. Not bad. Still not page 1, but it's not classified ads either.
Look, just give me 3 days to go out there, and I'll prove to you news doesn't have to be bad to be interesting.
I'll bet. How long did you say this guy Stevens was the local kingpin?
40 years.
I have yet to hear of anyone who can survive in public life that long without getting some mud on his boots.
Well, who knows? It may start a trend.
No. I bet you at dinner at the Cattlemen's Club, the guy was a tarnished angel just like all the rest of them. Come in.
Hi. Are you Mr. Fred Perkins?
Oh, that's right.
Oh, you're the new mayor of Ryland?
Well, I'm a city manager. I'm just filling in here till the new election's organized. Our former mayor died rather
unexpected last week.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm here.
Oh?
I wanted to speak with you about him. I gather he was a very popular man.
Yeah, that's right, Mr.
Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Richard Leach.
All right. Well, Elisha Stevens was beloved by every person in his town. May I ask what your interest is?
I'm with the Dallas Sentinel.
You are a reporter?
Yeah. I'm planning to do a story, an in-depth profile on Mr. Stevens' life.
Well, I'd certainly be glad to help you out if I can.
Thanks. You mind if I turn on my tape recorder?
No, not at all. Help yourself.
Thank you. They do make some people nervous.
Well, you'll find Ryland a real friendly place. I ought to start off by telling you as a matter of local pride that we are the home of the world's largest tumbleweed.
Yes, I noticed that in the town square.
Yeah.
Now, about Mr. Stevens.
Well, Elisha Stevens, Mr. Leach, was Ryland. Now, most Texans, dream of building empires, but Elisha dreamed of building a community. Now, this county was desert when he and Lucy arrived in 1925. Terra Loco, they called it. It's a crazy land, that's what that means. Because so many folks went mad from the heat and lack of water. Now, Elisha set out to change all that. Now, he built an agricultural station that reclaimed half the county from the desert. Now, he is responsible for the finest public school system in West Texas. Why, the story goes he's even the one who roped that big tumbleweed out in the town square. Someone once called him the Grandee of Terra Loco. Well, the name stuck ever since.
What would you say was his single most important contribution?
A personal example he set by his strength of character.
He entered public life as a reform candidate, didn't he?
In 1936, ran for county judge. Boy, we was having real border problems then. Smuggling was real bad. Local officials was involved, and organized crime had their eyes on making Ryland a major crossing for all kinds of things. But, Elisha put on the robe, and, he put a stop to that. I mean, now, real quick.
Is Mrs. Stevens still alive?
Oh, yeah.
Where does she live?
Huh? Oh, well, hey, listen, I wouldn't go see if I was you.
Oh? Why not?
Well, I just wouldn't think she'd want to be disturbed right now. You know how it is.
How did Stevens die?
I beg your pardon?
How did he die?
Huh? Oh, yeah, it was coronary.
Heart attack?
Yeah. In layman's terms, that'd be what happened.
It wasn't expected.
Well, why do you say that?
Well, I'm just repeating what you said a few moments ago, that his death was sudden.
Oh, well, I see. Well, yeah.
Did Stevens have a record of a heart condition?
No. Oh, of course, he worked hard right up to including the day it happened. In fact, he died right in this chair where I am sitting.
Was an autopsy performed?
No, I don't know.
Well, who was the attending physician?
Dr. Jonas Green.
Uh-huh. And who discovered the body?
I did.
Oh. And from here he was taken
to the Memorial Hospital. Hey, you turned off the tape machine. Something wrong?
No, could you give me directions to the hospital?
Well, what's the matter?
Mr. Perkins, is there any possibility in your mind of foul play?
Oh, that's ridiculous.
I'd like to double-check the medical report on his death.
Well, you have your own car?
Oh, yeah, sure.
All right, then. And you go right back up Selms Avenue here to Main Street.
Yeah.
Then you turn left and go on straight about half a mile.
Uh-huh.
The hospital's right there. You can't miss it.
I'm out in the country. Gone over 2 miles, no sign of a hospital anywhere. Oh, good. There's someone. Hey, excuse me.
Yeah?
I'm looking for Memorial Hospital.
Well, mister, I hope it ain't an emergency, 'cause you're going plumb in the wrong direction. Hospital's back that way nearly 3 miles.
I could have sworn he told me to turn left. Well, thanks. Thanks very much.
Memorial Hospital. Yeah, Dr. Banfield is in consultation, Mr. Slocum. Now, I'll have him call you. No, Mrs. Slocum, I wouldn't worry. It's probably just your hives again. Hey, goodbye.
Excuse me.
Yes?
I'd like to speak to Dr. Jonas Green.
Yes? What is your name?
Richard Leach.
No, I'm sorry, but Dr. Green's on vacation.
I beg your pardon?
He's on vacation. He won't be back for 3 weeks.
Well, perhaps there's someone else I could speak to. I'm a reporter with the Dallas Sentinel. I'm doing a feature article on the life of Elisha Stevens.
Yes?
Well, I'd like some information.
I'm sorry, but all our files are private.
Oh, yes, I understand that, of course. But isn't there anyone I could talk to who was on duty at the time Mr. Stevens' body was brought in?
No?
No?
I don't know, sir. You'll have to excuse me. I'm quite busy.
I spoke with the undertaker who prepared Mr. Stevens' body for burial, Mr.
Oh, Terry Vernon?
Yeah. That's it. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Sir? Sir, come back. Oh, dear. Switchboard? He just left. I think he's going over to Terry Vernon's place.
Well, hello, Mr. Leach.
Mr. Perkins.
Hey, you were right. We have met again.
Well, according to the phone book, this is a Mr. Vernon's address.
Oh, it is? Oh, I'm afraid you just missed him.
Where is he?
He's gone on vacation.
I see. Along with Dr. Green.
Well, now, that is possible. They both like to fish.
You know, Mr. Perkins, I have a feeling you're lying.
Well, it's a free country, son.
What are you doing here?
I'm minding the store.
I don't believe you.
Now, look, we are a small town, Mr. Leach. And we try to help each other out. Now, what can I do for you? You have a body you want buried?
Why did you give me the wrong directions to the hospital?
Well, I told you to go down Sam's and turn right on Main Street, didn't I?
No. You said turn left.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, well, maybe I did. Or maybe there's something wrong with your hearing.
I can assure you there is nothing wrong with the way I hear.
Well, then, good. Because then there'll be no mistake when I tell you to forget the story you wanted to write on Elisha Stevens.
What?
That's right, Mr. Leach. Forget it. And leave Ryland now. For good.
Every young reporter dreams of the big scoop, the big story that will bump the planned headlines off the front page. Many reporters willingly take assignments they know might involve danger. But what about the reporter who goes out to cover a harmless story, only to discover there is far more there than meets the eye? I shall return shortly with Act 2. All the news that's fit to print is a motto any newspaper would agree with. But sometimes those they write about might take exception. Beneath the respectful calm of a small town in mourning for its leading citizen, darker currents are beginning to surface. Elisha Stevens, the departed mayor, was ostensibly liked by one and all, but was there an unknown skeleton in his closet? Or is it the townspeople themselves who have something to hide? Our correspondent has been told in no uncertain terms to leave at once. Now, if you were an enterprising and curious young reporter, what would you do?
Yes?
Mrs. Stevens?
Yes?
Hi, my name is Richard Leach. I'm a reporter with the Dallas Sentinel.
Why, how do you do?
Well, frankly, I'm not sure. I came out here to do an article on your late husband.
You traveled all this way?
Yeah.
Why, how nice. Oh, please, do come in.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much.
We can sit here in the front parlor.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure this is a difficult time for you.
Yes. Yes, it is, but I don't mind. Oh, Elisha would be so surprised to think someone from a big city like Dallas wanted to do a story on him.
Well, evidently, so are some other people.
Oh?
I seem to be encountering some opposition.
Oh?
Not to mention some downright hostility.
Why, that's most surprising. But why?
I don't know, ma'am. I went to see the acting mayor, Fred Perkins.
Oh, yes.
I don't wish to alarm you unduly, Mrs. Stevens, but Mr. Perkins was clearly disturbed when I told him the purpose of my visit. And he seemed particularly reluctant to discuss the details of your husband's death.
Oh, Fred Perkins loved Elisha like his own father, Mr. Leach. I should think that naturally he'd be reluctant to want to talk about his passing. Oh, would you like some elderberry wine?
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. I could understand that, Mrs. Stevens, but, would this reluctance extend to lying to me?
You mean telling an untruth?
And physically threatening me?
Oh, my.
I asked Mr. Perkins for direction to your local hospital. I wanted to speak with the attending physician at the time of your husband's death.
Oh, yes, that would be Jonas Green. He's a very nice man.
Yeah, Perkins deliberately misled me. And by the time I finally did reach the hospital, I was stonewalled by a nurse who... She sounded very much like she'd been coached on what to say.
And what did she say?
Well, she gave me a song and dance about Dr. Green being on vacation.
Oh, but I believe he is.
Is the undertaker on vacation, too?
You mean Terry Vernon? Well, I don't know about that.
I went to Vernon's from the hospital, and I never got past the front door. I was met on the porch by Mr. Perkins, who was obviously tipped off by the nurse, who was obviously coached by Mr. Perkins. He made it quite clear that he wanted me to drop the story on your husband and get out of town.
Oh, my, that doesn't sound like Fred at all. He's such a nice man.
Mrs. Stevens, tell me, are you satisfied that your husband's death was a natural one?
Why, yes.
Ryland is only 5 miles from the border. There must be highly vested interests with good reason to want a man like your husband out of the way.
But who?
Yes, who indeed. So far, I've got an acting mayor, a nurse, a doctor, and an undertaker as prime candidates.
Oh, Elisha hadn't an enemy in this town.
Perhaps. What started out as a feature story in his honor is running up against something that's taking on all the symptoms of a cover-up.
Oh, well, what you told me is distressing, Mr. Leach. And I can understand how you feel. But all I can say is, to the best of my knowledge, your suspicions are groundless.
I came here for a very special reason, Mrs. Stevens. Your husband represents something decent in political life. He was an inspiration. Something we're very much in need of at the moment.
Elisha was by no means impossibly perfect. Now, do you intend to go ahead with your article? I wonder who that could be.
Just a moment, Mrs. Stevens. But before you answer that, just let me have a look out the window.
Well, what do you see?
There's a police car in the driveway.
Why, it's Joe Pickard's car. He's our sheriff. I wonder what he could want.
Yeah, and there's Fred Perkins with him.
I'm sorry, Mr. Leach. I'm going to have to answer the door.
No, wait, Mrs. Stevens. Look, I don't know what's going on, but I got a very strong suspicion they're here to get me.
Oh, now, Mr. Leach, I'm sure you're wrong.
Will you do something for me? Here, this is the phone number of my editor in Dallas. His name is Ed Hankey. Now, if anything happens to me, I want you to call him.
Mr. Leach.
Stevens? Is Joe Pickard?
Please, Mrs. Stevens, I'm beginning to think you may be the only person in this town I can trust.
Well, all right. I'll just hide this slip of paper where they won't find it. Now, are you ready?
Yeah, okay.
Why, Sheriff, how are you?
I'm sorry to disturb you, Miss Stevens.
And Fred. Oh, what a surprise.
Yeah, well, I'm looking for a young fellow by the name of Richard Leach.
Well, he is here. Would you like to come on in?
Actually, we'd just as soon speak with him out here on the porch.
Is something the matter?
Nothing you need to be concerned about, Miss Stevens. I just happened to notice that the inspection sticker on his car is expired.
Oh, that's not true, Sheriff.
You, Mr. Richard Leach?
That's him.
If we could just have a word with you outside.
Excuse me, Mrs. Stevens. I'll be right back.
Of course.
Well, now, young fella, Mr. Perkins here says he asked you to leave town. That right?
I am here to write an article on the late Elisha Stevens, Sheriff.
That doesn't answer my question.
Okay, yes, he did. But there's no law I know of.
Mr. Leach, you're looking at the law. The law in Ryland, anyway. Miss Perkins asked you to leave. I'm ordering you to.
Sure. I'll be only too glad to go, Sheriff, after I've got my story.
Then I've got no choice but to put you under arrest.
What? What for?
Let's go, Mr. Leach.
No, you're in cahoots with the rest of them, eh? Just what is it you're covering up, Sheriff? Huh? Mr. Perkins?
Do you intend to come under your own steam?
I want to know how and why Elisha Stevens really died.
Okay, Fred.
What?
Oh! Let's get him away from here, quick!
We'll just let you cool off in this cell for a bit, Mr. Leach.
Sheriff, I am legally entitled to make a phone call.
Go right ahead if you can find a phone in here.
I want an explanation, Sheriff. I want an explanation of what is going on.
Doesn't everybody?
I am legally entitled to hear the charges against me.
You had your chance to leave peaceably, boy.
You know, you're not going to get away with this. I am a reporter, Sheriff. I am here on assignment. If I'm not back in Dallas in 3 days, my boss is going to start making inquiries.
Well, he can go right ahead and do that. He won't find a single person in this town that'll admit that you was ever here.
Yeah, here you go, fella. It's time for supper. I just slide it to you under the bars here.
Thanks.
Well, I'm afraid it's only franks and beans. Sorry, I can only cook what they give me money for.
You the jailer?
Yeah, that's right. My name is Darrell. How long are you in here for?
I don't know.
Well, what did you do?
I don't know that either. Do you?
Huh? No, nobody ever tells me nothing.
My name is Richard Leach. Has there been any activity on my behalf?
Leach? Not that I've overheard.
You haven't heard? And no phone calls? No inquiries?
No, and you're the onlyest prisoner, and there hasn't been a peep all day.
I hope Mrs. Stevens made that call.
Hey, you a friend of Mrs. Stevens?
Yeah.
Oh, I think Mrs. Stevens is just about the greatest lady in the world. I'm a friend of hers, too.
You are?
Mm-hmm. I do things for her she wouldn't think of entrusted to nobody else. I take care of that lawn of theirs, and I do all the fix-it work on their house.
Darrell, would you do me a favor? Would you go over to Mrs. Stevens' house and tell her that I am here?
Oh, no, I couldn't do that. Sheriff Pickard wouldn't like it.
Please, Darrell. She may not realize that I've been arrested.
Well, if you was really a friend of hers, what are you doing here in the jail?
Well, that's just it. See, there's been a mistake.
Oh, well, I'd like to, Mr. Leach, but if Mrs. Stevens was to come over here and raise Cain, well, I'd lose my job.
Darrell, you don't understand. Mrs. Stevens is in danger.
Danger?
Yeah.
From who?
I am a newspaper reporter. I came out here to do a story on her husband, and somebody doesn't want that story told.
Oh, Master, you're imagining things. The story of Elisha Stevens ought to be in the school books. He looked out after the poorer people in this town like they was his own brother. Saw to it no one went hungry, and if necessary, out of his own pocket, too.
Was he wealthy?
Oh, sure. He owns that farmland between here and the Mexican border.
I see.
So you're saying somebody don't want this story told? It just don't make sense.
Obviously. Then why am I in jail?
Oh. Well, you'd be surprised how many prisoners ask the same thing. They all swear up and down they're innocent.
Darrell. Darrell, wait. Darrell. Nobody knows I'm here.
Mr. Leach? Mr. Leach, wake up. Here's your breakfast.
I'm not hungry.
I talked to Mrs. Stevens.
Huh? What?
Yeah, after I got off work last night, I kept thinking about what you said, that she might be in danger. I figured I just owed her too much to take that chance. Job or no job.
You told her I was here.
Yeah.
What did she say?
Well, you was right. Sheriff Peckard had told her you just decided to leave town. She had no idea you was in jail. And she told me to tell you not to worry about a thing. She still had that phone number you give her, and she was going to call your boss in Dallas first thing this morning.
Those were her exact words?
Yes, sir. She told me to tell you that she'd take care of everything. Now, Mr. Peckard.
What are you doing?
Huh? Oh, I was just bringing the prisoner his breakfast.
Where'd you go last night after you got off work?
Oh, I went home.
Now, Darrell, you're not telling me the truth.
No, sir. It's true.
I know you're lying, Darrell, because I got a witness. And she can dispute every word you're saying.
Mrs. Stevens.
Richard Leach, I am shocked. Shame on you for trying to smuggle illegal messages out from the Ryland City Jail.
There is a caution in the Old Testament amongst Solomon's Proverbs, which Richard Leach would have done well to heed. It warns the wise man to beware to whom he speaks, for his words are like a weapon, and any weapon in the hands of the wrong person can be deadly. I shall return shortly with our third act.
Whatever kind of shirt you're into, get into an Arrow.
Hey, Jeff, that's a fantastic wool shirt. Oh, thanks. It's an Arrow. An Arrow?
Whatever kind of shirt you want, Arrow's got it.
I love that turtleneck Hank's wearing. I bought it for him. It's an Arrow.
Whatever kind of shirt you're into, get into an Arrow.
When it comes to shirts, things are changing, but men are still changing into Arrow. Arrow gives you every style and all the confidence you expect from an Arrow.
That shirt looks great with your suit.
Sure, it's an Arrow.
Whatever kind of shirt you're into, get into an Arrow. Whatever kind of shirt you want, Arrow's got it.
Arrow makes all kinds of shirts for all kinds of men. That's why we're known as America's shirt maker.
We were speaking of truth, which unfortunately seems to be in very short supply around the town of Ryland at the moment. We know that the ways of a small and isolated community can sometimes seem strange to the outsider. But consider the extremity of Richard Leach's plight. In jail for reasons unknown, unable to call for help, and unable to find a single sympathetic ear.
Mrs. Stevens.
Sheriff, here's that piece of paper I told you about. The one on which Mr. Leach wrote the phone number he wanted me to call.
Oh, thank you, Miss Stevens. I'm sorry you had to get involved in this at all.
Oh, I don't mind. You have an unpleasant job, and I wouldn't want to make it any harder.
Mrs. Stevens, did the sheriff force you to do this?
Not at all. I'm here of my own free will.
I have a right to know the charges against me. And I have a right to make a phone call. Mrs. Stevens, both of these things have been denied me.
What? Is this true?
Why, of course it isn't. Mr. Leach, you know that's a downright lie.
What?
You know we let you make not one but 2 phone calls, and the charges against you have been clearly stated.
Well, I'm glad to hear that.
Mrs. Stevens, the sheriff isn't telling you the truth. I haven't been allowed to call anyone. Nobody knows I'm here. Look, you must help me. There's a conspiracy here that involves a great number of people in this town. Something is being hidden. And if you don't help me, I'm afraid. Mrs. Stevens, I'm afraid.
Young man, I do have a certain amount of influence, that is true. And I trust a small measure of respect. It would be both foolish and wrong of me to presume upon either by telling Mr. Pickard here how to do his job.
You're all in this together, aren't you?
Good day, Mr. Leach. And may God bless you.
Well, now, Mr. Leach, if you have no more tricks up your sleeve, I think we can get on to the next order of business.
What's that?
Darrell.
Yes, sir?
Go across the street and fetch Fred Perkins here, will you?
Packard? Darrell said to come on over.
I think the coast is all clear now. Miss Stevens is gone.
You mean she's not involved in this?
No, not at all.
Look, I just don't understand what's happening. I mean, this is like a nightmare. Gee, for all I know, I did make 2 phone calls.
Now, Mr. Leach, just calm down.
All right, just do it. Just do whatever you're going to do to me and just get it over with.
Hey, Pickard, didn't you tell him anything?
Oh, I waited for you.
Mr. Leach, I am sorry. Now, I know we've gone about this all wrong, and it's just that, when you coming out here just took us by surprise.
What?
Well, what Fred is trying to say is we've been a little rough on you, and we want to apologize.
Well, wait. What are you doing? No, get away. Stay away from me.
Mr. Leach,
no.
You're free to go.
I'm free?
That's right.
What's the trick?
Now, there is no trick, son.
Oh, no. I'm sorry, fellas. No, I'm not going to make it that easy for you. Yeah. Prisoner shot while trying to escape.
Here's your billfold and your car keys and everything else we took off you downstairs.
No.
Go ahead, take them. It's all right.
Now, listen, we just had to keep you here until we found out whether or not you'd aroused Mrs. Stevens' suspicions when you went by her place yesterday.
I don't get it.
Yeah, well, Elisha Stevens didn't die of a heart attack, son. He took his own life.
He committed suicide?
That's correct. And that's your conspiracy, Mr. Leach. That's what me and Fred and the folks at the hospital and Terry Vernon and every other citizen in this town is conspiring to keep secret from Miss Stevens.
Yeah, unfortunately, no one thought to tell Darrell. No, well, that was a close call when you persuaded him to go see her.
It was fortunate she came to see us. You see, the fella you picked to be your messenger, well, Darrell's not all there, if you know what I mean.
Anyway, I apologize for the crude way I handled the whole affair.
Look, are you two under the assumption that I am buying all this?
What?
I mean, you think I believe what you're telling me?
Well, it's the truth.
Now, listen, you have seen Mrs. Stevens. She is no longer a strong person. Now, protecting her from the truth about her husband's death is, well, let's just say it's something we want to do for her. And for him, too, his memory. How he died wasn't an honest reflection of his life.
But why would the legendary grandee of TERRA LOCA want to take his own life? The way you've talked about him, he sounds too good to be true.
No, now, you have got to understand, son. that Elisha served this town selflessly and tirelessly for 40 years. And he was never anything less than shrewd and honest. Well, maybe it was our fault. You know, we got so used to having him in the mayor's chair, we just didn't want to let him go. He was 81 years old 2 years ago when election time came around. He wanted to retire, but just the thought of it sent folks into kind of a panic. Maybe it wasn't a healthy situation, but that's how it was.
So you're protecting yourselves, too, with all of this?
Yeah, I suppose we are.
You still haven't told me why he killed himself.
Well, he had allowed himself to be swindled. It was all in a note he left.
Was it a large sum?
Well, for these parts, yeah.
I think the worst of it for him, though, was that it was public money. Municipal funds.
How did he kill himself?
He took an overdose of the various medications he was on.
How was he swindled?
And apparently some fella impersonating a Texas Ranger came into his office. He claimed he was trailing some art smugglers and needed instant cash to make a purchase so he could arrest them in the act.
And Elisha personally took him to the bank. Sam Merrill, the teller. He told us Elisha wouldn't even let him check the Ranger's credentials. You just give this boy what he needs. That's the way Elisha did things. He took a man at his word.
Yeah, and naturally the man didn't return.
No.
And this is what Stephen's suicide note said, and you believed it.
Well, of course we believed it.
I mean, that is the most fantastic story I've ever heard. Well, I'd say Stevens was in cahoots with this guy, and the fellow double-crossed him.
Oh, no, I don't think so, Mr. Leach. Elisha never would have done anything like that. Well, in any case, I've never met the person yet who, if given a choice, wouldn't prefer to be known as a villain rather than a sucker. No, I don't think Elisha would have made up that story.
But how could any man in possession of his senses fall... Oh, I see.
Elisha's only sin was struggling to keep up appearances. It's not a very pretty thought, the spectacle of that old man being conned by a charlatan. In the old days, there wasn't a shrewder customer around than Elisha. No one ever put a thing over on him.
Well, sure isn't the story I expected to get when I came here.
You ain't planning to print this now, are you?
Oh, yeah, of course I am.
Well, then you missed the point, son. We don't want it printed. Think of Mrs. Stevens.
But I don't owe anyone in this town a thing, at least of all her. And she walked out of here content to leave me in this cell to rot.
You ain't out of here yet, boy.
What? Are you threatening me now?
I'll thrash you within an inch of your life before I let you humiliate Miss Stevens or the town of Ryland.
Now, hold off, Packard. Now, you're just going to make it worse. Sooner or later, someone be bound to find out anyway, so let him go. Let him print the story.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Perkins. That's exactly what I intend to do. The quicker I'm out of this town, the better I'm going to feel.
Mr. Leach?
Mrs. Stevens.
I've been waiting out here to speak to you.
Oh, you could have been waiting a long time, couldn't you?
Oh, I knew they'd let you go. I'm sorry about how I had to act in there. But if they suspected I knew the truth, they might have taken it out on you.
You mean you know?
How Elisha died? Oh, yes.
But that's supposed to be Ryland's big state secret. How do you know?
The day he died, I stopped by his office. There's a back door, a private entrance I often used. No one saw me. He was lying there, his head on the desk. I thought he was asleep. Then I saw the note.
And you read it?
All I could think of was, what a silly, sad way for it to end.
But you didn't tell anyone.
I wanted to be alone for a while. Then, when Fred Perkins and Dr. Green came by with the story of the heart attack, I realized what they were up to. So I just kept my mouth shut.
Well, I'm glad to hear that, Mrs. Stevens. I mean, if you know the truth anyway, there's no reason the story can't be printed in its entirety, including this final chapter.
Oh, no. No, you mustn't. That's what I've been waiting here to make sure you understood. It means so much for these people to feel they are protecting me. You mustn't take that away from them.
Oh, you don't know the newspaper business, Mrs. Stevens. This story is sensational. I mean, an entire town conspiring to shield an old woman from the truth about her husband's death.
Yes, and by printing it, you destroy it.
But so what? I mean, I've been beat up and terrorized for 24 hours by a lot of ignorant country people. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Mrs. Stevens. I didn't mean that. Excuse me.
Well, goodbye then. You're wrong about one thing, though.
Oh?
I do know the newspaper business. Elisha and I founded the Culpeper County Courier together back in 1928. Now, you've heard a lot of facts about Elisha's life. But maybe you've wondered what it was about the man himself that made him the kind of person people are willing to go to such lengths for.
Yeah?
Let me tell you a little story. In 1929, there was a sensational murder. A wife killed her husband. Now, Elisha could have gained national recognition by publishing the story. And not only that, but the father of the murderess was a bitter enemy of Elisha's. And this was a chance to publicly humiliate him. But Elisha voluntarily withheld the story until after the trial to avoid prejudicing the jurors.
And then he published it.
Well, I thought he was going to. But he looked at me and said, "The trial's over. What's the point of publishing it now?"
If the girl's father was his enemy.
Well, that's what my reaction, too. Elisha shook his head and said, "Lucy, I hate that fella because he's a crook, he's a coward, and he's an atheist. But not because his daughter killed her husband."
Was the man grateful?
No. He's the one that gave Elisha the nickname the Grandee of TERRA LOCA. He meant it as an insult. But it stuck as a title.
Richie, you're back.
Good morning, Mr. Hankey.
Come on in, come on in. So, how was the name of that place?
Ryland?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got a better story than I expected.
Oh. Did your homespun hero turn out to have feet of clay after all?
Mr. Hankey, I don't know if you're going to believe this. It's really pretty amazing.
Well, I'm waiting.
Did you know that Ryland is the home of the world's largest tumbleweed?
We're familiar with the phrase, "It will all work out in the end." There are times, however, when we might wonder plaintively why just once things couldn't work out before the end. But then, who's to say when the end is? Does it ever really come for anything or anyone as long as memory keeps them alive? I shall be back shortly with a final word.
Hi, Pat Summerall. True Value Hardware stores are offering their fall shopper circular you can't do without, because it's full of values you'll probably be needing soon for do-it-yourself projects, like the Stanley Surform Plane. It can give you a smooth finish on wood, plastic, tile, or soft metal, and the handle is shaped to give you a comfortable grip for sure, even control. The Stanley Regular Cut Surform Plane is $4.75 in the fall shopper circular from True Value Hardware stores. And for just $4.99, you can invest in a tool you'll find hundreds of uses for. The USM Electric Glue Gun dispenses hot melted glue that bonds in 60 seconds without clamping or waiting. See the Stanley Surform Plane and the USM Electric Glue Gun in the fall shopper circular from participating True Value hardware stores and home centers.
Value Hardware is more than just a name. It's a way of doing business that means True Value.
Elisha Stevens served his community selflessly for 40 years, but at the end made a single mistake. Was he then a tarnished angel? A cynic might say yes, but it was H.L. Mencken who pointed out that a cynic is a man who, when he smells flowers, looks around for a coffin. I'll leave the decision up to you. Our cast included Paul Hecht, Robert Dryden, Joan Shea, and Earl Hammond. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. Mystery Theater presents Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. It was Mr. Voltaire who said that if God did not exist, we should have to invent him. And through the ages, this is what mankind has been doing. Since the dim and distant beginnings of the human race, the gods have come and gone. And each civilization, every society, donates another deity to the ever-expanding pantheon. Or are they all merely extensions of the same one?
You have been summoned here for a computer readout.
Yes, I know.
The computer has decided that you are now divorced.
Divorced? But I love my wife.
That is irrelevant.
And she loves me.
That is immaterial. It is not in the best interests of the social order for you to remain married.
But why?
The computer is not required to explain.
Our mystery drama, The God Machine, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dam and stars Lloyd Battista and Patricia Elliott. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Throughout history, there's always been the quest. The quest for what? Well, the quest for the secret. What secret? Once again, which particular secret do you wish to know? The secret of certainty? The secret of success? The secret of wealth, power, immortality? Thousands of years ago, magicians would sacrifice a cow and claim to read the secret in a study of the entrails. We call that superstition. Today, when we wish to ascertain the secret, we send out people with clipboards who ask foolish questions. We call that research. That's the way it goes. Our story takes place at a time in the future.
Please be seated.
Thank you.
You seem nervous.
Well, yes, I guess I am.
Why?
Well, why not? At a time like this.
What is there about a time like this to create what appears to be a state of emotional imbalance?
Oh, I'm balanced. I'm perfectly balanced. Absolutely symmetrical. It's just,
Yes?
Well, nobody exactly looks forward to computer readout time, do they?
Why not?
It's It's just you never can tell what the computer has decided. It's sort of like learning your fate.
Fate. That's an archaic word.
I'm sorry.
An unfortunate word.
Well, I certainly didn't mean...
A word which, if stated in seriousness, would indicate a definite need for readjustment.
Well, or sometimes a word just pops out.
The word fate belongs to the obsolete societies of the barbaric past.
I agree completely.
At this time, as your district programmer, I have summoned you here to inform you of the results of your latest computer readout. Thomas Y, 130546, you have just been married.
Married? I am married?
Yes. It is estimated that in 30 years we shall require an increase in mathematicians. Genetic Headquarters has therefore conducted an analysis of DNA and chromosome factors. Among others, it has been determined that a marriage between you, Thomas Y, 130-546, and Emma K, 998-727, shall produce offspring who will become master mathematicians.
I am married?
Yes. The legal documentation is already stored.
But I don't know the girl.
Why do you raise such an irrelevant point?
It's just that the whole thing is such a surprise.
Why? Certainly you knew that one day your marriage would be programmed.
It's just that I thought...
You thought... What is there to think about? Your home has already been selected and furnished.
Furnished?
In accordance with the registered and adjusted tastes and preferences of both of you. You will report there at once.
Where?
To North River.
North River? But that's so far away.
From what?
Well, from my job.
You have a new job. For the next 10 years, you and your married companion shall devote all your efforts and energy to producing your young.
Look, I'm very happy with what I'm doing now.
The computer has determined that you should be even happier in your new mission. That is, unless, of course, you are out of adjustment.
Oh, no. I'm perfectly adjusted.
Then let me be the first to congratulate you.
Thomas.
Oh, it's you, Paul.
You're not even ready. You have to be at the port within the hour.
Paul, what if I refuse to go?
What if you refuse to... Thomas!
What if I refuse?
We shouldn't be having this kind of conversation.
If I can't talk about a thing like this to my brother, to whom can I talk?
To nobody.
You know what they did to me, don't you?
And don't use that word.
Which word?
They. There is no they.
No?
No. There's an us, a we. And each of our actions is governed and guided by the wisdom and the experience of all of us.
They want me to get married.
There's that they again.
They ordered me to get married.
For your own, and for society's good.
How do I know I'll love this girl?
Love? Your problem is those archaic books. Now just keep talking and thinking like those ancient authors. And I can't see how in the world you can hope to avoid readjustment. You know what happens to you there, don't you?
Suppose I won't be able to love her.
Love? Just listen to me.
You've been married for 5 years. Do you love Dorothy?
I like Dorothy.
It's not the same thing.
That's just the point. What is love?
Love? Why, love is... Well, it can't really be defined. It's an intense and overwhelming feeling.
You could also be describing a fever, which is exactly what love is. A fever of unknown origin. A fever of unknown duration. A devastating fever that strikes at random, without warning, reason, or rhyme. It's based on emotion, on passion.
That's all right.
But it isn't all right. It's not enough of a foundation for a lasting relationship between a man and a woman. It's too chancy for the genetic improvement of the human race.
I want the right to choose my own mate.
But you have chosen her. Your chromosomes and genes have chosen her. Your nerve endings and impulses have chosen her. Your entire psychic anatomy has chosen her, just as she has chosen you.
No, you don't know what I mean.
But I do. You would prefer to make this most vital decision on the basis of what? A momentary mood? A passing fancy? A transient emotion?
However it works out, it's my own business, isn't it?
No. It's our business. Society's business. You are part of the world. You will send children into the world. Well, in any event, Thomas, there's nothing you can do about it, really, is there?
No.
Hello? I'm Emma.
I'm Thomas.
Yes.
Well, I see you got here to the house first.
Yes, but I didn't have far to go. I live... that is, I used to live in the valley.
Well, you're a K998. I used to know some 998s over in Southfield.
That is, I'm -727. I have no relatives in this part of the country.
No. Well, do you like the house?
Yes, it's all right. Did you want to look around?
No, I don't know. Later, I guess.
So, here we are.
Yes. Here we are.
You aren't at all what I pictured.
What did you picture?
Oh, some very serious-looking person.
Oh, why?
Well, we're supposed to...
We're supposed to what?
I hate to say that word, but... Well, how else can I put it? We're supposed to breed mathematicians.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't look very much like a mathematician to me either.
I don't know the first thing about mathematics.
Neither do I.
Then how do they expect us to have children who do?
Well, as I understand it, we don't have to know anything, but our genes do.
I see.
Now, you know how it is. The genes, they sort of mix and match, and well, one thing and another.
I suppose it all comes out the way it's supposed to.
Probably. Well, I must say, they did fix the place up very nicely.
Yes.
Well, here we are.
Yes. Here we are.
Are there any entertainments in town that you know of?
I haven't seen any schedules, but, well, we couldn't go anyhow.
Why not?
Because we have a personal schedule.
Oh?
Yes, it was delivered to me as soon as I got here. I read it, and I had to sign it. You will have to sign it, too.
What does it say?
Oh, well, you'd better read it.
All right. The newly married couple, Thomas and Emma, will spend all evenings at home until they've created evidence that the purpose of their marriage has been fulfilled.
The officer who delivered this said that the need for mathematicians is, well, becoming acute.
Yeah, that's what they predict.
Do you mind if we have some music?
But you don't have to ask. It's your house, too.
I always like to listen to music.
So do I.
I brought my tapes. Well, look at this machine we have here.
Oh, see what it says? A wedding gift from the computer district.
Well, who says the computer doesn't have a heart? I'll just set it in. And now we push this button. This.
You like this? You go for this?
Shall I? Yes.
Oh, me too.
You're joking.
No, I love it.
Well, listen to what else I've got on here. A waltz.
By Johann Strauss.
The Elder.
What else have you got here?
I've got Stravinsky and George Gershwin and Gustav Mahler. The computer can create an absolutely perfect world.
Of course it can. And seemingly, it has brought together two people of similar temperament and taste. So why shouldn't this marriage be a most happy success? Why? Well, for one very good reason. We are only just past the first act. And besides, how can you have a Garden of Eden without a serpent? I'll be back with Act 2 shortly.
I'm Susan Anton.
Mr. Charles Darwin once said, and I quote, "I believe that man, in the distant future, will be a far more perfect creature than he is now. He said that at least 100 years ago, but not more. Therefore, to him, we would be the creatures of the future. I wouldn't say we're more perfect than the people in his time, and the folks in our story who are living, say, 1,000 years from now do not appear to be any more perfect than we are. Besides, what is perfection?
Are you happy, Emma?
Oh, yes.
I didn't know it was possible ever to be happy. It was something you were supposed to hope for, to strive for.
You're not even supposed to use the word.
Oh, I forgot.
Happy is something neurotic, dangerous. It can warp the personality. You know the word they want us to use.
Mm-hmm. Adjusted.
Adjusted.
When the one great scorer comes to write against your name, he marks not that you won or lost, but how you played the game.
Don't tell me. You know, I don't think I ever heard that one before.
Grantland Rice.
You really know your archaics.
No, he was a sports writer.
That's right. They used to have people who wrote about sports. Well, you're going back 1,000 years.
At least. What I wouldn't give to see a professional football game or a baseball.
That's all been outlawed.
I don't understand why.
I do. I don't agree with it, but I can understand it. After all, there's an imbalance in a society where an athlete will be paid more than a research scientist.
Well, you've got to hand it to the computer. It picked out two kooks like us and brought us together. Do you think they just wanted to get us out of the way?
No. They brought us together to produce mathematicians.
Well, no one can say we're not trying.
A book of verses beneath the bough, a loaf of bread, a jug of wine, and thou. Do you know who wrote that?
I give up.
It was written by Omar, the tent maker.
Oh, how would you like to live in a tent?
No, all I would need is for someone to see it. I'd be packed in for readjustment.
Emma, when did I last tell you that I loved you?
About half an hour ago, I think. Are you beginning to take me for granted?
When the children come along...
Yes?
Are we going to do what everyone else does? Are we going to let them take the kids away from us? Well, will we?
They're not actually taking the children away.
No?
They're just putting them into the nursery.
That's not taking them away?
But they can take better care of them than we could.
Well, that's not the point. They're our kids.
They'll still be our kids. We'll visit them.
It's not the same. Wouldn't you really like to watch your kid while he grows up? Be the one to feed him and clothe him and teach him things? I mean, isn't that the natural way to do it?
There's just no way we could ever hope to do that.
Well, maybe we could figure something out.
Never.
We've got to.
Oh, look at us. Having an argument on how to raise a child that isn't even born yet. Would you like some music?
Exactly what I had in mind. To think. There was a time when people could listen to music like this in public.
I know.
Why? What have they got against this music? I mean, okay, the books. Maybe they could object to the ideas, but music?
Well, the way it was explained to me, music represents the spirit of an era. And in the music of the past is all the restlessness and the conflicts and the neuroses.
Well, I think everybody today is crazy. Except you and me.
Thomas.
Hello, Paul.
What are you doing here?
Well, I have to report to the district programmer.
Why?
I was told there was another computer readout.
Well, I don't see how it can be anything serious.
No, neither do I.
Well, tell me, how are things?
The word is perfection.
Well, now.
Absolute perfection.
Well, aren't you the one who said, I want the right to choose my own mate?
I have said a lot of stupid things in my life.
I hate to say I told you so.
No, say it. I deserve it. Only the computer can match people perfectly. Now I know what true happiness... I beg your pardon. What true adjustment is.
Well, you're finally growing up. I can just tell from now on, everything's going to be all right.
Please be seated.
Thank you.
As your district programmer, I have summoned you here at this time to inform you that you have just been divorced.
Divorced?
The legal documentation has already been stored.
Divorced? But no, I don't understand.
Under the circumstances, you are entitled to an explanation.
Wait a minute.
There has been an error.
An error? The computer makes an error? How?
The computer never makes an error. A grade 7 technician made an error in transcription.
Well, he had no right to make an error.
He is being readjusted.
Readjusted? Well, just because he made a little mistake? I mean, that's a terrible thing to do to a person.
A therapeutic and necessary thing.
Look, talking about my divorce...
There is nothing to talk about. It has already been accomplished.
You can't do this to me and to Emma.
But we must. There has been a computer error.
It doesn't matter. You see, it all worked. Emma and I, why, we're supremely happy.
Happy?
I mean, we're in love.
Love?
We're in perfect symmetry.
You can't be.
Oh, please, believe me.
I can only believe what the computer tells me, and when the two of you are placed into it, you simply do not balance.
But we're in love. We get along very well.
It won't work.
It's working now.
It won't last.
How do you know?
The computer knows.
How?
The attraction between you is not based on qualities of durable nature. Besides, you will not produce mathematicians. Well, aren't you going to thank me?
Thank you. For what?
As a well-adjusted citizen, you should thank me for rectifying what could have been the crucial mistake of your life.
Yeah. Thanks. Thanks a million. Emma.
Thomas, what are you doing here?
You know about it?
Yes.
What are we going to do?
There's nothing we can...
Great pains to see to it that I never married her.
Oh, I disagree with that.
My goodness. You are a thoroughgoing, dyed-in-the-wool archaic. I heard there were fellows like you, but I never ran into any before. What do you say to a little music, huh? Well, it generally clears the air.
Thomas, you'd better go.
No, Emma,
Please.
I can't.
Thomas, why make it so hard for us? There's nothing we can do.
We'll appeal.
No, I'm afraid.
Ah, here we are. Isn't this absolutely fantastic? You know, Emma, I could listen to this day and night. Don't you just love it?
Thomas, don't go. Don't leave me. Yes, we will appeal. Right now. Now, let us appeal.
Music, it has been said, can soothe the savage breast. Taking the opposite tack, it can also inflame the civilized heart. And so, now we learn about another facet of this futuristic society. There is an appeal procedure. But is it like the situation that is all too familiar in our time, the one that's known as Fighting City Hall? This shall be clarified shortly in Act 3. Certain things never seem to change, and one of them is the triangle. Not the geometric triangle of Euclid, but the human triangle. 2 men and 1 woman, or 2 women and 1 man. The geometric triangles can always be neatly solved. That is because mathematics follows precise and rigid rules. Human triangles, on the other hand, defy analysis, resist definition, and evade solution.
What are you saying, Emma?
I said Thomas and I must appeal.
I can't believe you.
Why can't you believe her?
You mean you'll risk readjustment?
Yes.
Why?
Because I love Thomas.
You love Thomas? Now, there's an unbalanced statement if I ever heard one. But don't worry. I'm not an informer.
Well, actually, you do seem like a really nice person, Walter. Aside from your grotesque taste in music, it's a pity you have to be the one in the middle.
Why do I have to be the one in the middle?
Why?
Well, for that matter, why does anyone have to be in the middle? Believe me, the whole business isn't worth risking readjustment.
You keep saying that.
It's true.
We're in love, but you couldn't understand that.
I sincerely hope I never understand what love is or feels like. I want nothing to do with it. I said it before. There's no reason why we all can't be friends. I like Emma, sure, but I like quite a few other girls, too.
Just a minute. Are you implying what I think? Are you saying that you and I should share, Emma?
Share? Now, that should be the greatest of all archaic words.
Just answer the question.
The answer should be self-evident.
I refuse to share Emma with anybody.
How can you be so selfish? Do you realize what an antisocial attitude you have? Suppose everyone felt that way about their married companion. We'd have violence in every street, in every home.
But just a moment. I should have something to say about this.
I was waiting for you to interject something reasonable and sensible, Emma.
I only want one man.
I really think the two of you deserve each other. You may only want one man, Emma, but society requires you to have more.
Then society is wrong.
Genetically, society is right. It's the only way to bring the proper children into the world.
Emma and I want our own children.
Children are never your own.
We're going around and around.
I'm only saying, be sensible. I happen to know an archaic phrase or two myself. And you recall the one that applies here? Don't make waves.
You wish to request an appeal?
Yes.
Have you thought about it?
Yes.
Carefully?
We are determined.
It is my duty as your district programmer to warn you of the implications of this act.
We're already aware of them.
You have filled out the necessary forms?
Yes, and we wish to present them here officially.
The law provides for a 20-day cooling-off period.
That isn't necessary. We know our minds.
Nevertheless, it must be followed. Your request for appeal is now tentatively acknowledged.
Tentatively?
At the end of this period, if you are still determined to go through with this procedure, you will report to the chief programmer. Otherwise, your request will be null and void.
We'll be there. Please, Paul, don't try to talk me out of it.
Listen to me.
I'll listen, and you'll say one thing, and I'll say another, and we'll go round and round.
Do you want to die? That's what readjustment is. You know that? Everything you are, everything you want to be, everything you hold so important is taken out of you. You're just a shell.
Now I know what you meant when I asked you if you loved Dorothy. And you said, I like her. Do you like her the way Walter likes Emma?
I suppose so.
Well, then who do you love?
Love?
Yes, love. You have to love someone. Even if it's in secret. Who is she?
Is that important?
I don't care about her name. I don't even want to know her. But she exists, doesn't she, Paul? Well?
Yes.
Yes. Oh, listen to that. And who was carrying on about love just a little while ago? Who was saying love was a fever?
It is. It's a disease.
How can you say that?
I didn't want you to catch it.
Why not?
Because you couldn't handle it.
What gives you the right to say that?
Well, look at you. Can you handle it? You're actually going to appeal on account of it. Why can't you just accept love the way it is? Why must you force it to destroy you?
I can't help it. I can't think of her with another man.
But, Thomas, this is what destroyed the ancient worlds. Passion. Blind, overwhelming passion. Uncontrolled emotions.
Don't lecture me.
People could be driven to kill. Now, confess. Don't you want to kill Walter? You see? You're afraid to answer. Is that what you want us to go back to?
But what we're doing, it isn't natural.
Who says so?
No one feels anything. No one really lives.
I also know one or two archaic sayings, Thomas. For instance, moderation in all things.
Yes, moderation, of course. But it has to be the moderation that I adopt for myself. It can't be the moderation that's forced on me.
You're really going to appeal, aren't you?
Yes.
You're actually going to fight the computer.
Yes. After all, what is the computer anyhow? God?
Of course. You mean you didn't know that?
We only have 15 more days. Do you want to change your mind?
We're going to lose.
I know.
Do you know why?
Because you can't fight the computer.
And do you know why? Because the computer is God.
God?
I never thought about it until my brother said it a little while ago. He laughed. I'm sure he thinks it's a joke. But it's true. The computer is God.
But
What was God to the ancients? Something or someone infallible, omnipotent.
But the computer, it's something that we make.
All peoples make their own gods.
Well, even if that's true, how does it help us?
What we make, we can also destroy.
How can we destroy the computer?
Easily. Blow it up.
What are you saying?
And then the world can start all over again.
Blow up the computer?
Why not?
But you know what they'll do to us.
Who?
The government. But everybody.
Well, maybe.
But how can you say maybe? It's a fact.
No, I've learned something. I learned that most people live by fooling the computer, by finding ways to get around it, by paying lip service to it.
Well, how does that help anything?
We'll be doing a service to humanity. We'll be saying, look, you don't have to pretend anymore. You can live honestly, freely. You can be true to your feelings, your emotions. The people won't allow the government to readjust us. We're going to start a revolution.
Thomas, do you believe that?
Don't you?
Well, I don't know.
Then believe me, I'm right. I know I'm right.
Suppose there are guards.
Guards? Why?
This is the main computer bank, and, well...
Oh, God isn't protected by guards, but by awe, by fear.
Please, be careful, Thomas.
No, don't worry. This is a very stable explosive. It can't go off until we're ready. Now, it's through that door.
But what if it's locked?
Why should it be locked?
We're going to do it. We're actually going to do it. I can hardly believe it.
Here. See? It's open.
Look.
Yes. Look.
All those banks and banks and rows of computers.
That's God. That's God deciding on the movement of everybody in the entire world. That's God controlling every thought, every act. Well, we're going to get rid of that idea. And we're going to think and act for ourselves.
Thomas.
What is it?
I was just wondering...
If you're starting to doubt, you can get out of it now.
No. I'm only wondering if people will really want to think and act for themselves. Or do they want it all decided for them?
I am the captain of my soul. I am the master of my fate.
But, Thomas, that's just poetry.
Just poetry? Isn't poetry something to live by?
Yes. Oh, yes, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I ever doubted.
Are you sure?
Yes. Let's do it.
Now we have to wire each row of these...
Oh! What's that, Thomas?
Intruders! All guards! Personnel! Move at once!
They did attempt to destroy the main computer bank. Since they are obviously too unbalanced, too unsymmetrical to speak in their own defense, who does appear for them?
With your permission, I am brother to Thomas and brother-in-law to Emma.
And what have you to say?
The fault is not with these two immature people. It lies with the archaic books and tapes. Their minds have been confused by the neuroses of ancient writers, philosophers, and poets. Thus, they were driven to this. Yes, it is a most serious crime, but readjustment is a most serious punishment.
Readjustment is not a punishment. It is a therapy.
It is a most drastic therapy. May I suggest an extended period of re-education and retraining under more benign circumstances? Let us replace their subversive and destructive ideas by study and analysis, rather than by the searing trauma of electric shock. I have made my statement.
Thank you for your efforts to secure justice. This office has taken all possible factors into consideration. A study of both the accused reveals that there is no hope in milder attempts to balance. The asymmetry is so pronounced that it may only be corrected by total readjustment.
No!
I do believe we have a visitor, Emma.
A visitor?
Oh, it's Thomas.
Thomas?
Sit down, Thomas. Let me turn this thing off. I must say, you're looking good.
Thank you, Walter. Hello, Emma.
How are you, Thomas?
Well, what can we do for you?
I was just out walking. I'm married now.
Yes, we heard.
We're supposed to produce marine biologists.
Well, it's the coming field, I understand. Well, why don't you bring her over sometime?
She's very busy. I hardly get to see her myself.
Well, that's the way it goes. I understand. Oh, Emma, my dear, I have an appointment.
Are you leaving?
It won't be for long. And besides, Thomas will keep you company. Why did you have to rock the boat? Well, I'll see you later.
What did he mean by that? Rock the boat?
I don't know.
Thomas, do I know you?
I think we know each other, but I'm not sure. There are things I simply can't remember anymore.
Yes. I feel that way, too.
Sometimes my head hurts.
Mine does, too.
And I get the feeling that I'm being punished, but I can't seem to remember why.
Neither can I.
If only I could remember why I'm being punished. If only.
And yet, in a way, he's lucky. In many societies, his crime would have received a far more drastic punishment. The moral of our story? We hesitate to offer one. Except, perhaps, that if you want to save the world, you'd better make sure that the world thinks it's in danger to begin with. I shall return shortly. We began our little session with a discussion of the basic similarities between ancient and modern man. Ancient man had an entire pantheon of gods, and they had to be consulted before each and every venture. Today, we demand the same services of a machine. Feed in the facts, factor in the data. The ancients waited for the verdict of the oracle at Delphi, who was the priestess of Apollo. We wait for the verdict of the computer. I wonder which, in the long run, has proved more reliable. Our cast included Lloyd Battista, Patricia Elliott, Terry Keane, and Bob Caliban. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Why would she have amnesia?
Well, because...
She's an athlete in training. She's in perfect health.
Well, then she was kidnapped.
How? Right off the street to Delaware Avenue?
They could have overpowered her, forced her into a car.
She wouldn't go quietly. She seems a big, strong girl.
Don't say it like that. You make her sound ungainly. She's beautifully built.
Well, you can't rule out the possibility of kidnapping, Sergeant.
Well, you'd have received word by now about a ransom.
Well, maybe it's the kind of kidnapping where girls are sold into, slavery.
Oh, please, Molly. Sergeant, we're desperate.
Yes, I understand. I just wish you knew a little more about her.
Sergeant, find her. Please. She's our little girl. And we love her.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. What is that passage from one of the best-written novels of our time? Then wear the gold hat, if that will move her, till she cries, lover, gold-hatted lover, I must have you. Yes, the gold hat, the golden lover, the man of gold. Gold, gold, purest gold. With gold, a man can drive the world. Any sort of man at all. A saint, a sinner, a wise man, a madman. It doesn't matter who you are, what you are, as long as you show us the color of your money.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Payne. He's dead.
No.
He was shot because he was having an affair with a nightclub singer. She was supposed to be a girlfriend of some racketeer.
That's impossible.
Are you saying your husband wouldn't have an affair?
How could he have an affair with a girl who sings in a nightclub? My husband he was an atomic scientist.
Our mystery drama, The Bright Golden Murders, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Tammy Grimes. Gold. As a metal, it has some uses, but not nearly as many as, say, copper, iron, tin, or even lead. And what is there you can do with it? Well, in bygone times, it was used for ornamentation. But in these dangerous days, you'd be foolish to wear it in public. When you come to think of it, there isn't really very much you can do with gold, except lock it up in a safe place and contemplate the idea of it. It is about 1 a.m. Mr. and Mrs. Ellsworth Payne have retired for the night.
Oh,
What's that?
it's a phone.
Oh, yeah. I'll get it first.
Don't bother. It's right over here. Hello? Hello?
Who is it?
I don't know. There's no one on the line. Hello?
There's no one on the line. Hang up.
This hour of the night.
Yeah. Let's get back to sleep.
Now what?
All right. Let me answer it. Just hand over the phone, huh? Hello? Yes? Who? Oh. Well, now? Where? Okay.
Who is that?
Brand new client.
What's his name?
Oh, it's very hush-hush at this point.
Even for me? Where are you going?
I have to get dressed.
Why?
He wants to see me.
Does he know what time it is?
Sure.
I have a right to know.
Well, I'll tell you as soon as I'm able.
You can't talk like that to me, Ellsworth.
Doris, I have a secret here. If it were mine, it would be yours. But it also belongs to somebody else. And just this minute, he hasn't given me the liberty to divulge it to anyone.
Why didn't you admit you got a girlfriend?
Oh, come now, Doris.
She phones, and if I answer, she hangs up. She calls again, you answer. She says, darling, I must see you at once. So you feed me this line about a client.
You don't believe that now, do you?
Where else can you be going after midnight? Unless it's to see some woman.
I hardly have time to see you. What with the new acquisition and the refinancing of the company, when do I have a minute with you?
Maybe that's why you have to have somebody new and exciting.
Have a little faith in me, hmm?
Doris, hello.
Hello, Stanley.
I guess he came downtown to see Ellsworth. Didn't he tell you he'd be out of the office all day?
I came down to see you.
Me?
Take me to lunch.
Sure thing. Miss Pettigrew, tell Emile I shall be lunching in the executive dining room with Mrs. Payne. Thank you.
Executive dining room, indeed.
We've come a long way.
A cordon bleu chef.
You can't imagine how it impresses the clients. Payne and Platt Nuclear Techniques. Yes, indeed. We have definitely arrived.
The question is, where?
We're up there, Doris. We're consulted by all of them. Government, the big corporations.
I wanted to talk to you, Stanley.
Huh? Well, that sounds serious. You want to do it now or at lunch?
Now. Why risk ruining a gourmet meal?
It's going to be that kind of talk.
Does this new client also call you at home after midnight, Stanley?
Which new client?
I guess I got my answer. Let's go to lunch.
But you started this thing.
Ellsworth's been getting late-at-night phone calls.
From whom?
Summoning him to late-at-night meetings.
Where?
I thought you might be able to tell me.
I'm afraid not.
So there's nothing mysterious or hush-hush going on around here, is there?
You want to know the truth? We make a federal case for security and all that nonsense, but the stuff we deal in, well, I don't think there are 150 people in the whole world who could understand it. And the Russians and everybody else, they all know the theories.
But who would be calling Ellsworth late at night?
Well, I'm sorry. I can't help you out too much. I hope it's not another woman.
Maybe he needs someone he can talk to.
Well, he can talk to you.
About his work?
I told you there aren't 150 people he can discuss things with in the whole world. I doubt if more than a handful of them would be women, and they'd be the atomic physicist types.
And I don't know. Where does he go so late at night?
Even back in college, Ellsworth had certain individualistic ideas of his own.
Yes. I suppose he still does.
I'm sure there's a very simple explanation.
Ellsworth?
Doris? Oh, you didn't have to wait up.
I know.
Why aren't you in bed?
If I wanted to spend all my time alone in bed, I wouldn't have gotten married.
Sorry I'm so late.
It's all right. Usually about this time you're going out. Now you're coming in. It's an improvement.
Oh, Doris, you know I'd never look at another woman.
It wouldn't be so bad if at least you'd also look at me.
It's a touch-and-go situation at this moment.
Why can't you tell me?
Because I don't want you to know.
Why?
Could be dangerous.
If it's dangerous?
It's something we just can't talk about, and that's all there is to it.
Remarkable. How quickly I've become a second-class citizen around here.
You'll know everything.
When?
At the right time.
Yes, my lord and master.
Now, and cut that out. Mrs. Talmadge tells me she saw you at the plant today.
That was yesterday.
Oh, what's the difference?
Shouldn't a scientist be concerned with accurate data?
You knew I wouldn't be there.
I didn't go there to see you. I wanted to ask Stanley a question.
What kind of question?
Just if he had to meet this new client of yours late at night, too.
And what did he say?
He said, what new client?
Good. That's what he's supposed to say.
Really? He sounded genuinely puzzled to me.
Well, Stanley's a great actor. He was in all the varsity shows at college.
Are you going to be home for dinner tomorrow?
No.
Here we go again.
Doris, it's of the utmost importance.
I'm sure it is.
I'm not at liberty to divulge information to anyone.
After a while, I'm not even sure I'll care. Huh? Oh, all right. I'm coming. Stanley.
Hello, Doris.
Come in.
Yes, thank you.
Stanley, something's wrong.
Doris.
It's Ellsworth.
Yes, there's been an accident.
Is he alive?
He's in the hospital.
Where?
Come on, I'll take you there.
Come on.
No, wait, get your coat.
What happened?
I don't know. I just got a call from the police.
An automobile accident?
I would imagine. I can't think of any other kind.
Is he all right?
I would suppose he's all right.
What did they tell you?
They didn't tell me anything.
If he were dead, they'd say so, wouldn't they?
I guess they would.
Or is this how they do it? Break it to you gradually?
I don't know.
Are you telling me the truth?
Let's go if you're ready.
How could I ever be ready for a thing like this?
It's, down here.
287. This is the room.
Are you Mrs. Ellsworth Payne? I'm Lieutenant Klein, police.
Yes, Lieutenant.
Mrs. Payne, I'm afraid I have to tell you that...
He's dead.
Yes.
Oh.
Iris.
It's all right, Stanley. No, it isn't all right. Tell me, Lieutenant. Tell me.
I know this is a difficult time for you.
Just tell me.
He was killed.
How?
He was shot.
Where?
Outside of Loganberry's.
What's that?
A nightclub.
Oh. Why?
Well, we're not sure.
But you have an idea?
Yes, but...
You might as well tell me everything right now.
Mrs. Payne...
I have a right to know.
This girl...
Which girl?
She was a singer.
Yes?
He'd been going with her.
And?
She's supposed to, well, they say she had a boyfriend who's a racket guy.
Please continue, Lieutenant.
Well, we understand he didn't like the idea, and so he took out a contract on your husband.
You're talking to me, aren't you?
Mrs. Ellsworth?
You're saying these things, and I'm not dreaming.
No, ma'am. I'm sorry.
Racket guys. Contracts. I'm not watching some late-night movie, am I?
No, ma'am.
Tell me the rest, Lieutenant. Be very quick, because I know I'll have to faint very soon.
Well, that's all we know.
May I see him?
Sure.
At least you're a very wealthy widow, Doris.
Yes, I suppose.
And I'm glad to see you're up and around finally. You can't sit home and hide from the world forever.
That's true.
You're still young. You should get married again.
I came here to get some things from his office.
I figured you'd want to do that, so it hasn't been touched since that night.
I kept you from your work long enough.
Ah, anytime, Doris. Now, you go right through this door.
Thank you, Stanley. You've been a true friend. Just as he left it. Just as he left it.
Mrs. Payne.
Oh,
I'm sorry I startled you.
how are you, Mrs. Talmadge?
All right for an old lady.
You're not so old.
Time I retired. What with Mr. Payne gone, I don't want to break in a new boss.
Yes.
Mrs. Payne, I have to talk to you.
What is it?
He was a wonderful man, your husband.
Yes.
But he shouldn't go to his grave with a lie told about him.
A lie?
And you shouldn't bear the hurt and agony of it either. That was a terrible thing in the media about him and that nightclub singer with the jealous racketeer boyfriend. Not a word of it was true. That is not why he was killed.
He wasn't involved with...
No. He was killed because he knew too much.
About what? Well, what was he connected with? Atomic energy. What did he know that was too much in that particular field? Who can say? We're dealing with the most abstruse and yet the most important of all the sciences. Let's just turn down the current for a few minutes, and then up to full power when we return with Act 2. Drama will pop up in the most unexpected places. Your husband is a new... so highly technical that less than 150 people in the whole world can understand them. Suddenly, it is revealed that he has a whole other life. He was the lover of a nightclub singer and is assassinated by her jealous gangster boyfriend. Then you're told that the story is just a blind. The real story is something else entirely.
About what did he know too much, Mrs. Talmadge?
He was about to step on some powerful toes.
Whose?
I don't know.
Then what are you trying to tell me?
Oh, just believe me. I was aware of things going on. I knew that he had done something so revolutionary. I mean, so... Well, it was incredible.
But what was it?
You're not going to believe it, but it's true. I was able to piece it together from random bits of conversation that he'd be having with various mysterious people on the telephone.
He received mysterious telephone calls?
Oh, yes, all the time, just before he died. It had to do with what he was working on. He had found a way to turn base metals into gold.
What did you say?
Yes, he could turn lead into gold, iron into gold, any cheap, plentiful metal into gold.
Oh, no. No.
Oh, you think I'm crazy?
That's the old fable about the alchemists.
My dear Mrs. Payne, scientifically they were right. They didn't have the technology to do it. But now you can transmute one metal into another. What do you think happens when you have an atomic explosion?
But how did...
Theoretically, no one denies it's impossible anymore. Just fabulously expensive. He was perfecting a way to do it cheaply. That's why he was killed.
By whom?
By powerful interests. He would destroy the value of gold.
Yes. Well, it's been good talking to you, Mrs. Talmadge.
Please, don't dismiss me as a senile old crank. I know what I'm talking about. I loved your husband. He was such a wonderful man. I don't want him to be remembered as someone who was murdered because of a tawdry affair. Believe me, he was working on this. He was practically there. They had to kill him.
They?
There's a they, a mysterious they, and they run the world. Believe me, they killed him.
The poor woman. What can I tell you?
Theoretically, she could be right. It's possible.
Oh, of course, but to make gold that way would cost thousands of dollars an ounce.
She said he had just about completed a technique to do it cheaply.
Doris, she had a terrible crush on him. She'd be happier if he died in some great scientific cause. That thing she's talking about is absolutely impossible.
Mrs. Payne, I know nothing at all about physics and such.
But she seems so sincere, Lieutenant. And she insists that the gangster jealousy thing is just a cover-up. If she's right, it would be a police matter. Would you ask her some questions?
No. What sort of questions?
I don't know. That's why I need your help. You have experience in asking the right ones.
Apartment 5L. Well, here's H and I.
J, K, there's L.
Hey, wait. What's that smell?
Gas.
Gas. Run downstairs, find a phone. Call an ambulance. I'll get the door open.
Lieutenant.
She's dead.
Oh,
There's nothing I could do. She died before we got here.
how?
Well, it happens with old people. You put a pot of water up to boil, fall asleep. Boils over, drowns out the flame, and the gas just keeps coming.
It's funny. Now that she's dead, I believe her.
Yeah. But if there's anything to her story, it all dies with her.
Maybe not. Perhaps I can tackle this from another angle, Lieutenant.
Yeah?
My name is Doris Payne.
Is it?
You're Cleo Fuller. I was Ellsworth Payne's wife. May I come in?
Sure. Why not?
Will you answer a question for me?
Depends on the question.
Were you having an affair with my husband?
I was.
I don't believe it.
So? Don't believe it.
It can't be true.
You mean you don't want it to be true?
Please, tell me.
Look, sister, you got your pride. That's what you're fighting for, isn't it?
No.
If you don't want to believe he was having a thing with me, don't believe it. Forget it. Besides, it doesn't matter anymore. He's gone. And when a guy's gone, move along to the next one.
There's something here that's more important than my vanity.
I wonder what that could be.
Please, tell me the truth.
I told you the truth. He went for me in a big way. He was going to ditch you and move in with me. What do you think of that?
It isn't true. Please, tell me the truth.
Look, you're a nice woman. Take my advice. Go home. Forget it.
I have to know.
You don't have to know anything. The less you know, the better off you are. Now get out of here. Don't get into it any deeper.
Into what?
Just take off, will you?
She was terrified.
Oh, I wish I knew what to tell you, Doris.
There's something there, Stanley. I know it. I could see it in her eyes. There was terror.
Maybe she just wanted to do something nice for you.
Nice?
She saw how shaky you are. She said to herself, why not give you a break? Imply that maybe your husband may have died of a worthier type of death. I'm sorry I had to put it that way.
I just wish I knew what to believe.
Is it so hard to believe the obvious?
Maybe you're right. Maybe I'll just have to accept reality, whether I like it or not. I'm sorry to keep bothering you like this all the time, Lieutenant.
No bother, Mrs. Payne. Besides, it's a slow day.
I went to see Miss Cleo Fuller, and she's hiding something.
How do you know?
I don't know. I just get that impression.
Or maybe it's because you want to get that impression.
I'm allowing for that. But you're a cop. You can tell when you're being lied to.
Not all the time.
If she was nervous with me, she'd even be more nervous with you.
Well, I might have a little chat with her at that.
She lives at the Charway Arms. It's an apartment hotel.
No sooner said than look up the Charway Arms and get Miss Cleo Fuller. Find out if she's going to be home. And we'll see what she has to say for herself.
I know I'm right. I know Ellsworth was killed for a reason that had nothing to do with women. All I need is just one little piece of evidence.
You say Miss Fuller was scared.
Oh, yes, she was terrified.
Excuse me. Klein. Yeah? What do you mean they don't know? Okay. Check out that nightclub, Loganberry's, where she worked.
What is it?
Miss Cleo Fuller left the hotel. She moved.
Where?
They don't know. She left no forwarding address.
It's impossible.
That's the story. Klein. Yeah? Okay. We just called Loganberry's. Guess what? She quit. Called them on the phone this morning and said she was leaving.
For where?
She didn't tell anybody.
But she must have told somebody.
No?
I can't believe it's all coincidence. Mrs. Talmadge dies accidentally when a pot boils over on a gas stove.
Those things happen.
And now Cleo Fuller just vanishes.
Those things also happen.
Lieutenant, they say my husband was killed by a jealous lover of Cleo Fuller's. But Mrs. Talmadge, who tells me there's a far more insidious motive for his death, suddenly dies. Cleo Fuller, the only one we know of, who could really tell us if Ellsworth was having an affair with her simply disappears. Can you accept this as a natural course of events?
Look, even if I didn't, what could I do about it? I have absolutely no leads. I don't know what to ask. I don't know who to ask.
Let me ask. My husband is shot to death one night. The next morning, the papers, the media says that he was the lover of Cleo Fuller. What I want to know is, who started that story?
Who?
Somebody had to feed that story to the press. Excuse me for a little while.
Where are you going?
I'm back, Lieutenant.
What you got there?
I went to the library. I had copies made of the news stories that appeared the morning after Ellsworth was killed. They all say the same thing.
Well, that's probably because it's the same story for all of them.
Here it is. Scientist Lane. Ellsworth Payne, noted physicist and partner in the important nuclear research firm of Payne and Platt, was shot to death early this morning in front of Loganberry's, an East Side nightclub. According to witnesses, Mr. Payne was waiting for a taxi when a car passed by and the occupants fired a fusillade of revolver shots at him. Mr. Payne fell to the sidewalk dead. It is believed that Mr. Payne was murdered because he was having an affair with nightclub singer Cleo Fuller. Miss Fuller is reputed to be the girlfriend of a notorious gangland leader.
Well?
What kind of story is this? It is believed that Mr. Payne. Miss Fuller is reputed. Where are the facts? The hard facts. How do they know?
Oh, Mrs. Payne, these things are easy enough for reporters to run down.
But when do they have time? These papers are on the streets just a few hours after Ellsworth was killed.
Mrs. Payne, just because you didn't know... Well, you know, the wife usually is the last to find out. What I'm trying to say is that the affair between Cleo Fuller and your husband could have been common knowledge.
Then why wasn't it in any of the gossip columns? I can assure you, Lieutenant, that if this thing has been, as you say, common knowledge, I have some very good friends who would have felt it their duty to let me know.
And that's just the whole problem here. We're dealing with hunches and theories. We don't have anything to go on.
Why are we up against a stone wall everywhere we turn? Why are we constantly being checkmated?
You are implying that somebody's deliberately plotting against you, Mrs. Payne.
Don't put it that way. That's how you talk to people who are not in their right minds. Is that how you classify me, Lieutenant?
Why don't we give him a few moments to think about the answer? And we might use the time to think about it ourselves. It's possible to say a great deal for either side. If life is a journey, as the philosophers say it is, then we're always moving forward or backward, depending on your point of view. In any event, our movement is constant, and the place we have just left behind is always the past. And since we are bewildered by the present and have no guarantee of the future, the past is all we own. Little wonder, then, that so many of us try to shape it according to our own very private needs.
Just exactly what are the police doing now, Lieutenant?
We are trying to run down various leads.
Such as?
Oh, these things are very complicated.
Why? The story is, my husband was shot because he had made some gangster jealous. Which gangster?
We don't know.
Why don't we know?
Because it's all rumor.
You mean the media went ahead and printed and broadcast rumor? Unsupported rumor?
Mrs. Payne, sometimes you just can't...
You just can't what?
Win.
Hello? I would like to talk to the editor, please. My name is Doris Payne, the wife of the late Ellsworth Payne. Yes. He's in a meeting? Please have him call me. My number is 555-2908. Is Gazette. The editor, please. In reference to those stories you printed about a man who was murdered, Ellsworth Payne. I want to talk to him about... I'm Mrs. Ellsworth Payne. Well, when will he be in? I see. Thank you. Stanley, you have to help me.
If I can.
It's about Ellsworth's murder.
What can I do?
I can't get anywhere with anybody. I'm against a stone wall. It's a barrier of silence.
Well, Doris,
I believe Ellsworth found a way to turn lead, base metals into gold. I know what it sounds like, but don't fight me.
I won't.
And don't patronize me either. He had incurred some very powerful enemies. Are you following this?
All right.
They found out Ellsworth had perfected this process.
Mm-hmm. How was he able to...
The facilities are in this plant. The know-how was in his brain. What he created could revolutionize the economy of the world. Unbelievably powerful forces felt they had to stop him. So they got this nightclub singer to say she was having an affair with him.
Oh, Doris.
Killers were hired. Stories were planted with the media.
Do you actually believe this?
Yes. Please help me. I'm nobody, and I can't find out anything but you're Stanley Platt, Chief Operating Officer of Payne and Platt. You have friends, contacts in the highest places. Nobody pushes you around. Get this thing moving for me.
Doris,
People won't be tied up in meetings when you call. Please, Stanley, do it for me. Even if he is in a meeting, Miss Powers, just tell him it's Doris Payne. I won't need more than a minute.
Yes, Doris.
Any results?
These things take time.
It's been a week.
It's only been a few days.
Did you get to anyone?
Yes.
Who?
Various people.
What did they say?
It will be, looked into.
And?
And they'll let me know.
You'll call me as soon as something develops?
Absolutely, Doris.
Just a minute.
Hello, Mrs. Payne.
Lieutenant Klein, please come in. Do you have any news for me, I hope?
No, I'm afraid I don't have any news at all.
Oh.
I'm sorry. I was just in the neighborhood. I thought I'd drop in to check up on you.
Check up on me?
Well, yeah.
Just what does that mean, check up on me?
You know, see how you're getting along.
Then why didn't you say that? Why did you say check up?
Well,
Check up on what?
well, I only said that
What am I supposed to be doing that you're to check up on me?
Mrs. Payne.
Who told you to check up on me? Are you part of it, too?
Part of what?
Whatever it is. It's big enough. It can take in everybody. Even the police.
Hey, Mrs. Payne, look.
Why didn't I see it before? The first time I met you was at the hospital. You were the officer who told me Ellsworth was dead. You didn't know him. Isn't that right?
Yes?
Had you ever heard of him?
No.
He'd only been killed an hour before. Yet you knew he was supposed to be going with Cleo Fuller and a jealous boyfriend. Whoever he is was the one who shot him. How did you know all this?
Well, I heard it on the radio in the car, coming down.
I don't believe you. And now you want to check up on me? I don't care if you are a police officer. Get out. Get out of my house.
Doris, why did you blow up at that detective?
How do you know about it?
He told me.
Oh, he told you.
Well, he knows I'm a friend of yours.
Are you a friend of mine, Stanley?
Oh, please, Doris.
I think you're in on it, too.
In on what?
It. The thing. You have to be. I tell you about Mrs. Talmadge's suspicions. The very next day, Mrs. Talmadge dies. Suddenly.
Doris, you cannot take a coincidence
I tell you, I saw Cleo Fuller, and how frightened she seemed. The next day she disappears. How do you account for it?
I'm not supposed to account for it.
Was she killed or just hidden away? You're part of them, Stanley.
Who?
They. That small group known as they. They own everything. They control everything.
Doris, you don't know what you're saying.
You and Ellsworth were in it together. Ellsworth. He always trusted you, made you part of everything. You both worked on this. At night, you took turns. You were the one who would telephone late at night from here because you wanted Ellsworth to rush down and check out a reaction or whatever.
Doris, do you have an idea, any idea at all of what you're saying?
Oh, yes. But they got to you. And you betrayed him. You betrayed your best friend. You sold him out.
Doris, you look at yourself. You listen to yourself.
Oh, Stanley. What's happening to me?
You need help.
I mean, is it me? Am I talking, saying those things? Oh, Stanley. What's going to become of me? Dr. Cole, I don't know what to think anymore.
Mrs. Bain, obviously a battle is taking place inside you. Now, what are the stakes?
Is it possible that I refuse to accept the idea that Ellsworth was unfaithful to me? Does my pride revolt against it?
Does it?
Have I constructed this elaborate fiction to save my self-esteem?
Well, have you?
I'm trying to think. She started it, Mrs. Talmadge. But she worshipped him. She was senile. But that's just a nice way of saying she was crazy. She was, you know. But he wouldn't let them fire her.
Yes?
She could have let the pot boil over. It happens every day, doesn't it?
It could happen.
And the nightclub singer disappears? Why is it a cause for intrigue? Perhaps her boyfriend was unwilling to forgive her.
Perhaps.
And the nightclub singer would be just the person to call him late at night. It would be the only time they could meet. During the day, he was working. And in the evening, she'd be working. So if she wanted him, she'd call him after midnight, when her act would be over.
It sounds logical. Mrs. Bain, had he ever been unfaithful to you before?
Yes. But it didn't mean anything. Besides, why am I making this kind of tempest? Now that I must face myself, clinically, I'm not sure I was even that much in love with him anymore.
Now then, this mysterious cabal, this secret omnipotent group that can buy out the whole world and everyone in it, do you believe it still exists?
It may exist for all I know, or even care. As far as I'm concerned, it's irrelevant. It had nothing to do with my husband's death. He was killed because he took liberties with the wrong man's woman. Now, I feel so much better. Come in, Stanley. I'm so glad you're here.
I'm so glad you're better.
I'm fine. I just had a bad dream, that's all.
Good. Well, I'm here to help.
I've decided to give up the apartment. I don't need such a large place.
Of course not.
There's the room Ellsworth used as his study. I won't need that anymore. I hadn't been in there since, well, you know.
I know. Well, I'm here with a station wagon. I'm ready to help you move some stuff out.
I'm going through his desk. I found some papers and things that you might want to take back to the office. Come inside.
Oh, sure. Yes. I remember this room. Ellsworth and I used to have so many conferences in here.
I used to bring in the coffee.
We were such close friends.
Can you ever forgive me, Stanley, for some of the things I said to you?
Oh, please, forget it.
Accusing you of being part of some fantastic conspiracy.
These things are best forgotten.
It's so good of you to say that, Stanley.
Well, this whole idea of making gold. As a chemist, I'd say it's at least 1,000 years in the future. Do you know who'd be the first to laugh at it?
Don't tell me. Ellsworth.
Of course.
And that's the cream of the jest.
Now, all these papers you got bundled up, they're ready to go?
Yes.
Anything else?
Just the drawers on the left-hand side of the desk.
Well, why don't you empty them while I take these down to the wagon?
Go ahead.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Well, these don't look too important. Now, what's in this envelope? It seems to be... Looks like... Wyatt. A piece of... What does the note say? Stanley, we're on the right track. It works. As you can see by the sample, I finally put it all together. Now, let's keep it quiet. Al. It's gold. Gold. He did it. He made gold.
There very much more, Doris?
Just a minute. I'm looking.
Well, I got plenty of room in the wagon.
No, there's nothing else that would be of interest to the business. Just some personal stuff of his. I'll get rid of it.
Doris, are you all right?
Why? Why shouldn't I be all right?
Well, you appear to be a little flushed.
It's warm in here. The room's been shut up for so long.
You had me worried for a minute.
Worried?
Lately, until just recently, you hadn't been behaving in a rational way. I was afraid.
No, Stanley, don't be afraid. I'm over it. Absolutely and completely over it. There's only one way to live, and that's rationally.
I must say, you've always been a sensible girl.
Yes. And I intend to keep on being a sensible girl. After all, why rock the boat? All you can do is get seasick.
That's a philosophy of life. Rock the boat and get seasick. Stick your neck out and you risk losing your head. Of course, if everyone were like that, the world might never get anywhere. But there are many people who would be just as happy to stand pat. Not me. I shall return shortly. It is rumored that the world is controlled by powerful forces, nameless theys, who make all the crucial decisions. Whether we know it or not, like it or not, they call all the tunes. Is it true? If it is, it's not a new theory. After all, our ancestors believed in a pantheon of jealous gods who arbitrarily decided everyone's fate. Today, those gods have become unknown theys. But instead of being immortal, they're human beings like ourselves. Does this make them better than the ancient gods? Worse? About the same? Our cast included Tammy Grimes, Russell Horton, Martha Greenhouse, and Ray Owens. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Come in. Welcome. I'm Tammy Grimes. There was a time in this land of ours, particularly south of the Mason and Dixon line, when living was genteel, where good manners, politeness, and appearances counted for more than reality. But hidden under the externals, there could be hatred, jealousy, and even murder, as we find in our tale today.
Julia, this is the third letter I've received in the last 3 days. They're all the same.
What does it say, Uncle?
Leave $100,000 in unmarked bills on midnight Saturday at the place by the river. You know the place we mean. This is our last communication. If you do not buy our silence, you will regret it for the short time you have left to live.
That's terrible. Is it signed?
It's like the others, with a heart pierced by an arrow.
Our mystery drama, The Face of the Waters, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by G. Frederick Lewis and stars Paul Hecht and Norman Rose. I shall return shortly with Act One.
Maybe you've waited all spring for just the right weather to paint your house. Well, now that it's here, True Value hardware stores have just the right prices on quality True Test paints. Hi, Pat Summerall to say you can get True Test Weatherall flat exterior latex for just $11.98 a gallon. And Woodsman semi-transparent oil stain and wood preservative is now just $10.98 a gallon during National True Test Spring Paint Week until June 6th, exclusively at participating True Value hardware stores and home centers, where you'll find values in every department.
Weekdays on CBS television. Wake up to comedy with One Day at a Time.
You really think you're hot stuff, don't you, Shiner?
Ladies in this building don't call me super for nothing.
Then keep laughing as Mel lays down the law on Alice.
There is only one rule in the restaurant business, Vera. Get them to swallow it.
And The Price is Right with the priceless Bob Barker. That's One Day at a Time. Alice and The Price is Right. Weekdays on CBS television. Check your local listings for the time.
It's athletes versus MS. Meet tennis champion Jimmy Connors.
With a gal like Billie Jean King on the team, you can count me in too. And there's Muhammad Ali, Hank Aaron, and Bobby Orr. Athletes from every sport. All of us are teaming up to ask everyone to join in the fight against MS, multiple sclerosis, the great crippler of young adults. There's no cure yet, but there's hope through research. Support your local chapter of the National Multiple Sclerosis Society. Thank you.
Do you have a sight problem that prevents you from reading? Hi, this is Max Morath with news about Choice Magazine Listening, a free service. 6 times yearly, Choice Magazine Listening brings you, on 8 RPM phonograph records, 8 hours of selections from leading magazines. For information, write Listening Box 10, Port Washington, New York, 11050. Remember, it's free. Write Listening Box 10, Port Washington, New York, 11050. A public service message on behalf of the nonprofit Lucerna Fund.
Time, the beginning of this century. The place, outside of Baton Rouge, a countryside of estates and plantations fronting the deceptive Mississippi River. I say deceptive because it's easy to be lulled by its beauty. But when the fog rolls in, there can be danger at every bend in the river, as our young couple in their rowboat are about to find out.
Arthur, don't you think we ought to turn back?
Our little trips down the river always end like this.
What do you mean?
They're always over hardly before they've begun.
Oh, we've been out on the river an hour.
What's an hour when I want to be with you a whole lifetime, Julia?
I know, Arthur. And I feel that way about you, too. But we can't think about that yet.
Not even think about it?
After my mother and father passed away, I had to come and live with Uncle Roland, and I can't tell you why. Not yet. But when I find what I must find, then we can make plans.
You're very mysterious. Sometimes I wonder if this is going to work.
If what is going to work?
That maybe deep down you think of me as just one of your uncle's chauffeurs, the one who drives the Pierce Arrow touring car.
Will you stop that? Arthur, darling, please.
I'm sorry. I know better.
We both know why you took the job. One can't always choose the kind of work to make money in. That has nothing to do with why I'm asking you to turn the boat around and start back to Hightower.
Oh, all right, Julia. I'll turn us around.
The fog's coming in. It's not the kind of weather I care for on the river.
It's the middle of the afternoon. Fog will blow off. You act as if I didn't know anything about the river. I was brought up on it.
Well, Arthur, why are we going so far out?
I'm not doing it on purpose. The current is pulling us away from the shore.
Let me help. I'll get another pair of oars under the seat.
Julia, watch it. You're tipping the boat. Don't grab the side like that. We'll both be in the water.
all right. I got you, Julia. Just relax. I can swim it. Take it easy.
Oh, the boat. Can't we make it to the boat?
I can't see it. The current is taking it out of sight.
Oh, how far is it to land?
All right, I can see it. High tower.
Oh, what's Uncle Roland going to say?
Julia, can we discuss this when we get there? It's over a mile, and there are these thick patches of fog. I can't talk to you. I don't want to swim us into a floating log. And that was the beginning, a sort of comedy start to a tragic end. I won't keep you all in suspense. Of course, I got Julia back to Hightower safely, wet through and through, but all in one piece. Her Uncle Roland did not appreciate the rescue.
It's a disgrace, my dear. There's no other word for it. The Laverne family has lived in Hightower for generations, and now you come along and... Julia, I am talking to you. Please look this way and listen.
I am listening to you, Roland. I am.
It's not only that you arrive at Hightower soaking wet, and I happen to have guests on the porch. You have been swimming in the Mississippi with all your clothes on, accompanied by that nincompoop of a chauffeur, a servant in my employ. Well, I can tell you this. He is no longer in my employ. A disgrace, an absolute disgrace.
I'm sorry I embarrassed you and your friends. It wasn't Arthur's fault.
Let me remind you, you are my niece, and I take very seriously your mother's wish, rest her soul, to bring you up as my own child until you are 21. Now, you are only 18, and I am responsible.
Roland, it won't happen again.
Would you mind very much calling me Uncle Roland? This familiarity is something you have just taken to. Now, I am twice your age, my dear, and I would appreciate some respect.
Uncle, I don't understand you at all. You never said one word about being glad I wasn't drowned or how did I feel. All you've been able to say is that I made an exhibition of myself in front of your friends.
Now, just a moment.
But don't you think I'm entitled to a little consideration also?
I don't know what's gotten hold of you, Julia.
Well, just because you were the one closest to Mother, and I was sent here last year when she died.
Don't you understand? Here in this part of the world, certain things are done, others are not done. Next thing you'll be telling me is you wish to go out and sully your hands doing work of some kind.
It is the next thing. I'm going to become a nurse. I have decided.
It's that chauffeur, isn't it?
He's going to become a doctor. And yes, he did talk to me about nursing.
You are so wrong and so strong-headed.
You and I were getting along so well. But now suddenly, because I happened to go out with Arthur a few times, you've changed.
We won't discuss him.
Oh, yes, we will. I won't have you referring to him always as a chauffeur. You know why he took the job. And secondly, he had nothing to do with the boat tipping over. It was all my fault.
Well, you shouldn't have been out with him in that treacherous current in the first place. He's a chauffeur. He hopes to become a doctor. He has no position in life, no family connections, no money, nothing. Julia, he is unworthy of you.
If it wasn't so ridiculous, I'd say you were jealous. I'm sorry, Uncle Roland, but while I'm here, I shall do things in my own way. You can discharge Arthur if you want to, but that won't change anything. He's going to work elsewhere to get himself through Louisiana Medical. You'll see. And I'll be right there if I want to.
Oh, Julia. Julia, I wish we could be friends again.
We can be. Especially if you're not unreasonable. Oh, please let Arthur stay. I'll try to see nothing happens to annoy you. Think about it.
I'll think about it. Well, shall we go into dinner together? I think I just heard the bell. Harrison, I don't like young Arthur Hammond. I never did, never could.
Do you mind if I interrupt you, Roland? I think this is more important. It's about your acquisition of all that land adjacent to yours.
A Parker Hill plantation? Yeah, I know. But I told you I will not meet their asking price, and that is final.
They've come down. Colonel Parker stopped by yesterday.
Well, why didn't you say so?
Well, you came storming in here, squawking about your niece and your chauffeur. I could hardly get a word in.
What do you do with an 18-year-old like that?
Roland, we've known one another for years. May I be frank?
Well, yes, I count on it.
Is your interest in Julia something more than parental?
What? Oh, what a thing to say.
Because I have noticed on many occasions I've been to Hightower, A certain something in your demeanor which I'd say is not exactly the attitude of a 50-year-old bachelor towards his 18-year-old ward. Also, some of the people in town who have seen you together, they're talking.
I'll give them something to talk about. I decided to change my will.
That's your privilege.
I haven't told this yet to Julia, but when I do, you'll realize I have her best interests at heart.
I'm sure. And perhaps some of your own. Now, let me take off the hat of your oldest friend and replace it with that of your attorney and financial advisor. The colonel will sell the plantation for $200,000. Now, he's come down 50.
Well, it's still 50 more than I offered.
If that 50 sticks in your craw, I'll contribute my share. I tell you, it's the best investment around.
You really believe the Parker Hill plantation is worth that much? Well, what do I need another 7,500 acres for?
Roland, you cannot have too much cotton and sugar cane. Believe you me, if you thought you had good income now, with the Parker Hill land, you'll double it.
Arthur Hammond? That's you working on my automobile? Arthur, where are you?
I'm over here, Mr. Laverne. I'm trying to get a head of steam up in your Stanley, but there's something wrong with the boiler.
Well, then why don't you fix it?
Well, I'm trying to, sir, but it ain't easy.
Oh, I don't know why I rely on you.
Mr. Laverne, I'm doing my best. They're all running pretty well. I got up to 50 on the Pierce Arrow, and the Hubmobile is doing an even 30.
All except the Stanley steamer. Hey, if you can't fix it, maybe you can show me what's wrong.
Certainly, sir. Oh, yeah. You see, sir, where the steam is escaping here? That's why she loses power. There's a valve underneath that'll have to be replaced.
Well, then why don't you shut it down and replace it?
I was just about to do that, sir, but as you can see, there's hardly any room to move under there. To take that hood, you see, it don't swing up far enough. I have to find this long iron bar to prop it up higher. Yeah, she's solid, this bar.
Hammond, Arthur, I came down to the garage to tell you one thing. I would appreciate it if you did not see my niece anymore.
What? Don't you think Julia is old enough to know what she's doing?
No, I do not. Now, look, I'll put it to you differently. If you see her once more, away from your job here, well, I shall have to let you go.
So be it.
Well, what kind of an answer is that?
The only one I can make.
Perhaps you don't think I'm serious, but I am. One more infraction, and I shall have Dobson take all your belongings out of the room you occupy over the garage and lock the door.
I wouldn't do that, Mr. Laverne.
You wouldn't do what?
That iron bar you're thinking of picking up, you won't frighten anybody with that, so don't challenge me.
I'm warning you. If I learn you have seen Julia one more time, it'll be too bad for you.
I wouldn't do that either, Mr. Laverne.
What?
Threaten people. I am in very good physical shape, and I can defend myself quite easily. Don't you lift up that iron bar?
Whippersnapper, you defy me, would you?
Put that down. I hate you. Forgive me, but what else can I do? Mr. Laverne? Mr. Laverne? Mr. Laverne, wake up. Wake up, sir.
What?
You're all right. Here, let me help you to your feet. Steady now. The dizziness will pass.
You hit me. Now, you're going to be very sorry, young man. Very sorry.
I'm already sorry, Mr. Laverne. I never dreamed this kind of thing would happen, but some people just won't listen to reason. It was too bad. I love Julia, and I hoped that the objections of her uncle would in time disappear, but somehow, without wanting to, I'd made a total enemy of the man. I'm afraid I hit him somewhat harder than I intended, but on that day I had no idea how much harder Roland Laverne planned to revenge himself on me.
It's a fact that most murders are a family crime. That has been the case since Cain slew Abel. A killer related to the victim by friendship or blood, or a murder done in defense of a relative. As in our story of Roland. who may very well believe he is defending his niece Julia. I'll go further and warn you that the 50-year-old bachelor is at this moment planning to do away with the young medical student. How? You will hear for yourself when I return shortly with Act Two.
The Red Cross is there to help folks help themselves in so many ways, like teaching you and your family about health and safety. Today, modern medicine lets you live longer. The Red Cross wants you to live better. We're committed to help you do just that as we begin our second century of service. Call your Red Cross chapter and ask about our health and safety services.
Together we can change things. You'll see we're the American Red Cross. Together you and me, we're the American Red Cross. Together you and me.
This is Gene King for your Better Business Bureau. You know, a burglar alarm is a good thing to have if you own lots of valuables or if you often leave your house unattended. But don't rush to buy one at the expense of being ripped off by an unscrupulous alarm company that capitalizes on scare tactics to induce you to buy their system. If high-pressure sales tactics are used, don't fall for them. Instead, take some time to think over the deal. If you're dealing with a company you don't know, call your Better Business Bureau for a reliability report before you sign any contract. And it's a good idea to check out the different types of systems offered. And once you've found the right one, get bids from 3 different companies so you can compare prices. And ask for names of former customers you may contact. If the company stands behind its product, it'll be happy to comply. A tip from your Better Business Bureau.
What can lead to a death-dealing violent action? Pride, jealousy, and anger. And if these 3 of the 7 deadliest sins inflame the spirit, watch out. This is what worried Roland's old friend, Harrison Clay, attorney and business associate, and why, in a driving rain, he speeds his carriage to Hightown.
Dobson, why are you standing out there by the door?
What's that you say, sir?
Is Mr. Laverne home? If he isn't, I don't want to get out of the carriage and get drenched.
Is that you, Mr. Harrison, sir?
Did you hear what I said, Dobson?
Yes, sir. He's not at home now, sir. He went out earlier, and then when this storm came up, I began to get a little worried, sir.
What time did he leave Hightower?
A few hours ago, sir. Mr. Harrison, why don't you come inside? I'm sure Mr. Laverne will be back soon. I'll have your coachman and carriage taken care of.
I guess I might as well. At least if it's pouring like this, he won't get himself into trouble. Roland, where have you been? I've been waiting an age.
I see you got caught in the storm.
This fire's getting me dry. How did you manage to escape the rain?
I was in the boathouse. I got there before it started to pour and waited till it let up. Ooh, chilled to the marrow. Dobson, come in here and put some more wood on the fire.
Very good, sir.
And when you've done that, bring some brandy in a hurry. For you too, Harrison?
I wouldn't mind. Stand yourself in front of the fire.
Bring 2 glasses, Dobson. Oh, yes. That's better. What are you doing here today?
What were you doing chasing off to the boathouse?
And with that awful Hammond. If I lay my hands on him...
That's why I came over. I had a feeling from the way you were talking yesterday you might do something foolish.
Oh, Dobson, good. Set the tray down. We'll help ourselves. Foolish? What are you talking about? Help yourself, Harrison.
You went to the boathouse and...
That was after I'd been to the garage.
You were looking for Julia.
Or Arthur. They weren't there. And then I went to the boathouse.
Well, they weren't there either?
No, but a rowboat was missing. Those two are out on the river again, and I hope they got good and soaked for their trouble.
Why were you chasing after Julia?
Well, she had persuaded me it would be wrong to discharge him, and by that I inferred she would not see him again. And then I came across a note from him in her bedroom, telling her where and at what time to meet him. She'd torn it up, but I put the pieces together.
You went into Julia's bedroom and spied on her? Now, Roland, that isn't worthy of you.
Oh, no. I'm not going to stand idly by and let this creature steal my niece.
Well, how are you going to avoid it?
It's very simple. I am going to kill him.
I hope you're joking.
I am quite serious.
I don't believe you. If you had any such intentions, you wouldn't tell anyone.
Well, you're quite mistaken. Harrison, you are my attorney. What I'm now telling you is protected by client-lawyer privilege. And what's more, if my act should be discovered, you will defend me.
Well, it makes me very sad to see you like this. You are embarking on a course that could only lead to tragedy.
And what course do you think I'm on now? If I let things go on as they are, I shall lose a woman.
Is that true? The girl is only 18.
And I am 50. But at least I want a chance to win her. If I must kill to do it, I shall.
Julia, hold still. Stay where you are. Don't move around the boat.
Oh, Arthur.
I don't feel like another dip in Old Miss. Anyway, as I was saying, I moved out of my room over the garage this morning, and I left a note in your uncle's mailbox saying I was quitting and that I wanted to talk to him about you very soon. You'll know what I mean.
Uncle Roland's going to be awfully angry.
I thought we agreed we didn't care.
I never said I didn't care. I do care. But I guess you're right. There's no other way.
Well, at least we didn't get rained on when that storm broke.
Whose dock was that?
Oh, Colonel Parker's. Word in town is he's selling his plantation to your uncle.
Uncle's going to be the first zillionaire in Louisiana.
Does that matter to you?
Arthur, he hates it when I'm not there for dinner.
Well, I thought we'd be back before dark.
It antagonizes him so. I'm afraid it's getting dark, and we don't even have a lantern. Have you any idea how far we are from Hightower?
Oh, we'll make it, Julia. This river's my friend, honest. I swum in it, fished in it. Old Mississippi never reached out and hurt me.
What about the last time when we got a good ducking?
The river's not responsible for landlubbers who tip the boat and fall in. He was gentle with us. He let us swim to shore.
You really speak of the river as if it's a living person, don't you?
Yeah, it's better than a person. Because the Mississippi knows right from wrong. Hey, whoa.
What's the matter?
Hey, the current is fighting me like anything. I can't keep us to the shoreline.
What's that noise? That roaring sound?
I can't think. There's no cataract or waterfall anywhere downstream. That's what it sounds like.
It's a whirlpool. We're caught in a whirlpool. We're going round and round. Arthur,
I can't stop it. It's pulling us in circles like a matchstick. Oh, Lord. Hey, there's a paddle wheeler coming towards us through the park.
But don't they see us? Stop! There's a boat out here!
He can't see us. He doesn't see us.
Arthur, can't you pull us out of his way?
Got it. I don't know. He can't see us at all.
We will be killed.
Jump, Julie. Jump into the water. I'll jump right next to you. Go on. Don't wait. I'll be right on top of it.
I can't swim, Arthur. I can't swim.
Stop pacing, Roland. The doctor isn't going to come out of the operating room any faster because you're walking up and down the hospital corridor.
I could kill him.
Will you sit down, Roland? Save your resources. They're all doing their best for her.
I don't mean Dr. Tom. I mean I could kill that idiot who takes her out on the river and doesn't have the sense to keep out of the way of a paddle wheeler. My Lord, it's a wonder she wasn't... Oh, I can't think of it.
Roland? She's going to be all right.
Oh, Doctor, is that true? Oh, bless you. Oh, she's like a part of me lying there. Is she awake?
No, she's still under sedation. But we managed to sew her up, splint the arm and the fractures.
Her face. Was it in very bad shape? Tom, what about her face?
It isn't badly injured, I'd say.
How badly?
Well, it's still too early to tell.
When I think of that beautiful face, my Julia...
Roland, it goes without saying, we'll do all the plastic grafting we know how to do.
What about him, that kidnapper?
You mean Arthur Hammond? Oh, miraculous. You'll be glad to hear he escaped without a scratch. He's been up all night sitting with Julia, even though she wasn't conscious. And we discharged him this morning. Now, he must have gone back to Hightower.
Well, come on, Roland. Let's go home.
When can I see Julia?
Certainly not before tomorrow. No, it could be the day after. Roland, please. Now, you take it easy.
So unfair, so unfair.
She'll be just fine. You'll see.
He gets off without a scratch. Someone will just have to straighten out the scales of justice to see that they weigh evenly.
Is that you, Mr. Laverne?
Yes, Arthur. That's who it is.
I've been trying to loosen that valve.
I've just come from the hospital.
Yeah, it's a terrible thing. Mr. Laverne, please believe me. I really am very sorry.
That's not good enough, Hammond.
It was an accident, sir. It could have happened to anyone.
It could have happened to any idiot who lost control of his rowboat, so it could be rammed by a river steamer. It could not have happened to anybody. Do you know my beautiful Julia could be disfigured for life because you had to sneak away with her? Oh, I could kill you.
I have a lot of friends in that hospital. I'll see that she gets the very best medical care, I promise you.
You have done enough. You leave Julia alone. You are not to go anywhere near her, you understand me? I forbid it. I am responsible for her, and you have no place in her life ever again. Is that clear?
Mr. Laverne, did it ever occur to you that you're too old for her?
From this moment, you are no longer in my employ.
Obviously, you don't read your mail.
Didn't you hear me? You are dismissed.
I left my resignation in your mailbox yesterday. I have quit, Mr. Laverne. You are not ordering anybody anywhere. And while we're getting to know one another better, I might as well tell you that Julia and I have every intention of marrying.
Oh, have you? And what will you live on? You are not taking Julia away from here. She knows better. She could be the mistress of Hightower, and she will be.
So that's what you offered her.
You get away from my cars. You leave this minute.
Mr. Laverne, you are not giving me any orders.
You're an intruder.
If I choose to complete the work on this car, I shall do so.
If you do not leave here immediately...
If I don't, then what? Don't you make empty threats. You don't have the courage to come out and say that you want Julia for yourself. I dare you to tell her. I dare you to stand up to anyone. The only power you have is money. I'm going to put your Stanley steamer into good working order. And then, when I decide, I shall go. You better not stand so close to me, Mr. Laverne. I wouldn't want to hit you accidentally with this hammer.
You get out of here.
You back away, Mr. Laverne. This hood is only held up by this pole. You're in the way, Mr. Laverne.
You give me that hammer.
All right, I'm through. Here, you take it. Catch.
I didn't do it. I didn't do anything. It was all him. He did it all. Threw the hammer at me. It hit the pole that propped up the hood. Look at him. Is he dead? The hood came down and... Oh, he's breathing. I can see he's breathing. The hood knocked him unconscious. Not a drop of blood anywhere. He didn't get cut. Nothing bleeding. Oh, he's right here. This is the time. Now, I could do it. Now is the chance. Drag him over to the Pierce Arrow. Start it up, and the fumes. He dared me. He dared me openly. He was going to take from me everything that I wanted in life. He knew I wanted her. Now, come along, Mr. Hammond. Inch by inch. I'll pull you by the arms. Now we'll get you up into the car. And stop the motor.
There you have it. The sad scene of a prideful, angry, jealous man driven to a deed he can only live to regret. A man who has completely lost control over himself. Soon we shall see how love and murder will out. Those words apply are written by William Congreve, the playwright. To tell you frankly, Mr. Congreve, we'd rather not see. But I'm afraid we shall, when I return shortly.
If you've been waiting to buy a new appliance, your White Westinghouse dealer is now offering great values on brand new White Westinghouse 1982 models of refrigerators, freezers, washers, dryers, dishwashers, and ranges. And just when you need it most, White Westinghouse dealers are featuring a great spring price down event on previous year's models, floor samples, and other price down values. So buy now and clean up at the White Westinghouse Great Spring Price Down.
White Westinghouse, we're making things better for you.
What do doctors recommend to avoid constipation? These days, doctors stress the importance of dietary fiber to help the system regulate itself naturally. Metamucil is the laxative made from natural fiber, no chemical stimulants. That's why doctors recommend Metamucil more often than any other laxative. Try Metamucil powder or pre-measured packets of Metamucil instant mix in regular or orange flavor and save 50 cents. Look for the coupon in June's Reader's Digest. Read label and follow directions.
We're here at the Springfield Women's Club to hear Crime Dog McGruff speak about...
Rape.
Oh, no, McGrath, not that.
I'm sorry, that's it, rape.
Oh, please don't.
Listen, ladies, I know rape is not an easy thing to talk about. But rape can happen.
Not to me.
Anytime, any place. But you can learn how to help protect yourself.
We can? How?
Send for my book. Write to McGruff, Box 6600, Rockville, Maryland, and help take a bite out of crime.
Oh, we will.
A message from the Crime Prevention Coalition and the Ad Council.
I'm Lorette Rupe, Director of Peace Corps. In 60 countries around the world, Peace Corps volunteers are sharing their skills and knowledge with people who really need them. But we need more volunteers, and we need them now. Volunteers are urgently needed in agriculture, math, science, and biology. Call Peace Corps now for more information. 800-424-8580. It's the toughest job you'll ever love.
A public service message of this station
And Peace Corps.
I said to you earlier that most murders are a family affair. Someone close whose continued existence is unbearable to the murderer. If the latent desire is there, inevitably it will trigger an accident, which is what occurred in Roland Laverne's garage. One man hates another, considers him a rival, and by accident the victim is rendered unconscious. Now, what happened?
A couple more spadefuls ought to do it.
Roland? Roland, is that you?
Who is it?
It is you. I was wondering who was digging away down here by the river's edge.
Oh, Harrison. Well, what are you doing at Hightower?
What are you talking about? You invited me for dinner. I got here, nobody knew where you were. Dots and I have been searching high and low. Whatever are you doing with that spade?
Oh, yeah. Dinner. Oh, look, let's get back to the house. I had no idea it was so late.
You haven't answered my question. What in heaven's name are you digging up this time of night? Look, I can walk. I don't need to be dragged along. I want to see what you were digging.
Harrison, I don't want you to. I forbid it.
Don't you trust me?
It's nothing. It's nothing at all.
Well, it may be nothing to you. But from here, it looks as though you've been digging someone's grave. Is that what it is? A grave? Aren't you going to tell me? If it is a grave, it's not a secret you can keep very long. I mean, if someone is missing, it's only a question of time before his relatives or friends start looking for him.
For him? Why did you say him?
Roland, who is buried there?
Well, nobody. Nobody. It's just... Well, I was digging a hole. I was going to hide something, that's all, and, well, I decided not to.
So you covered it over. Oh, you're a very poor liar. I don't believe you. Now, did you kill Arthur Hammond? And have you buried his body?
I didn't. No, I didn't. I didn't kill him. You see, it was an accident. Now, you've got to believe me. You've got to.
What was an accident?
What?
You heard me. What have you buried out there at the edge of the river?
I haven't buried anything. You see, I was going to. I have a great deal of money in cash. It's in a strong box in the cellar. And I was going to make a hole and hide it there. And then I decided I wasn't going to. And that's what I was digging.
You never told me you had any money hidden in the cellar.
No, I didn't have it. And I'm ashamed I didn't trust you. It was given to me to hold for Julia by her mother, my sister. But Julia does not know it exists, so that we could split it.
Roland, had I known about this, I would have had to tell Julia, but I didn't hear a word you said. I don't know about the money. I don't want to know about it. I'm too shocked by all this.
What are you going to do?
Nothing. I leave that to your conscience.
No, Miss Julia. Nobody knows where Mr. Arthur disappeared to. The day after the accident, he just suddenly left. And may I say, Miss, welcome home. It's good to have you back after all this time. May I pour you some coffee?
Thank you, Dobson. What about his tools? Did he take those?
No. Mr. Arthur left them in the garage.
And his clothes, books, and so forth? Did you look in the rooms over the garage?
Well, that's the peculiar part, Miss Julia. He must have moved out of there a day or so before the accident on the river, but I never found out where he moved to.
I knew he was going to move, but he didn't tell me either.
Dobson, is Miss Julia up yet?
I'm in the dining room, Uncle.
Oh, I must say, to come down to breakfast and see your smiling, pretty face, so healed, so happy, it makes my day. Dobson, just coffee for me also.
Sure.
Well, isn't that all you're having for breakfast, Julia? How about some eggs and bacon?
No, thank you. I'll pour Mr. Laverne's coffee. Thank you, Dobson. That will be all.
Yes, Miss. Very good, Miss.
I wanted Dobson out of the room while I was talking to you about Arthur.
Arthur? Well, I thought we put him out of our minds.
Well, it's only that I'm curious. I knew something was wrong when he didn't visit me in the hospital, or call, or anything.
Well, I didn't know it was troubling you, my dear.
I was very fond of him. Perhaps I still am.
Yes, I can understand. But I did think he was the wrong person for you. And wasn't I right? Twice a boat accident. How could I entrust the most precious person? Yes, I admit it, Julia. The most precious person to me, to a foolhardy chauffeur.
Why do you keep calling him a chauffeur when you know he only took that job to pay for his medical school?
Yes, so everyone says, but I don't have to believe it.
I was right. You are prejudiced, and I'll never find out what I'd like to know from you. I'm leaving.
Julia, come back. You haven't finished your coffee.
I'm going outside, and please don't follow me.
Julia, forgive me. I'm sorry I drove you out of the house. I really am. Now, come back and finish your breakfast.
Uncle, I thought I asked you not to follow me.
But it's only that I
want to walk alongside the riverbank alone. Is that so hard to understand?
Is it really fair of you to denounce me, call me prejudiced, and not give me the opportunity to explain?
No, I suppose not.
Well, then let me just walk with you a little ways and try to make you understand my feeling.
All right. We'll go this way.
No, not that way. Would you mind if we go the other way?
Yes, I would. Why shouldn't I walk where I wish to?
Well, of course you should. Certainly you should. Only you can see how the waters have risen over the path down there. It could be swampy.
Uncle Roland, I'll go where I want to. If you want to go somewhere else, I shan't stop you.
No. I'll do what you do, child. It's you I want to be with and talk to.
When was the last time you saw Arthur? And what did he say then?
He was aware that I blamed him for the accident. I certainly could not place the fault on the captain of the paddle wheeler. One doesn't expect to find a cockle shell mid-river on a foggy night. I told Arthur he could no longer remain in my employ. He agreed, and, well, the next day he was gone.
I don't remember this deep indentation in the shoreline. Do you, Uncle?
Why, yes.
For some reason, the old Mississippi has been digging away right here. Arthur used to say the river was a person, alive, acted for its own reasons. Does that make sense to you, Uncle?
I can't say it does.
The river has its own laws, its own right and wrong. It rewards and it punishes.
I don't know about that, but right around here there's a very stiff current. I've seen big logs, even shacks, shoot right by. It can carry anything right out to sea.
There's water oozing up all around us.
Well, Julia, it's a little treacherous. Our feet are sinking. It's not a safe place to walk. Now, you just take my hand and we'll head for higher ground. Julia, I have told you everything I know about him. I can only suppose he's left town and doesn't want you or anyone else to know where he's gone.
I can't believe that about him. And at the medical college, they don't believe it either. I'm going to tell them to inform the police.
Roland, it's true we've known each other since college, but what I did was my work. I can't accept this. I really can't. Medical ethics as well as my own won't permit it.
Tom, I cannot forget it was you who put my dearest Julia back together again. If you look at her now, how long has it been? She is as beautiful as ever.
Well, she did make an amazing recovery. And about that young man, Arthur, you know that medical college is affiliated with our hospital. And I was talking to the dean. It's been 3 months since the boy disappeared. The dean asked me, had the disappearance been reported to the police? And, well, I said I didn't know. The dean feels something is wrong. Hammond was too dedicated a student to have just left without any word. Candidly, the dean suspects foul play.
Who suspects foul play?
Oh, Julia, come in, my dear.
Doctor, isn't my uncle a terrible man? He never told me my most favorite person would be here this evening.
And you are my favorite patient, Julia.
What have you got there, Julia?
A letter I found on the doorstep when I came in.
Again? I recognize... may I have it, please?
Well, I've stayed longer than I intended to.
Oh, that's not fair, Doctor. The moment I come in, you go out.
Will you excuse me? I'd better open this.
Well, you'd think he'd tell me you were coming over. Uncle, can't you take your eyes from that letter for a moment and say goodnight to the doctor?
Oh!
Uncle, what's wrong? He's fainted.
We'll carry him over to the couch. Put his legs over the arms so they're higher than his head.
Oh, I've never known him to faint before. Oh, should I throw some cold water on him?
No, don't do that ever. There. He's coming to.
What happened?
You fainted. How do you feel? Give me your wrist.
I feel a bit weak, I guess.
Have you been under a strain lately?
A strain? Oh, maybe just overtired. No, look, Tom, I'll be all right.
Well, your pulse is normal.
You go along, Tom. I know that you have some more house calls.
I'll take care of him, Doctor. I'm still planning to be a nurse, you know.
Julia, it was that letter that did it. The third I've received in 3 days. All the same.
What?
I'll read it to you. Leave $100,000 in unmarked bills on midnight Saturday at that place by the river. You know the place we mean. This is our last communication. If you do not buy our silence, you will regret it for the short time you have left to live.
This is the third letter? Why didn't you call the police?
What could they do?
Have you done something in the past that's worth that much money?
Well, I don't know. I'll talk to Harrison. See what he says.
$100,000 before Saturday? Impossible. Anyway, Roland, why are you even considering
Now,
it?
wait a moment. How stupid of me. Why, I've got that much right in my cellar.
You mean Julia's money?
Well, she doesn't know a thing about it.
Everything you're doing is wrong. If you've nothing to hide, you shouldn't be paying a cent. If you have, there's no guarantee they won't continue bleeding you for years. Now think about that, Roland. Paying out that money could be slipping a noose around your neck.
Julia, where have you been? It's been 2 days. I needed you on Saturday night when I left the money, the blackmail money. And I am positive I know who was blackmailing me.
Who?
Harrison.
Harrison? Your old friend, your lawyer, your business manager? You believe that?
It could only be him.
He wasn't the one who took that 100,000. It was me. And Arthur. Come in, Arthur.
You thought I was dead, didn't you? Fortunately, you know as little about carbon monoxide as you do about anatomy. I was quite alive when you buried me, and I let the old Mississippi do the rescuing. It flooded the grave you dug. Thank you for the money. It'll help us both get started.
I'll have you thrown in jail for this.
For giving me back the money you were keeping till I became 21. My money that was entrusted to you. You see, before she died, Mother told me. Arthur, I'd like to leave Hightower as fast as we can. Leave forever all those unpleasant memories.
The legend is as old as recorded time, that the rivers and the raindrops are the tears of the world. And the Mississippi, like all rivers, is a constant conscience to man who sins. Can there be a greater example than the great flood that washed the earth clean of sinners, so that Noah and his family might start life all over again? I shall return shortly.
If you've been putting money aside, you're right to be concerned about inflation eroding its buying power. That's why you ought to know about Dreyfus Liquid Assets and how it can help you earn today's high money market yields without tying up your cash for months or years. Start with as little as $2,500. Make added investments as low as $100. With Dreyfus Liquid Assets, your money is yours whenever you need it. Phone for it, have it sent to your bank, or write a redemption check for cash or to pay your larger bills. You keep right on earning that high yield, compounded daily until your check clears. No penalties on interest, no sales charges, no charge for the checks. It's so simple, sensible, convenient. But find out for yourself. Call toll-free 800-228-5000 for free information and a prospectus including management fee, charges, and expenses. Read the prospectus carefully before investing or sending money. Discover how Dreyfus Liquid Assets can help you get the lion's share of today's high money market rates. 800-228-5000. Toll-free 800-228-5000.
Of reconciliation and love. I come on.
Presents. Come in. Welcome. I am Tammy Grimes. As long as there are haves and have-nots, givers and takers, the affluent and the less fluent, there will be those whose only way of competing is to rob. Whether it is personal goods, industrial secrets, state or national secrets, whatever can be clandestinely stolen and sold will be. For every new kind of holdup or heist, there is a new method of detection. For every spy, a counter-spy, as we hope to illustrate in today's mystery drama.
What are you doing in my house?
Mr. Parker, I was waiting for you.
How did you get in?
By the back door. It was open. Let me identify myself before you call the police. Inspector Michael Fogg, sir, Wimbledon Police. I show you this picture. Do you know this person?
Well, yes, I do. His name is William Jackson. He's a very good friend. But why do you ask?
Mr. Parker, your very good friend has been murdered.
Our drama, The Fifth Man, has been written especially for the Mystery Theater by James Agate Jr. and stars Norman Rose. I shall return shortly with Act One. He was known in CIA, NKVD, and MI5 circles as the Fifth Man. Briefly, there were 4 before him who sold classified British information to the Soviets. He was number 5. We will meet him. But first, meet Everett Parker, magazine editor, who has just boarded the 8 a.m. express from Brighton to London and opens a compartment door to find 2 men in a heated argument.
I tell you, I haven't got it. I don't know where it is.
You promised to deliver it this morning.
I mislaid it. You'll have it tomorrow. Shut up. Hi, Everett. Made the train again, I see.
Yes, by the skin of my teeth. Managed to catch the lost car and walked up through the corridor. Well, I'm sorry if I'm interrupting.
Not at all. This gentleman and I were just going over the cricket results. You know, that sort of thing.
Well, if you excuse me, I think I'll get myself an eye-opener. Which way's the bar car?
Generally the first car behind the engine.
Thank you. I'll be on my way.
That's a rude character, isn't he?
Do you know him? Is he a friend of yours?
No, but I seem to remember him. That red face isn't forgettable.
You know, I told him this compartment was taken. A friend of mine and I generally ride in this compartment alone. Half a year's. That's too bad, he said. I've paid for my ticket, and I'm entitled to sit wherever I like. It was just about then when you came in.
I must have misunderstood completely what you two were talking about.
I never saw the man before in my life.
Oh, I have. I'm trying to think where.
Have a good weekend, Ev?
Oh, Bill, it was too good. Too relaxing. Read some fascinating accounts of Blériot in the early days of flying. I think I'll assign one of our writers to write it up for the magazine. The chances those early pilots took.
People don't dare the fates like that anymore.
It made me realize what I'm doing, putting out that little airplane magazine, is pretty small beer.
Oh, Ev, what are you talking about? The last issue was tremendous. I sent it round to all the boys at the War Office, and Sir Robert kept it for days.
Oh, really? So my views on air warfare may have some influence.
I wouldn't be surprised. Speaking of small beer, I have suddenly developed a tremendous thirst.
You, Tom Teetotaler, at 8 in the morning?
So if you'll excuse me, Ev, I think I'll wander up to the bar car.
Obviously, he was going forward to meet the man I'd found in the compartment. Mondays are always difficult at the magazine. Material piles up over the weekend, but that didn't surprise me. What did was a message on my answering machine when I got home. Would I please hurry over to the Brighton Hospital? Nurse.
Yes, sir.
My name is Everett Parker. I have a message to come to the hospital.
Oh, yes, Mr. Parker. We have a patient who's been asking after you.
Francis. Oh, my Lord, not again. Don't tell me.
Oh, hello, Everett. You got my message?
How do you feel?
Not too badly. I had a good night.
You've been in the hospital since last night?
Oh, since yesterday morning. I fell down those cellar stairs again.
Francis, let's not talk about that. Does Bill know?
He should.
I mean, does he know that you're in the hospital? I rode into London with him this morning. He didn't say a word about you.
Well, why would he?
Oh, Francis, this is terrible. You can't go on like this, married to a man who...
Everett, I don't want you to talk about it.
This is the second time you've had to come here to be treated.
Perhaps.
Well, isn't it?
Well, I must be accident-prone. I mean, I keep falling down at home.
I don't believe that. I never have. I don't care what it is, frustration, anger. He must not be allowed to lay a hand on you.
He doesn't. It's really not his fault.
Well, whose fault is it then? Look at you. Your arm is bound up. Is it fractured? Is it broken? Oh, your eyes, black and blue. To see you like this in the hands of that maniac, it's unbearable for me. Do you understand?
It'll be all right.
It'll never be all right. Now, I've decided. I either go to the police about this or talk to him myself. But I'm not letting this go any further. Now, Francis, you want me to do something, don't you?
I guess so.
I know so. Why else would you leave word for me to come to the hospital?
Because I didn't have anyone else I could turn to.
When are they discharging you?
Not for another day, I think.
Fine. I'd rather you didn't go home until I've had all this out with Bill. If he can't control himself, something will have to be done to protect you.
Thank you, Everett. I'm so sorry to put this on you. I really am.
I went directly to Bill Jackson's house. It was dark. I knocked. I rang the bell, rapped at the windows. No answer. The next morning, he was not on the 8 o'clock. That night when I got home, I opened my door to find an unannounced visitor.
Good evening, Mr. Parker.
What are you doing in my house?
I'm waiting for you, sir.
I don't mean that. I mean, how did you get in?
By your back door. It was open. May I identify myself before you call the police?
I think you'd better.
Inspector Michael Fogg, sir. My ID, Wimbledon Police.
Well, what do you want from me?
Information about a person by the name of William Arthur Jackson.
Inspector, you may remove your hat and coat and sit down like an ordinary person. Tell me, do you chaps always wear a raincoat even when it's not raining?
Mr. Parker, do you mind if I ask the questions? It has come to our attention. You may have been the last person to see Mr. Jackson alive.
Oh, do you mean he's dead?
Yes, sir. We have reason to believe he may have been murdered.
Oh, good Lord.
You did know him?
Well, oh, yes, certainly.
When did you last see him?
Oh, yesterday morning. We rode into the city together on the 8 o'clock.
The Brighton-London Express?
Yes. Shared a compartment as we have for over 2 years.
We're quite aware of that.
Well, I didn't know my life was such an open book.
When it's a case of murder, one asks a great many questions.
How did Bill die?
He was discovered lying beside the tracks 3 miles this side of Charing Cross Station.
Oh, my Lord. Well, could he have jumped from the train?
Possibly. He could also have been pushed.
Has the War Office been informed?
Ah, then you know he worked for the War Office.
Oh, yes. Also know his bureau chief, Sir Robert Leeds. He happens to have contributed to my magazine.
And that would be airspace.
I see you've done your homework, Inspector. William Jackson and I were more than casual acquaintances. As I said, we've ridden that train 5 days a week for over 2 years.
Would you be good enough to tell me what you remember of that last train ride? And I'll try to recall as much as you can. Your testimony could be quite crucial to this investigation, as well as establishing your innocence or guilt.
Oh, come now, Inspector. You're not saying that I'm suspected of pushing Jackson off the train.
At this point, anyone and everyone is under suspicion. Please proceed. Tell me what occurred that morning.
I told the inspector that William seemed in a good mood. I mentioned the man with the red face, whose identity still escapes me, and that I'd followed William to the bar car, where I found the 2 of them arguing. The inspector took it all down, thanked me, and said he'd return in a few days. I went directly to see Frances, Mrs. Jackson.
Everett, I'm so glad you came over.
I'm glad you're home from the hospital. Are you feeling better?
Yes. Better and worse. And frightened.
The police were here.
I didn't know what to tell them. A nice inspector who wanted to know why Bill might have jumped. Well, I had no idea. And if he didn't, then why would anyone want to push him out?
Anything else?
How well did I know you, and were we good friends? I said we were. Everett, who could have done such a thing?
Well, the impression I got is the police think it might be me.
You? Oh, Everett, that's terrible. You, of all people. Why do they suspect you? What did you tell them?
All that I know. There was a man in the compartment when I got there. He and Bill were talking, and then later both of them were having angry words together in the bar car.
You know the man?
I think so. I know him from somewhere. Well, then they left the bar car. They didn't see me. I ducked behind a newspaper. I thought they were going back to the compartment.
So it's still an open question. Did Bill fall? Was it an accident, or was he pushed?
Francis, he did not fall. There is no way anyone could fall out of the train between the cars. They're locked to one another with a concertina passageway. Somebody opened the outer compartment door.
The one you alight from at the station.
And forced him out. Since I was sharing the compartment with Bill, that's why I am a prime suspect. It's a little unnerving.
Why only you? What about that other man?
I'm having a hard time making anyone believe he existed. He had a very red face, heavier than I am, older. Does he sound like someone Bill had dealings with?
Oh. Bill had rather a life of his own, you know that. For one thing, his work at the War Office was very secret, and then there were people he spent time with he never introduced me to or brought home. It was one of the things we fought about. Why he wouldn't take me into his confidence. I knew he had another life, but he kept denying it.
What made you so sure?
Well, he couldn't account for hours and days of his time. He'd pack up and not tell me where he was going or when he'd be back.
Couldn't it have simply been some project for the War Office?
The last time he was away, I called the War Office, and I spoke to Sir Robert. He said Bill had asked for leave, and he was surprised that I didn't know where he was. So you see, Bill could have had dealings with half a dozen red-faced men, and I'd know nothing about it.
Of course, the two of them meeting on the train could have been a coincidence and nothing to do with Bill's death.
Why do you say that?
That's what I hope. If that red-faced man had a hand in it, then he knows I saw him and I would give evidence he was on the train. So he might not hesitate to do away with me as he had Bill. It wouldn't be safe for him to let me live.
Oh, no, Everett.
Now, wait. Carl Carson, that's who he is. I remember now. He had a beard then. See, what do I know about him? Yes, he owns a private airport and rents planes. Carl Carson. I knew it had finally come to me.
Is that his name, the red-faced man?
Perhaps not, but that's the name he uses. Now, if Carl Carson has committed murder, it wouldn't be difficult for him to hop into one of his own planes and get out of England. Then they'd have a devil of a time finding him and bringing him back.
Oh, Everett, don't be hasty. You're implying this man is guilty, but there's no proof. You didn't see him do anything.
Ah, but I know Carl's history.
Well, just the same. When you talk to the police, you should make it clear there's a very big if. I mean, supposing after all this they find out your man is innocent and someone else is guilty.
This may be the occasion to quote Blackstone, who said, "It is better 10 guilty persons escape than 1 innocent suffer." Frankly, at this stage of the plot's unfolding, I haven't a clue who is guilty of murder. But I hope, along with yourselves, to learn more when the curtain rises shortly in Act 2. A man has been killed and thrown from a moving express train. His widow is not weeping for her deceased husband. A magazine editor is suspected of having had a hand in the death, and he believes another man is involved. A man with a red face.
Mr. Parker, I appreciate your assistance in identifying this man you allege was on the train.
Allege, Inspector?
But there is a more important matter that concerns the department. We're on the point of holding you as a material witness. Mind you, you're not being accused of the crime, although we have reason to believe you may have a motive.
You come to my house to tell me this?
I came for a statement.
Before I call my attorney, would you mind telling me how you have come to such a conclusion?
A rather clear case of chercher la femme, I would say.
Would you mind repeating that in English?
The lady, sir. We have evidence that supports a theory of your interest in Mrs. Jackson, and we have witnesses who have confirmed it.
May I be told what they have said?
I don't have the transcript at hand, but the sum total appears to be that Mr. Jackson had become increasingly angry over your attentions to Mrs. Jackson, and that is why he was so severe with her physically.
Inspector, if I am formally brought up on this ridiculous charge, I shall use every legal means I can to sue the department for illegal arrest, false statements, and impugning my character. Now, if you will be so good as to hand me my telephone, I would like to call my attorney. My attorney told me to keep cool, cooperate fully, and he would keep tabs on what evidence was being collected. I drove out to Cheshire, to the airfield out of which Carl Carson's air livery operated. Anyone here in the office? Oh, I didn't see you.
What could I do for you?
I'd like to rent a plane.
Well, you'll have to talk to Mr. Carson.
I'd like to.
I'll get it. Mr. Carson.
Who is it, Olivia?
Man out here wants to rent a plane.
What's his name?
What's your name?
Everett Parker from Airspace Magazine.
I heard that. I'll be right out.
Be right out, Mr. Parker.
I didn't expect to see you here.
I didn't expect to see you on the Brighton Express. It's been a long time, Carl. Can we talk alone?
All right, Olivia. Go on, buzz off.
Yes, sir.
Harry, leave that door open. I can watch the field. Yes, indeed, it's a long time. What do you want with me, Parker?
What did you want with Bill Jackson?
I think that's none of your business.
What was it Bill Jackson did not deliver to you?
I don't know what you mean.
That morning when I came into the train compartment, what was he holding out on you?
You are nosy, aren't you? Always was, I remember.
But you always talk too loudly. Not only in the compartment, but in the bar car. Just like the old days. I suppose it isn't news to you that Bill Jackson is dead.
Why do you say that? Well, sure, it's news.
You didn't know anything about it.
I've been out of the country for a week. I just got back.
Yes, when you thought things had cooled down.
Look, will you stop talking in riddles?
You knew Jackson.
Yes. He used to weekend abroad, enjoy himself. Used to one of my flying wings, if I remember.
But you didn't know that he was murdered. Smashed on the head or strangled and pushed off the train 3 miles out of Charing Cross Station.
I didn't have anything to do with that.
I didn't expect you to admit it, Carl. But I came here to tell you that I'm going to be watching you very closely from now on. So don't try anything you wouldn't like to be arrested for.
What's with that bloke? He comes in here to rent a plane. I just saw him drive off.
Olivia, next time that gentleman shows up, I'd like to arrange a little demonstration.
Oh, I thought demonstrations were just for those who try to get in our way.
You've described Mr. Parker exactly. Remember now, should he appear again, I think we should show him how our propeller self-starters operate on the flying wings. Of course, we'll have to be careful. As you know, sometimes these nosy parties get so interested in these new devices, they stand too close to the propeller. We can't have that, can
we? Sir Robert, we've talked a few times on the telephone, but it's a pleasure for me to meet you in person.
Is this your very first visit to the War Office, Mrs. Jackson?
My very first. Bill never offered to show me around, and I never insisted.
Mrs. Jackson, may I express my personal sympathies? Your husband was a dedicated servant in His Majesty's service. He will be missed. Now, is there anything I can do?
I've brought something that I believe belongs to you. I have it in my handbag. This little notebook. Please take it.
Where did you say you got this, Mrs. Jackson?
I didn't say yet. It does belong to you, doesn't it?
You are going to tell me how it came into your possession.
I suppose now that Bill's dead, it can't hurt him anymore.
Tell me, have you looked into this notebook?
Yes, and I have a pretty good idea how dangerous it is.
Do go on.
Bill used to get up before me. He'd have a quick breakfast and run down to catch the 8 o'clock. One morning I woke up when he was getting dressed, and I saw this notebook fall out of his pocket.
This was in your husband's possession?
Yes. I saw all those names of all those people in the different countries, and I guessed what it must be, and I hid the notebook. And that night he came home and asked me for it. I said I hadn't seen it. He hit me so hard that I ended up in hospital. He'd do that, flare up, uncontrollable. I never saw Bill alive again.
Well, this is very serious, Mrs. Jackson. I'm afraid I shall have to ask you to remain.
You mean here? For how long?
That I can't say. Stanton, I'd like you to come in, please, and bring the machine.
I haven't done anything wrong, have I?
That remains to be seen.
I've never told a soul about this, not till now. I knew they were names of our intelligence people in those communist bloc countries. I knew it right away.
How did you know that, Mrs. Jackson?
Because I guess I really should tell you everything.
Stanton, start your machine, then sit over there and take notes. Give me the microphone.
Yes, sir.
This is Mrs. Frances Jackson, widow of William Arthur Jackson, formerly in the employ of the D2 Section Intelligence Division, the War Office. Mrs. Jackson, we will continue at the point where you told me how you knew the notebook you have just handed me, which was in the possession of your late husband, contained a spy inventory.
Are you recording what I'm saying?
Yes. Now, please, go ahead, Mrs. Jackson.
My husband and I had several quarrels over the past 6 months, during which he frequently hit me. He frightened me so much that I never told anyone what these quarrels were about, not even our very best friend, Mr. Everett Parker.
Would you mind spelling that name, please?
Everett Parker. Although Everett, Mr. Parker, had seen me a few times pretty badly bruised, I never told him why or what it was about.
Well, Mrs. Jackson, what was it about?
Suddenly, about 6 months ago, Bill seemed to have a lot of money. He told me he'd had a winning streak. First it was the races, and then the football pools, then the races again. And then there was that telephone conversation.
You overheard the telephone conversation of your husband's?
We have an extension telephone in the bedroom, and I wanted to call my mother. And I picked up the bedroom phone, and I could hear Bill talking on the downstairs phone. And he said, "No, names of plans I can't get, but names of people I can." And then I heard him say, "Francis, is that you on the upstairs phone? I can hear you breathing." Well, of course, I was frightened to death. I hung up quickly, and I locked myself in the bathroom, and he came upstairs and he pounded on the door, and then the phone rang, and he went to answer it. And when I came out, he had left the house.
How did you associate that experience with this notebook?
He used to joke about the 4 men who had spied for the Soviet, sold our secrets to them, you know. There's always room for the 5th man, he'd say. And I knew he wasn't just joking. He was testing me to see how I'd take it. And then one day, I found a letter with the number 5 under the doormat. The next day, it was gone.
So you presumed your husband had removed the letter, and that he was indeed the 5th man?
I hated to believe it, but I knew it was true. Oh, Sir Robert, this is so painful. Could I stop now?
Oh, yes. That will do for our first session. Stanton, take the tapes and have them transcribed, and arrange for Mrs. Jackson to have a 24-hour protection. I'm placing a 24-hour guard around you because, well, my dear lady, undoubtedly, enemy agents will have you followed, and I don't wish any harm to come to you.
Is that really so? Right here in England, in peacetime, there are enemy agents?
Oh, yes. We're not the only ones who plant agents in other countries. There's a right under our noses here.
Shall I stop the recorder now, Sir Robert?
By all means. Mrs. Jackson, we shall get a message to you by hand to arrange for a further taping session.
But I could call you as I used to when Bill worked here.
Don't use your telephone to call me. There's a 100% probability that it's not a secure phone.
Not secure?
We must assume it has been tapped by those with whom your husband had dealings. Now, you mentioned Everett Parker, a friend. I know him. Don't talk to him on your telephone about coming here. Don't say anything to anyone about your husband's death.
But people will call me to extend condolences. What do I do about that?
Accept the sympathy matter-of-factly. But if they ask what happened, how did it happen, don't volunteer any information.
I understand.
The average person has no idea how ruthless agents can be. Stanton?
Yes, sir?
I want a lady operative to guard Mrs. Jackson. Miss Davis will do nicely. Yes, Mrs. Jackson, as soon as Miss Davis can be rounded up, she will leave with you and remain with you, by your side at all times, until further instructed by us. Now, good day. And again, thank you.
Mr. Parker, if you knew all this, why didn't you speak up sooner?
My dear Inspector, what a short memory you have. Right in my house, I told you about Carl Carson, but the department had already made up its mind that I had done away with Bill Jackson.
Yes. How far is Carson's airfield from here?
Sit tight. We'll get there as fast as I can.
My head will roll for this if I don't apprehend the right party.
When did you finally decide that Carl Carson was your man?
When we lifted a set of his fingerprints from that compartment door handle.
Well, how did you know they were his?
Regulation left over from the war. All people connected with the private airport, owners, managers, pilots, maintenance, so forth, must be checked. Their fingerprints are on file. We ran Carson's through the computer, and there he was, up in Cheshire.
I knew him during the war. There were some shady transactions involving stockpiles of unused weaponry, which found its way into the wrong hands. He had good lawyers who got him off with a 6-month suspended sentence, but evidently that never stopped his accreditation.
Parker, when you saw him up at his airport, what did he say when you accused him of complicity in the murder of William Jackson?
He as much implied it was my word against his.
His word, I'm afraid that might not be good enough.
Countless experts in the law agree with the premise that they have never known a guilty person to plead anything but innocence. Admission, one way or the other, seems to have nothing to do with clean hands or dirty work. To sort it out, to arrive at the truth, we rely on evidence, scientific and sworn-to facts, and juries. And even they sometimes can be mistaken. I shall return shortly with Act 3. Inspector Michael Fogg is about to make an arrest in the case of the Crown against an unknown assailant. The evidence he has is as conclusive as fingerprints can be. Theorizing that the killer throttled his victim, then opened the compartment door and pushed the body from the train, those fingerprints that obscured all others must point to the murderer. Inspector Fogg and Everett Parker have just pulled into that private airport in Cheshire.
Is Mr. Carson in?
Oh, hello. Aren't you the gentleman who was here just the other day?
Yesterday.
I don't think Mr. Carson's on the premises.
Why don't you make sure?
I'm sure.
Will you tell Mr. Carson that Inspector Michael Fogg of the Wimbledon Police would like a word with him?
Yes, sir. Mr. Carson, there's an inspector from the police to see you.
What? Oh, Olivia, is he near you or is he outside?
I'm right here, Mr. Carson. I suggest you come out quietly. I further suggest when you do that you raise your hands in the air.
Oh,
no. Is your name Olivia?
Yes, sir.
If you will stand against the wall, Olivia, you won't get hurt.
Yes, sir.
What's this all about? I'll put my hands up, but it's only in self-protection. You're Inspector.
Keep them up. Mr. Parker, do me a favor. Search the gentleman.
Now, just a minute. He's very high-handed. I think you owe me some verification that you are who you say you are.
Certainly. See for yourself. I think this identifies me.
And this pistol, which I find strapped to Mr. Carson's leg, I think identifies him. Inspector, you'd better take charge of it.
Oh, thank you.
Just a moment. I have a license to carry that.
If you have, the gun will be returned to you. You are Mr. Carl Carson.
Yes, I am.
You are under arrest. Charged with involvement in the death of William Arthur Jackson on the 10th of this month during the run of the 8 a.m. express train Brighton to London.
On what evidence am I being charged?
Your fingerprints have been found in the compartment shared by Mr. Jackson and Mr. Parker here. You are entitled to advice of counsel, and as soon as we return to headquarters and you have been booked, you will be permitted one telephone call.
You're making a big mistake. I had nothing to do with his death. I had nothing to gain by it. Or even that man standing next to you had more to gain than I did.
I suggest you calm yourself, sir. I shouldn't like to have to resort to handcuffs. If you maintain self-control, we can all have a pleasant ride back into town.
No handcuffs. I'll be all right.
You are entitled to as much protection under the law as anyone in England. And if we have made a mistake, you may be sure we shall acknowledge it.
You know, Francis, I hadn't ridden on a carousel since I was a child. Whatever gave you the idea to come here?
Necessity. I had to talk to you, Everett, and I thought sitting on this double seat with you, we couldn't be overheard. I saw Sir Robert. I told him I suspected Bill of being number 5.
Number 5? What does that mean?
And to remember those 4 traitors who sold out to the Soviet. I believe Bill was the 5th man, and that is why he was killed.
By the Soviet?
For something he did they didn't like, or perhaps they thought he was a double agent. I've read about that.
You might have added another piece to the puzzle. This Carl Carson I told you about, he could have been a group leader, or possibly a courier. Something went wrong, and he had his orders.
You think he did it?
He was on the train. They found his fingerprints smudged over everyone else's on that door handle.
They stopped Bill in his tracks. Everett, they could also stop me.
Why you?
They might figure I know too much and I'll talk. I have already.
What did Sir Robert advise you to do?
Well, not to use the phone. It's probably tapped. You see that woman over there by the cashier's booth? She's carrying a gun. And that's Miss Davis. She's my bodyguard. Everett, I can't live like this in fear of my life. What can I do?
Let's stand over here where your guard can watch us and no one can hear us.
I'm so frightened.
Francis, don't do anything. First of all, Carl Carson has been arrested, so he's no danger to you. Secondly, I don't believe anyone is going to call attention to themselves or to the spy ring by attacking you. So just calm down.
They caught him, this Carl person.
He's in the Wimbledon jail right now.
I want to see him.
What for?
I want to see him. To confront him. If he killed Bill, I want to know why. If he denies it, I want him to tell it to me, right to my face.
Francis, he'll deny everything. Anyway, I don't know if they'll permit you to see him.
Well, people visit prisoners all the time.
After they've been convicted. But why see him?
I want to. Face to face.
I thought you just said you were going to put all this behind you. Well, all right. I'll give it a try. I'll talk to the inspector, but don't be surprised if they say no.
Can you find out today? Now?
If the inspector is in, I'll talk to him.
And when will you let me know?
Well, I have to go up to London tomorrow morning as usual. I'll phone you from the station.
Oh, no, don't telephone. I'll meet you there. 7:45, before the train gets in, all right? By the newspaper kiosk?
Francis, I wish you weren't so determined to go through with this. It's almost ghoulish.
I have my reasons.
You're not thinking of something mad, are you? Shooting the man or something. You'll never get away with it.
It's hard to make you understand. You know, there wasn't any love between Bill and me. But I still want to see this through. It's like putting a marker on his grave. If that's the man who did it, I just want to look at him. Once.
Oh, Robert Leeds, huh? Oh, yes, sir. Oh, that is bad news. Did you say 6 of them? Oh, my lord, I was hoping this list of our agents hadn't yet been transmitted to the other side. Oh, what I mean is, when Mrs. Jackson brought me that list, I hoped her husband hadn't yet passed the information along. 6 men. Oh, terrible. Which ones? Oh, 2 by umbrella dart. Strangled. Oh, motorcycle accident. Terrifying. They must have got to them right away. No, we have nothing definite yet, sir, on that. Yes, sir. Good night, sir.
I learned later that 6 of our men had met death the same day, each in the country to which he was assigned. All the work of Jackson and his list. It was something I could not and would not pass along to his widow. The following morning, I was at the Brighton station.
The 8 o'clock for London will leave Brighton on time.
Francis, over here.
Oh, good morning, Everett. I was awake all night thinking about this. What did the inspector say? Did you reach him?
I spoke to him last night. He said he saw no reason whatsoever why you should not have a talk with Carl Carson. He might even welcome it to prove he's innocent.
When? Did the inspector say when?
I didn't set a time. I thought you'd arrange that yourself. I told him I was meeting you at the 8 o'clock train, and I'd tell you.
And what time do you get back from London this evening?
Well, I planned to stay over, actually. It's 2 days before we go to press, and there's always last-minute work to be done on the magazine.
It's only that, if this man is, you know...
A murderer?
I just don't want to see him alone.
They're not going to let the two of you be in a room alone. Whatever made you think that? There's a screen barrier between the prisoners and the public, and there'll be guards everywhere.
Well, it's not that. It's just that I'm not as brave as I thought I was. I need you.
Of course, I understand. It's too much for you. I wish you hadn't thought of it in the first place. Besides, supposing Carl Carson says no. Why don't you wait till the day after tomorrow? Then I'll be here for the weekend, and we can go together to discuss it a little more. Francis, it really might be harmful to you.
But if I decide to, you will go with me?
Yes, of course.
You will. Thank you. I just won't feel it's all resolved, you see, until I do.
Oh, here's my train. I'll stop by your house Saturday morning.
Parker, wait.
Inspector, what is it?
Oh, I'm glad you told me where you'd be.
Inspector, I can't talk to you now. I'll miss my train.
Don't go, Parker. Carl Carson has escaped from jail. Which way is the main airport office?
Right in front of us with the main hangar behind it. Hold it. Hold it, Inspector. There's something wrong here.
I'll go in the front door. Is there a back way out?
Yes, there is. Carson's inner office, which opens into the hangar. Now, wait, won't you?
Parker, we can't wait. If he's in there, we have to take him.
Well, don't you notice? There's absolutely no activity on the field. Most of the planes are not here. That's a flying wing to the right of the main hangar, but nobody's in sight. Nothing's coming in or taking off. Huh. I've a feeling there's no one in here. The door to Carson's office is open. Huh. There's no one in there either.
He's had 4 hours head out. He could have taken off in a plane and gone anywhere.
We made a thorough search, and we were sorry we did. Outside, lying right in front of the flying wing, was Carl Carson, or rather what was left of him. It was inconceivable to me that a man who'd lived so much of his life around airplanes could have deliberately walked into a propeller.
So, you don't think it was an accident?
No, it's not possible. He must have been ready to take off with that woman we met, that Olivia, and then gone round to check something, and whoever it was hit the automatic starter, and that was it. The prop started to spin.
Someone started it up.
He's got extra fuel tanks all filled. And look there.
What?
Special instruments for high-altitude flying. Now, wait a sec. There's a map here. He was on his way to Moscow. The Sheremetyevo Airport. See, it's got a red circle around it.
You think he was intentionally cut down?
Well, I'm sure of it. That assistant of Olivia, she was probably an NKVD agent assigned to watch Carl, just the way chauffeurs are assigned to keep tabs on Soviet diplomats.
Wonder where that Olivia is.
Oh, she'll turn up.
I'd better put in a call to MI5 to close off this entire facility. Until they get here, I have my men surrounded. There's more here than police ought to be responsible for. I guess now we'll never know whether it was Carson who pushed Jackson out of the train or not.
Yes, you're right. No one will ever know, except the person who did it, if he's alive. Until now, this account of the fifth man was secret. But since I am no longer a member of Britain's Secret Service, I've received permission to tell you that I, as Everett Parker, used that cover for my real job, that of an MI5 operative. We knew Jackson was passing secrets to the Soviet, and that his courier was Carl Carson. I was commended for handling the case, specifically for transferring Carl's fingerprints to that door handle, my own technique. The chief told me, though, if there was a next time, I had better use a portable laser beam, pocket-sized. Today, I understand they could have lifted my fingerprints from the door handle, even though I'd worn gloves to push Jackson off the train.
Strictly speaking, a spy can only be sentenced to death by a military tribunal in time of war. However, the fifth man was more of a one-man fifth column. He did not conduct espionage in the strict sense of the word. Having obtained a government position of trust, he betrayed that trust, and therefore died the death of a traitor. MI5 saw to that. I shall return shortly. Spies and disguise have an ancient history. The fifth column was a sizable army inside the Trojan horse. Joan of Arc was betrayed by an Englishman disguised as a French bishop, and over the centuries, many, many more. And who were the great-great-grandfathers of espionage? Cardinal Richelieu, Frederick the Great, Napoleon, Alexander the Great. The list will never end, for it will reach far into the future. So long as men and countries possess dangerous secrets, other men and other countries will try to steal them. Our cast included Norman Rose, Bernard Grant, Lloyd Battista, and Marion Seldes. Welcome. Come in. I'm Tammy Grimes. What a pity that, for the time being at least, the possession of a house is beyond the reach of most of us. For a house is a symbol of our heart's deepest desire, a place all ours, a place to tend, to fuss over, a place to attach ourselves to, a place to cherish, and always a place to come back to, a place to feel warm and welcome and even loved. Why, then, is our story called The Forbidden House?
This is our house.
I was just passing by.
Are you from around here?
No.
Well, where are you from?
No special place.
You don't have a home?
I have a home.
Where is it?
I'm looking for it.
Oh, you're lost, huh?
Yes. Lost.
Our mystery drama, The Forbidden House, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elspeth Eric and stars Tony Roberts and Diane Kirkwood. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Do you have a vision, hidden in one of the back rooms of your mind, of the sort of house you may one day own? Is it tall and white and Victorian, or low and gray and rambling? Oh, there are many styles in houses, each with its own special charm and virtue. It is up to you. It is your challenge, your goal, to make one particular house your very own.
I was living my mother's life again, something that pleased her and pleased me. Just 21 years ago, she married a local boy, my father. And 20 years ago, she found out she was pregnant with me. She'd gone to Dr. Cotton, the only gynecologist in Cooper's Plains. She'd arranged to have her baby, me, in the little house my father had bought for her. And here was I, today, making the same arrangements with the same doctor.
You're sure now, Ellen?
Oh, yes, I'm positive. I won't have it any other way.
There's a brand new hospital in Cooper's Plains, you know.
I know.
All sorts of fancy gadgets and such.
I won't need any fancy gadgets.
New doctors, young doctors.
I don't want any new young doctors. I want you.
Ellen, love, I'm 80 years old.
Then mine won't be the first baby you've delivered.
The first? Oh, my stars and garters, as we used to say when I was an intern. I guess I must have delivered thousands.
Well, then, Dr. Cotton, I'm going to have my baby in the same house where my mother had me. In the same room, in the same bed. It's the big golden oak four-poster. I don't suppose you remember it.
I can't say.
And I mean to have the same doctor. So don't turn me down.
Oh, heavens to Betsy, I'd never do that.
Charles and I are going to start doing the room over. New wallpaper, fresh coat of paint, so it'll all look spanking new. I suppose the wallpaper that was there when you brought me into the world is still there, underneath somewhere. Probably we'll uncover it.
You going to do all this yourselves?
That isn't hard. Charles knows how. Nothing to it. We'll do it together.
Well, during these early months, I've no objections. Charles bring you here?
Mm-hmm. He's waiting outside in the car.
He agree with this notion of yours about the baby?
It's not a notion.
Well, this, whatever.
We really didn't discuss it.
Don't you think you should have?
No.
I do.
My mind was made up. All he had to do was agree.
Is that the way you run things at home?
Not everything. Just this thing. Actually, Charles hadn't approved of my idea at all. Still didn't. But it was my baby, my house, my room, my bed, my doctor. Just as I had been my mother's baby, born in her bed, in her house, delivered by her doctor. And it gave me the greatest, the widest sense of peace and contentment to know that I was doing exactly what she had done 20 years before, in exactly the same way.
Everything okay?
Couldn't be better.
Hop in.
I do so love that old man.
Old is right.
But he says it's okay for me to help you with the wallpaper. He says the exercise will be good for me.
Yeah. He say anything about you having the baby at home?
Not much.
He must have said something.
He mentioned the hospital in Cooper's Plains.
What about it?
They have a lot of fancy new gadgets, he said. Also, he said they have a lot of young doctors.
Well, suppose you need a fancy gadget or a young doctor.
I won't.
Yeah, but what if you do?
Oh, Charles, look.
What if you do?
The circus is coming to town. Hey, look there.
A young doctor sounds good to me.
And it'll be here next week. Oh, we have to go.
Your mind is really made up, isn't it?
It's that little traveling circus. It was in Connersville last week.
You won't change your mind?
No, Charles, I will not change my mind. On what night can we go to the circus? Charles more or less sulked all the way home. I chattered on about the circus, and by the time we approached our little house, I'd pretty much got his mind off my decision to have my baby in my own home. And the mere sight of our house brought that feeling of peace and contentment again. It washed over me like a blessing from heaven, a special grace. Isn't it sweet?
What? What's sweet?
Our house. Sweet. It's sweet. Don't you think it's sweet?
Well, I never thought of it as sweet exactly.
Well, it is. It's sweet. And I'm going to have a sweet baby because I have a sweet husband.
You know what? You're sweet.
Hey, look. There's somebody on our porch.
Oh, you're right. So there is. I wonder who. Delivery man, maybe.
Probably the wallpaper.
Hello there.
But the store said not till next week.
Something we can do for you?
We live here. This is our house.
Yes, we're the owners. I was just passing by. Saw your hammock. Thought I'd try it out. Just, resting up? Yes, just resting up. Are you from around here? Me? No. Where are you from? No special place.
You mean you don't have a home?
Oh, I have a home.
Well, where is it?
I'm looking for it.
Oh, you're lost.
Yes, I'm lost.
Charles, why don't you make some coffee? I'd like some, and I think this gentleman would. You would, wouldn't you? You look a little tired after your walk and all. Charles, coffee?
Okay. Or would you rather have a drink?
Oh, we have some wine and some beer, I think.
Oh, coffee would be fine.
Oh, Charles, will you make it and bring it out here?
No, why don't you?
No, I'd rather you did. Please.
All right. Won't take but a minute.
He'll be right back. My name's Ellen Conway. That was my husband, Charles Conway.
Oh?
What's your name? If you don't mind my asking.
My name?
Well, if you feel like telling me.
They call me Billy.
Just Billy?
That's all. Just Billy.
Who calls you Billy?
Why, everybody at the circus. They all call me Billy.
You're with the traveling circus. Oh, why, isn't that wonderful?
Well, I think it is.
No, coming back from the doctor. Oh, I'm going to have a baby. So we went to see Dr. Cotton. He lives down the road. Well, coming back, we passed a calliope. I guess that's what it was. We didn't actually see it, but we heard it. And it sounded so wonderful. We're planning to go.
It's just a little circus.
Oh, even so.
It has only one ring.
Any circus is wonderful.
We set up out of doors. Under a tent.
That's where a circus should be. Under a tent.
You have to sit on folding chairs.
Oh, I won't mind. I'd stand up for the circus.
We'll only be here 2 days.
What do you do in the circus? Are you a performer?
Oh, no. No, I take care of the animals.
Really? But that's wonderful. Well, that's really wonderful.
You think so?
Oh, I certainly do. I love animals, don't you?
Yes, I do. Not that we have so many animals, just a few, 2 elephants, an ocelot. Oh, of course, we have horses and some performing dogs. They do an act.
When the baby's born, we're going to get a dog. A dog and a baby at the same time. Don't you think that's a good idea?
Yes, I do. So neither one is jealous of the other.
Now, all my life, I've looked at women walking down the street with a baby in a perambulator and a dog on a leash, and I've always thought that those women had absolutely everything. Of course, you need a husband to have both of them.
A husband and a house.
Yes, a husband and a house. Oh, here's Charles with the coffee. Thank you, darling. Set the tray down in front of me.
I brought cream and sugar.
Billy, cream, sugar?
No, thanks.
We take ours black, too. There you are.
Thank you.
Billy was telling me he works for the circus.
Oh, that's interesting. Just what do you do at the circus?
He takes care of the animals.
Animals? Animals are the best, the very best, because they're honest. Animals are absolutely honest. They give you the very best of what they have to give, and they give it honestly and openly without any pretense, any pretending it's what it isn't. There's nothing hypocritical about animals. I love them. I love all of them. And I hope they love me.
I'm sure they do. I'm sure they all do.
Yes, certainly. I guess I'd better get back to them.
Well, if you think you should.
Yes, I should. Thank you. Thank you for the coffee.
Well, you're very welcome. Come back sometime.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Why did you ask him to come back?
I don't know. He looks so unhappy, so haunted.
Yeah, so screwy is more like it.
Look, he's coming back. He's turned around and he's coming back.
Good Lord.
Now, don't be mean to him, Charles. Please don't be mean to him.
I won't.
Forget something?
Please. Don't make me leave. Don't make me go away. I have to stay here. It's important. Believe me, it's very, very important that I should stay here.
In some countries, it is the very last gesture of acceptance and a degree of familiarity to invite an outsider into one's house. A gesture made only with reluctance and a degree of lingering suspicion. Here we tend to be more casual with our invitations, more free and easy. Or are we simply more careless? We'll return shortly with Act 2 of The Forbidden House. Ellen Conway has decided to give birth to her first child in the same bed, in the same room, in the same house where her own mother gave birth to her. And in that way to establish the continuity of life that we all long for. Ellen's decision to duplicate the experience of her mother has this final addendum. The child will be brought into the world not only in the same bed and house where she was delivered, but by the same doctor.
I'm Dr. Cotton, and I should have retired long ago. But I do so love to practice medicine. So when Ellen Conway said she wanted me to deliver her child at home, in the same house, the same bed where I delivered her, well, after a modest demurral, I said I would. But I wasn't prepared for what happened next. Is Dr. Cotton?
Doctor, this is Charles Conway.
Oh, yes, Charles?
Could I drive over to see you, Dr. Cotton?
Why, yes, certainly. Anything wrong?
I don't really know.
I mean with Ellen.
Well, Ellen's all right, I think.
Well, she was here only a week ago.
Well, that was a week ago.
Well, what's changed? Any symptoms?
No, it's nothing like that.
Will you be bringing Ellen with you?
No. She doesn't even know that I'm making this call. I don't want her to. I wouldn't be calling, except I need someone to talk to, and I can't talk to her. Not about this. You understand?
Now, drink this, Charles, and tell me what's bothering you.
Well, when you saw Ellen 2 weeks ago, I think it was, I took her home from here, and when we got to the house, there was this man sitting on our front porch. Nice-looking guy, about 50 years old, thereabouts. He'd been out for a walk, got a little tired, and simply walked up our front steps and sat down in our hammock. She told him her name and asked him his, and he said, they call me Billy.
Billy what?
Just Billy. People at the circus call him Billy, he told Ellen.
Oh, yes, the circus. It was in town for a couple of days.
Yeah, it's playing all the small towns on the circuit. That's the trouble.
You said trouble?
He won't leave us alone. He keeps coming back. All because Ellen let him into the house that first time.
Charles, you've got me all confused.
That very first time, when he stood at the foot of the front steps, looking so darn pathetic, Ellen asked him inside. First mistake. Well, he stood there looking around like a kid who's seen Santa Claus. He kept saying, wonderful, wonderful place. He sort of breathed the words. We asked him to stay for dinner. Mistake number 2. He hardly ate anything, just looked from Ellen to me and back again as though we'd done something so marvelous he couldn't even talk about it. I thought we'd never get rid of him. Because, you understand, he doesn't have much in the way of conversation. He could be feeble-minded for all I know. Not quite all there, you know.
He could be very shy for all you know.
Well, maybe. Thing is, he keeps showing up. Stands outside, looking pathetic until somebody lets him in.
Sounds like a stray dog.
That is what he's like. Some lost, abandoned, stray dog that nobody wants.
But the man hasn't done you any harm, has he?
No, but...
No real harm?
Well, he makes me uneasy. I don't think he's quite right in the head. That could be, couldn't it? He's strange.
Prospective fathers are commonly more apprehensive than their wives, who, after all, are going to do all the work. Prospective mothers, on the other hand, are invested with a placidity that is wondrous to behold. As though they've been blessed, as indeed they have. But more than blessed, endowed with a mystical insight that lets them divine arcane truths that their husbands can only guess at. Ellen had this look of inner knowledge when she came to my office to be checked over.
Everything as it should be?
Absolutely. How are things at home?
Fine.
Did I hear somewhere that you have a guest? Someone staying with you from time to time?
Who told you that?
Oh, I heard it somewhere.
Charles told you.
Maybe it was Charles.
And Charles doesn't approve of Billy.
Billy makes him uneasy, I think.
Well, he doesn't make me uneasy.
Charles seems to think Billy... is that his name? Billy? Charles seems to think Billy is a mite strange.
Well, he's different.
Not quite right in the head? Not quite all there?
Maybe. But you've no idea how he helps me around the house. He's crazy about that house.
Not about you?
Oh, no. I mean, he likes me well enough. I'm sure he does. No, it's the house he loves. Why, he cleans and he waxes and he dusts. And he gave the porch a whole new coat of paint. He does all sorts of things. Every time he shows up, he's got it all planned what he'll do next. And he brings presents. Like a big brass knocker for the front door. Or a fireplace set. Never anything for me or for Charles personally. Just things for the house. It's just a modest little house, as you know. But the way Billy is going at it, it's going to be a little jewel box. Oh, I couldn't get along without Billy. And if he's strange or different, so what? Everybody should be strange and different. What's so perfect about the rest of us?
Very little. Very little. Ellen, would it make you feel better if I stopped by and met Billy? Would that help?
I don't need any help. And I feel fine about Billy.
Would it help Charles, do you think?
Oh, well, I guess it might.
Then I'll do that.
Actually...
Yes?
Actually, he's at the house right now. He's in bed.
Oh?
He has a cold or something, and I put him to bed. I put him in the big four-poster bed.
The one where you plan to have your baby?
It's in the guest room. I could have put him in the downstairs room, I suppose, but... Oh, well, doesn't matter. He won't be there long.
Well, why don't I jump in my car and follow you home and take a look at him?
Yes, why don't you do that? I wouldn't want anything to happen to my Billy.
Cotton's my name, Dr. Cotton. Mrs. Conway thought it'd be a good idea if I stopped by and took a look at you.
I just have a cold. She shouldn't have.
Let me pop this into your mouth, will you? That's it. Under the tongue. Now close your lips. Now, let's see about your pulse. Thank you. They tell me you work for the circus. Every boy's ambition, and you made it come true. So few people do that. Most of us give up the dreams of youth and do what's expected of us. Although I can't say that about myself. I wanted to be a doctor almost from the age of 5. But no, that's not quite true. At 5, I wanted to be a veterinarian.
Oh, you like animals?
Keep that in your mouth, please. Yes, I like animals very much. I find I can count on them. Great thing to have something you can count on. Okay, I'll take that thermometer now.
You know, there's a dog at the circus. He's part of the dog act, but he doesn't perform very well. I think they'd let me have him, and when Mrs. Conway's baby is born, I'll give him to her.
That's a nice idea. Well, your pulse is steady, but you're running a slight fever. Okay, now, tell me something about yourself. I know your name is Billy, right?
Well, I don't know if it is. It's what they call me at the circus.
Well, where do you come from, Billy?
I travel around.
With the circus? How long you been doing that?
A very long time. A very, very long time.
All your life? No, not all. Since you were a boy? Something like that. Yes, but before the circus, where was your home? What was your life like? Oh, beautiful. Really? Tell me about it. I lived in a house. With your father and mother? Yes. But you ran away, didn't you? Ran away and joined the circus. Yes, I did that. Why? Why did you? It was a long time ago. I don't remember.
Well, Doctor, how's my Billy? Will he be all right?
Just as you said, he's got a cold, slight fever, that's all.
What did you think of him?
Ellen, I'm 80 years old. I don't know anything about the whatchamacallit, the human psyche. In my day, they didn't teach those things. I can't diagnose those mental things. I'm good for delivering babies, taking care of mothers.
But you liked him, didn't you?
Sure, I liked him. He seems like a very sweet, very gentle man. Wouldn't hurt a fly. But Charles he was right when he said the fellow is strange, different. He's so vague about everything. His name, his parents, where he came from, why he joined the circus, everything. Wait a minute, wait. There's something called a fugue state. I remember something about that. Yes. A fugue state.
What is it?
Why, it's a pathological condition. I remember that much. And it's apt to last a good long time. And the person in a fugue state is given to wandering about, rather like a sleepwalker, waiting for someone to waken him, but dreading the moment of his awakening. I was simply saying whatever came to mind, just letting my thoughts, my feelings pour out. Not like me at all. Could it be that I felt some kinship with this strange, this distinctly different man? That I felt myself to be, as the book of Exodus says, a stranger in a strange land?
What has all this to do with the house? Why, nothing at all, or a great deal. For each of us feels to a greater or lesser degree that we are strangers in a strange land, bewildered as to how we got here, helpless to decide where we are going. And in this wild wilderness full of doubts and fears, few things are as reassuring and as comforting as a house which is ours, a place where we can say, there within those walls, I belong. I'll be back shortly with Act 3. Thus far, we have heard from Ellen Conway, who first invited the stranger into her home, and from Dr. Cotton, who has declared the errant visitor to be in a fugue state, a pathological condition characterized by wandering, one which can last a good long while. It is time now to hear from Charles Conway, who from the start has viewed the wanderer with suspicion and mistrust, calling him strange, different, and possibly deranged.
The whole thing was getting ridiculous. Hardly a week went by that we didn't get a visit from this Billy character. And now he was tucked up in bed in the guest room, with my wife waiting on him hand and foot. She even had Dr. Cotton come to see him.
He isn't doing any harm, Charles. It's not as though he was living here.
Well, he might as well be. He shows up at least once a week. But now he's got a cold, and Lord knows how long he'll be around.
Not very long.
Well, why don't you call the circus and tell them to come and get him?
The circus is in a tent. I don't believe they have telephones in tents.
Well, you could drive over there. To wherever it's playing.
Charles, please. It's not like you'll be here forever. When the circus moves on...
When will that be?
I don't know. Soon, I imagine.
Have you asked him?
No. I can't.
Well, I can.
Oh, please don't. Please. It means so much to him to be here.
Yeah, a free room and you to wait on.
No, it isn't that. I'm sure it isn't. It's the house. He never talks about me or you, just about the house.
You mean he's in love with the house?
Well, something like that.
He's nuts. He's completely out of it.
No, he isn't. He's just not what we're used to. He's different. Would you like to know what Dr. Cotton said about him?
Not particularly.
Well, I'm going to tell you anyway. Dr. Cotton said he might be in a fugue state.
Fugue? I never heard of it.
Well, it's not exactly normal. It's pathological, Dr. Cotton said.
The guy's crazy. I told you that.
But that's not what Dr. Cotton said. He said pathological. A fugue state is characterized by wandering. Not the same as sleepwalking, but something like it. He's attached himself to the circus, so he's been safe. You see?
No, I don't see anything except that I want him out of here.
Oh, you can't just throw him out.
Why can't I?
It's too cruel. Like waking a sleepwalker too suddenly or too roughly. No, I won't let you do it.
Okay, now look, how would it be if I went in and told him we'd decided to put up the new wallpaper? Now, how would that be? I mean, he can't want to stay in the room while we're scraping off the old wallpaper and putting on the new, can he?
I guess not.
All right, then. I'll go up there now and tell him. I just hope he takes the hint. If I didn't love my wife so much, I'd never have given in. But this loony guy who'd wandered into our house obviously meant something to her. And being pregnant and all, anyway, I pasted a smile on my face and went upstairs to the guest room. Okay to come in?
Sure.
How are you feeling, Billy?
Okay.
Did my wife tell you we're going to wallpaper this room? We're going to scrape off the old stuff and put up some new.
She told me.
You see, my wife is planning to have the baby in this room.
She told me.
Right in that bed, as a matter of fact.
I know.
My wife was born in that bed, in this room, 20 years ago. Same doctor. Dr. Cotton. You met him, I believe.
Yes, I did.
Mm-hmm. Well, we decided that we'd scrape off all the old wallpaper. Lord knows how many layers there are underneath. We thought we'd take it all off and put up some fresh new stuff she bought. You know, paint the woodwork and dress up the room.
I don't know how to hang wallpaper.
Oh, no. I wasn't hinting around, Billy. I didn't mean you should do it.
But I could do the painting. At the circus, I did some of that.
No, I didn't mean that either. What I meant was, well, we have the paper downstairs, and if it's all right with you, we ought to be getting at it.
It's all right with me.
I mean, like, tomorrow, in the morning. It means moving the furniture out, and all. You know what I mean?
You want me to help you with that?
Well, the first thing in the morning, would you?
Why, sure I would.
Oh, well, that's very good of you. That's very nice of you. I'll see you in the morning, then.
See you in the morning.
Oh, but, have you heard from any of your friends at the circus? I mean, do they know you're here?
Nobody knows. Except me. I know.
I was up early the next morning. Made Ellen get out of bed, too. Frankly, I wanted to get this peculiar man out of the house as soon as possible, and creating a disorder in his room seemed at least a step toward uprooting him. But when I got there, the room had already been transformed.
I did it, Mr. Conway.
Why, yes, you did, didn't you?
You see? Everything in the middle of the room.
So I see.
But there's plenty of room to get at the walls. You see?
Well, I appreciate this, Billy. My wife is bringing up some hot water and some rags and brushes, and all we have to do is soak the old paper, soak it good. I've got those scrapers.
Oh, for goodness sake. Look at all you've done.
No, Billy did it all by himself.
No fooling.
I got up early.
You must have. Well, here's the hot water. Let's get started.
You said the people at the circus don't know where you are, Billy.
No, they don't.
Don't you think they'll be worried about you?
I don't think so.
Well, they might be.
Oh, no, I don't think they're worried at all.
I'm sure they're all very fond of you, Billy.
I don't think so.
Now, Billy, we're very fond of you. Why wouldn't they be?
Well, look here. Look at this.
What is it?
There's a mark on the wall.
What is it? Let's see.
Oh, the paper's off. Hey, Billy's got down to the original paint.
What is that?
It's the shape of a... Oh, I know. One of those wall phones.
That's what it is. Somebody had a wall telephone in this room.
Well, you hardly see those anymore in these houses.
I think this is very exciting.
Well, I never would have called taking off wallpaper exciting.
Makes me feel good. Look, I found something else.
What?
What did you find?
Numbers.
Oh, 5392. What do you think that means, Charles?
A phone number, maybe.
Oh, couldn't be, with just 4 numbers.
Oh, I just thought being next to the phone...
The phone numbers have 7 digits, not 4.
Anybody home? Oh, the doctor's here.
Upstairs, Dr. Cotton.
He said he'd come back, and he did.
We're in the guest room.
Well, what's going on?
Well, we're getting ready to paper the room, Doctor.
Look what I found. Underneath everything. Well, now, how about that?
Where an old wall phone used to be.
Oh, yes. Lots of people had wall phones in the old days. And look here. Numbers. 5392. Somebody's phone number.
That's what Charles thought. But just 4 numbers. Couldn't be.
Oh, yes, it could. 50, 60 years ago, you didn't dial a number. You picked up the phone, and a nice female voice said, "Number, please." And you told her the number you wanted, like Cooper's Plains 5392, and she repeated it. Cooper's Plains 5392. Yes, please. Wait a minute. That's my number. Cooper's Plains 5392. That's my number.
No, Doctor.
Not now. Years ago. When I first started out in practice. I remember it well. How could I have forgotten it? Cooper's Plains 5392.
The old man was obviously agitated about something. He muttered to himself, repeating his old phone number over and over, shaking his head as though to clear it, not succeeding. Finally turning to us, and after babbling incoherent excuses, he started to leave, only turning at the door to inform us that he'd be back. 3 of us went back to work. In less than an hour, Dr. Cotton did return.
Please, stop, all of you. I want to speak to this gentleman.
To me?
Yes, Billy, to you. Sit down, will you? Because I'm going to tell you something. I'm going to give you a name. You may recognize it or you may not. That's a chance we'll take. Okay?
Dr. Cotton.
That's okay. You trust me, don't you?
Yes, I do.
All right, then. Now, James Reed Fairburn. That mean anything to you? James Reed Fairburn? No? Doesn't? Well, it should. Because that's who you are.
Dr. Cotton...
You were born 51 years ago in this house.
Here?
Right here. Maybe in this very room. Now, can you remember back to what made you give up being James Reed Fairburn? What made you start wandering all over the countryside? Try, will you? I know it's hard, but try. Are you my Uncle Walter?
Dr. Cotton.
Hush. Are you my Aunt Bertha? Don't say anything. Leave him alone.
Are you
Uncle Harry? Where's Aunt Sylvia? Where's Uncle Elmer? Where's Aunt Jane? Where's everybody? Where are they? There's nobody. Papa and Mama died in the automobile. Now there's nobody. Except Aunt Bertha and Uncle Harry and Uncle Walter, and they don't want me. They don't say it to my face, but I hear them talking, and I see them looking at me like they don't know what to do with me, like I'm in the way. I feel like something left over, something that's no good, a nuisance, a bother. So I know what? I run away when nobody will think I'm a nuisance. That's what I'll do. And I'll go back to the beginning, and I'll start all over again. I'll go back to when things were nice. People love me. I'll go back.
Dr. Cotton.
No, it's all right. He's only fainted. He'll come around in a minute. Put that pillow under his feet. He'll be okay. And I think when he comes to, he'll know that he's James Reed Fairburn.
But how do you know who he is?
I went home and looked up my old records from when I first went into practice here in Cooper's Plains. Here in this house, I delivered the first child of my career. It may have been in this very room. He weighed 7 pounds. Mr. and Mrs. Fairburn were proud parents and loved him very much.
But what happened?
His parents were killed, both of them, in an automobile accident. He was about 10 years old at the time, and the relatives buzzed around and made a big fuss. But in the end, nobody wanted to give him a home. He must have overheard them talking about it. Maybe he just sensed it. Anyway, he took off. For a while, there was a bit of a stir around town, and then everybody just forgot about him.
Do you think all this time he's been looking for his home?
Dr. Cotton, he's opening his eyes.
So he is. Well, how do you feel? All right? Yes. Yes, I'm all right. Can you tell me your name? We'd like to know. My name is James Reed Fairburn.
He went back to the circus that same day. The week after, the circus moved to another state, and he went with it. We had postal cards from him from time to time, all signed, Sincerely yours, James Reed Fairburn.
You see, do you not, how important a house can be? How the memory of the first one lingers for years? Perhaps that is because it is not the first dwelling place, but the second. The one that accepted us when we were summarily evicted from our mother's womb. I'll be back shortly. Is the day upon us when only those at the top of the economic ladder can possess and live in a house, while the rest of us are relegated to sections of space in huge buildings that lodge besides ourselves? People who are strangers to us? Oh, I do hope not. For the enfolding arms of a house can be as precious and perhaps as necessary as a mother's embrace. Our cast included Diane Kirkwood, Tony Roberts, Bernard Grant, and Robert Dryden. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Everyone knows that Sir Arthur Conan Doyle started in life as a doctor, not a writer. But how many of us know what type of medicine he specialized in, or where his real medical offices were located? For your information, Dr. Arthur Conan Doyle opened his office at 2 Devonshire Place, near Harley Street, in 1891. He was an eye specialist. While he waited for the patients that never came, he created the unforgettable characters of Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson.
Watson, you know my method is founded upon the observation of trifles.
But the cigar, Holmes.
Once having located the tree behind which the killer stood, it was child's play to find a cigar stump where he had tossed it. The end had not been in his mouth, therefore he used a holder. The tip had been cut, not bitten off, but the cut wasn't a clean one. Hence the penknife.
Holmes, you've drawn a net around this man from which he cannot escape. How do you do it?
Elementary, my dear Watson.
Our mystery drama, The Bascombe Pool Mystery, was based on the Sherlock Holmes classic and adapted especially for the Mystery Theater by Murray Burnett. It stars Kevin McCarthy. It is sponsored in part by ARM, Allergy Relief Medicine, and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. It's a singular fact that we know more of Sherlock Holmes than we do of his creator, Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Of course, we all know he was a doctor and that he believed in spiritualism, but most of us are unaware that he was also a whaler, athlete, speculator, historian, dramatist, war correspondent, and ever and always the champion of the underdog, as is so well illustrated in the mystery which follows.
One morning, when my wife and I were seated at breakfast, the maid brought in a telegram. I slid it open and read it to Mary. Have you a few days to spare? Have just been wired for from the west of England in connection with Boscombe Valley tragedy. Should appreciate your coming with me. Leave Paddington by the 11:15.
Well, darling, you'll need some time, and so I shall help you pack.
I'm not at all sure that I should go, but I've a fairly long list of patients.
Oh, Anne Stoddard will handle those for you. I think the change will do you good. And you know how interested you are in all of Sherlock Holmes's cases.
Oh, well, I should be an ingrate if I weren't. But I met you through one of them.
Now you finish your coffee while I go and get you packed.
And so, within a very few minutes, I was in a cab rattling away to Paddington Station. After paying the cabby, I spotted the tall, gaunt figure of Holmes pacing up and down the platform. As he saw me, his face lighted up with one of his rare smiles, and he said...
Very good of you to come, Watson.
Oh, well...
It makes a considerable difference to me, having someone with me on whom I can thoroughly rely. If you'll keep the 2 corner seats, I'll get the tickets.
We had the compartment to ourselves, and a batch of newspapers Holmes had brought along with him. As we settled down for the journey, Holmes asked...
Have you heard anything about the case?
Well, I haven't seen a paper for some days.
It's just as well. The London press hasn't had very complete accounts, and that's why I brought these local papers along. I've already read through them, and I gather it's one of those simple cases which are so extremely difficult.
Well, isn't that paradoxical?
Of course, and profoundly true. Singularity is almost invariably a clue. The more commonplace a crime, the more difficult it is to bring home. In this instance, however, the police seem to have established a very serious case against the son of the murdered man.
Huh? It is a murder, then, huh?
According to our old friend Lestrade, it's not only murder, but he has the guilty man under lock and key.
Oh. Well, what brings you into it, then?
An appeal for help from a young lady. And a feeling that all isn't as simple as it seems on the surface. I know Lestrade's theory of crime, and I shall either confirm or destroy it by means which he refuses to employ.
Oh, refuses or is unable to?
Nonsense, my dear Watson. Anyone with eyes can use my methods. To take the first example to hand, I very clearly perceive that in your bedroom, the window is on the right-hand side.
Oh, but Holmes, you've never visited us. How on earth would you...
My dear doctor, I know the military neatness which characterizes you. You shave every morning, and in this lovely spring you shave by sunlight. But since your shaving is less and less complete as we get farther back on the left side, and it becomes positively slovenly as we get round the angle of the jaw, it's obvious that that side is less illuminated than the other.
You never cease to amaze me, Holmes.
That's only an elementary example of observation and inference, my dear chap. Now I suggest that you devote your time to these newspaper accounts and see if you can reach the same conclusions as I have.
On my word, Mr. Holmes, I do believe you've got a real streak of the romantic in your makeup.
Why do you say that, Lestrade?
Oh, for wasting your time and coming all the way down here in answer to the pleas of a moonstruck mate.
It's your opinion that I'm wasting my time.
If you'll allow me to recount the facts, I think you'll agree.
Delighted. Go ahead, Lestrade.
Now, let me just use these notes to keep me on the track. Let me see now. Wait, now. On Monday last, Mr. McCarthy left his farm in Atherley about 3 in the afternoon and walked down to Boscombe Pool, a distance of about a quarter of a mile. He never came back alive.
That is a fact I must concede.
You'll also have to concede that we have 2 witnesses who saw him on his way, and one of them, William Crowder, a gamekeeper in the employ of a Mr. Turner, saw McCarthy's son following him with a gun over his arm.
That was all in the paper?
Oh, there's more. A girl of 14, Patience Moran, who's the daughter of the lodgekeeper of the Boscombe Ferry estate, was in the woods near the pool picking flowers. While she was there, she saw the elder McCarthy and his son, James, in the midst of a violent quarrel. She even testifies that she saw the son raise his hand as if to strike his father. It so frightened her that she ran away and told her mother about it when she reached home.
A pity she didn't stay and see what happened.
Oh, come now, Mr. Holmes, we're pretty sure of what happened. I mean, McCarthy died of injuries to the head inflicted by some blunt weapon which might very well have been the butt of a gun. And the son's rifle was found near the body. Mr. Holmes, you'll have to admit that many men have been hanged on far less evidence.
So they have. And many men have been wrongfully hanged.
Oh, true. But if ever circumstantial evidence pointed to a criminal, it does so here.
Circumstantial evidence is a very tricky thing, but I must confess, however, that the case looks exceedingly grave against the young man, and it's possible that he may be guilty. Come in.
You must be Mr. Sherlock Holmes. I'm Susan Turner. I want to thank you for coming, and I've driven down here to the inn to welcome you and help you in any way I can to prove that James is innocent.
Well, I sincerely hope we may clear the young man, Miss Turner. You may rely on me to do all I can.
I know that James didn't do it. I know it. And I want you to know it before you start working on the case.
My dear young lady, your loyalty to James McCarthy does you credit. But I know nothing before I complete my investigations. First, may I see your father if I call tomorrow?
I'm afraid the doctor won't allow it.
The doctor?
Yes. Father has been ailing for some years, but this has broken him down completely. Dr. Willows says that his nervous system is completely shattered.
Then your father and the elder McCarthy were close friends.
Oh, yes, indeed. Mr. McCarthy was the only man alive who had known Dad in the old days in Victoria.
Ah, Aha, at the gold mines, where the papers say your father made his fortune.
That's it.
Thank you, Miss Turner.
But is that all? I've read of your other cases, and I had my carriage wait to take you to the scene.
I shall certainly want to go there at some time, Miss Turner. But the barometer holds steady.
I don't understand.
My dear young lady, you must allow me to pursue my inquiries as I think best.
Oh, I will. I know you've read the evidence in the paper. You must have discussed the case with the inspector. Do you see some flaw? Don't you think that he's innocent?
I think that is very probable.
There now, Inspector, you heard. Mr. Holmes gives me hope.
Well, now, I'm afraid, Miss Turner, that my colleague may have been a little hasty in forming his conclusions.
With a final brilliant smile of thanks, our young lady swept to the door and left.
Oh, Holmes, I'm ashamed of you. Why should you raise her hopes when you're bound to disappoint her? I'm not a sentimentalist, but I call it downright cruel.
I think, Lestrade, that I see my way to clearing James McCarthy. Have you an order to see him in prison?
Oh, well, of course.
Then we still have ample time to take a train to Hereford and see him tonight.
We can go, of course, but in my opinion, it's a waste of time. I don't know whether or not you've been informed of the remark he made when the local constable informed him that he was under arrest.
What was that?
Oh, he said, "I'm not surprised to hear it. It's no more than I deserve."
Good Lord, Holmes. That's a confession.
Not at all, Doctor, not at all. That was later followed by a protestation of innocence.
Well, with all the other evidence, Mr. Holmes, don't you consider that a most suspicious remark?
On the contrary, Lestrade, it's the brightest aspect of the case, pointing to his innocence.
Every one of the great detectives of fiction can be compared to magicians in their love of mystification. But with Holmes, there's a large difference. Many of the others love to mystify simply for the sake of mystification, whereas Holmes refused to divulge his thoughts until he checked to be sure that there was no other possible interpretation. We'll be back shortly with Act Two. A little earlier, I mentioned that Sherlock Holmes was a champion of the underdog, and I suspect that this was an added factor in the endless popularity of A. Conan Doyle's creation. Now we have Holmes rushing off to the west of England to save a man not only suspected of murdering his father, but sitting in Hereford prison waiting to be tried for that crime.
When we entered James McCarthy's cell, I could understand Miss Susan Turner's feelings for the young man, for he was indeed handsome, with a frank, open countenance that cried out for belief. But I remembered other criminals with handsome faces and listened avidly as Holmes began to question him after we were introduced.
I understand, Mr. McCarthy, that you're an only child.
That's right.
Now, I believe you testified before the coroner's jury that you had been away from home for 3 days and returned only on the day your father was killed.
So I did.
Where were you for those 3 days?
In Bristol.
You have business there?
What's in Bristol has absolutely nothing to do with my case.
Once again,
I'll say no more about it.
Very well. Now, when you returned, did you see your father?
No. He wasn't home. I was upstairs in my room when I saw him drive his trap into the yard, get out, and walk very rapidly out of the yard.
So you saw in which direction he was going?
It's all down in the records of the coroner's jury.
I've read them. I'd still like to hear it in your words.
Very well. This is the way it was. I'll try to let you hear what I said, exactly as I said it.
And now, Mr. McCarthy, you say you weren't aware in which direction your father was going when he left the yard?
Right.
You'd been away for 3 days. Did it not occur to you to seek out your father and tell him you were back, Or were you on bad terms?
We got along all right.
You don't deny quarreling with him at the pool?
No.
You must have followed him there, did you not?
I told you I had no idea where he was heading. I took my gun and set off for the rabbit warren, and the gameskeeper saw me, as he said. But I wasn't following my father. I had no idea he was in front of me.
Yes, just so. And how, then, did you meet at the pool?
I was about 50 yards from the pool, on my way towards the warren, when I heard a cry of, "Hooray!" which was a usual signal between my father and myself. I turned and went to the pool.
And?
My father was surprised to see me. He thought I was still in Bristol. He asked me rather roughly, what was I doing there?
You said you were on good terms with your father. Did you not find the attitude you describe rather strange when you returned from a 3-day absence?
Those who knew my father will back me up when I say he was a cold and forbidding man of a violent temper.
But you're his son.
We had a disagreement of long standing.
Oh, indeed. About what?
I'd rather not say. I've already told you about my father's temper. That's why I left him, to avoid blows.
And how long were you gone before you claim you heard this hideous outcry?
I don't exactly know how long, but I couldn't have been more than 150 yards away.
And then?
I ran back, found my father lying on the ground, with his head terribly injured. I dropped my gun, held him in my arms. But he died almost instantly.
Did your father say anything before he died?
He mumbled a few words, but all I could understand was something about a rat.
A rat? What did you take that to mean?
Nothing. I thought he was delirious.
I understand that the cry, "Cooee," was a common signal between you and your father.
It was.
Well, can you explain, then, that he used it before he saw you, and indeed before he even knew you'd returned from Bristol?
I can't understand that myself.
When you returned and presumably found your father fatally injured, did you see anything which looked strange or suspicious?
There's only a vague impression in my mind of something lying on the ground to the left of me as I tried to help my father.
Yes. Can you be more specific?
I'll try. But you must understand it was only an impression. I think it was a coat of some sort. Gray, perhaps. Or a plaid.
Well, how is it that none of the officers examining the scene mentioned this, thing?
When I rose from my father, I looked around for it, but it was gone.
You mean it disappeared before you went for help?
Yes.
And you don't have any idea what it was?
No. Just a feeling that something was there.
How far from the body?
About a dozen yards.
And how far from the edge of the wood?
About the same.
Well, then, if there was something there, it must have been removed while you were within a dozen yards of it.
Yes, but with my back towards it.
Thank you. That will conclude your examination. I will address the jury about arriving at a verdict.
Of course, I suspected pretty much what the verdict would be after the coroner's charge, so there wasn't any shock when they came back and said I should be held on a murder charge.
When we left James McCarthy and were on our way back to the inn by train, Sherlock Holmes was in high spirits, although for the life of me I could see nothing in what we just heard which pointed to the innocence of young James McCarthy. Lestrade, of course, said as much as we rode along.
I see by your expression, Mr. Holmes, that you're down to the deductions and inferences. As for me, I find it hard enough to tackle facts without chasing after theories.
Very well, Inspector. Here's a fact for you to ponder. We all agree that McCarthy Sr. met his death at the hands of a blunt instrument, do we not?
Well, of course.
It's also a fact that young McCarthy's rifle was examined and found to be free of blood, hair, or any signs that it had been used as a weapon. Isn't that so?
Absolutely.
And you don't find it at all strange that in the heat of a violent quarrel, the son lays down the rifle that he has in his hand and searches for a rock or some other suitable weapon with which to strike his father?
Oh, well, I believe that'll come out when he confesses. It'll all be explained.
My dear Lestrade, you'll be sorely disappointed if you pin your hopes upon a confession. First, because the young man, although not very bright, isn't the type to confess. And secondly, because he can't confess to a crime he didn't commit.
Oh, come now, Holmes. The coroner's jury came in with the charge not because of me, but because the coroner very correctly pointed to the discrepancies in his story about the father having signaled to him before seeing him, and his strange account about his father's dying words, and his refusal to give the details of the quarrel with his father.
Both you and the coroner don't blink an eye at young McCarthy's ability to come up with a fantastic tale about his father's strange dying words involving a rat and a mysterious disappearance of some kind of garment.
Well, you do have a way of looking at things, Mr. Holmes. But if you don't mind my saying so, they're kind of wrong side up. Like the way you took his saying when he was arrested that it was no more than he deserved as a sign of his innocence.
Most certainly, Lestrade. Had he appeared surprised when he was arrested or loudly proclaimed his innocence, I should have looked upon it as highly suspicious.
May I ask why?
Well, however innocent he might be, he cannot be such an absolute imbecile as not to see that circumstances look very black against him. His honest acceptance of this, plus his undoubted self-reproach for his quarrel with his father, bring out the words, "It's no more than I deserve."
Lestrade left us to write a report to the Yard, and Holmes insisted that we visit Susan Turner. Accordingly, we drove to Boscombe Hall, a large house located in the center of the considerable holdings of Mr. John Turner.
Miss Turner, do you have any idea what caused the quarrel between James and his father on the day he was killed?
You've seen James. How is he? Did you tell him I believed in his innocence?
He didn't need to be told. He seems in as good spirits as one could expect. But you haven't answered my question.
I know. I'm just trying to think whether James would want me to tell you, since I am involved in it, and that's the reason he wouldn't tell the coroner.
Now, Miss Turner, this is no time for concealing things that might well be vital to the investigation.
Oh, you're right, of course. It's no time to hide anything. James and his father had many disagreements about me. Mr. McCarthy was very anxious that there should be a marriage between us.
And you're telling me James objected?
Mr. Holmes, James and I have always loved each other as brother and sister, but of course he's young and he just isn't prepared to undertake marriage just yet, and I'm sure there were many quarrels between them over this.
And your father? Did he favor such a marriage?
No. He was averse to it also. No one but Mr. McCarthy was in favor of it at this time.
Mm-hmm. Did your father ever give you any reason for his objecting?
As I've told you, Mr. Holmes, my father hasn't been well for some time, and I would never think of discussing anything with him that I felt might cause him distress.
At dinner that night at the inn, Holmes was thoughtful and less buoyant than he'd been earlier in the day. Lestrade joined us at coffee.
Well, Mr. Holmes, have you come up with any more fancy deductions and inferences?
No, as a matter of fact, Lestrade, I've only a few interesting questions. Perhaps you can help me with one of them?
Oh, glad to do what I can.
Can you tell me the relationship between Mr. Turner and the senior McCarthy?
Well, of course. They were the best of friends. He even gave McCarthy Hatherley Farm, rent-free. They went to the races together.
Indeed.
And furthermore, this business has had a very bad effect on him. You know, he's in his 60s and hasn't been in good health for some time. But now it's said that because of this, his life is really in danger. It must have been a great blow to him. Well, does that help you at all, Mr. Holmes?
Insofar as it poses two other interesting questions, the answer is yes.
Well, then perhaps I can answer those for you also.
Not unless you happen to have a map of Australia and know exactly what young James McCarthy was doing in Bristol for 3 days.
The city of Bristol is noted for its extensive port facilities, its leadership in engineering, and the fan-vaulted ceiling of the famed church of St. Mary Radcliffe. But I doubt if it was for any of these that young James McCarthy spent 3 days there. We'll find the answer to that together with Sherlock Holmes when I return with Act 3. I'm not in the travel business, but I was struck with the notion that perhaps England would find it profitable to offer a Sherlock Holmes tour, one that would include visits not only to his famous headquarters at Baker Street, but would include visits to all of the places where he and Dr. Watson worked their particular brand of detection. Now, if we can imagine ourselves on one of these tours, then we'd find ourselves in the west of England at a pool in the BOSCOMBE Valley, the site of a murder.
Tell me, Lestrade, what did you go into the pool for?
Oh, I was fishing about with a rake looking for some weapon or other. But how on earth did you know that?
Tut, tut, I have no time. Footprints can be easily read on this marshy ground, and that left foot of yours, with its inward twists, is all over the place.
Oh, of course. Now I understand why you said you'd wait until today to examine the scene of the crime. Because of the barometer.
Right.
The glass was steady. You knew it wouldn't rain and the tracks would still be here.
Upon my word, Lestrade, you're actually employing the science of deduction. Congratulations. Now, Watson, would you be kind enough to let me have your waterproof?
Of course, Holmes.
I warn you, I'm going to place it on the ground to lie upon it, so that I can get a better view of these very interesting prints.
It's yours, my friend.
Thank you. Let's see. These are young McCarthy's feet, and here, twice he was walking. And here, once he ran swiftly. The soles are deeply marked and the heels barely visible. That would bear out his story. He ran when he saw his father on the ground. Now here are the elder McCarthy's feet, pacing up and down. He seems to have been impatient. And then what's this? What's this? Aha! The butt end of the gun as the son stood listening. And what have we here? Other prints. Square. Quite unusual boots. They come, they go. They come again. Of course, that was for the cloak or the coat that the son mentioned in his testimony. Now, where did they come from?
Oh, now come along, Holmes. There are a great number of footprints here. Some of them may well have been made by local police or even sightseers. I cannot accept your inferences and deductions as facts.
That is your privilege, Lestrade. Now, if you'll excuse me, I go to search for more concrete evidence that may change your mind.
Oh, and where do you expect to find that?
Under the trees that line this pool and on a map of Australia.
When Holmes rejoined me, he was cradling a large stone in the crook of his elbow. I saw he was trying to suppress a smile of triumph. As he neared me, he said,
I believe the time is now right for another visit to young James McCarthy.
I hope you're bringing me good news, Mr. Holmes.
If you consider the fact that I believe your story to be absolutely true in every detail good, then I am the bearer of good news.
That's marvelous. Marvelous. When can I hope to be released?
That's another matter. My knowing that you're innocent is one thing. Proving it to the authorities is quite another. Now, Miss Turner has told us about your father's wish that you and she should marry. And I think it's imperative that you tell me now the reason for your trip to Bristol.
That has nothing to do with the killing of my father.
Possibly not. But it has everything to do with my being able to free you.
Then I'll have to take my chances.
It must be something of which you're bitterly ashamed.
Look, Mr. Holmes, I'm not ashamed. Anyone can make a mistake. I made one. But it's over now. And I'm not going to say any more.
Because of Miss Turner?
Keep her out of it.
Do you really think she can be?
If I have anything to say about it, she will be.
You sound as if you really care for her.
I love her. Do you understand? I love her, and that's why...
You refused to marry her?
I was already married.
But of course, your father didn't know.
No one knew.
The young lady lives in Bristol.
She's a barmaid. I was younger. And somehow we ended up married.
But now you say you're not. I believe you used the word was.
I received a letter from her the day after I was arrested. It seems I never was married. She'd had a husband, a sailor. And now that I was accused of murder, she let me know that she wanted nothing to do with me.
And you're afraid to tell, Miss Turner?
If she knew, she'd never consider marrying a fool like me.
I'm sure you're mistaken. But now that I know the facts of the matter, perhaps it won't have to be brought out in court. Come, Watson. We must have a chat with Lestrade. This may interest you, Lestrade. It is the murder weapon.
This stone? Really? I see no marks.
There are none.
Why then do you describe it as the murder weapon?
The grass was growing under it. It had lain in that place only a few days. It corresponds with the injuries. There is no sign of any other weapon.
I see. And perhaps then you can describe the murderer?
Certainly. He's a tall man, left-handed, limps with the right leg, wears thick-soled shooting boots and a gray cloak, smokes Indian cigars, uses a cigar holder, and carries a blunt penknife in his pocket. There are several other indications, but these should be enough to point us to the murderer.
Oh, point you, perhaps, but we still have to deal with a very hard-headed British jury.
Lestrade, doesn't it strike you as curious that McCarthy, living rent-free at Turner's expense, and thus under great obligation to Turner, should seem so certain that a marriage between Miss Turner and his son would be appropriate?
Well, it might have if I hadn't seen the young lady. I mean, she's head over heels in love with that boy.
Then if this isn't enough to move you in the proper direction, there's nothing more I can do. Watson, look up the timetables and tell me the next train to London.
What? Now, you're going back to town, leaving the case unfinished?
My dear Lestrade, you have your man and cannot be moved. And as for me, the case is quite complete.
Yes, but there are still some unanswered questions.
Not for me. I've described the murderer to you.
But who is he? Can you put a name to him?
Well, surely it shouldn't be too difficult to find out. I've discharged my duty. The rest is up to you.
After Lestrade left, Holmes lit a pipe. I could see from his expression that he was troubled.
Look here, Watson. I am in a bit of a dilemma.
Oh, I don't see how. You've done all you could.
Not quite. I believe I can name the murderer.
Well, surely then the dilemma is solved. All you have to do is...
come in.
Oh, Mr. Holmes, I'm so glad you're still here. I can't believe what I heard about your going back to London is true.
I'm afraid it is, Miss Turner. Come in and close the door.
But Inspector Lestrade said you were convinced that James is innocent.
Patience, Miss Turner. Patience. In considering this case, there were 2 points that struck me instantly. One was that his father should cry cooey before seeing him.
Well, no, that's only according to his story, huh?
Which I've already told you, my dear fellow. I choose to believe.
Oh, and the second?
The father's singular dying reference to a rat. I say that if we presume both to be true, we come up with some strong presumptions. The father thought his son was in Bristol. The cooey was meant for someone else. That is a distinctly Australian signal. Therefore, I deduce that the person McCarthy expected to meet at Boscombe Pool was someone who had been in Australia.
Yes. And the reference to the rat?
This is a map of the colony of Victoria. The one I told you I wired for last night? Now, I place my hand over part of this map. And what do you read, Watson?
A rat.
And now, When I raise my hand...
Oh, Ballarat.
Quite so. That was what the elder McCarthy was trying to tell his son. The name of the murderer. So-and-so of Ballarat.
Oh, by Jove.
The possession of a gray garment was a third point, bringing us to a definite conception. We are looking for a person from Australia, from Ballarat, with a gray cloak.
Astounding, Holmes.
You applaud my performance before I finished. We can further deduce that this person is one who is native to this district because the pool can only be approached by the farm or by the estate, where a stranger would, well, hardly wander without being certain to attract attention. I have other evidence, but it all points in the same direction. The direction of a left-handed man with a limp who smokes Indian cigars.
But you told Lestrade he used a cigar holder.
He does. The cigar stump I found clearly showed that the end had not been in his mouth. Therefore, he used a holder, and the tip had not been bitten off but cut. The cut was not a clean one, so the deduction is clear that he must have used a blunt penknife.
I don't want to hear any more. Mr. Holmes and Dr. Watson, you must forgive me, but I cannot stay. I have... Father.
Susan. Good Lord, I never expected you to be here, Susan. Mr. Holmes, your note said...
I apologize, but there was no way of avoiding this issue.
No, I suppose not. And I assure you I would have spoken before now if it weren't for Susan. She's...
Father, I don't think you should say any more.
No, it's too late, my dear. I have a great deal more to say, and it's best now that you hear it all.
He cannot be arrested. I will not have him arrested. I sent for you, Mr. Holmes, and I can send you away.
There may be no arrest.
Oh, but Holmes...
We are not police officials, Watson. I came here at Miss Turner's request, as she says. However, an innocent man must not be allowed to suffer.
I have had diabetes for years, and my doctor says now that it's only a question of a month or two before I die. But I tell you, no one knew the true character of that dead man. He was a devil incarnate, and his grip has been upon me these past 20 years.
It stems from Australia?
Yes. Back in the early 60s, I went to Australia to make my fortune. I failed at my diggings, fell among bad companions. Oh, I was hot-blooded and reckless. I took to the bush and became, in short, nothing better than a highwayman. There were 6 of us, and we had a wild, free life. Black Jack of Ballarat was the name I went under. And we're still remembered out there as the Ballarat Gang. And then, one day we heard of a gold convoy coming from Ballarat to Melbourne. The escort troopers outnumbered us, but as I said, we were reckless. All right, boys, let's go get him! Hold those horses steady, driver. Cover him, boys, while I climb up and get him to help me unload the gold. All right now, driver. You'll either help us unload this gold or I'll put a bullet through your brain. We got away with the gold, but the driver of that coach was this same McCarthy. I wish I'd shot him then, but I gave it no thought.
And how many years later did he find you?
Some 11 or so. I suppose it was a punishment God laid on me, despite the fact that I'd turned over a new leaf and tried to make up for my past. I'd gone to London about an investment when I met him in Regent Street with hardly a coat to his back or a boot to his foot.
But he'd been tracking you?
Well, he must have been, because he knew I didn't live in London. It touched me in the arm, and I'll never forget his words. Well, here we are, Jack, he said. We'll be as good as a family to you. There's 2 of us, me and my son, and you can have the keeping of us. If you don't, well, England's a fine, law-abiding country, and there's always a policeman nearby.
And so you've been supporting him ever since?
Whatever he wanted, he got without question. Land, money, houses. But then he went too far. He wanted his son to marry Susan.
But the boy seems a nice enough lad.
Oh, I had no objections to James. But as you know, I don't have long to live. And he grinningly told me it was only his just due that he should step into the whole property as Susan's father-in-law. Oh, I drew the line at that. So we were to meet at the pool for a final talk.
Mm-hmm. And why, after all these years, did it end violently?
Because he threatened to tell Susan, and suddenly I saw red. I stooped, I picked up a stone, and I struck him down. His cries brought back his son, but I had gained the cover of the wood, although I was forced to go back for my cloak. Now, Mr. Holmes, that's the true story.
Alexander Turner died less than a month after he'd given us his confession in the inn at Hereford, with Holmes feeding young McCarthy's counsel ammunition with which to shoot down the case for the prosecution, and with the young man revealing the reason for his Bristol visit. He won an acquittal. And that very night, Holmes and I sat before a fire in our Baker Street flat, watching Turner's confession turn to cinders in the crackling flames.
My dear Watson, don't fret too much about my not being able to take credit for solving the Boscombe Pool mystery.
How the devil did you know?
I'm sure that after the passage of time, you'll write it in those memoirs you're working on.
Oh.
And don't forget to point out that the one person everyone tried to protect, Susan Turner, knew the whole story.
Yes.
While James McCarthy was spared the knowledge that his father was a blackmailer and his father-in-law a murderer.
Sherlock Holmes once remarked that art in the blood is liable to take the strangest forms. And Holmes' creator, A. Conan Doyle, proved it by permitting the stolid Dr. Watson to become mischievous about the stories that were supposedly too delicate to open to the public. And here Doyle let Watson's imagination run wild as he mentions the fact that he could never tell us the story of the politician, the lighthouse, and the trained cormorant. A mischievously intriguing title, if there ever was one. I'll be back shortly. When I mentioned that we could never read any of the unrecorded adventures of Sherlock Holmes, I neglected to tell you that Doyle's son and famed mystery story writer John Dixon Carr did collaborate on a volume which included some of them. They were interesting, but, as the authors themselves would be the first to admit, lacked the master's touch that made A. Conan Doyle and his Sherlock Holmes world famous. But they never dared to tackle the story of the politician, the lighthouse, and the trained cormorant. Our cast included Kevin McCarthy, Court Benson, Patricia Elliott, Ian Martin, and Dennis Koch. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
A world I made all by myself. Smith's World. That's right. It's a small planet created out of an artificial cosmos. Right now, its heat intensity is almost great enough to shatter the retaining glass, so we'll have to start the cooling process.
He tugged at a switch in the panel, but I could see at once that something was wrong.
It's not moving. The refrigeration switch is jammed. Something's wrong.
The strange mud-brown sphere in the cabinet was still growing in size, and now it began to glow with its own heat.
Get out of here. Get everyone out of the building, Luke.
Suddenly, Smith seemed like nothing more than a frightened child. I told him that we were alone in the building, and he pleaded with me to leave while he wrestled with the dials and switches in an attempt to stop the terrible process that was taking place.
Get out of here, Luke. There isn't much time.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores and Buick Motor Division. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre.
Until next time, pleasant dreams.